Chapter 876, Victory is almost here. What a good divine artifact! When Zhou Zhou saw this scene, he immediately looked at the universe-destroying blade in his hand as if it was a treasure. In that slash just now, he did not even use any additional law skills. He only relied on the destructive power of the true God-tier divine artifacts to destroy this high-tier deity-level elementary God spirit with his mid-tier deity-level advanced-grade divine artifact as easily as cutting a cake. This was a feeling that the dimensional blade had never given him. However, he could also feel that with his current strength, he could only activate the Divine Artifact Law 1 of the Universe-Destroying Blade Supreme Destroying and the Divine Artifact Law 3 Exterminating the Origin. As for the Divine Artifact Law 2 Universe Fall, he was far from being able to use it. It was estimated that only when he became a low-tier deity level, a mid-tier deity level or even a high-tier deity level, then he could use the strongest Divine Artifact Law of this true God-tier advanced-grade Divine Artifact. At the same time, when the other Scarlet God Spirits and Scarlet Soldiers saw Zhou Zhou kill a high-tier deity-level Scarlet God Spirit with a single strike, they were completely terrified. That was a high-tier deity-level Scarlet God Spirit. In the hands of this King of the Blazing Sun, he actually died without even being able to withstand a single move. They were actually facing such a powerful enemy. If they had known this would happen, they would not have come. At this moment, they suddenly saw the King of the Blazing Sunday. As they gently stroked the universe-destroying blade, they looked at the surrounding Scarlet God Spirits. An ominous feeling immediately surfaced in their hearts. Oh no! A few smart Scarlet God Spirits had already given up on their current opponents and turned to escape into the distance. Trying to escape? Zhou Zhou grinned. He had yet to put away the two true God-tier methods of his 9 Worlds God Demon Dreamfall Array and the Demon Abyss Spider Web. Escape? Only with his approval. Then, he leisurely flew towards the fleeing Scarlet God Spirits. Soon, he saw the Scarlet God Spirits who were helpless against the 9 Worlds Demon God Dreamfall Array. Surrender. Or die. Zhou Zhou said calmly to them. When the 7 or 8 Scarlet God Spirits heard this, some of their eyes revealed hesitation, while others flickered. Some looked at Zhou Zhou with hatred and anger. I'd rather die and return to the Crimson Overlord than surrender to a puny human like you. A mid-tier deity-level Scarlet God Spirit looked at Zhou Zhou and sneered. One day, the crown of the Crimson Overlord. Haha! Before he could finish speaking, he saw a grey saber beam flash past. Then, he saw the head of the mid-tier deity-level Scarlet God Spirit fall off. Then, even its head and corpse were put into Zhou Zhou's king's treasure box. You're about to die. Why are you still talking so much? Zhou Zhou said calmly and looked at the other Scarlet God Spirits calmly. Kill. Use whatever methods you have. Don't hide anything. This King of the Blazing Sun has no intention of letting us off. A high-tier deity-level Scarlet God Spirit suddenly roared angrily. The other God Spirits also reacted and were furious. Then, they took out all kinds of attacks and attacked Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou was stunned for a moment before shaking his head. He indeed wanted to leave behind a few Scarlet God Spirits who were willing to surrender and join his territory to become his subordinates. After all, with the peaceful times around, Zhou Zhou did not have to worry about their loyalty even if they were Scarlet God Spirits. However, the high-tier deity-level Scarlet God Spirit who spoke clearly wanted to pull the other Scarlet God Spirits to fight with him. In the end, it directly disrupted his plan. Forget it. Since I can't subdue you, I'll accept your spoils of war. Zhou Zhou's body instantly disappeared from the spot. To his Lord Talent, the King of Loot, in fact, their spoils of war were more valuable than the God Spirits themselves. A moment later, Zhou Zhou stored the corpses of these Scarlet God Spirits into his king's treasure vault one by one, then turned around and flew towards the galaxy. He did not plan to interfere too much in the following battle. After all, to his subordinates, these Scarlet God Spirits were worth 90 times their experience. The promotion energy was no longer useful to him. He would leave these large experience bags for his subordinates to use. However, it was not like he did not participate in the battle at all. In the following period of time, he would stay on the galaxy and control the changes on the entire battlefield according to the information given to him by the endless spider webs of the demon abyss. Once the god spirits or heroes on his side encountered a life-threatening battle situation, he would use the true god tier advanced grade law skill infinite teleportation that he had just mastered to teleport to the other party's side and save their lives. Under normal circumstances, the infinite teleportation law skill of a true god tier advanced grade was enough to be like one thought universe. Not only could it teleport to any corner of the current world with a thought, but it was also used extremely frequently. It could even be used almost without intervals. After Zhou Zhou used the king, his realm could infinitely approach the level of an elementary grade true god tier. At this stage of strength, even if he couldn't achieve all the effects of the law skills of the true god tier advanced grade, it was still very easy to achieve infinite teleportation on a small scale on the current battlefield. Otherwise, if he turned a blind eye, the Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystals in his pocket would probably not be able to revive too many of his god spirits who had died. However, after this battle completely ended, these 5 billion fog monsters should provide him with a large number of Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystals. At that time, even if such a battlefield of the same scale appeared again, Zhou Zhou would not have to worry about not being able to revive completely after the battle. In the following period of time, the battle between the Lord of the Blazing Sun Kingdom and the allied forces of the Scarlet Army was still in full swing. However, ever since Zhou died, the allied forces of the Scarlet Legion learned of Zhou Zhou's terrifying strength, and their morale began to decrease greatly. Zhou Zhou had clearly stopped interfering in the battlefield, but their morale was still low. Some of the fog soldiers and Scarlet God spirits even began to escape in all directions. If Zhou Zhou had not set up the 9 Worlds Demon God Dreamfall array in advance, they would have really escaped from this battlefield. After discovering that they were trapped on the battlefield, these fog soldiers and the Scarlet God Spirit also knew that they had entered a dead end. Therefore, they began to counterattack crazily against Zhou Zhou's soldiers and God spirits. In the beginning, the gods on the Blazing Sun Kingdom's side really could not withstand the attacks of these Scarlet God spirits who had unleashed their full combat strength without any worries. However, as Zhou Zhou used infinite teleportation and appeared in every corner of the battlefield, defeating these Scarlet God spirits one by one, the outcome of this war involving 10 billion soldiers and nearly 200 God spirits could be said to have been predetermined in advance. The scales of victory, accompanied by the death of one Scarlet God spirit after another, had slowly and firmly leaned towards the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Chapter 877, Becoming the Sixth Speaker. The powers and obligations of the speaker. Time passed quickly. The sky gradually darkened. Scarlet fog gradually appeared in the air. At this moment, the huge battlefield that covered a radius of 50,000 kilometers finally gradually calmed down with the destruction of the Scarlet Army's allied forces. The clergy, doctors, and other healers rushed to the battlefield to save the gods who had been injured and died in the war. As for the other uninjured soldiers, they were cooperating with Galaxy on the vast battlefield to collect the loots. There were a total of 5 billion fog soldiers' corpses. Just collecting these was enough for Zhou Zhou's soldiers to spend a lot of time. Fortunately, with the 18 Galaxy, this speed could be greatly reduced. After the dust settled on the battlefield, Zhou Zhou slowly flew out of the galaxy and looked at the blood-colored battlefield that had completely changed. 5 billion corpses are lying on the ground, and blood is flowing for 100,000 miles. The current war alone has already developed to this extent. I wonder how tragic it will be when it involves the battle of the myriad worlds in the future. Zhou Zhou thought ruefully. This battle alone was enough to surpass all the battles in the history of the Cerulean planet or Earth. If he was still on the Cerulean planet or Earth, he would definitely become the #1 person in the history of war. At this moment, a large number of figures suddenly flew over from afar. Zhou Zhou looked over. It was Yang Jian, Neza, the goddess of the Holy Land, and the other humans who had come to help the god spirits. Greetings, sixth speaker. The immortals of the human race were a little reserved and respectful. Their attitude was very different from before. They looked at Zhou Zhou with reverence. Even the arrogant immortals did not dare to show any disrespect to Zhou Zhou. The lord of all races in front of them was a super existence who had killed a semi-true god-tier elementary grade. It was equivalent to a Mahayana cultivator killing a Grand Luo cultivator. How could he be so heaven-defying? No matter how arrogant they were, they would not be stupid to show their arrogance to an existence not only powerful but also with a limitless future. You're too kind, everyone. Thank you for your help in this battle. I won't go back on the benefits I promised previously. When the time comes, everyone can choose the divine artifact you want. Zhou Zhou smiled at them. He naturally knew their attitude in his heart, but he didn't care. This battle could not have been won without the help of these god spirits in front of him. If he only relied on the god spirits under his command, the difficulty of this battle would definitely be 10 times higher than before. Not to mention anything else, even if he relied on his powerful strength to win against the many soldiers and god spirits under him in the end, most of his god spirits and experts would probably die in this battle. Unlike now, the main generals and heroes had only lost about 30% of their lives. They could be revived later, and the losses were almost negligible. On the other side, when the immortals heard this, their faces immediately revealed excitement and anticipation. Apart from helping the King of the Blazing Sun, wasn't the most important reason why they came here for the divine artifact? As long as they participated in the battle, they could obtain a divine artifact at low-tier deity level. They could even obtain an entire set of divine artifacts if they killed a scarlet god spirit. Even if he was injured or died in battle, he could obtain compensation from the divine artifact. Which god spirit could withstand such a test? Zhou Zhou smiled when he saw their expressions. Then, he suddenly reacted and asked curiously, "What does the sixth speaker mean?" "Speaker, don't you know?" Yang Jian smiled and said, "Just now, the Yellow Emperor, Patriarch Lu, and Bai He secretly watched the entire process of our battle, especially your battle. Therefore, they determined that you now officially have power comparable to a true god tier. In addition to your contributions and the special situation of the human race, the 3 members of royalty have decided to make an exception and upgrade your identity as an ordinary counselor to the status of speaker." Speaker. Only the true god tier of the human race can take on the role. Therefore, you are now the 6th speaker of our human race. We just received this news. Zhou Zhou immediately opened his personal terminal and realized that there were indeed several new messages. They were all sent by the Yellow Emperor, Patriarch Lu, and Bai He. They all told Zhou Zhou that he was now the speaker of the human race and truly stood at the highest level of the human race. He was on par with the Yellow Emperor, Patriarch Lu, Bai He, and the Nirvana Buddha Lord. Zhou Zhou stroked his chin. Good God! He had just officially become a counselor yesterday and his butt was not even warm yet. Today, he was the speaker. Forget it, there was nothing to be conflicted about. It was a good thing after all. Your Excellency Bai He, what are the benefits of becoming the chairman? Zhou Zhou sent a message to Bai He curiously. Bai He, who was chatting with the Yellow Emperor and Patriarch Lu, smiled when he saw Zhou Zhou's question. Then, he showed the news to the Yellow Emperor and Bai He. Little Bai, since our 6th speaker is curious, tell him. This is the power he deserves. The Yellow Emperor smiled. Bai He nodded and sent a message to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou looked at the message sent by Bai He. Becoming the speaker of the human race has countless benefits for the human race. Let's not talk about the small benefits for now. I'll only talk about the biggest ones. At the same time, there are also benefits that you should be interested in. First, as the highest level speaker of the human race, each speaker has the power to command all the forces of the entire human race. As long as you see a human soldier, you have the right to order the other party to fight for you, even if the other party is a god spirit or even a high-tier deity-level god spirit. Second, as the speaker of the human race, you have the right to buy any resources below the god spirit level at half price. The speaker of the human race could also buy resources from the low-tier deity level to the high-tier deity level at a 30% discount. As for resources at the true god tier level, it depended on the true god tier speaker's own wishes. They could be exchanged for items, given to each other for free, or bought at full price or at a discount. The true god tier speaker could discuss it himself. Third, the true god tier speaker has the right to dismiss and establish the emperor of the human empire. If the true god tier speaker is interested, he can even become the king of the empire himself to enjoy himself. Fourth, he mentioned 7 or 8 benefits of becoming the speaker of the human race in a row, making Zhou Zhou's eyes turn red. There were actually so many benefits to becoming the speaker of the human race. Then he had to be a good speaker. At this moment, he sent another message. Some of these powers might conflict with the Supreme Agreement, so when you want to use these powers, it's best to try in advance. Let's talk about rights for now. Let's talk about obligations now. There is only one obligation after becoming the speaker. That is to do your best to protect the human race. We humans will not use too many requests to restrict the true God tier speaker because we believe that the true God tier speaker, who can be recognized by all the higher UPS of our human race, will definitely not let us humans down. The speaker must have a reason for doing whatever you do. When Zhou Zhou saw this, his heart suddenly felt heavy. He felt that the humans had sacrificed too much, but he also felt that doing this could indeed allow him to develop his Lord faction freely and fully. The existence that established these rights rules back then seemed to be very concerned about the speaker's own feelings. They were even willing to sacrifice some of the human race's interests to satisfy the speaker's needs. Under such circumstances, if the humans wanted to obtain benefits from the speaker, they could only rely on the speaker's self-awareness. If they encountered a vampire who only sucked blood without paying, the entire human race would probably suffer. However, Zhou Zhou was naturally not that kind of person. As a rich and imposing person, he disdained to take advantage of the human race in this aspect. After that, Zhou Zhou, he, and the others chatted about many human matters and agreed to hold a human summit meeting after he dealt with the matters at hand. More than an hour later, the entire battlefield was cleaned up. Zhou Zhou and the others did not stay any longer. All of them boarded the galaxy and returned to the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Chapter 878, Spectating. Just as Zhou Zhou and the others led their troops back to the Blazing Sun Kingdom, the lords and native factions who had been watching in the dark continued to transmit what happened here to the outside world. Towards this, Zhou Zhou did not make things difficult for them, nor did he force them to not spread the news. There were too many life forms and factions watching the battle. Zhou Zhou knew that he could not stop them. Since that was the case, then he would openly let the lords of the various races know. This way, with his reputation spreading, it would save some nameless thieves from daring to come and take advantage of him. As for powerful enemies, as long as the true God tier did not descend, Zhou Zhou was not afraid of them at all. It could be said that among the lords of all races, even if it was the true lord of the original spirit race, the great one lord of the chaos god race, the heaven-chasing lord of the Mu god race, or the lords of other high-level bloodline races, Zhou Zhou was no longer afraid. This was because he and the lords under him had developed too quickly. Especially after the appearance of a true god tier like him, he was even more unafraid of these top lord of all races who had once been terrifyingly powerful to him. Even if they joined forces and used all their trump cards to deal with him, Zhou Zhou would not be too worried that the other party would pose any threat to him. This was the super confidence brought about by super strength. In the current situation, they were the ones who should be afraid. Zhou Zhou's calm expression contained unparalleled confidence and domineeringness. It's time for me to make the top lord of all races fear me, Zhou Zhou muttered. Just as he had expected, after he killed Ixzel, a low-tier pseudo-true god tier, and won this unprecedented battle involving 10 billion soldiers and nearly 200 god spirits. All the lords and local factions fell silent. The Great One Lord, the Heaven-Chasing Lord, the Spiritual Venerable Lord, the Azura Lord, the Skeleton Lord, and the other top lord of all races looked at the domineering and dignified human figure in the video and felt an irresistible sense of despair. Even though they were all from top-notch bloodline races and had the foundation of countless races and civilizations behind them, their bloodlines made them innately several times better than other races. Fighting above their level was as simple as eating and drinking to them. The difficulty of becoming a god spirit was much lower than that of other low-level bloodline life forms. Even after becoming a god, their combat strength and future potential were stronger than gods of the same level. Frankly speaking, the difference between this bloodline was no longer just a small difference. But so what? The stalwart man in the video, even if he had nothing at the beginning and was only a human from a low-middle-class bloodline, had now left them far behind after a very short period of development. He could not even see their exhaust. While they were still feeling smug at the extraordinary tier, epic tier, and legendary tier levels, the other party actually already had the combat power of a true god tier. He already had countless god spirits under his command, and the number of soldiers was calculated in billions. This difference was more than ridiculous. It was as if a big shot from the later stages of the version had suddenly descended in a newbie town that had just opened. It was simply suppression of an entirely new dimension. Could he be the son of the Supreme Will? How else could he develop so quickly? He even has so many god spirit level subordinates. The lords of all races who came from top-notch bloodlines could not help but let their imaginations run wild. Definitely not all the god spirits under King of the Blazing Sun belong to him. But even so, the other party can call over so many god spirits to fight for him at the risk of their lives. This King of the Blazing Sun is also very impressive. I wonder what is the price he paid. The most terrifying thing is that the King of the Blazing Sun can actually defeat a true god and have the strength of a true god tier. Even if it's only temporary, it's still unimaginable. Let me tell you a joke. Our Water Essence clan's ancestor, Blue Ancestor, is a low-level true god tier god spirit. However, I feel that our ancestor might not be able to defeat the King of the Blazing Sun in that state just now because our ancestor doesn't have any true god tier divine artifacts. What's there to fight for? Just give the Lord of all races to the King of the Blazing Sun. Fortunately, I know my limits. Ever since I participated in the Lord of all races competition, I didn't think of fighting for the Lord of all races. If I also wanted to fight for the Lord of all races, I would have to enter seclusion for 100,000 years and not want to come out after seeing this scene. You can't say that. The Lord of all races competition hasn't ended yet. It's still not certain who the Lord of all races will fall into the hands of. From the looks of it, the King of the Blazing Sun only temporarily has the combat power of a semi-true god tier elementary grade. In front of the great races and civilizations behind those top lords of all races, it's actually nothing. In their race, there are many master god tiers, let alone true god tier. You're going to invite him. The Lord of the Blazing Sun must be stupid to provoke the race civilization behind the Lord of all races. With the supreme agreement protecting him, King of the Blazing Sun can play however he wants in this myriad race competition with his strength and Lord's faction. Who can stop him? The lords of the myriad races and the local lord factions began to discuss the topic of the King of the Blazing Sunday. Previously, King of the Blazing Sun had relied on his human background to reach the top of the faction points ranking of the lords of all races. It had only attracted the attention of the lords of all races and the civilization of the myriad races. They had decided to find an opportunity to get rid of him. After this battle, the threat that the King of the Blazing Sun posed to the civilization behind the lords of all races and the lords of the myriad races instantly rose to a tricky level. He had only descended to the high continent for a short period of time, but he already had the combat strength of a true god tier. What would happen if he continued to develop? All the lords and civilizations knew that they had to get rid of the Lord of the Blazing Sun. They immediately contacted the lords of their race to discuss how to deal with the King of the Blazing Sun together. Even though they could not bypass the supreme agreement, they could still do some small tricks that could help their lord at some price. At the same time, their gazes were also fixed on the human faction behind the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. There were countless races in the myriad worlds. As a high and mighty top-notch bloodline race, they did not have a deep impression of the human race in the past. They only vaguely remembered that there was a rather famous human, Pangu, who was suspected to have grasped a high-level divine artifact. Later on, the other party disappeared without a trace, and the high-level divine artifact also disappeared without a trace. They could not remember the human race even more. And now, their gazes landed on the humans again. The supreme agreement made them temporarily unable to kill the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. However, it was very easy for them to attack the entire human race since they were only a middle-grade race with a few true god tiers. They only needed to mobilize a portion of their strength to easily destroy it. Chapter 879, Commodity. The Blazing Sun Kingdom. As soon as Zhou Zhou returned, he asked Bai Yun to immediately bring the soldiers to Mugu to clean up today's Ranchland continent. He had arrived on the high continent for so long, but this was the first time he had cleaned up the monster ranch so late. Then, he went to the Gate of Summoning alone and summoned the 18,800 people today. Then, he looked at the professions of these subjects and found that there were no special professionals worth paying attention to. He chatted with them briefly and arranged for them to be assigned to the officials before leaving. Then, he rushed to the Lord's shop. "Old Zhou, what goods are you selling today?" Zhou Zhou asked directly. At this moment, Zhou Jinmin was sitting on the latest esports chair produced by the Blazing Sun Kingdom. He was wearing a virtual gaming helmet and swimming in the sea of games. He reluctantly came to the speechless Zhou Zhou when he heard the sound. "Old Zhou, men can't be addicted to games every day. Everything in moderation," Zhou Zhou said. "Your Majesty, not everyone is as ambitious as you every day. I'm just an old man guarding a shop. I sell goods every day and barely survive. I play games in my free time. What's wrong with that? I don't have a large group of subjects to manage. I can't be in a daze when I'm free, right? That will cause Alzheimer's," Zhou Jinmin said lazily. Zhou Zhou was speechless. He could not help but feel envious, but when he thought about everything he had now, he felt a little relieved. He had to pay the price for what he wanted, he did not regret his choice. As the two of them spoke, Zhou Jinmin had already taken out 3 golden boxes from the counter and placed them on the counter. Zhou Zhou opened them one by one and looked at them. The first golden box contained a sky blue heart. Zhou Zhou looked over and realized that it was the bloodline of the wind god dragon from the original New Wind Demon Kingdom. Bloodline name, Wind God Dragon Bloodline. Bloodline level, True God Tier Elementary Grade. Bloodline effect, the user can obtain an Epic Tier Advanced Grade Bloodline Golden Dragon Bloodline. After absorbing it, the user will gradually awaken some Golden Dragon race abilities during their growth after fusing with this bloodline. The second golden box contained a shrunken Epic Tier Advanced Grade weapon. Zhou Zhou took a look and realized that it was an Epic Tier shield of the Yellow Gold Tier God Attendant. He ignored it. The third box contained a Divine Spark fragment. Zhou Zhou looked over and realized that it was one of Wu Xin's skills. Imperial Dragon. Skill name, Imperial Dragon. Skill quality, Low Tier Deity Level Intermediate Grade. Skill description, creatures who have mastered the ability to control dragons can sign a contract with a dragon-type creature, allowing the master of the dragon to grow together with a dragon-type creature. Moreover, as long as the master of the dragon doesn't die, the dragon controlled won't die either. At the same time, the dragon who signed the contract will never betray the master of the dragon. This Imperial Dragon is interesting. Not only can we grow together, but we can also let the dragons who signed the contract avoid the death tribulation when the master of the tamed dragon is not dead. However, which dragon should I sign a contract with? Zhou Zhou began to think. This imperial dragon contract was very special. It was extremely beneficial to both sides. However, correspondingly, the imperial dragon master could only use the imperial dragon contract to contract one dragon in his life. Otherwise, even if you were the legendary master god tier, you would not be able to use the imperial dragon contract to contract a second dragon. Of course, he could also use other contract methods to contract the dragon race. For example, summoners, contractors, secret beast masters, spirit pet envoys. They all had various methods to contract pets. However, there were no benefits like the imperial dragon contract. The first thing that appeared in his mind was the light sacred dragon Injsal. As a legendary dragon, it was definitely qualified to be contracted by Zhou Zhou. However, after some thought, he gave up on this idea. He already had the bloodline of the light sacred dragon. Contracting the light sacred dragon might not necessarily bring him much improvement. If he should contract with a legendary dragon that he had never seen before, and it would be best if it was the strongest legendary dragon. Zhou Zhou suddenly thought of something and his gaze landed on the regal sacred Dao sword at his waist. In terms of the strongest legendary dragon, Ao Zun, the regal dragon who had given him the regal sage Dao sword, definitely had something to say. "Are you there, Your Excellency Ao Zun?" His eyes darted around as he tried to transmit his thoughts to the regal sage Dao sword. However, his thoughts were like stones sinking into the sea. He did not receive any response. Zhou Zhou looked a little disappointed. It seemed that Ao Zun's main body was not on the regal Saint Dao sword, so he could only wait. Zhou Zhou made up his mind to meet Ao Zun in the future. If he did not agree to become his contract partner, it would not be too late for him to find another legendary dragon contract. "How much are these 3 items worth?" Zhou Zhou asked. "True God tier elementary grade wind god dragon bloodline is worth 20,000 legendary tier mist cores. The epic tier intermediate grade mountain guardian shield is worth 50 epic tier mist cores. Low tier deity level intermediate grade dragon taming skill, worth 1000 legendary tier mist cores." Zhou Jinmin said. Zhou Zhou did not waste his breath when he heard this. He took out 21,000 legendary tier mist cores and bought all the wind god dragon bloodline and dragon taming skills. As for the intermediate grade epic tier mountain guardian shield, it was also bought by Zhou Zhou, who was a little obsessive compulsive. "Thank you for your support, boss." Zhou Jinmin chuckled and put away mist core. Then, he sat back on his esports chair, put on his virtual gaming helmet, and continued playing the game. Zhou Zhou shook his head. However, he did not say anything this time. He left with these 3 goods and returned to the advanced grade Lord's Paradise. Then, he entered a cultivation room and directly absorbed this true god tier elementary grade wind god dragon bloodline. Soon, a cool and free power was born in his heart and surged to various parts of his body. Lines of text slowly appeared. "You have absorbed 1 wind god dragon, true god tier elementary grade. Your chaos human bloodline has been unearthed with more potential. Your 6 senses have been slightly strengthened. You have awakened the true god tier elementary grade wind god dragon talent wind god blessing. You have awakened the true god tier elementary grade wind god dragon talent son of the wind god. You have awakened the true god tier elementary grade wind god dragon talent elementalization, wind. You have grasped the true god tier elementary grade wind god dragon law skill heavenly wind splitting god. You have grasped the true god tier elementary grade wind god dragon law skill wind source break. You have grasped the true god tier elementary grade wind god dragon law skill howling wind. You have grasped the wind god dragon race's common knowledge inheritance. You have grasped the secret inheritance of the wind god dragon race." Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Even though the fusion this time did not improve his low-tier deity level advanced grade bloodline further, he could feel that his chaos human bloodline was getting closer and closer to the mid-tier deity level elementary grade. Chapter 880, Ranking. Gaga's Insight Surrender. After Zhou Zhou finished absorbing the bloodline, he opened the Lord of All Races Faction Points Ranking. Lord of All Races Faction Points Ranking. First place, Human Lord of the Blazing Sun 1,899,000,000 Faction Points. Second place, Original Spirit Race True Lord 1,530,000,000 Faction Points. Third place, Shepherd's God Race Heaven Chasing Lord. 1,050,000,000 Faction Points. Fourth place, Chaos Gods Race Great One Lord 625,000,000 Faction Points. Fifth place, Spiritual Venerable Lord 510,000,000 Faction Points. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. The reason why his faction points could soar to nearly 1.9 billion was because today, he, his soldiers, and the god spirits had actually found 4 targets that the Eye of the Heavens Anger had identified among the allied forces of the Scarlet Army. After these targets were killed, he actually obtained a total of 630,000,000 faction points. He really did not expect this. It was also because of these 630,000,000 faction points that his faction points suddenly broke through to this level and continued to maintain the position of number 1. However, when he saw the faction points obtained by the lords of the original spirit race and the other races, his pupils constricted slightly before he gradually frowned. They actually obtained so many points? They actually didn't pull too far away from me. How did he do it? Zhou Zhou was very puzzled. With his current strength and number of experts, in addition to the Eye of the Heavens Anger, even if they were top-notch lords and had the foundation of countless races and civilizations, they should have been crushed by him in terms of obtaining faction points. Looking at it now, there was actually not much of a difference. Zhou Zhou remembered. The last time he reached the top, the true lord of the original spirit race only had 800,000,000 faction points. In just over a day, his faction points had actually increased by leaps and bounds to 1.53 trillion. He gained more than 700,000,000 faction points. How did he do that? There was also the Shepherd's God race, the Chaos Gods race, the Myriad Spirit race. The faction points of these top lords had also increased by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, they were all increasing by hundreds of millions a day. Zhou Zhou pondered for a moment and could not think of anything. Hence, he took out the Bodhi Supreme and asked this question. This question requires one ordinary question. Bodhi Supreme said lazily. Sure. Zhou Zhou agreed without hesitation. The number of times he could solve ordinary questions was not a problem for him, who had a large number of people of foreign races bloodline inheritance. Through the continuous installation of questions in his free time over the past few days, he had already solved 3 ordinary questions. As for the higher level of official explanations, after Zhou Zhou gave the Wisdom Demon Crown to the other party, there were still 2 more times. Zhou Zhou had yet to use them. When Bodhi Supreme saw that Zhou Zhou had agreed, he told him the reason why these high-level bloodline races could obtain so many faction points in such a short period of time. After Zhou Zhou heard this, his expression darkened. According to Bodhi Supreme, the True Lord, the Great One Lord, the Heaven-Chasing Lord, and the other lords at the top of the rankings all used the same method to increase their faction points when they saw that Zhou Zhou could actually surpass them and take first place. Points. And all they had to pay for it were some insignificant benefits, and that was to contact other lords of the same race and ask them to pass the faction quests that they were doing or had already done to him. Under such circumstances, they only needed to take over and do a small number of missions. They could complete several faction quests in a short period of time and obtain a large number of faction points. This was also why Zhou Zhou saw that the faction points of these top-notch lords were not much different from his own faction points. And all they had to pay for it were some insignificant benefits in their eyes. If you can't win, you'll get external help, right? And all at once. Zhou Zhou really had no temper towards their method of increasing his faction points. However, he soon realized that he could do the same. Moreover, he was now the sixth speaker of the human race and had the highest authority in the human race. Doing such a thing was much simpler than them. With an order, countless human factions would naturally run errands for him. And it wasn't just the humans. He could also look for people of foreign races who were close to the human race and purchase faction points missions from them to obtain a large number of faction points in a short period of time. At most, he would just pay more mist cores. In any case, he did not lack this. This method was much more convenient and efficient than personally obtaining faction points. It saved time and effort. You can raise this idea when the human race's supreme conference is held today. Zhou Zhou thought. After resting for a while, he sent someone to call over the spellcaster who had mastered Insight Surrender. This spellcaster's name was Gaga, and his strength was at the legendary tier advance grade. His race was the spirit of the yellow sky that had been transformed into a fog monster. His main profession was a yellow talisman Dao soldier, and his secondary profession was a spellcaster. It was about 3 to 4 meters tall and floated in midair. It was wearing a golden robe and had scarlet eyes. Its figure was a little like a spirit body, but in fact, its body structure was a flesh and blood spirit constitution formed by the fusion of a spirit body and a flesh and blood body. Yellow ancient talismans floated around it, engraved with mysterious talismans that emitted a faint nomological aura. Zhou Zhou looked at the talismans curiously. This should be the greatest inheritance of the civilization developed by the spirit of Yellow Heaven Yellow Talisman. At the same time, this yellow talisman was also the source of power for the Empire-level soldier type, the Yellow Talisman Dao soldier. It could allow Yellow Talisman Dao soldiers to use the nomological power that only God spirits could use in advance before becoming God spirits. Even though the power of the nomological laws could only increase their physical bodies, making their physical bodies extremely powerful and their close combat ability extremely strong. It was average in terms of long-range attacks. However, it was enough to make countless low-level bloodline races look up to it. "Greetings, Your Majesty," Gaga said respectfully. Smiling face was calm and composed. "From now on, you will temporarily be incorporated into the Blazing Sun Army. As the strategist of the Blazing Sun Army, you will carry out the work of a strategist. In the future, if you need to appear to recruit enemies, you can appear again." Zhou Zhou thought for a moment. There were no opposing forces that urgently needed him to incite surrender, so he said this. "Your Majesty, can I serve under you?" Gaga asked. "You probably won't have a chance to make a contribution if you stay by my side. Instead, it will bury your talent. Stay by the Blazing Sun Army's side. It's the Blazing Sun Kingdom's first legion. You will experience the most battles, obtain the most military merits, and be promoted the fastest. That's the stage for you to show off your skills." Zhou Zhou rejected outright. In the next few days, he was prepared to focus on comprehending the Lord's laws and strive to advance to the God Spirit realm as soon as possible. He did not plan to personally interfere in small-scale battles. He would leave them to Bai Yun and the others to handle. Under such circumstances, he naturally did not plan to bring Gaga along. Chapter 881, Insight Surrender and Bargaining Chips. "Yes, Your Majesty." Gaga agreed as usual, but felt a little regretful. As a smart strategist, it naturally knew that by following the king, it could rely on its ability to argue and scheme to gain the king's recognition the fastest. However, since the king didn't need him now, he could only use his ability to open the way. Fortunately, he was confident in his ability. There were also benefits even though this would be slower. It was safe and did not attract gossip. At the same time, Zhou Zhou also opened Gaga's attribute list. He took a rough look and realized that they were all strategists' common skills such as assessing the situation, inciting, encouragement, military planning, and policy coordination. There were also spellcaster-specific skills such as eloquence, sophistry, expression analysis, psychological estimation, and shouting to stop. He roughly read through it. After understanding Gaga's abilities, his gaze landed on the most important skill. Insight Surrender. Skill name, Insight Surrender. Skill quality, Special, Legendary Tier Advanced Grade. Skill description, a unique derivative ability bestowed by the Lord Talent, Insight Defection. Only spellcasters. Spellcaster, who had Insight Surrender, could be sent into the enemy camp by his Lord to carry out Insight Surrender. Created by this Lord Talent can master and use it. Spellcaster, who had Insight Surrender, could be sent into the enemy camp by his Lord to carry out Insight Surrender. During the Insight Surrender mission, Spellcaster had a 10% chance of making all the members of the enemy Lord's camp his loyal subordinates. Note 1. Currently, spellcasters can at most recruit lords below the legendary tier advance grade in the main territory. This ability will increase as spellcaster levels up. Note 2. After spellcaster uses Insight Surrender, he will be allowed to rest for up to 7 days a day. The exact cultivation time depends on spellcaster's mental endurance. Note 3. The Lord can increase spellcaster's Insight Surrender success rate by increasing the bargaining chips in his hands. Note 4. Insight Surrender is risky. You have to be careful when using it. After reading it, Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at Gaga. What's the bargaining chip to increase the success rate of Insight Surrender? He asked. Gaga smiled and explained. Your Majesty. The chips are divided into tangible and intangible. There are many tangible bargaining chips, such as valuable treasures, mist cores, divine weapons, beauties, rare materials. There are also many intangible bargaining chips. For example, whether our Lord's power is strong or not, how much official position we can give to the living beings who have been instigated by the Insight defection, or how much psychological pressure we can give to the other party. Simply put, if Your Majesty needs me to instigate the Insight defection, just tell me how many benefits you can give the other party within the scope of my authority. I will naturally act according to my ability. On the premise that I can win the other party over to our side, I will try my best to save the chips that our side will pay through my intelligence, eloquence, and professional ability. If I encounter some stupid enemies, I can even use my intelligence and eloquence to recruit the other party's troops and war resources without paying any price. I can make a deal of Insight Surrender without bargaining chip. I see. Zhou Zhou came to a realization. Isn't this a scam? I like it. Then what's the risk of Insight Surrender? Zhou Zhou asked, even though he already had a guess. In most cases, the Insight Surrender requires spellcaster to go alone. There may be accidents during this process. For example, if the Insight Surrender fails, it will bring about a fatal disaster. Another example is if we encounter difficult enemy subordinates during the Insight Surrender process. This is the risk that spellcaster and I might encounter during the process of using the Insight Surrender. But in this world, how can there be no risk in doing anything? You might even get sick from eating and drinking the most ordinary food. His Majesty is facing billions of enemies every day. The risk is billions of times greater than mine. So you don't have to worry about my safety, Your Majesty. You just need to get your subordinates to make the corresponding preparations when I undergo Insight Surrender. I only hope that there will be no worries. Leave the rest to me. Gaga said sincerely. Don't worry about that. This king will specially send a group of professionals to help you so that you won't have any worries. Zhou Zhou immediately said. Thank you, Your Majesty. Actually, if I can become a spellcaster under a powerful lord like Your Majesty, I'll naturally have a huge advantage when I carry out Insight Surrender in the future. It'll save me a lot of effort. I think the Insight Surrender process should be very smooth and effortless in the future. Gaga smiled. Zhou Zhou chuckled and chatted with Gaga for a while about the specific usage of Insight Surrender before Gaga took his leave. Not long after he left, Aaliyah came over and said that Bai Yun wanted to see him. When Zhou Zhou heard this, he asked the other party to meet him in the study. Your Majesty, these are the total gains after today's war, as well as the overall report on the improvement of our soldiers' strength. This is the corpse of all the Scarlet God spirits and legendary tier fog monsters. Bai Yun clicked on her personal terminal and projected the report in front of the two of them. Then, she handed a spatial ring to Zhou Zhou. When Zhou Zhou saw this virtual projection, he praised it in his heart. This was a new function that his personal terminal had just updated today. It could be said to be very practical. It had to be said that as his Machina race clone continued to send Wenya all kinds of new technological information from the Machina race's territory, the technology level of the Blazing Sun Kingdom was developing rapidly at every moment. He stopped thinking about it and looked at the general report. In the past 2 days, they had first eliminated the 1 billion fog monsters of the new Wind Demon Kingdom. Then, they had helped the Saha Empire eliminate about 900 million fog monsters. Then, they had fought with the allied forces of the Scarlet Army. After eliminating a total of 3.3 billion fog monsters, they had finally eliminated the 1 billion ranch monsters in the ranch plain. In total, they had killed a total of 6.2 billion fog monsters. If it was not someone who was personally involved, it was hard to imagine that this was the result of only 2 days. However, firstly, Zhou Zhou only used his advantages to crush the opponents in most situations. There would not be a situation where he could not win the battle for a long time. Secondly, with the Galaxy, a super spaceship that could travel quickly, chase, and bring its own super radar, it saved a lot of traveling time and time to chase after the enemy. Thirdly, the top combatants on Zhou Zhou's side could often kill the enemy's top combatants first, thus lowering the enemy's morale. Not long after the war began, the ordinary soldiers of the enemy lost the confidence to win. This was the prerequisite for a quick victory. Coupled with the abundance of war resources, the high individual combat quality of the soldiers, and the suppression of the combat strength of the god spirits, it resulted in the magnificent feat of Zhou Zhou's 4 billion soldiers destroying an army of more than 6 billion fog monsters in 2 days. Chapter 882, War Summary, 1. These enemies were enhanced by the titles of the King of Lutes and the Strongest Lord. They obtained a total of 87,900,000 legendary tier mist cores, 856,500,000 epic tier mist cores, more than 10.011 billion extraordinary tier mist cores, more than 14.26 billion diamond tier mist cores, more than 20.016 billion white platinum tier mist cores, more than 35.066 billion yellow gold tier mist cores, more than 88.033 billion white silver tier mist cores, and more than 165.05 billion green bronze tier mist cores. More than 800 billion skill books and 1.68 trillion equipment. The basic materials alone totaled about 30,000 trillion units. There were more than 210 million units of basic elemental gem resources. More than 60 million units of thunder element gems. More than 40 million units of life elemental gems. More than 50 million units of death elemental gems. 1,030,000,000 origin crystals. 17,706,520 green bronze tier lord talent crystal fragments. 12,500 holy spirit tier scarlet divine crystals. More than 80,000 intact dimensional cannons. More than 10,000 dimensional cannons with different degrees of damage. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the resources of the life elemental gems and the death elemental gems, and a look of joy appeared on his face. With so many life elemental gems and death elemental gems, I've finally fulfilled another condition for my territory to advance to the epic tier elementary grade. Now that I only have 36 extraordinary tier territory tokens left, I can upgrade my territory. He muttered to himself. There were only 36 extraordinary tier territories. With his current military strength, he could easily conquer 36 beginner Crimson Kingdom. Under normal circumstances, a beginner kingdom would at most have 2 to 3 million troops. The 36 beginner kingdoms would only have 60 to 70 million troops. At most, they would have less than 100 million troops. Even if these kingdoms had God Spirit level trump cards, they should only be low-tier and mid-tier deity level treasures. To the God Spirits of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, they were naturally not a threat. Zhou Zhou could easily deal with an enemy of this level. Then, he looked at the improvement of the army and soldiers. After 2 consecutive days of war, the level of the 4 armies under him had already increased greatly. Among them, the Kingdom Army of the Blazing Sun Army had jumped to the epic tier. Even though the Monster Army and the Dragon God Army could not compare to the Blazing Sun Army, they had reached the level of the Extraordinary Tier Kingdom Army. As an army that gathered intelligence, the Heavenly Map Army had the smallest increase in level, but it had also reached the Diamond Tier level. The greatest benefit of leveling up the army was that the effect of the army's buff and braveness had increased greatly. The Blazing Sun Army's epic tier braveness could increase the soldiers' overall strength by 80% in battle. The extraordinary tier braveness and diamond tier braveness of the other 3 legions increased their strength by 70% and 60%. This kind of improvement was shocking even for the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Then, he looked at the list of troops behind him. Just by relying on the inside defection, Zhou Zhou had instigated a total of 236,544,581 fog monster soldiers. In addition to the 20% inside defection troops handed over to him by the Lord members of the Star Alliance, there were a total of 297,127,976 fog monster soldiers, as well as the 1.2 billion Violent Storm Spirit Class Change Certificate and 1.2 billion Yellow Gold Tier God Attendant Class Change Certificate that Bai Yun had just obtained from the Wrenchland Plain. She had summoned 1.2 billion Violent Storm Spirit recruits and 1.2 billion Yellow Gold Tier God Attendant recruits through the Gate of Summoning. The total number of soldiers under his command had already reached 7,285,764,124. Including the Star Alliance's current total military strength of more than 1.721 billion, Zhou Zhou's total military strength had already reached a terrifying 9 billion. Among the troops under his command, excluding the Star Alliance, there were 2,424,059,965 Black Iron Tier soldiers, 21,678,836 Green Bronze Tier soldiers, 1,728,239,680 White Silver Tier soldiers, 1,390,200,680 Yellow Gold Tier soldiers, 1,055,626,800 White Platinum Tier soldiers, 453 million Diamond soldiers, 158,598,290 Extraordinary Tier soldiers, 54 million Epic Tier soldiers and 361,762 Legendary Tier soldiers. As for the God Spirits under him, after today's battle, their strength had also increased astonishingly. Among them, Hera's strength had advanced to the high-tier deity level advanced grade. Ziwu had advanced to the mid-tier deity level intermediate grade. Guoqiao, Qi Xiantian, and Yuan Kong had advanced to mid-tier deity level elementary grade. Vicky, Bai Yun, Wu Xian, Feng Luo, Suan, and Luo Sheng had all advanced to the low-tier deity level intermediate grade. Even the strength of the 4 Scarlet God Spirits had increased by a small level. And to Zhou Zhou's surprise and satisfaction, after today's battle, the Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction Nazario, the Dragon King of War and Strength Jilong, and the original Spirit Race Ansel had all broken through to the low-tier deity level elementary grade. This brought the total number of God Spirits under his command to 18. If the God Spirits outside knew about this improvement, their jaws would probably drop. However, he knew what he was doing. The reason why Blazing Sun Kingdom was able to have so many God Spirits advance at the same time was of course thanks to the legendary tier Lord Talent blessing of the War God. But more importantly, The god spirits under Zhou Zhou had more or less used the divine spark fragment provided by the King of Lutes, and even the Book of the God Spirit. These god-tier treasures that could increase their nomological comprehension, after they were used by them, they turned into their own nomological comprehension, saving them a lot of time to comprehend the nomological laws. On this foundation, there was also the help of the huge difference in the time flow of the reincarnation sacred palace. There were also various treasures that assisted in comprehending the laws. Under such circumstances, their own law comprehension and promotion energy had both met the requirements for advancement. Then, their advancement would come naturally. Zhou Zhou was also very satisfied with this result. Fortunately, he had given away all the experience packs. Otherwise, if he killed randomly, he would feel good, but he would probably not be able to see such a wondrous scene of god spirits advancing one after another. Then, Zhou Zhou looked at the consumption of energy in this battle. The first was the consumption of faith divine crystals. After this battle, the number of Blazing Sun Kingdom soldiers sacrificed exceeded a quarter of the total number of soldiers. In order to revive these soldiers, the clergymen had used more than half of the faith divine crystals they had previously stored. Among the god spirits on their side, 22 had also fallen. Among the 22 god spirits, there were 8 low-tier deity-level elementary grade god spirits, 4 low-tier deity-level intermediate grade god spirits, 3 low-tier deity-level advanced grade god spirits, 3 mid-tier deity-level intermediate grade god spirits, and 4 mid-tier deity-level advanced grade god spirits. This was the result of Zhou Zhou using the demonic abyss spiderweb and infinite teleportation to control the entire battlefield and try his best to protect his god spirits from dying. Otherwise, if he did not protect the god spirits on his side and only let the god spirits on his side face the scarlet god spirits who had fallen into a state of madness in a desperate situation alone, the losses of the god spirits in this battle would at least increase by 3 to 4 times. Chapter 883, War Summary, 2. In order to revive these 22 god spirits, Zhou Zhou needed to invest 6,080 Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystals. For the sake of these Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystals, Zhou Zhou had to spend all the savings he had accumulated previously. Fortunately, after this battle, he directly obtained 12,500 Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystals. The god spirits who had died in battle were revived after all. He could still have 8,000 or 9,000 left as reserves. And in order to resurrect the fallen gods, the cardinal-level clergymen in the shelter of the Goddess of Life were so tired that they were about to faint. But even so, they probably wouldn't be able to revive for a while. The consumption of the Great Resurrection spell was too terrifying, and it was very difficult to use it frequently. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he thought for a moment and decided to go over later. After all, he also had the Great Resurrection spell. He could also contribute to this and let those gods who had sacrificed themselves for this battle revive as soon as possible. However, there was no hurry for now. Zhou Zhou continued to look at the war consumption list in front of him. Other than the cost of faith divine crystals, there was also the cost of various equipment, mist core, potions, war machines, and materials. In total, it was worth hundreds of millions of legendary tier mist cores. War was indeed a competition of finances. Zhou Zhou sighed with emotion after reading the list of losses. In the past, he didn't care about small fights. After experiencing a huge battle today, he realized that he had not earned enough. In order to cope with more war expenses in the future, he had to constantly earn mist cores and divine crystals. In addition to the above expenses, Zhou Zhou had also fulfilled his previous promise to the divine spirits. According to the results of their respective battles, he gave them all the divine artifacts they deserved. However, even so, they had only given out more than 300 low-level divine artifacts. To Zhou Zhou, it was not worth mentioning. Then, he looked at the spatial ring in his hand and entered it with his consciousness. In the huge spatial ring, there were a total of 201,366 legendary tier fog monsters and the corpses of 106 scarlet god spirits. When Zhou Zhou saw this, his breathing could not help but become heavier. Most of the legendary tier and above treasures on these enemies could directly become 3 god spirit level treasures under his King of Loots. After he extracted all these treasures, the total number of god tier treasures he had would increase by at least 100 times. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou no longer hesitated. He directly used his will to extract their spoils of war from his spatial ring. At this moment, Zhou Zhou discovered another benefit of his will like Light Realm. That was, he could easily rely on his will to extract a large number of corpses at once. Otherwise, if it was in the past, he could at most extract the spoils of war from hundreds of corpses at once. Unlike now, where 30,000 to 40,000 corpses collapsed into countless loots with a thought. In less than a minute, the 200,000 corpses were all extracted. It was extremely convenient and fast. Zhou Zhou immediately looked over. In the spatial ring at this moment, there was a dense amount of god-tier resources. Among them, were more than 35 million divine crystals from low-tier to high-tier deity level. There were also more than 3,000 true god-tier elementary grade divine crystals evolved from high-tier deity level advanced grade divine crystals. In addition, there were more than 3.6 million divine artifacts that ranged from low-tier to high-tier deity level. There was also a total of about 5 million divine spark fragments, god-tier medicinal herbs, god-tier ingredients, god-tier ores, god-tier blueprints, and other treasures. After Zhou Zhou finished reading, there was only one thought left in his mind. This was too crazy. Even an elementary Divine Kingdom Lord faction would probably not have as many divine artifacts as him, right? At this moment, Zhou Zhou even wanted to use these resources to challenge the Divine Kingdom's Lord faction. However, after a while, Zhou Zhou calmed down. The greatest reliance of a Divine Kingdom Lord was naturally those true god-tier existences who had lived for countless years. He had only obtained a batch of low-level divine artifacts, yet he wanted to use them to subvert the forces of the Divine Kingdom's lords. Wasn't this a little too whimsical? He should just focus on developing himself. Don't do things that are beyond your ability, or you will only invite disaster. Then, he looked at the war report again. His gaze fell on the 8,050 billion skill books and 1.68 billion equipment. With so many war resources, I only have 70 soldiers under me now. I definitely can't digest them. With so many war resources, I only have 70 soldiers under me now. I definitely can't digest them. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Then, he divided these equipment and skill books into 2 categories. The first was rare fine-grade skill books and fine-grade equipment. Zhou Zhou had a total of 200 billion items left and threw them into the military merit exchange system for the soldiers and god spirits to exchange for. The second type were non-fine grade skill books and non-fine grade equipment. For these less precious and important resources of war, Zhou Zhou opened the marketplace and threw in 100 billion pieces of equipment and 100 billion skill books. In the end, he realized that the 2 billion copies of the King of Yellow Gold class change certificate, 2 billion copies of the Violent Storm Spirit class change certificate, 100 billion copies of various skill books, and 100 billion pieces of various equipment that he had thrown into the Lord's shop had already been sold. The result of the transaction also surprised him. Trade result, about 1,060 million legendary tier mist cores. There were more than 1 billion legendary tier mist cores. Good God! There were more than 1 billion legendary tier mist cores. Zhou Zhou looked at the results of his big brother's transaction and suddenly felt. Don't stop. I can still fight. Let the allied forces of the Scarlet Legion come on more fiercely. I want to fight 10 more times. After a long time, he finally calmed down his warlike mood. Then, he opened the World Channel and looked at it for a while. He even spoke on the World Channel, asking the lords of Cerulean Planet how much they accepted this batch of goods. Most of the lords' replies were surprisingly the same. That was to make this kind of war commodity more violent. But even so, Zhou Zhou could tell that everyone was no longer as enthusiastic about war resources like equipment, skill books, and class advancement books. Zhou Zhou estimated that if he were to sell equipment and skill books worth 200 to 300 billion, the market for the Lords of Cerulean Planet would probably be saturated. As for the soldier type class change certificate, this thing would probably be saturated if it was sold for another 20 to 30 billion. There were only 2 to 3 billion human lords left on the Cerulean Planet after experiencing the calamity of the myriad races for the past 9 days after all. This was also because Zhou Zhou controlled a large number of top-notch human lords on the Cerulean Planet and ordered them to gather and protect the other human lords on the Cerulean Planet. In addition, he kept selling top-notch war goods to the marketplace, indirectly increasing the strength of the human lords on the Cerulean Planet. Otherwise, this number would only be lower. Chapter 884, Empire-level soldier type Yellow Talisman Dao soldier joining the Monster Ranch. The 5 human empires were the most obvious examples. Even an Empire-level lord faction like them, which had a true god-tier god spirit, found it rather difficult to withstand the fearless attacks of billions of Scarlet Army soldiers. Not to mention the Lord of Cerulean Planet, who had just developed on the High Continent and did not even have a god spirit. According to the Yellow Emperor, Patriarch Lu, and White River. At this point, there were already a large number of weaker bloodline races and even more lords of the myriad races who were destroyed in this terrifying calamity. On the surface, the King of 10,000 Kings event this time was to ask the lords of all races to help the local lords repel the attack of the Scarlet Forces. But in reality, the number of deaths of the lords in charge of assisting them was much more than that of the local lords. They were too weak and had not accumulated any foundation after all. If they were implicated, they would suffer heavy casualties. After this event, the number of Lord of all races will probably decrease by half. But on the contrary, I'm afraid none of the Lord of all races who survived this King of 10,000 Kings event are simple. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. No matter how the outside environment changed, focusing on developing and expanding his lord power would always be the right choice. After that, Zhou Zhou and Bai Yi chatted for a while. Then, Zhou Zhou asked, has Mugu already started nurturing new soldier types? After the mist monster designated by His Majesty was sent to the Ranchland Plain, Lord Mugu officially began cultivating it. Bai Yun said respectfully. Let's go take a look. When Zhou Zhou heard this, he stood up and went to look for Mugu with Bai Yi. A moment later. Ranchland Plain. Zhou Zhou looked at this world that was completely different from the previous Ranchland continent. Firstly, the Ranchland continent was still there, but it was 4 to 5 times larger than before. Next, there were also a few small continents around this Ranchland continent. Even though these continents were small and there were not many of them, there were only 4 to 5 small continents in total. However, it already vaguely had the concept of a planar galaxy. Finally, Zhou Zhou could clearly feel that in this Ranchland plain, there was a plane consciousness. It should have just been born. Its consciousness was still very young and blurry, but it could already help Mugu manage the laws of this small plane. Zhou Zhou nodded. If Mugu's Ranchland continent continued to develop like this, it was indeed very possible for it to become a small world, middle world, or even a boundless universe. Mugu, how's the arrangement of the new soldier type? Zhou Zhou asked Mugu, who was waiting respectfully beside him. Your Majesty. The new soldier type, the Yellow Talisman Dao soldier, has been replaced with the Yellow Gold Tier God Attendants according to Your Majesty's request. It has been nurtured in the monster ranches, leaving only some Yellow Gold Tier God Attendant fog monsters to be reared as backup ranch monsters. When dawn comes, the first batch of Yellow Talisman Dao soldiers can be nurtured. Currently, among the 1,000 monster ranches under my management, a total of 600 monster ranches are nurturing Empire-level soldier types Yellow Talisman Dao soldiers. 200 monster ranches are nurturing Kingdom-level soldier types Violent Storm Spirit. The remaining 200 monster ranches are still nurturing mechanical fear falcons, iron-eating bears, and withered trees. Mu Gu said respectfully. Bring me there. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly and said. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. Mu Gu said respectfully and turned to look at the road ahead. In the next second, countless fantastical scenes seemed to flash in his eyes, as if they reflected the countless locations and scenes in this ranchland plain. Immediately after, Zhou Zhou and Bai Yi realized that the surrounding space had suddenly changed. Then, the two of them realized that they had already arrived in front of the door of a monster ranch. Bai Yun clicked her tongue in wonder. The spatial conversion was so natural. Was this the Lord of the Plain? Zhou Zhou was not surprised. The three of them walked into the monster ranch. Soon, they saw that inside the monster ranch, balls of scarlet fog were condensing and forming. Then, yellow talisman Dao soldiers were born. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on a yellow talisman Dao soldier. Even though this yellow talisman Dao soldier had just been born, its strength was also at the yellow gold tier elementary grade. However, even with this strength, it was considered the lowest in this monster ranch. Zhou Zhou could not even see the white silver tier and white silver tier ranch monsters at a glance. It could be seen that the current monster ranch was indeed much stronger than the monster ranch at the beginning. A text notification appeared. Monster name, Yellow Talisman Dao Soldier. Strength level, Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade. Monster description, the Yellow Talisman Dao Soldier comes from the Yellow Heaven Spirit Race Civilization. It is a famous Empire-level soldier type. Empire-level soldier types that had been changed by the spirit of the Yellow Heaven were born with extremely high comprehension and were especially good at comprehending the power of laws. As a result, it was easier for them to advance to God spirits. Yellow Talisman Dao soldiers were good at using the power of yellow talismans. They could allow themselves to obtain and use various nomological powers in advance before becoming a God spirit. Their battle characteristics are that they are strong in close combat and have strong bodies. Although they are not good at other aspects, their battlefield performance is enough to be ranked among the top among the many Empire-level close combat soldier types. Loot's drop rate, 20 yellow gold tier mist cores, drop rate, 100%, 20 origin crystals, drop rate, 100%, 1 yellow gold tier elementary grade equipment Yellow Talisman Dao Technique Heavenly Spirit Body, drop rate, 30%, 1 yellow gold tier elementary grade skill book Heavenly Spirit Protection Talisman, drop rate, 20%, 1 yellow gold tier elementary grade skill book Heavenly Spirit Talisman 100 miles wind talisman, drop rate, 20%, 1 yellow gold tier elementary grade skill book Heavenly Spirit Consolidation Talisman, Yellow Spirit Talisman, 10%. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. When the sun rose, his soldiers could have a new Empire-level soldier type Yellow Talisman Dao soldiers. This was the first Empire-level soldier type that could be nurtured in large quantities in his territory. As an Empire-level soldier type that specialized in close combat, it could definitely replace the Golden God Attendant that specialized in close combat. This was also why Zhou Zhou allowed Mu Gu to use the Yellow Talisman Dao Soldier to replace the Yellow Gold Tier God Attendant. He even planned to change all the Yellow Gold Tier God Attendants in the King of the Blazing Sun's country to Yellow Talisman Dao Soldiers after the class change certificate of the Yellow Talisman Dao Soldier was released, maximizing the strength of his soldiers. Let your plane consciousness of the ranchland plane nurture the ranch monsters on its own today. Come with me. Let's go to the shelter of the Goddess of Life first. Then, we'll hold a celebratory feast with the other immortals and our people who came to help. Although you didn't appear today, you contributed greatly to the victory. Zhou Zhou smiled. Without the ranch monsters nurtured by Mu Gu, even if he had a divine skill like insight defection, he could not have so many soldiers in such a short period of time after coming to the High Continent. All the generals and god spirits, including Zhou Zhou, understood that Mu Gu, who was usually silent, was actually the one who had contributed greatly. He was just unwilling to fight for credit and show off. Chapter 885, Using the Great Resurrection Spell. The Power of the Lord Talent. Mu Gu subconsciously wanted to decline. He didn't like environments where there were too many people. On the contrary, he liked to come into contact with the fog monsters in the monster ranch. He felt free and relaxed around the fog monsters. However, when he saw Zhou Zhou's serious expression, he smiled bitterly. He ultimately did not reject His Majesty's goodwill and nodded. "Yes, my lord." Zhou Zhou laughed and left the ranchland plain with Mu Gu and Bai Yi. Then, he went to the shelter of the Goddess of Life. At this moment, the faces of the cardinal level higher UPS in the shelter were a little pale because they had participated in the resurrection of the immortals. When Zhou Zhou saw this scene, he immediately took out some god-tier tonics and distributed them to them. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Carol Moley and the other clergymen said respectfully in unison. Then, they immediately took tonics to recover. After a while, their expressions returned to normal, and the divine power in their bodies returned to their peak state. However, the fatigue in their eyes did not dissipate. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou understood that Carol Moley and the other clerics who had mastered the Great Resurrection spell probably wouldn't be able to use it for the time being. "How many immortals have yet to revive?" Zhou Zhou asked. "Your Majesty, there's still one low-tier deity-level intermediate grade god spirit and two mid-tier deity-level intermediate grade god spirits that haven't been revived." Even though Carol Moley's face was pale, she didn't take her physical condition seriously. "I can revive them one day later when I recover. You don't have to wait a day." Zhou Zhou shook his head and said, "Leave the rest of the God Spirit resurrection to me." Carol Moley and the other cardinals were stunned. "Leave the rest to His Majesty?" His Majesty actually knew the Great Resurrection spell too? However, the Great Resurrection spell, as a divine art, could only be mastered and used by someone with extremely high faith in the Goddess of Life. The Great Resurrection spell requires extremely high faith in Her Majesty the Goddess to master and use it. "Your Majesty, you..." Carol Moley hesitated. Even though he could tell that the relationship between His Majesty and the Goddess of Life was all right, it was a little ridiculous when it came to faith. "When would I make jokes?" Zhou Zhou smiled. Just as Carol Moley thought, Zhou Zhou did not have much faith in the Goddess of Life, but he could also sense that the Great Resurrection spell ability he had obtained from the Lord's shop could indeed be used directly. Not only that, but he could also feel that if his chaotic sacred power was raised to the level infinitely close to the true God tier, it could also allow this ordinary cardinal level Great Resurrection spell that could only revive non-God spirits to revive God spirits. This was also the reason why he dared to revive the death immortal God. "Your Majesty, please." Carol Moley nodded and led Zhou Zhou to the statue of the Goddess of Life. In front of the statue, there was a large bed that was emitting a faint jade-green light. A mid-tier deity-level god corpse of a young human was lying there lifelessly. Zhou Zhou could not help but be amused when he saw the corpse. An acquaintance. Wasn't this Neza who had urged Yang Jian and Sun Wukong to fight? He still had a deep impression of this mischievous young man who wanted to see the world in chaos. He suddenly recalled that before he came, Sun Wukong and Yang Jian looked distracted. It turned out that they were worried about his little brother. Zhou Zhou did not say anything. He first took out 500 Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystals and placed them in front of him. Then, he used King to enter the level of a high-tier deity-level advanced grade God spirit that was infinitely close to the true God tier. Then, he chanted the divine art incantation of the Great Resurrection spell in a low voice. The next second, he saw these 500 Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystals emitting a holy white light. These white lights gathered together and gathered in one direction, as if they were calling out to an extremely distant existence. Immediately after, Zhou Zhou felt that the chaotic sacred power in his body seemed to sense the need for the Great Resurrection spell and immediately began to change automatically. In less than a blink of an eye, he discovered that about 10% of the chaotic sacred power in his body had turned into pure and flawless law of life divine power that was rich in life force. Zhou Zhou even felt that the divine power of life in his body transformed from the chaotic sacred power was much stronger and purer than the divine power of life in Carol Molly's body. At the same time, Carol Molly and the others next to Zhou Zhou were also staring at him in shock. At this moment, as Zhou Zhou recited the incantation of the divine art, a layer of extremely dense, pure, and gentle light of life appeared around him. Under the illumination of this light of life, these god spirits of the law of life even vaguely comprehended the path ahead of the law of life. Upon realizing this, they looked at Zhou Zhou with shock, awe, and a hint of fanaticism and yearning. At this moment, in their eyes, Zhou Zhou was like the goddess of life descending upon the supreme continent. It was as if he was the embodiment of the law of life. Zhou Zhou was also stunned. He now felt that the mysteries of the laws of life behind the great resurrection spell were actually revealed in front of him without any concealment, as if it wanted to tell him all its secrets. So the chaotic sacred power actually had such a use? After Zhou Zhou reacted, he felt that it was a pity. This was because he only had one commanding Lord Law skill, King. Otherwise, if he mastered a God Spirit level ruling Lord Law skill, it would definitely be faster and simpler for him to comprehend higher level Lord Law skills. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He continued to use the Great Resurrection spell. Soon, he felt an incomparably majestic will descend into his body from an unknown place. Carol Molly, it seems that you are very busy today. Hey! A gentle voice sounded, then turned into a surprised and confused voice. Lord of the Blazing Sun? Why is it you? Didn't your holiness allow me to use the Great Resurrection spell? Zhou Zhou was also at a loss. He thought that he could still use the Great Resurrection spell without having faith in the goddess of life. Apart from the chaotic sacred power, it was also because the goddess of life thought highly of him and allowed him to use the Great Resurrection spell. It turned out that His Holiness didn't know either, so what's going on? Zhou Zhou and the goddess of life fell silent. Then, they suddenly thought of a possibility. Lord's Law. The goddess of life said faintly, no wonder it could deceive my perception, making me not know what life form used the Great Resurrection spell. I saw that the source of faith was your Blazing Sun Kingdom, so I thought that Carol Molly was the one who used the Great Resurrection spell at this level, so I sent a divine power clone to help us use the Great Resurrection spell. I didn't expect it to be like this. The goddess of life whispered. He looked at Zhou Zhou with a strange gaze. Chapter 886, The Pros and Cons of Faith in the God Spirit. Zhou Zhou did not dare to speak. At this moment, he was also a little speechless. He did not expect that the root cause was actually the Lord's Law. Was this the supreme rule of a Lord? You had to obediently come over and help me cast faith-type divine arts like the Great Resurrection spell even if you were one of the 10 Master God-tier God spirits under the influence of the Lord's laws? Rule and control. The characteristics of these two Lord's laws were vividly displayed at this moment. At this moment, Zhou Zhou had a deeper understanding of the Lord's laws. At this moment, he suddenly saw the goddess of life looking at him with a smile. The goddess's smile that existed in mythical tier legends appeared in front of Zhou Zhou and company. Even Bai Yun, Carol Molly, and the other women beside him were stunned. Even though Zhou Zhou was not affected, he was secretly shocked when he saw this scene. Such an existence who had grasped the complete laws was indeed terrifying. Every move he made thousands of life forms bow down to him. In front of the smile of the goddess of life, even a true god tier would probably be stunned for a few seconds. Lord of the Blazing Sunday. The goddess of life chuckled. I haven't seen you for a few days, but your comprehension of Lord's Law has already reached such a level. In the future, it won't be difficult for me to become a God Spirit with the Lord's Law, right? Are you ready to advance to become a God Spirit? Are you prepared to use your subject territory as the foundation of your faith? Or are you going to advance to become a Lord Law type God Spirit in another way? I'm getting ready. As for the foundation of faith, as the Lord of all races, I definitely have to use my subjects and territory as the foundation of faith. Zhou Zhou said. The Lord's law had the dual characteristics of a law path God spirit and a God spirit who believed in the law path. Coupled with the power of the Lord's law itself, once one became a God, they would be the strongest God spirit of the same level. Needless to say, Zhou Zhou had been working hard to comprehend the extraordinary tier Lord law skill, King. As for the path of faith, there were two conditions, which were the believer and believer territories mentioned by the goddess of life. The former was related to faith, while the latter was extremely useful for the stability and development of faith. Most importantly, when a life form became a god, they needed to establish a divine kingdom immediately. The foundation of a divine kingdom in reality was actually the territory of the believers. The stronger the believer's territory was, the stronger the divine kingdom would be. If the believer's territory was invaded by the enemy, the divine kingdom would also become weaker. This was also the reason why many God spirits who walked the path of laws looked down on God spirits who walked the path of faith. His most important foundation to become a god was not in his hands, but in his immobile territory and weak subjects. This was too unstable. Once he provoked a powerful enemy, the gods who walked the path of faith would not even be able to escape. However, misfortune came with blessings. Even though the God spirits who believed in the path had such flaws, this path also had many merits that the gods who believed in the path of laws envied. Firstly, it could become a god without looking at the aptitude of the person who became a god. As long as one had enough faith, they could become a god. Secondly, it was very easy for gods who believed in the path to comprehend their own faith-type law skills. Moreover, it was very simple to increase the level of their gods in the future. They only needed to continuously expand their faith. Thirdly, because the God spirits who believed in the Dao path had the protection of their believers and their own law skills, their combat strength and ability to protect themselves were often stronger than the God spirits who believed in the Dao path. Therefore, very few law God spirits of the same level dared to provoke the God spirits who believed in them. Fourthly, according to some ancient records, if a God spirit wanted to reach a higher level of the God spirit realm, they had to borrow the power of faith. Some God spirits believed in this advantage. Some God spirits were skeptical. Some God spirits disdainfully believed that these were just God spirits who walked the path of faith and shamelessly touched gold on their faces. However, Zhou Zhou, who had many bloodline inheritances, knew that this was true. The most powerful piece of evidence was, each of the 10 master god tiers had their own faith subject and faith territory. Take Tritus, the goddess of life, for example. As the goddess who controlled the law of life, all living beings within the range of his faith could be considered his believers. Even if this life form did not think that he had faith in the goddess of life, as long as he had life, he would tacitly acknowledge that he had the lowest level of faith. That was because no life form would not cherish their lives. Even those who wanted to commit suicide were equally important in their hearts. There was a saying in the myriad worlds. God spirits doted on all living beings. Other God spirits might not be the same. However, the goddess of life would definitely love all living beings. This was because all living beings were truly his believers. The goddess of life would naturally cherish and love them. If not for the fact that the concept of life encompassed too many concepts and God spirits that were derived from countless related concepts, such as fertility, medical treatment, reproduction, breeding, and even disease, suffering, gender, and war, these conceptual God spirits that did not seem to be related to the concept of life, they would have divided up most of the beliefs of the goddess of life. The goddess of life could easily break through the master god tier bottleneck and become a god among God's supreme god realm with the vast amount of faith from countless life forms. And it was precisely because of these prerequisites and advantages of believing in the God spirit. Therefore, an extraordinary tier profession like the Lord, who was born to lead the people, believers, and territories, believers' territory, had been known as the most suitable extraordinary tier profession to follow the path of the God Spirit since the appearance of the God Spirit. The girl smiled when she heard Zhou Zhou's words. Then, he didn't say anything else. After taking away the 500 Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystals, he helped Zhou Zhou use the Great Resurrection spell to revive Neza. When Neza woke up, he looked a little lost at first. Then, he reacted. After knowing that he had been revived, he immediately jumped up in joy. However, in the next second, he was pressed down by a strong hand. At the same time, a voice sounded in his ear. "Don't do anything rude. The goddess of life is here." Zhou Zhou sent a voice transmission. Neza's young face stiffened. He turned his head and indeed saw the goddess of life's amiable, mysterious, and dignified face. "Neza greets the saint." Neza said respectfully. Tritus, the goddess of life, smiled and nodded. He naturally knew that the name saint meant master god tier in the cultivation civilization of the Qi practitioners. After he helped Zhou Zhou revive another low-tier deity-level intermediate-grade god spirit and a mid-tier deity-level intermediate-grade god spirit, Zhou Zhou left with 1050 Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystals. After Zhou Zhou and the others sent this goddess off respectfully, Neza and the other two immortals looked at each other. Then, they turned around and bowed to Zhou Zhou. "Thank you, King of the Blazing Sun, for saving my life. The three of you are too polite." This was originally agreed upon with everyone before the battle began. It's not considered a favor. Zhou Zhou waved his hand. Then, he took out 3 spatial rings and handed them to Neza and the others. He said, "These are your rewards for last night's battle, including the rewards for killing enemies and dying in battle. The 3 of you can take a look." Chapter 887, Celebration Party. When Neza and the others heard this, they immediately looked over expectantly. Then, they held their breaths because of the few immortal artifacts and divine artifacts inside. Their eyes lit up and their faces turned red, excited. This was a divine artifact that truly belonged to them. "From now on, Neza, I also have a full set of celestial artifacts." Ha ha ha. Neza was very happy and decided to fight his father, who did not love him, after returning to the palace. Zhou Zhou smiled when he saw this. Then, he told them about the upcoming celebratory feast. Hearing this, the 3 immortal gods immediately decided to participate in the celebration banquet with Zhou Zhou and the others. Zhou Zhou and the others naturally had no objections. Then, they went to look for Zhang Fugui together. Even Zhou Jinmin, who was immersed in the virtual world and playing games, was pulled out by Zhou Zhou with a bitter expression. In the end, they participated in the celebratory feast together. This celebratory banquet was held in the internal space of the 18 galaxy spaceships. The banquet was held for all the Blazing Sun Kingdom subjects who had participated in and contributed to the war. With such a large banquet area, Zhou Zhou only found out after the celebration banquet began that the banquet had invited nearly 10 billion living beings, including soldiers, generals, lifestyle professionals, god spirits, and so on. If not for the fact that the internal world of the galaxy could accommodate 1 billion soldiers, 18 galaxy spaceships would be more than enough to hold this celebratory feast. He would probably have to treat someone to a meal on the ground. Wenya also told Zhou Zhou that it would probably cost nearly 1 million legendary tier mist cores to hold such a huge and luxurious banquet, even if it was just once. Zhou Zhou did not care about this at all. He even asked Wenya to do her best. He was able to be so willful as someone who had just earned 1 billion legendary tier mist cores. At the banquet, a group of human immortals and immortals of the people of foreign races were watching the immortal banquet in front of them with their mouths agape. Among them, the 9 Cauldron Immortal, a Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm Immortal, who had always been known as a glutton, looked at the rare divine quality dishes in front of him with bright eyes and began to order them. This dish is lustrous and overflowing with a purple aura. It's mainly made of the heavenly dream purple fish. I think it should be a Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm dish heavenly dream purple chi fish soup. It's said that even if you only take a bite of this dish, it will increase your cultivation at the Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm. It can also temporarily increase your comprehension of the laws. As for this pancake, its entire body is round and glowing with golden light. Its internal energy is circulating with a hazy jade dragon phantom. It should be the famous Golden Immortal Realm delicacy Jade Dragon Auspicious. After eating it, it's said that it can increase some luck. When breaking through, it can increase the success rate of breaking through. It even has a certain support effect on Golden Immortal Realm cultivators breaking through to the Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm. As for this soup, let me smell it first. Hiss! Why do I smell the smell of the supreme primordial essence? That's a delicacy condiment at the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm that can only be obtained by Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals in the Chaos Mystic Realm. Could this be a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm delicacy? The more the Nine Cauldron Immortal spoke, the more excited he became. His face turned completely red. He had dominated the food world for tens of thousands of years, but this was the first time he had seen such a feast. It was worth it living for so long. When the surrounding immortal gods saw this old glutton, the Nine Cauldrons old man, say that these dishes were all precious divine grade dishes, their eyes widened. These high and mighty gods had rarely seen so many divine quality dishes together, let alone Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm dishes. Even His Holiness the Yellow Emperor and the others rarely ate it. When the immortals thought of this, they silently raised their cutlery and began to eat. In the beginning, they were still very calm, but gradually, they began to speed up their eating speed. Who would be polite to others when their future was at stake? Zhou Zhou smiled. This Nine Cauldron Immortal was indeed knowledgeable to be able to recognize so many god-tier dishes. As for this god-tier dish, it was naturally not made by the chefs in his territory. Instead, he had specially sent someone to invite it over from the Night Temple. It was a pity that the other party was not a true god spirit level chef. He only had some experience in handling god-tier ingredients. He could skillfully make fake god-tier dishes according to the way ordinary extraordinary tier dishes were made. Even though it was a little wasteful, there was nothing he could do. After all, it was difficult for the entire human race to find a true divine chef. Fortunately, Zhou Zhou had obtained a lot of divine quality ingredients through the King of Lutes, so he did not care about this consumption at all. After the feast, the host and guests were all happy. At this moment, the sky was already bright. After these immortals finished eating, they came in front of Zhou Zhou and bade him farewell. It was not that they did not want to stay any longer, but the calamity of the myriad races had not passed. As the champions of their respective human factions, they needed to return to the human camp they were guarding quickly to protect the humans from the outside world. When Zhou Zhou saw so many god spirits bidding farewell to him, he understood what they were thinking. He also sent out 5 galaxy ships to send these god spirits back to their respective human encampments. The immortals had a good impression of Zhou Zhou, the human lord with potential, strength, appearance, and style of doing things. Now that he had experienced Zhou Zhou's appropriate and thorough arrangements, his good impression of Zhou Zhou immediately improved. Lord of the Blazing Sun, if you need our help again in the future, don't stand on ceremony. I, old Sun, will definitely be the first to come and help. Sun Wukong walked over and said. At this moment, after seeing Zhou Zhou display his might on the battlefield, this unruly great sage's attitude was no longer as casual as before. That's for sure. But this signature. Zhou Zhou stretched out his right hand and a pen and paper appeared in his hand. He looked at Sun Wukong with a smile. Sun Wukong. He scratched his monkey head. Why couldn't he get over the matter of the signature? What to do? He had no choice but to take it. He grabbed a pen and wrote his name very seriously on the signed paper. After signing, Sun Wukong heaved a sigh of relief. The process of signing an autograph made him feel more tired than beating up 3 Yangjian. However, when Zhou Zhou took it and looked at it, a strange smile appeared on his face. This handwriting was a little difficult to explain in a few words. Forget it, forget it. He was the great sage. Why should he care about such trivial matters? Thank you, great sage. Zhou Zhou smiled. It's a small matter, just a small matter. Sun Wukong smiled and waved his hand. At this moment, Yang Jian and Neza walked over. Thank you, Your Majesty Blazing Sun, for saving my little brother's life. Yang Jian is extremely grateful. In the future, if Your Majesty has any requests, you can send a message to the Great Xia Empire's river entrance or the Heavenly Barbarian Empire's river entrance in the primordial world. Yang Jian usually cultivates in these two places. As long as Yang Jian knows that Your Majesty needs Yang Jian, he will definitely come to help immediately. Yang Jian cupped his fists respectfully. So is Neza. If Your Majesty needs anything, feel free to ask Neza. Neza followed closely behind. Senior Immortal and Marshal Zongtan are too polite. Then I'll do as you say. Zhou Zhou said. Then, he also asked Yang Jian and Neza for their autographs. They clearly knew their influence in the myriad worlds, so even though they were a little surprised, they still autographed for Zhou Zhou readily. After Zhou Zhou looked at the signatures of the two deities and compared them to the great sage's signature, he could not help but smack his lips. The difference was a little big. Forget it, forget it. He's the great sage. After the immortals left, Zhou Zhou turned around and was about to eat nearby when he saw a shadow descend from the sky and land in front of him. It was a mighty and domineering black-red dragon more than 10,000 meters tall. It was surrounded by black-red magma and smoke. A pair of red eyes were hidden in it, like a dragon god in flames staring at all life forms. It had an ancient flaming crown on its head like a volcano, and its body was covered in a black-red ferocious and domineering dragon god armor. It was Nazario, which had finally become a god spirit. Chapter 888, Nazario and the Juggernaut of the Abyss. The Deal of the Wyvern. 1. Originally, Nazario's title was Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction. Now that he had become a god spirit and comprehended the power of the law of annihilation in his body, his title of hero had officially advanced to the Dragon God of Annihilation. Zhou Zhou smiled. What's wrong, old buddy? In terms of who he had the best relationship with in the entire territory and had the deepest relationship, Bai Yun, who had followed him from the beginning and risked her life for him, was one of them. Nazario, who was once the guardian of his territory and had made great contributions to him in expanding his territory, had helped him through the most difficult novice period. However, as the number of experts in his territory increased, Nazario, who was gradually overshadowed by other experts, could be considered the second master. After the baptism of the dragon transformation pool, those wyverns have all transformed into pure-blooded dragons. Nazario's deep and dignified voice sounded in Zhou Zhou's heart. Incorporate them all into the Dragon God Army. This way, your Dragon God Army will have 268 pure-blooded dragons. Focus on nurturing these pure-blooded dragons. Your Dragon God Army's future combat strength won't be inferior to the Blazing Sun Army. Zhou Zhou said. These words were not empty words. Every pure-blooded dragon was in existence that could fight tens of thousands of people alone on the battlefield. A low-tier deity-level elementary-grade dragon like Nazario could easily destroy a country by itself. Therefore, the potential of the future Dragon God Army was indeed not inferior to the Blazing Sun Army. Yes, Your Majesty. Nazario nodded. Then, the man and the dragon did not speak. Nazario. Zhou Zhou pondered for a few seconds and suddenly asked, what path of laws do you want to take in the future? Do you want to take the path of the Divine Dragon of Destruction? He still remembered that Nazario had 1% of the Destruction Dragon God bloodline in his body. And the Divine Dragon of Destruction bloodline was a true God-tier advance-grade bloodline. Master, I don't want to walk the path of the Divine Dragon of Destruction's law of destruction. Nazario said gloomily, that's his path. If I follow his path, and if I meet him in the future, I will definitely be suppressed by him. I don't want to be suppressed by he. I want to surpass him. I want to walk my own path as the dragon god, as the strongest dragon god. When Nazario said this, the obsession in its voice was shocking. Do you have a goal in terms of laws? Zhou Zhou asked. Not yet. Nazario was at a loss. He had only been born for a short period of time. Even though he was now a low-tier deity-level dragon god and had activated a vast amount of dragon inheritance, he was still a kid. This kind of disadvantage in temperament could not be improved with inheritance. It required a long time to make up for it. Fortunately, the time world was slowly making up for Nazario's shortcomings. Zhou Zhou fell into deep thought when he heard that. Hesitation appeared on his face from time to time. After a while, he looked up at Nazario. I have a top-notch god spirit inheritance in my hands. If you're willing to accept this god spirit path, not to mention surpassing the divine dragon of destruction, even becoming one of the top 10 master god tiers or even becoming a supreme god realm would give you a glimmer of hope. But Zhou Zhou was about to talk about the shortcomings of this god spirit path. I'm willing. Upon hearing this, Nazario's fiery red dragon eyes immediately lit up, as if two small stars were emitting a scorching divine light in his dragon eyes. Master, I want this god spirit inheritance. Don't be anxious. Listen to me first. This god spirit inheritance isn't that simple. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhou explained the pros and cons of the inheritance of the god spirit, the juggernaut of the abyss, to Nazario in detail. Master, are you saying that if I rely on the divine inheritance of the juggernaut of the abyss and reach the stage of true god tier or master god tier in the future, it's very likely that I'll be controlled by the abyss will? Nazario thought for a while and said. Even if you're not controlled, your freedom is probably in the hands of the other party. This god spirit path was created by the abyss will after all. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then it's fine. Nazario grinned and said, the growth of the dragon race's strength is very long. I believe that by that time, Master will definitely be unbelievably powerful. At that time, even an existence like the abyss will that is extremely close to the supreme will, Master might be able to easily deal with it or have the strength to bargain with it. Then, I won't have to worry about the hidden problems and hidden dangers of the god spirit path of the juggernaut of the abyss. Even if Master doesn't grow to that level by then, I'll at most suppress the increase in my strength and prevent myself from advancing to the true god tier or master god tier level. It's very difficult to increase my strength, but isn't it easy to suppress my strength? Zhou Zhou was stunned. That's right. When Nazario's strength increased to the point where he had to face the abyss will, he might already be incomparably powerful or have a trump card that could allow him to negotiate peacefully even when facing the abyss will. At that time, Nazario's safety would naturally be guaranteed. Even if his strength had not increased to the point where he could negotiate with the abyss will. At most, he could ask Nazario not to increase his strength for the time being. When he had enough strength to negotiate with the abyss will, he could just let Nazario continue to increase his strength. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou smiled. Then take this book of the God Spirit. Chapter 889, Nazario and the Juggernaut of the Abyss. The Deal of the Wyvern. 2. Zhou Zhou took out the Juggernaut of the Abyss book of the God Spirit from his king's treasure box and handed it to Nazario as he spoke. When Nazario saw the book of the God Spirit, he immediately became excited. With a thought, he saw the book of the God Spirit immediately disappear from Zhou Zhou's hands. He placed it into his spatial treasure. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he said, "You don't have to follow us out to battle today. Just stay in the territory and accept the divine inheritance of the Juggernaut of the Abyss." "Yes, Your Majesty." Nazario was a little hesitant, but in the end, he agreed. The current Blazing Sun Kingdom was indeed not the same as before. Every war required the strongest combatant, him, to be present in Blazing Sun City. Even if he didn't appear on the Blazing Sun Kingdom's battlefield, the other god spirits stronger than him could still win battles for their master and the Blazing Sun Kingdom. They didn't have to worry about any accidents happening without him. Thinking of this, his eyes became firm. I must return to the position of the strongest combat power beside master, even surpassing experts like Qi Xiantian, Guo Jiao and Suan. He had once been lonely and depressed because of the appearance of these experts. But now that he had the inheritance of this master god tier advanced grade god, he would definitely return to the peak and follow by his master's side again, becoming the most powerful pet and subordinate by his side. Otherwise, he would be letting down the book of the god spirit. After that, Nazario did not continue to talk to Zhou Zhou. After bidding farewell to Zhou Zhou, he returned to the base of his dragon god army and began to use the juggernaut of the Abyss Book of Divinity to accept this top-notch master god tier inheritance. Good luck, Nazario. I miss the days when you protected me and brought me up. Zhou Zhou thought to himself as he watched Nazario leave. But then again, even though it was not good to leave such a top-notch god spirit inheritance, regardless of merit, to pets related to him, firstly, the juggernaut of the Abyss's divine inheritance was extracted from the true god tier Abyss corpse that the Yellow Emperor and the others had given him. It had nothing to do with the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Secondly, as the saying went, one should choose the best and not avoid relatives. Nazario was extremely talented and had the bloodline of a top-notch true god tier. Zhou Zhou believed that after Nazario used the juggernaut of the Abyss Book of the God Spirit, his performance would definitely not be any worse than those top genius subordinates after using the Book of the God Spirit. When Zhou Zhou came back to his senses, he thought of something else. He thought for a moment and called Zhao Chongshao over. Then, he handed over the 4 special building blueprints he had obtained from killing the Eye of the Heavens Anger on the battlefield last night. Even though these 4 special building blueprints were not as effective as the Dragon Transformation Pool and had a huge effect on the development of the territory, they could also increase the overall strength of the Sun Kingdom by a small margin. After Zhao Chongshao left excitedly with the 4 special building blueprints, Zhou Zhou sent someone to call the Dragon Lady Lord of the Dragon Blood Kingdom over. A moment later, Dragon Lady Lord used the teleportation array to come to the Blazing Sun Kingdom and meet Zhou Zhou. Last night, when she followed the army of the Blazing Sun Kingdom to crusade against the Scarlet Army's Alliance Army, under a wave of epic tier insight defection, she had directly induced more than 15 million fog monster soldiers from an Empire-level Scarlet Army. Even if she had to hand over 20% of her troops to the Blazing Sun Kingdom, she would still be able to obtain more than 12 million soldiers. With just one insight defection, her Dragon Blood Kingdom's total military strength had increased by more than 2 to 3 times. Such an astonishing insight defection reward made her so excited that she almost fainted on the spot. At that moment, Dragon Lady Lord felt as if she was in a dream. It felt unreal. It was not until more than 12 million soldiers stood in front of her that her heart finally relaxed. This was the truth. She was extremely certain. At the same time, she was very glad that she had chosen to join the Lord of the Blazing Sun and become his subordinate. Otherwise, how could he have obtained such a shocking harvest? She finally understood why did the Lords of the Star Alliance brag about how good it was to become a subsidiary territory of the Radiant Sun Kingdom every day? At first, she thought that these people were exaggerating. Now that he had personally experienced it, he knew that it was not fake. Even though becoming a subsidiary territory meant that these lords had given up on fighting for the Lord of all races, the benefits were real. The Dragon Lady Lord believed that if she posted this experience on the World Channel and let all the lords of Cerulean Planet know how much she had gained, more than 99% of the lords of Cerulean Planet would probably give up their status as lords and be willing to become citizens of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. She could obtain more than 10 million troops in the face of an insight defection. Who could resist such temptation? Wasn't this just recruiting workers? Which adult with some experience had never been a worker? This was equivalent to a 10 million yuan annual salary appearing in front of an ordinary person and telling him that he only needed to work as a security guard to get this money. 99% of adults would probably agree without hesitation. Dragon Lady Lord even felt a little regretful. If she had known that there were so many benefits to being the Lord of the Blazing Sun's subordinate, she would have long sought refuge with the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Chapter 890, Nazario and the Juggernaut of the Abyss. The Deal of the Wyvern. 3. By now, she might already have more than 100 million soldiers and become the Lord of the Blazing Sun's trusted aide. Even if she could not become the Lord of all races in the future, she could definitely become a lord who dominated an area. Now that she recalled, the seat of the Lord of all races could only be occupied by one lord. Even if she had the Dragon Blood Queen, a top epic tier lord talent that could summon wyverns, would he really be able to become the unattainable Lord of all races? Not to mention the Lord of all races who came from top-notch bloodlines, even the Lord of all races who came from top-notch bloodlines with top-notch lord talents. As far as she knew, there were at least 100 human lords on the cerulean planet who had lord talents that were on par with her or even stronger. In such an internal environment, it could be said that her chances of standing out and even becoming the Lord of all races were very slim. Then what was the point of her continuing to fight? Should the other top lords become stepping stones on the path of the Lord of all races? Since that was the case, he might as well properly position himself. If he couldn't become the Lord of all races, wouldn't it be good to be a top-notch lord or a subordinate of the Lord of all races and enjoy wealth and power at the level of a king? At the very least, he was much more confident in doing this than ascending to the position of the Lord of all races. After figuring this out, the Dragon Lady Lord immediately felt much more relaxed. She even felt that the High Continent's war-filled environment was a little adorable. "Your Majesty, what can I do for you?" The Dragon Lady Lord looked at the Lord of the Blazing Sun's godlike handsome face and said with a hint of infatuation in her eyes. "How many wyverns do you have now? How many wyverns can hatch in your wyvern nest in a day?" Zhou Zhou went straight to the point. The Dragon Lady Lord was extremely intelligent. She immediately figured out what His Majesty wanted to do. However, there was no unwillingness in her heart. She immediately said, "Your Majesty, I still have about 156 wyverns. As for my wyvern nest, it has just been upgraded to Diamond Tier Elementary grade with the territory. Currently, it can produce 7 wyverns a day. However, if we invest some specified soldier-type resources into the wyvern's nest, such as yellow gold, diamonds, jewelry, and other soldier types that the sub-dragons are interested in, my wyvern's nest can produce at most 20 wyverns a day." Dragon Lady Lord said truthfully. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. Yellow gold, diamonds, jewelry? He was not lacking in this aspect at all. Previously, be it the King of Yellow Gold or the Gold God Attendant, they had provided him with a large amount of gold, raw gold, and other mineral resources. Not to mention that the treasure vaults of the kingdoms that he had conquered had also provided him with a large amount of yellow gold tier, diamonds, jewelry, and other resources. "I can provide you with sufficient soldier-type resources and let your wyvern nest produce wyverns with all its might. However, the 20 wyverns produced by your wyvern nest every day need to be transferred to me. In return, for every 20 wyverns you transfer to me, I will also provide you with a pure-blooded dragon. If you're willing to hand over all 156 wyverns in your hands to me, I'll also trade with you 7 pure-blooded dragons in the same way. I'll give you the rest after you make up for the remaining 4 wyverns. However, let me make it clear first. This transaction is not indefinite. After a certain stage, I might not continue to buy your wyvern. At that time, this transaction might stop for the time being until I feel that I can do it again. Then, I'll continue this exchange. What do you think?" Zhou Zhou said. Chapter 891 Commodity. 10 Billion Army. Supreme Meeting. 1. The reason why Zhou Zhou said that this transaction was not for forever was mainly because the dragon transformation pool could transform wyverns into pure-blooded dragons. Most importantly, it contained the precious dragon transformation pool. The creation of the dragon transformation pool required a large number of god-tier materials, as well as the blood of pure-blooded dragons and the dragon souls of pure-blooded dragons, which were at least low-tier deity level elementary grade. The former was nothing. Zhou Zhou's dragon god army could provide it at any time. However, the pure-blooded dragon soul was different. Zhou Zhou had yet to find a resource channel that could continuously produce pure-blooded dragon souls. Therefore, after the remnant soul of the Black Dragon Emperor that was infinitely close to the true god tier in the dragon transformation pool was exhausted, this dragon transformation pool would probably not be usable for the time being. Therefore, this deal with Dragon Lady Lord was destined to not last long. However, before his dragon soul was exhausted, it was enough for him to nurture a large number of pure-blooded dragons. When the Dragon Lady Lord heard Zhou Zhou's words, she was still a little hesitant. The wyvern army produced by the wyvern's nest was the greatest characteristic of her territory and also the strongest combat strength. If His Majesty wanted to take all her wyverns, even if these resources were given by Zhou Zhou, she would feel a little uncomfortable. However, when she heard Zhou Zhou say that he wanted to exchange a pure-blooded dragon for her 20 wyverns, her eyes immediately lit up. "Of course I'll listen to your Majesty," she agreed without hesitation. As the Dragon Lady Lord who had raised wyverns for a long time, she knew that even 100 wyverns could not compare to a pure-blooded dragon. It was the same, no matter if it was potential or combat strength. Hence, when she heard about Zhou Zhou's transaction method, she agreed without hesitation. That was because she felt that she had made a killing. She was even looking forward to it now. If she could trade all the wyverns under her command into pure-blooded dragons through Her Majesty, even if the number decreased by 20 times, the strength of her territory would definitely increase instead of decreasing. As for whether this transaction would last long or not, it was no longer important. To the Dragon Lady, even if she had one more pure-blooded dragon under her command, it would still be worth it. Maybe we can use the pure-blooded dragons we traded from His Majesty to fight the Dragon God Lord in the future. I really want to see his expression when the time comes. The Dragon Lady Lord had always been unconvinced by the Dragon God Lord who possessed her superior Lord talent. Unfortunately, the other party and the Insect Lord were afraid of Zhou Zhou's strength. In addition, the two of them did not belong to the same universe, so they had never fought. You can discuss this matter in detail with Zhang Yuankai and the higher UPS of the Dragon God Army later. Seeing that the matter had been discussed, Zhou Zhou immediately became a hands-off boss. "Yes, Your Majesty." The Dragon Lady frowned. The two of them chatted for a while before the Dragon Lady Lord went to look for Zhang Yuankai. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhou leisurely walked to the gate of summoning and summoned the 18,800 people today. Then, he came to the Lord's shop again. "Old Zhou, serve the goods," Zhou Zhou said. Zhou Chenmin, who was wearing a virtual gaming helmet, sighed helplessly. Then, he took off the virtual gaming helmet and walked to the counter. As he took out the 3 golden boxes under the counter, he complained, "I just started a game." Zhou Zhou completely ignored Zhou Chenmin's words and opened the 3 golden boxes in front of him. Then, his expression suddenly became strange. This was because the things in the 3 boxes in front of him were all the abilities of Yellow Talisman Dao soldiers. However, their grades were extremely high. They were Mid-Tier Deity Intermediate Grade Law Skill Book Yellow Talisman Secret Book Purple Star Arctic Taewang Imperial Star Daoist Robe. Mid-Tier Deity Intermediate Grade Law Skill Book Yellow Talisman Dao Technique Purple Star Emperor Dao Divine Sword. Mid-Tier Deity Intermediate Grade Law Skill Book Yellow Talisman Dao Technique Purple Star Divine Light of Providence. Zhou Zhou looked at them one by one. Law Skill Name, Yellow Talisman Secret Book Purple Star Arctic Taewang Star Daoist Robes. Law Skill Grade, Mid-Tier Deity Level Intermediate Grade. Law Skill Description, the Yellow Talisman Dao God summons the power of the heavenly star laws and controls the starlight of the Purple Star Imperial Star. He wears the Purple Star Arctic Taewang Star Daoist robes. This Daoist robe can reduce the power of attacks of mid-tier deity level and below by 70%. When fighting an enemy, there is a chance that the enemy will be shocked into a trance by the purple starlight, causing the enemy to reveal a fatal flaw. The existence that mastered the Purple Star Arctic Taewang Star Daoist robe had the aura of the Purple Star Emperor and had a chance of attracting other talents to join him. Law skill name, Yellow Talisman Daoism, Purple Star Emperor Dao Divine Sword. Law skill grade, mid-tier deity level intermediate grade. Law skill description, the Yellow Talisman Dao God summons the power of the laws of the stars in the sky, controlling the Purple Star Emperor Star, and condensing the power of the laws of the Purple Star. It can form a Purple Star Emperor's divine sword that is comparable to a mid-tier deity level intermediate grade divine artifact. It can fight the enemy for a short period of time. It can also attach the Purple Star Emperor's divine sword to the true divine sword to enhance its power. The existence that masters the Purple Star Emperor Dao Divine Sword has the aura of the Purple Star Emperor. It has a chance of attracting other talents to join it. Law skill name, Yellow Talisman Daoism Yellow Talisman Daoism Purple Star Divine Light of Providence. Law skill grade, mid-tier deity level intermediate grade. Law skill description, the Yellow Talisman Dao God summons the power of the heavenly star laws and controls the Purple Star Imperial Star. It has the ability to release the Purple Star Divine Light of Providence. Creatures struck by the Purple Star Divine Light of Providence will have their luck greatly weakened for a short period of time. During this period, they will be plagued by bad luck. Only after a period of time can their weakened luck slowly recover. Chapter 892, Commodity. 10 Billion Army. Supreme Meeting. 2. Zhou Zhou looked a little surprised after reading it. This Purple Star nomological law is quite impressive and it feels quite compatible with my lord's law. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. He had also seen gods who had comprehended the laws of the stars. For example, Baihe's disciple Rob Allen, the Silver Meteor Knight, was a god spirit who had comprehended a branch of the law of the stars, the law of the meteor. Compared to the Purple Star nomological laws comprehended by the Yellow Talisman Dao God, the nomological laws he comprehended were completely insignificant. The Purple Star law was much stronger than Rob Allen's law of the meteor. There's also a gap between laws. Zhou Zhou shook his head inwardly, then he looked at Zhou Jinmin. How much are these three goods worth? Zhou Zhou asked. Mid-tier deity intermediate grade law skill book, Yellow Sky Secret Book Purple Star Arctic Taewang Star Daoist Robe, worth 50,000 legendary level Hearts of Things. Mid-tier deity intermediate grade law skill book, Yellow Talisman Dao Technique Purple Star Emperor Dao Divine Sword is worth 30,000 legendary tier mist cores. As for the Yellow Talisman Dao Technique Purple Star Divine Light of Providence, which is also a mid-tier deity intermediate law skill book, it's worth 90,000 legendary tier mist cores. Zhou Jinmin said slowly. Zhou Zhou was speechless. It's so expensive. However, he did not say anything. In fact, he acknowledged the value of these three items. Hence, he obediently handed over 170,000 legendary tier mist cores. If it were in the past, he would not even be able to take out so many legendary tier mist cores, let alone feel heartache. But to the current Zhou Zhou, it was just so-so. Thank you for coming, Your Majesty. After Zhou Jinmin took the mist cores, he ran back to his seat, put on the virtual gaming helmet again, and continued his gaming journey. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he turned around and walked towards the army camp. By the time he found Bai Yun at the army base, Bai Yun had already tidied up the army and prepared to go to the ranchland plain to clean up the monster ranches as usual. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou followed him to the monster ranch to clean up the monsters. Half an hour later, the 1 billion ranch monsters produced by the monster ranch were all cleared by Zhou Zhou's soldiers. Zhou Zhou obtained 1.8 billion Yellow Talisman Dao Soldier Recruitment Books, 1.8 billion Yellow Talisman Dao Soldier Class Change Certificate, 600 million Violent Storm Spirit Recruitment Books, and 600 million Violent Storm Spirit Class Change Certificate. He looked at the 4.8 billion class change certificates and recruitment books in the king's treasure box, and a smile appeared on his face. He would finally have his first imperial level soldier type from today onwards. In the future, when he faced the enemies of those empire level lords, he would not have to use his kingdom level soldier type against them. Even though his kingdom level soldier type was not inferior to an empire level soldier type in terms of combat strength, it was naturally better to have stronger empire-level soldier types. He first handed the 1.8 billion Yellow Talisman Deo Soldier Class Change Certificate to Wu Xin and asked him to order all the Yellow Gold Tier God attendants in the territory to change their professions to Yellow Talisman Deo soldiers without another word. Immediately after, he came to the gate of summoning and threw all 1.8 billion Yellow Talisman Deo soldier recruitment books and 600 million Violent Storm Spirit recruitment books into the gate of summoning. Then, he spent 100 extraordinary tier mist cores to summon them all at once and changed the locations they summoned to the internal worlds of the 3 galaxy ships. All of a sudden, in the empty inner worlds of the 3 galaxy ships that Zhou Zhou had designated, 1.8 billion Yellow Talisman Deo soldiers and 600 million Violent Storm Spirits appeared. When Zhou Zhou saw this scene through the virtual screen provided by Wenyi, a faint smile appeared on his face. Even though these 2.4 billion soldiers were all new recruits, it still allowed his military strength to reach 9.6 billion, or even close to the total number of 9.7 billion soldiers. If he included the 1.7 billion soldiers of the Star Alliance, Dragon Lady Lord and the other affiliated kingdoms, the total number of soldiers under his command had already reached a terrifying 11.4 billion. My soldiers have passed the 10 billion mark. Zhou Zhou lamented. 10 billion soldiers. It was about the same amount of humans in all 5 human empires and the many human lord factions. If he was a little crazy, he could even rely on these soldiers to fight the entire human race. Of course, this was only a metaphor for his total military strength. Zhou Zhou naturally wouldn't do that to his clansmen who had done him a lot of favors. He looked at Bai Yun. Let the soldiers rest for the morning. We'll start training in the afternoon. I only have one request, and that is to conquer at least 36 beginner kingdoms within this afternoon. Zhou Zhou said in a deep voice. Yes, Your Majesty. Hearing this, Bai Yun agreed without hesitation. Conquering 36 beginner kingdoms in one afternoon? It sounded unbelievable, but after the battle last night, Bai Yun only felt that it was a small matter. She could use this opportunity to increase the reputation of the god spirits and heroes under her as well as the hero's reputation rating while conquering these 36 beginner kingdoms. In the past, legendary heroes seemed unreachable. However, as their strength increased, it was very easy for them to obtain some ordinary legendary heroes, for example, heroes that could lead an army to attack a kingdom. Zhou Zhou nodded and did not say anything else. He walked towards the Night Temple. A moment later. In the Night Temple. In the conference room of the Supreme Council. Bai He and Zhou Zhou sat on the seats of the 5th and 6th speakers respectively. Not far away, there were 2 high-tier deity-level god spirits from the Night Temple. At this moment, the 2 high-tier deity-level god spirits of the Night Temple looked at Zhou Zhou, who was sitting beside Bai He and chatting happily with him. A hint of reverence flashed across their eyes. The change in Zhou Zhou's status in the past few days had shocked them. When he first came to the meeting room of the Supreme Council and participated in the meeting, he was not even a counselor. In the end, after that meeting, not only did Zhou Zhou become a counselor, but he also skipped many higher UPS of the human race and directly became the 6th counselor, second only to true god tier members like the Yellow Emperor, Patriarch Lu, and Bai He. In the end, only a day had passed. When Zhou Zhou came here again, the other party had already become a speaker-level existence comparable to the Yellow Emperor and the others. This speed of advancement, if Zhou Zhou said he was second, no one would dare to say he was first in the entire history of the human race. Moreover, he was afraid that no one would be able to do it again. He wondered what kind of astonishing achievements the sixth speaker would have in the future. The two of them sighed in their hearts. At the same time, "Are we going to call a meeting of the Supreme Council now?" Bai He asked Zhou Zhou. "Sure." Zhou Zhou nodded. Seeing this, Bai He nodded, summoned a virtual screen, and pressed the button to convene the meeting. Not long after he clicked, the figures of the upper echelons of the human race appeared in their seats. Soon, Zhou Zhou saw the Yellow Emperor and Patriarch Lu. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. When all the higher UPS of the human race arrived, the Yellow Emperor said, "This meeting officially commenced. The sixth speaker will preside over the entire meeting because this meeting is mainly about the war with the allied forces of the Crimson Kingdom outside the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Now, let's invite the sixth speaker to talk. After the sixth speaker finishes his discussion, I'll announce another matter." As soon as he finished speaking, all the higher UPS of the human race applauded in unison. At the same time, all kinds of gazes landed on Zhou Chuan. There was envy, yearning, desire, respect, and the envy of a few higher UPS of the human race. Zhou Zhou's expression did not change as he stood up. "Actually, I don't have much to say about last night's war. I've already sent the war video and the outcome of the war to everyone in advance. I believe everyone has already seen it in advance. That's why I want to talk about some of the country's trade matters in my Blazing Sun Kingdom." Hearing this, the upper echelons of the human race were interested. It was normal for human countries to have business dealings with each other. In fact, important business dealings were more related to the future development of the human race. Therefore, it was not against the rules of the Supreme Council to mention this matter at the Supreme Council meeting. Coupled with the rapid rise of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, there was definitely a secret behind it that they did not know. Therefore, they wanted to see what goods the King of the Blazing Sun would take out to trade. "First of all, I recently obtained a batch of equipment and skill books. This batch of equipment and skill books range from green bronze tier to legendary tier, so I want to sell this batch of skill books and equipment to the humans," Zhou Zhou said. Chapter 893, Trade. As soon as these words were spoken, the interest of many of the higher UPS of the human race faded. They naturally lacked skill books and equipment, and the amount they lacked was huge. However, even though this sixth speaker had many skill books and equipment to sell, how could he satisfy the needs of the human forces behind all the higher UPS of the human race? If this sixth speaker sold all his equipment and skill books to the upper echelons of the human race present, each upper echelons of the human race would probably not get much. A small number of skill books and equipment were not very useful to the human forces behind them. I wonder how many skill books and equipment items the sixth speaker wants to sell. A high-level human counselor decided to ask. However, even so, they had a rough guess in their hearts. This sixth speaker had quickly risen and killed countless forces of fog monsters. He should have 10 to 20 billion equipment and skill books, right? This was the result of as much speculation as they could. At the moment, I'm preparing to sell the first batch of equipment and skill books. Among them, there are 500 billion skill books and 500 billion equipment. Zhou Zhou didn't waste any time and said directly. As soon as he said this, the entire conference room fell silent. All the higher UPS of the human race looked at Zhou Zhou in a daze. Even the Yellow Emperor, Patriarch Lu, and White River were the same. 500 billion pieces of equipment and 500 billion skill books. Patriarch Lu could not help but want to confirm. Zhou Zhou nodded. The upper echelons of the human race were in an uproar. With so many equipment and skill books, if they used them all, they could arm 100 billion human soldiers. They didn't even have so many soldiers in the entire human race. Was the Lord of the Blazing Sun joking? Many upper echelons of the human race looked at Zhou Zhou in disbelief. Only the Yellow Emperor, Patriarch Lu, Bai He, and a few other deities who knew Zhou Zhou looked at him in surprise. They all knew Zhou Zhou well, and knew that Zhou Zhou would never joke about this, especially at a meeting of the Supreme Council of the human race. So what Zhou Zhou said was true. Did he really have 1 trillion pieces of equipment and skill books? Thinking of this, their breathing immediately became heavy. Especially the Yellow Emperor, Patriarch Lu, and the Baihe gods. If they could really obtain this batch of equipment and skill books, it would mean too much to them. In fact, the clan policies that they had decided on before they came might change because of this batch of equipment and skill books. The three gods looked at each other and seemed to see something in each other's eyes. Their eyes became firm. At this moment, I want 50 million sets of equipment and skill books. Don't worry about the price, speaker. As long as it's reasonable, I'll gather it for you even if I have to sell everything. A middle-aged king with an exquisite jade crown on his head was the first to speak. He gritted his teeth and looked like he was bleeding profusely. Zhou Zhou looked over and the other party's information appeared in his mind. A high-level kingdom-level lord faction, the Seven Treasures King, one of the high-tier deity god spirits of the human race. It was said that it had nearly 200 million soldiers under its command, and all of them were kingdom-level soldier types. Even though they could not compare to the kingdom-level lord factions of the human race, they were considered one of the strongest among the kingdom-level lord factions of the human race. All right, this king guarantees a reasonable price. After the meeting, you can send me your country's address first. Then, I'll immediately send someone to bring enough equipment and skill books to your country to trade. Okay. The Seven Treasures King nodded with a determined expression. His kingdom was being besieged by a large number of Scarlet Army coalition forces. Furthermore, with the support of the Divine Sword Empire and the others, he would not be able to support his Seven Treasures Kingdom in a short period of time. In order to increase the combat power of his own army and support the reinforcements of the Divine Sword Empire and other human empires, he had to buy this equipment and skill book to increase his strength. He had no other choice. With the first person to step forward to eat the peach, the other higher UPS of the human race no longer hesitated. They all sent deals to Zhou Zhou. Even Jiyun, Lu Zhen, and the other higher UPS of the 5 human empires could not help but buy hundreds of millions of equipment and skill books. A moment later, Zhou Zhou realized that he had already been booked for more than 13 billion pieces of equipment and more than 9 billion skill books. Zhou Zhou felt very happy when he saw this. Even though he still had a lot of equipment and skill books that he had yet to sell, he knew that with the size of the human race, buying so many equipment and skill books was already the limit. Buying more was equivalent to purely helping Zhou Zhou increase his sales. Even though he could do that, with the current situation of the human race, it was not suitable. However, Zhou Zhou did not care about this at all. This was because if he sold all the equipment and skill books worth more than 22 billion, he would be able to obtain a total profit of more than 200 million legendary tier mist cores. This was already 1/5 of the profit of selling 100 billion skill books and 100 billion equipment to the Lord of the Cerulean planet. It looked a little strange, right? This was because the total profit from selling the same amount of goods to the human race was actually nearly twice as much as the total profit from selling to the Lord of Cerulean planet. The main reason was that among the goods sold to the Lord of the Cerulean planet, Zhou Zhou only sold goods below extraordinary tier. There were very few lord factions on Cerulean planet that had epic tier and above experts among the human lords on Cerulean planet, other than the Dragon Lady Lord and other human kingdom level lord factions after all. However, it was different for humans. Zhou Zhou sold everything from legendary tier equipment and skill books to black iron tier equipment and skill books. It was precisely because a portion of the products were at the epic tier and legendary tier levels that even if not many products were sold, the total profits from the same number of products far exceeded the profits from the Cerulean planet's lord market. At this moment, the Yellow Emperor suddenly spoke and looked at Zhou Zhou with a burning gaze. Sixth speaker, I want to represent the entire human race to buy the remaining 970 billion equipment and skill books. With that said, Zhou Zhou did not show anything. Instead, the other higher UPS of the human race were stunned. Buy them all? It is not impossible to buy it if the entire human race sold everything they had. But is it necessary? It's not like the human race has no place to spend the mist cores. It can even be said that there are many places where it is necessary to spend the mist cores to enhance its strength. Isn't it a little thoughtless to use it all to buy Zhou Zhou's equipment and skill books now? The Yellow Emperor also noticed the gazes of other humans and added seriously. However, at the moment, our human race doesn't have that many extra mist cores to purchase your equipment and skill books, so I want to sign a contract with you on behalf of the human race. You sell the equipment and skill books to us humans, and we humans promise to hand over the remaining debt to you in batches within a month until the transaction is completed. How is it? Sure. Zhou Zhou chose to agree without hesitation. He was not in a hurry to complete this transaction, nor was he in a hurry to get the mist cores. Instead, he was more worried about how to sell all the extra equipment and skill books. He was naturally willing now that the Yellow Emperor was willing to buy nearly 1 trillion pieces of equipment and skill books. Chapter 894, The Yellow Emperor's Decision. Zhou Zhou and the Yellow Emperor then discussed the specific details of the transaction, and finally decided to sell nearly 1 trillion pieces of equipment and skill books to the human race for 50 billion legendary tier mist cores. Zhou Zhou promised to hand over the mist cores and the skill book to the human race after the Supreme Council meeting. The human race promised to hand over 50 billion mist cores to Zhou Zhou in batches within a month until the transaction was completely completed. Both sides were happy, especially Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou had already prepared this trillion amount of equipment and skill books, and it would take a long time to sell them, and the expected profit from the sale was only about 40 billion legendary tier mist cores. Now he has not only found a buyer for the 100 billion worth of equipment and skill books, but the other party is also willing to spend 50 billion legendary tier mist cores to complete the transaction between them. This has far exceeded his expectations. How could he be dissatisfied? After the thorough discussion, Yellow Emperor smiled and said, "Sixth speaker, do you know what confidence I have to buy your equipment and skill books with 50 billion legendary tier mist cores without compromising the current interests of the human race?" After he finished speaking, not to mention Zhou Zhou, even the eyes of other senior human race officials were full of curiosity. Honestly, when the Yellow Emperor proposed the idea of acquisition, they themselves were shocked. As one of the ruling parties of the human race, they naturally know the situation of the human race thoroughly. Logically speaking, the human race shouldn't have that many mist cores to purchase such a large amount of equipment and skill books right now. After Zhou Zhou finished listening, he pondered for a few seconds and said, "Is your excellency going to sell it to other forces?" "Haha, you guessed it." The Yellow Emperor smiled and nodded amidst the expressions of people who suddenly realized, "Yes, I am planning to sell this batch of your equipment and the mist cores to the people of foreign races who are close to our human race. And this is what I plan to tell everyone at the end of the meeting. However, that can wait. You probably have something more to discuss, judging by your expression." "That's right, I have 2 other types of commodities to sell other than the equipment and the skill books," Zhou Zhou said. "First category." He waved his right hand and 3 items appeared in midair. One was powder, one was ointment, and one was medicine. This is a special profession creation called Dark Walker from our territory. They are called the 2nd generation demon vanquishing powder, the 2nd generation demon concealment ointment, and the 3rd generation sacred redemption medicine. Among them, the demon vanquishing powder can eliminate the additional strength increase obtained by the fog monsters after entering the night. It also has a 10% weakening effect on their strength. The 2nd generation demon concealment ointment can be applied to life forms. It can also make life forms that are covered in the demon concealment ointment have a high chance of treating living beings that use the demon concealment ointment as members of the fog monster camp when they encounter fog monsters, thereby preventing the user from being attacked by fog monsters. The 3rd generation sacred redemption medicine can be consumed by living beings that have already transformed into fog monsters and turn them back into normal life forms. However, there's a limit to using it. The time it takes for the other party to transform into a fog monster must be within 20 years. If it exceeds 20 years, it can't be reversed. Our Blazing Sun Kingdom has already mass-produced these 3 potions. If everyone is interested, you can cooperate with our Blazing Sun Kingdom for a long time. As long as you don't do anything inappropriate, we welcome anyone to trade with us. After he finished speaking, all the higher UPS of the human race looked at the 3 potions in a daze, especially the last sacred redemption medicine. It could actually turn a creature that had transformed into a fog monster back into a normal life form. Tens of thousands of races had tried this kind of exploration before. Even though a very small number of races had success in their research, the cost of building it was extremely high and could not be popularized on a large scale. Now, the King of the Blazing Sun had actually told them that their Blazing Sun Kingdom could already mass-produce this reverse medicine. How could they not be shocked? Just as they were about to say something, Zhou Zhou took out the last item. It was a yellow talisman Dao Soldier Class Change Certificate. Imperial Soldier Type Class Change Certificate. When Yellow Emperor and the others saw this class change certificate, their eyes lit up. Are you selling class change certificates like ours? How many copies are there? What price are you planning to pay? We'll take them all. This was a good thing. Moreover, it could immediately increase one's combat strength. No one would think that it was too little. Zhou Zhou thought to himself, not only do I have this yellow talisman Dao Soldier Class Change Certificate. He also had the Class Change Certificate of the Soul Absorbing Demon Spirit and the Taboo Mage, these 2 Empire-level soldier types. However, these 2 Empire-level soldier types were too evil. If they were nurtured, not only would they be a threat to him, but in the end, they might even be useless and nurture subordinates for the enemy faction. Therefore, Zhou Zhou did not even put them in the monster ranches to nurture, let alone trade them to the humans. I do plan to sell this class change certificate. As for the price, 1 epic tier mist core and 1 yellow talisman Dao Soldier Class Change Certificate. In terms of quantity, I can take out 1 billion copies of the yellow talisman Dao Soldier Class Change Certificate every day. Your Holiness, if you can eat them all, I can sell them all to you. Zhou Zhou said. That was not all that he had. His monster ranches could provide him with 1.8 billion copies of the yellow talisman Dao Soldier Class Change Certificate every day. He kept 800 million copies behind just to prevent any accidents. After he finished speaking, everyone was shocked and then overjoyed. 1 billion Empire-level soldier type class change certificate. If what this 6th speaker said was true, then this 1 billion Imperial-level soldier type class change certificate could completely allow all the close combat soldiers in the human empire to be promoted to Imperial-level close combat soldiers. If the 6th speaker could provide 1 billion Empire-level soldiers every day, it would not be difficult to change all the melee soldiers in the human race to Empire-level soldiers. When all the melee soldier types reached the Empire level, the strength of the entire human race would probably increase by more than 5 to 6 times. Then we humans can take them all. The Yellow Emperor said without hesitation. As long as what Zhou Zhou said was true, he would buy it on behalf of humanity no matter the price. Sure. Then from tomorrow onwards, I'll start sending the Empire-level soldier type class change certificate to the human race. Zhou Zhou said with a smile. With 1 billion copies of the yellow talisman Dao soldier class change certificate, even if he only bought 1 epic tier mist core per copy, he could easily earn 100 million legendary tier mist cores. Not to mention that his monster ranch would expand in the future. At that time, he would be able to sell even more class change certificates. Oh yes, if you don't have enough mist cores, I'll temporarily accept the use of life elemental gems and death elemental gems to exchange for mist cores. Zhou Zhou added. The upper echelons of the human race pondered. Even though they also wanted to use the 2 gems to trade, they would naturally use such treasures that could increase the level of their territory. There was not much left. Zhou Zhou didn't say anything else when he saw this. Instead, he looked at the Yellow Emperor and said, "Your Holiness, I'm done. Then I'll start. I've decided. From today onwards, we humans will shrink our forces in all directions. We can even give up most of the human territories for this. We need to move all the human subjects to the primordial world to recuperate." The Yellow Emperor's words were earth-shattering, and the expressions of the upper echelons of the human race immediately changed. Chapter 895, Chaos Level Secret Document. After the Yellow Emperor finished speaking, not to mention the upper echelons of the human race, even Zhou Zhou was shocked. Why did he suddenly make this decision? Now that the human race had a little help from him, shouldn't he work hard to increase his strength and expand the human race's territory? Why did they have to shrink their strength and even retreat into the primordial world? Wasn't that cutting off his own future? Why? Liu Zhen could not help but say. As the ruler of the strongest empire among the 5 human empires, he was also very confused. He looked at Patriarch Liu and saw him silently shake his head. Liu Zhen was stunned. They had already discussed it. This was not a discussion, but a notice without any suspense. The others also asked. Zhou Zhou had wanted to ask too. He was now the 6th speaker of the human race after all. However, he hesitated for a moment before silently sitting in his seat. He believed that the Yellow Emperor and company would take the initiative to tell him the reason. As expected, they soon saw His Excellency Yellow Emperor stand up from the seat next to Regal Pangus. Then, he looked at the human upper echelons with a deep and calm gaze. When the upper echelons of the human race saw his actions, they stopped talking and waited for the Yellow Emperor to explain. When the Yellow Emperor saw this, he suddenly sighed. Then, with a wave of his right hand, dozens of streams of light flew out of his sleeve and landed in front of the higher UPS of the human race, forming a black illusory paper document. The black illusory paper document was filled with a chaotic aura, and the words Chaos Level were written on it. This is a Chaos Level secret document that represents the top secret of our human race. After you're done reading, you're strictly prohibited from leaking it. Otherwise, you'll be sentenced to death. When the Yellow Emperor finished speaking, his tone was filled with killing intent. The upper echelons of the human race were secretly shocked. Especially Zhou Zhou. This was the first time he had seen the temperament of the Yellow Emperor. He suddenly became so fierce and full of killing intent. "We won't divulge it," the upper echelons of the human race said. The Yellow Emperor's orders were supreme in the era where Regal Pangu did not appear. No one present, including Zhou Zhou, had the right to refute him. Then, the upper echelons of the human race opened the Chaos Level secret document in front of them. Horror appeared on the faces of the upper echelons of the human race as they read on. At the same time, many people secretly looked at Zhou Zhou, wanting to see how the 6th speaker would react. Then, they saw Zhou Zhou shake his head calmly after closing the Chaos Level secret document. "I didn't expect the calamity of the human race to be because of me." At the end of his speech, even though he did not show anything on the surface, he sighed in his heart. According to the records of this Chaos Level secret document, the Sentinels suddenly sent an emergency intelligence report not long ago. The intelligence report said that not long ago, at least 200 races and factions were about to bring a monstrous army and gather on the high continent to destroy the human factions that existed on it. Among these 200-odd races, most of them were of lower middle-class bloodlines. However, there was no lack of high-level bloodline races such as the Titans, the Purple Moons, the high-level demons, and the elemental races. They had brought with them at least 5,000 to 6,000 god spirits. In terms of military strength, it was estimated to be close to 500 billion. Not to mention the other war machines and other trump cards they carried. Such a terrifying faction was something that even Zhou Zhou and all the human factions in the high continent could not resist if they joined forces. They would probably not be able to defeat this group of people of foreign races in one round even if they tied up all the lords in the myriad worlds. As for the reason why these people of foreign races suddenly wanted to join forces and destroy the human forces in the high continent, it was very simple. Everything stemmed from the battle the night before yesterday. At that time, after he led the god spirits and the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom to defeat the allied forces of the Scarlet Army, this matter was only known by the lords of all races and the civilizations behind them after a night. They immediately determined that at least at the current stage, no lord faction of the myriad races should be able to restrain a behemoth like Zhou Zhou who had suddenly risen. As for the civilizations behind the lords of all races, they were limited by the supreme agreement and could not attack Zhou Zhou. Coupled with the fact that they were true god tiers, they couldn't descend to the high continent and personally destroy the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Therefore, their gazes landed on the human faction behind the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. "We can't do anything to you, King of the Blazing Sunday. But was there no way to attack the humans? You, King of the Blazing Sun, are protected by the supreme agreement, but not the rest of the humans. As long as it was a normal attack between local lords. Even if a Divine Kingdom Lord faction led 1,000,000,000 troops to destroy a small village with only 100 ordinary life forms, they would not violate the supreme agreement. The Supreme Will would not say anything. Because that was within the rules of competing for the Lord of all races. In reality, he would not tell you ridiculous things like do not bully the weak. The law of the jungle was the eternal supreme rule of the local lord faction. The supreme agreement only protected the lords of the myriad races from being invaded by local forces. However, it did not matter how the lords of all races and the local lord factions killed each other. Hence, the calamity of the human race arrived. This battle involved more than 200 opposing factions and 5,000 to 6,000 god spirits. With the current strength of the human race, they naturally could not defeat them at all. Even if the strength of the human race was increased by 10 times, they would not be able to defeat the enemy this time. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou and the other higher UPS of the human race understood why the Yellow Emperor had made such a decision. Where there's life, there's hope. This was indeed the most likely decision to preserve the human race's strength to the greatest extent under the current circumstances. Even if this decision involved sacrificing most of the human race's territory, benefits, and even the future. But at least he could survive at this stage. I'll inform my Divine Sword Empire in a while to give up the territory of the Divine Sword Empire and move everyone to the primordial world through the teleportation array. Liu Zhen said bitterly after a long silence. It was unknown how much effort the human race had spent to build the huge Divine Sword Empire to its current scale. Now, just because they heard that the enemy had arrived, they had to abandon the empire that their ancestors had sacrificed their lives to build. It would be a lie to say that Liu Zhen was not heartbroken. However, no matter how much his heart ached, he had no other choice. He had to do this. Otherwise, his empire and citizens would be wiped out by the enemy in the near future. I will also give the order after the meeting to lead all the subjects of the Night Empire to the primordial world. Ji Yun said in a daze. He, who had suddenly lost his Night Empire, was also at a loss. After that, the heavenly Bodhisattva of light, Roy Yeager, who was in charge of the Saha Empire, calmly said that he would lead all the Buddhist people to the primordial world. Chapter 896, Trading the Territory of the Human Empire. As long as the three of you understand. As for the subjects of my great Xia Empire and the Heavenly Barbarian Empire, you don't have to worry. I will be responsible for transferring all the subjects of these two human empires to the primordial world. After we reach the primordial world, you don't have to worry about not having a place to stay. As a middle world created by Regal Pangu, the primordial world is infinitely close to the boundless universe. It's extremely vast and can accommodate 10 trillion human subjects. Don't worry and move all the human subjects over. The Yellow Emperor said. Among the 5 empires of the human race, which one of them was not built by the human race after spending a long time resisting countless foreign enemies and burying the blood of countless humans? If one had to say that he couldn't bear to, he was more reluctant than any of the higher UPS of the human race present. However, there was nothing he could do now. The outcome of moving the empire to the primordial world was better than the human empire being destroyed by the enemies of the people of foreign races after all. Yes, Your Excellency. The upper echelons of the human race spoke one after another, but they were still not in a good mood. Oh yes. At this moment, the Yellow Emperor suddenly thought of something and looked at Zhou Zhou. Sixth speaker, are you interested in making a deal? What deal? Zhou Zhou, who was originally in a heavy mood, could not help but be stunned when he heard this. After the 5 human empires and other human factions moved to the primordial world, the territory we were originally in will definitely be occupied by the surrounding people of foreign races. Since it will be occupied by others no matter what, why don't we just let you take over? The Yellow Emperor smiled. Let me take over. Zhou Zhou was shocked. The Yellow Emperor nodded. Zhou Zhou shook his head and said, the Supreme Agreement won't allow it, right? Besides, I can't take over the entire human territory. If the lords of all races could take over the huge human territory as they pleased, then there was no need to continue the Lord of all races contest. They would directly let the lords of all races of the top races take over the territory of their own race from the great civilizations behind them. Then, they would directly fight a decisive battle with the lords of all races of the other great civilizations to decide the final candidate for the Lord of all races. The Yellow Emperor shook his head and smiled as he explained. If I give it to you for free, the Supreme Agreement will definitely not allow it. But if you buy it from us humans, it won't be considered a violation of the Supreme Agreement. This is just like how you used a divine artifact to recruit human god spirits to fight for your blazing sun kingdom. This is a fair trade, not behind-the-scenes racial aid like cheating. As for taking over the entire human territory, you naturally can't do it at the moment. But if you only accept 1 or 2 human empires, I believe you can still do it, right? The Yellow Emperor smiled. In terms of military strength alone, Zhou Zhou's Blazing Sun Kingdom was no longer inferior to an ordinary empire-level lord faction. Therefore, he hoped to hand over a portion of the human empire's territory to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou came to a realization. So that was what the Yellow Emperor was thinking. If Your Excellency leaves with the subjects and the empire, what else will be left for me in this human territory? He pondered for a long time and asked. The vast land, the rich variety, the extremely high production, the various mineral resources that have yet to be mined or mined, as well as all kinds of natural resources, monster resources, materials resources, and other ordinary and rare resources. In addition, there are a large number of self-built buildings left behind after our human city moved. As long as you put the corresponding building blueprints into them, these self-built buildings can restore the functions of the original blueprint buildings. It's mainly these few types. There are many other small benefits. As there are too many of them, I won't mention them. You can slowly understand them in the future. The Yellow Emperor said truthfully. Zhou Zhou's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. The territories that the humans possessed in the high continent were not worth mentioning in the eyes of other high-level bloodline races. However, in the eyes of a lord of a myriad race that was not even an advanced kingdom, it was already quite a vast area. In addition, this human territory was filled with the various benefits mentioned by the Yellow Emperor. If he could really inherit these inheritances left behind by the human race and make full use of them, he would definitely be able to make a profit. Your Excellency, when do you plan to move everyone to the primordial world? Zhou Zhou asked. The enemy is aggressive and determined to destroy our human race. We naturally can't delay. The Yellow Emperor sighed. Then, his expression became firm. In 3 days, this is the deadline left for our human race. Within this deadline, we will accept as many human race factions as we can into the primordial world. 3 days later, the primordial world has to close and enter the deepest part of space to hide. At that time, those humans who have yet to enter the primordial world will stay in the high continent and split up. They will survive until the day we humans see the light of day again. Zhou Zhou pondered for a moment and said, "With my current ability, I can only go and occupy the territories of the Divine Sword Empire, the Night Empire, and the Saha Empire after they leave. As for the other two empires and the other scattered human territories, I'm helpless. There were too many scattered human territories, and they were too scattered. Even if Zhou Zhou had an army of 10 billion, it was impossible for him to send them to the entire Supreme Continent to search for these scattered territories. As for the Great Xia Empire and the Heavenly Barbarian Empire, Zhou Zhou did not want to occupy these two human empires purely because they were too far away from the Blazing Sun Kingdom and were not conducive to occupation and rule. After all, a few days would have passed by the time he arrived. By then, the two territories would have already been occupied by the surrounding people of foreign races or Scarlet Lord forces. The Yellow Emperor, Patriarch Lu, Baihe, and the Heavenly Bodhisattva of Light, Roiger, thought for a moment and nodded. It was already very rare for the Lord of the Blazing Sun to be able to do this. They could not let Zhou Zhou do too much. It was better than being occupied by other factions after all. If you want to take down the territory of the three empires. How about this? How about 50 billion legendary tier mist cores and 20 billion yellow talisman Deo soldier class change certificates? Among them, 50 billion legendary tier mist cores will be the price of the previous 500 billion skill books and 500 billion equipment. As for the 20 billion yellow talisman Deo soldier class change certificate, how about you slowly pay it to the humans in the future? The Yellow Emperor said. Sure. Zhou Zhou agreed without hesitation. There were probably more than 100,000 regional territories among the three empire-level lord factions. In addition, there were countless mineral resources, materials, natural resources, and other types of ordinary and rare resources. Zhou Zhou felt that he had made a killing. Chapter 897, Galaxy's Transaction. When the Yellow Emperor heard Zhou Zhou agree, a faint smile appeared on his face. As such, Zhou Zhou had obtained the huge territory of the human race, and the human race had also obtained 1 trillion pieces of equipment, skill books, and a large number of empire-level soldier-type class change certificates for free. This was undoubtedly a good outcome for both sides. The matter that he was most concerned about had been properly resolved. At this moment, even though the Yellow Emperor knew that from tomorrow onwards, most of the humans would live in the primordial world and their future potential would be damaged, he still felt much more relaxed. He was even in the mood to tease Zhou Zhou. In a while, you can send someone over to interact with the officials in charge of this aspect of the human race and take over the human territory we gave up. When you completely digest these human territories one day, you and your territory will definitely be able to increase greatly. At that time, I'm afraid no lord of all races can surpass you in terms of development speed. At that time, even if the civilizations behind the lords of the myriad races take the opportunity to attack you, as long as the other party doesn't dare to violate the supreme agreement and deal with you crazily, you should have a certain amount of ability to deal with them. I really want to see what their expressions will be like when the time comes. The Yellow Emperor smiled. The other upper echelons of the human race could not help but laugh when they heard this. The resentment in their hearts from being forced to move had even dissipated a lot. I hope so. Zhou Zhou was not overly proud. His expression remained calm. When the other higher UPS of the human race saw Zhou Zhou's attitude, even though they did not say anything, they clicked their tongues in wonder. This sixth speaker was indeed extraordinarily steady and calm. If they had such potential and had a strong army, they would probably dare to touch the top civilization behind the lords of all races, let alone the lords of all races. And this king of the blazing sun was actually so neither arrogant nor rash? Such a heart that could withstand loneliness was truly rare in the world. By the way, Your Excellency, is the primordial world really that magical that all the experts of the people of foreign races can't detect the location of the primordial world? Zhou Zhou thought of this and asked curiously. From the tone of the Yellow Emperor, it was as if once they entered the primordial world, they could ensure that the human race was fine. Could it be that the primordial world could even block the detection of true God tier and even master God tier? Haha, it's that magical. After all, that's the primordial world created by Regal Pangu. Regal Pangu is the person with the highest comprehension among us humans. He even created more than one master God tier nomological secret technique when he was still a true God tier. One of the master God tier world secret techniques is called the Void Illusion Realm secret technique. It can hide the entire primordial world. Even master God tier can't discover the location of the primordial world. If not for this master God tier world secret technique, it would be impossible for Regal Pangu to have been seriously injured for so many years and not see any enemy who can find he. Patriarch Lu smiled. That's right. In fact, even we don't even know the true location of the primordial world. Our channel to the primordial world is just an exclusive passageway specially left for us humans by Regal Pangu before he fell asleep. He added. The primordial world is actually so safe. Zhou Zhou exclaimed. Then, he asked, but this time, we're sending most of the subjects of the human race to the primordial world. Among so many human race subjects, there must be spies from the people of foreign races. What if they use some treasures to leak the location of the primordial world after entering? Don't worry. The Yellow Emperor smiled and said, the exclusive passageway left for us by the Regal is to block all suspicious people with disloyal identities from entering the primordial world. It's a good opportunity to use this human migration to cleanse the traitors of our human race. Zhou Zhou nodded and did not ask further. The conversation between the speaker ended. A black-robed man with a cold and dignified face and a ghostly cultivator body stood up and looked at Zhou Zhou obsequiously. Your Majesty, sixth speaker, I would like to order 5 galaxy ships from your blazing sun kingdom. Do you have time to build them? He also knew that the sixth speaker would probably be very busy in the coming days. Zhou Zhou looked at him and his information appeared in his mind. Lord Yin Luo. He was one of the Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm cultivators of the human race. Moreover, he had attained the Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm through the Dao of Ghost Cultivators. It could be said that it had not been easy for him to come this far. It was said that the other party's high-level kingdom was not on the surface. Instead, it was in a place deep underground where more than 1 billion ghostly cultivators gathered. From the looks of it, if it was a normal human country, it could actually establish an empire. If not for the fact that the other party could not break through to the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm because of the Ghost Immortal's body and the various limitations of the Netherworld Ghost Domain. The human race might even have the 6th Empire now. Furthermore, among the human god spirits who had come to support him the night before, there was this one in front of him. Therefore, Zhou Zhou had a good impression of him. Sure. When Zhou Zhou heard the other party's words, he agreed without hesitation. Then, he explained, however, Lord Yin Luo, you have to wait for a day or two. You can only start working after I complete the order in my hand. In addition, you have to pay for the materials, manufacturing costs, patent fees, transportation fees, and a series of other fees and materials. If you're willing, we can add each other's contact details first. Then, you can contact the official personnel in charge of this matter in the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Sure. King Yin Luo was overjoyed. The speed of the galaxy was seen by all the immortals and gods. It was really top-notch. As long as it was given sufficient energy, any ordinary life form could control it with their voice and allow it to unleash the speed of a true god tier. Most importantly, the internal world of the galaxy was huge and could accommodate 1 billion life forms. If it was a ghost cultivator, it could even accommodate 10 billion ghost cultivators. In that case, he could completely transfer his ghost realm kingdom to the galaxy, and he would no longer be bound by regions. Therefore, he naturally wanted such a top-grade spaceship very much. Upon hearing that the deal between Zhou Zhou and Lord Yin Luo had ended so easily, the other upper echelons of the human race could not sit still anymore. They hurriedly spoke, wanting to sign a deal with Zhou Zhou to order the galaxy. Zhou Zhou naturally did not reject any of them. After the upper echelons of the human race discussed the specific share of the deal with Zhou Zhou, he did a rough calculation and realized that he had accepted nearly 200 galaxy deals in a short period of time. If not for the limitations of the spaceship's materials, this number would probably be more than doubled. Zhou Zhou grinned inwardly. This list would probably take a long time to complete. He had to let Wenya build more spaceship manufacturing factories so that he could speed up the manufacturing process. Then, Zhou Zhou thought of something and gradually frowned. Why? The Yellow Emperor noticed the change in Zhou Zhou's expression and asked worriedly. Chapter 898, The Blazing Sun Kingdom's territory spans across 10 billion kilometers. It's nothing serious. Zhou Zhou's brows relaxed as he explained, as you all know, I'm currently ranked first on the Lord's faction points ranking. Originally, there was a huge gap between me and the Lords of all races ranked behind me. I also thought that I could rely on my faction points advantage and continue to maintain my first place position for a long time. However, not long ago, I suddenly realized that the lords of the top-notch people of foreign races behind me suddenly closed the gap between their points and mine. They were even about to surpass me. Later on, after some investigation, I discovered that the reason why they were able to obtain a large number of faction points in a short period of time was because they had taken over the faction quests of the lords of the people of foreign races who were close to their races. They had spent a small price to complete these faction quests and obtained the mission rewards for these faction quests. It was through this method that they obtained a large number of faction points in a short period of time. Originally, I wanted to take advantage of this meeting to use this method to increase my faction points. But now, Zhou Zhou shook his head. I'm afraid I won't be able to do that. The humans were already about to give up on human territory and retreat to the primordial world. With such a faction already disbanded, how could he obtain faction quests? Next, if I want to obtain a large number of faction points, I can either obtain faction quests from other races, such as the Elven Empire. Or I can use the Eye of the Heavens anger to find those targets that are targeted by the Supreme Will. By killing them, I will be able to obtain the universal general faction points on them. Zhou Zhou pondered. The Yellow Emperor and the others also understood why Zhou Zhou was worried. Yes. With the retreat of the human race, not only were the native humans greatly affected. Even the Lord of all races who relied on the native factions of the human race to survive and develop would be greatly affected, just like Zhou Zhou. The Yellow Emperor pondered for a few seconds before saying, if we humans want to give up our territory and migrate to the primordial world, we will definitely not be able to hide from the enemy forces around us. They will definitely send troops to stop us. Therefore, when the time comes, we will issue faction quests to the lords of the myriad races that are affiliated to our faction. Therefore, when the time comes, we will issue faction quests to the lords of the myriad races that are affiliated to our faction. At that time, you should be able to obtain about 1 billion faction points. The Yellow Emperor said. Then, he shook his head, but that was to the extent of it. After Zhou Zhou obtained these faction points, they should have already led most of the human subjects into the primordial world. After that, they would no longer be able to provide Zhou Zhou with faction quests and faction points. We can introduce all the people of foreign races that are on good terms with us to you so that you can establish diplomatic relations with them. These people of foreign races shouldn't be the targets of those enemies. This way, you can receive their faction quests and continue to obtain a steady stream of faction points. Patriarch Lu suddenly thought of this and immediately said, sure. I'll send you a list of friendly races later. When the time comes, on one hand, you can accept their faction quests and obtain faction points. On the other hand, you can also slightly showcase your strength and make them more loyal to our cooperation. In the future, they will also be one of the things you can rely on to fight for the strongest lord of all races in the future. The Yellow Emperor said. Zhou Zhou nodded. The Yellow Emperor nodded as well. Then, he looked at the upper echelons of the human race and said loudly, "Everyone, even though in the next few days, we will be forced to enter the primordial world and hide for a period of time. But that doesn't mean we'll keep hiding. Especially after we have the equipment, skill books, and class change certificate given to us by the sixth speaker, we have to go out and truly transform these items into the strength of our soldiers. We have to use this opportunity to improve ourselves. When we have enough strength in the future, we will naturally leave the primordial world and prove our new strength to those former enemies." Everyone. The Yellow Emperor looked at the upper echelons of the human race and said slowly in a deep voice, "I hope that our human race can stand up tall in the future and not have to withstand the current calamity." "Yes." Everyone said solemnly. In the next 2 hours, Zhou Zhou and the upper echelons of the human race discussed the specific details of the future deal. After discussing the general details, the meeting finally ended. Zhou Zhou did not say much. After bidding farewell to everyone, he left the conference room and walked out of the night temple. He looked at the dazzling light of the sun in the sky and narrowed his eyes slightly. The sun here was naturally not the sun of the solar system, but one of the two largest stars in the supreme continent or even the endless heavens. The sun here was naturally not the sun of the solar system, but one of the two largest stars in the supreme continent or even the endless heavens. The size of these two stars was inconceivably large. Even the Master God Tier's boundless universe and even the world created by the Supreme God realm were not as huge as the two strongest stars, Tai Yin and Tai Yang. At this moment, Zhou Zhou was looking at the huge sun and star, and he was thinking about what had just been discussed at the meeting. Especially regarding his battle that forced the entire human race to migrate to the primordial world. Even though no one said anything on the surface, they should more or less be resentful of me, right? Zhou Zhou took a deep breath. If he wanted them to dispel the resentment in their hearts, it would depend on how they developed in the future and what kind of future they could give to the human race and them. Time passed quickly. Night fell. Advance Grade Lord's Paradise. In the lounge, Zhou Zhou was sitting cross-legged on a green lotus mat. He was using this special treasure that could speed up the recovery of his mental strength and soul fatigue to recover the energy he had consumed after using the Eye of the Heavens anger during the day. Under the green light of the green lotus mat, his originally pale face regained color at a speed visible to the naked eye. A moment later, he opened his eyes, which were filled with energy. He did not look like he had used up too much energy at all. What a treasure! As expected of the spoils of war found on the bodies of high-tier deity-level Scarlet God spirits. Even though it's a special treasure and doesn't have a specific grade, to me, it's already not inferior to some top-notch high-tier deity-level divine artifacts. Zhou Zhou touched the green lotus cushion under him and sighed sincerely. At this moment, Alia's voice sounded outside the door. "Your Majesty! Legion Commander Bai Yun has returned with her army and is waiting outside. Let her in." Zhou Zhou immediately said. "Yes, Your Majesty." Alia didn't say anything else. A moment later, he heard the sound of the door opening and Bai Yun walked over. "How did it go?" Zhou Zhou went straight to the point. "Your Majesty, the gods, the heroes, and I have conquered a total of 58 beginner kingdoms and 3 intermediate kingdoms in one day. Currently, there are no longer any other lord factions within a radius of 10 billion kilometers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. They are all His Majesty's territory," Bai Yun said in a deep voice. Chapter 899, The Fake Uncrowned King of the Human Race. Zhou Zhou? How many extraordinary territory tokens and extraordinary tier territory tokens did you obtain? Zhou Zhou immediately asked. According to His Majesty's request, we demolished a total of 50 extraordinary tier cities and obtained 50 extraordinary tier territory tokens. In the end, we still retained 25 top-notch extraordinary tier territories. The 50 extraordinary tier territory tokens are all in this spatial ring. After Bai Yun finished speaking, she handed a white spatial ring to Zhou Zhou. After Zhou Zhou received it, his consciousness entered it and immediately saw the extraordinary tier territory token neatly placed. A smile appeared on his face. As such, the last two requirements of the territory upgrade requirement, 10 extraordinary tier cities and 50 extraordinary tier territory tokens, were all satisfied. He could upgrade his territory now. However, he was not in a hurry to upgrade his territory immediately. Instead, he first looked at the summary of the spoils of war that Bai Yun had sent him. He took a rough look and then lost interest. This was because the total military strength of these 58 beginner kingdoms and 3 intermediate kingdoms only reached 200 million. It was completely incomparable to the battle involving tens of billions of soldiers he fought last night. There were also very few loots. The total value of the spoils of war of more than 60 people of foreign races was only about 300,000 legendary tier mist cores. This was also because of the enhancement of the King of Loots. Otherwise, it would not even be this number. It's still business to make money. Zhou Zhou sighed. When he thought about how he could obtain 1 billion legendary tier mist cores in one transaction, he was still a little excited. The 300,000 legendary tier mist core was a little boring in comparison. He closed the loot's summary and casually said, "Remember to collect the architectural blueprints of the defeated countries and place them in the new territory in the future." Zhou Zhou then told Bai Yun about the human race wanting to hand over the territory of the 3 empires to him. Bai Yun was immediately stunned. She wondered at this moment, even with her dead loyalty, if she had heard wrongly. However, she quickly came around. His Majesty could not be wrong, nor could he joke about such a thing. Therefore, what His Majesty said must be true. She immediately thought of something and immediately became excited. "Doesn't that mean that your Majesty will almost be equivalent to the master of the human race in the High Continent in 2 days? Bai Yun said. "Master of the human race? Why are you?" Zhou Zhou was stunned. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly reacted and stood rooted to the ground. Yes, of the 5 true god tiers of the human race, one was sleeping, one was undergoing nirvana, and the other was sealed. The remaining patriarch Lu and Bai He also had to bring most of the humans to retreat to the primordial world. After they completely retreated into the primordial world, wouldn't he be the only human in the entire High Continent who still had the combat strength of a true god tier on the surface? In addition, he was the 6th speaker of the human race. Without the other true god tier speakers, he was the true and unique highest level of the human race. At that time, even if he did not admit that he was the current master of the human race, the other humans who stayed in the Supreme Continent or even the myriad worlds would probably support him as the current master of the human race because of his status, strength, achievements, and reputation. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou was stunned. How did he inexplicably become the highest authority of the human race? The Yellow Emperor and the others didn't mention this either. Could it be that they wanted him to discover it? This discovery was too surprising. Zhou Zhou thought for a while and suddenly laughed. Was this a situation of the monkey would be the king without a tiger in the mountain? Even with his strength, he was not much weaker than a real tiger. The title of the master of the human race was naturally a little overboard. But a fake uncrowned king was more like it. Zhou Zhou mocked himself in his heart. The humans haven't left. It's just a temporary strategic retreat. This king is only staying because of the protection of the Supreme Agreement. There's nothing to say. Don't say something like the master of the human race so easily in the future. Zhou Zhou said calmly. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun hurriedly said. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he handed over the target map and the corresponding rough information he had obtained from using the Eye of the Heavens Anger today to the other party. Bai Yun immediately took it respectfully. This is a new target to kill. Hand it over to Wu Tu later and let him lead the Heavenly Map Army to conduct a detailed investigation. The more detailed the information, the better. Don't fail miserably. In 3 days, you will begin to kill these targets. 3 days ago, our main troops will be responsible for protecting the humans and safely retreating to the primordial world. Zhou Zhou made arrangements. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun said respectfully. Then, she opened the map and took a look. She could not help but click her tongue. This was because there were a total of 26 targets on it. From low-tier deity level elementary grade Scarlet God Spirits to high-tier deity level advanced level Scarlet God Spirits, everything was available. Moreover, it was filled with their location and the reason why they had to be killed. They were either the commander of the powerful Scarlet Army, or, even though they were weak, they were extremely talented geniuses, Scarlet God Spirits, or scarlet monsters with ordinary strength but an important position that could play a huge role in this war. Incredible! Even though His Majesty wants us to kill very few targets, they are all important existences in this calamity of the myriad races. Perhaps this calamity of the myriad races in the eyes of the life forms of the myriad races will end in His Majesty's hands in advance. Bai Yun's eyes lit up. As the most loyal person under Zhou Zhou, her fanaticism and admiration for Zhou Zhou had even surpassed the concept of being dead loyal. No matter what Zhou Zhou wanted to do, she felt that His Majesty would definitely be able to complete it. Even if Zhou Zhou asked her to die now, she would not hesitate or even think twice before committing suicide. You can leave now and rest well. You should be tired after these 2 days. At this moment, Zhou Zhou's voice sounded in her ear. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun did not retort. The battle the night before was too intense. It had indeed consumed a lot of her energy. The divine power in her body had yet to completely recover. She did not say anything else. After taking her leave from Zhou Zhou, she left the advanced grade Lord's Paradise and planned to discuss with Wu Tu to gather information on the targets they needed to kill and protect the humans as they retreated safely to the primordial world before going to rest. After Bai Yun left, Zhou Zhou slowly walked out of the advanced grade Lord's Paradise and looked at the building in front of him. The next second, as 20 trillion units of basic materials, 10,000 extraordinary tier mist cores, 5 million origin crystals, 50 million units of basic elemental gems, 60 million units of high-level elemental gems, and 50 extraordinary tier territory tokens disappeared. Boom! An illusory silver light immediately covered the entire advanced grade Lord's Paradise. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. The improvement this time seems to be different from the previous improvement. He was a little surprised. However, he did not think too much about it and began to wait quietly. A moment later, the illusory silver light dissipated. Under Zhou Zhou's surprised gaze, the previous advanced grade Lord's Paradise had already disappeared, leaving only an empty space the size of more than 3 million square kilometers. A square spatial passageway had unknowingly stood in midair. The 7-colored clouds around it were dense and emitted extremely rich promotion energy. It spread in all directions, making it look divine. Chapter 900, Upgrading the Territory. Gorlo's Potential Blessing Orb. Zhou Zhou, who was the closest, only took a casual breath and circulated the Chaos Origin Manual slightly to absorb a huge amount of promotion energy. This promotion energy was even comparable to the promotion energy given to him by killing more than 10 yellow gold tier enemies. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened. My god! So much promotion energy? Didn't this mean that as long as he had enough potential, coupled with a set of self-cultivation techniques that could absorb the energy of advancement, even if the other party did not kill any life form, he could easily advance to the yellow gold tier and white platinum tier. Over time, it was not impossible for him to reach the diamond tier and extraordinary tier. Could this spatial passageway be? Zhou Zhou had a guess as he looked at the spatial passageway. At this moment, the text notification finally appeared. Congratulations, your advanced grade Lord's Paradise has successfully been upgraded to an epic tier elementary grade building and advanced to a small blessed land. Your territory has been upgraded to yellow gold tier elementary grade. Your extraordinary tier advance grade 5 elements amplification array has successfully been upgraded to the epic tier elementary blessed land myriad formation. Territory stone tablet endurance increased to 30 billion/30 billion. Your territory has expanded to 1 million kilometers x 1 million kilometers x 100,000 km. All fog monsters within the territory of the new territory have been expelled. Scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward, basic construction blueprint treasure chest, extraordinary tier elementary grade. Lord talent notification, the upper limit of the enemy lord's faction that you can induce incite defection has been increased to the intermediate true god tier grade. Lord talent hint, your monster ranches can be upgraded. Lord talent hint, your mysterious caravan faction has increased. Lord talent hint, the strength of the clergy in your goddess of life's shelter has increased. The next second, an even more dignified and loud voice sounded. Cerulean Planet World Channel Lord announcement, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun, becoming the first Lord to upgrade his territory to Diamond tier. Reward, Supreme Treasure Chest +1, Reputation Rating +1, Unique Title of the Race, Glory of the Pioneer 6 has advanced to Glory of the Pioneer 7. Cerulean Planet's entire channel's Lord announcement, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Cerulean Planet's entire channel's Lord announcement, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Zhou Zhou heaved a sigh of relief before a smile appeared on his face. Even though it took a long time to upgrade the territory this time, fortunately, in the end, he still obtained this advanced title. The obsessive-compulsive disorder was satisfied. Comfortable. He was not in a hurry to look at the rewards after upgrading his territory. Instead, he opened the World Channel and all the camp channels. As expected, almost all the lords of Cerulean Planet were discussing the matter of his territory advancing to the epic tier. Zhou Zhou smiled. He was no longer as excited over such a small matter as before. Of course, he was definitely happy. Then, he first replied to his friend's congratulatory message and opened the latest title message. Title, The Glory of the Pioneer 7. Title quality, Unique Title of the Race. Title effect 1, you are famous among the Cerulean Planet Lords. More people admire your reputation and yearn to join your territory. The number of subjects you can summon through the gate of summoning every day plus 700%. Professional talents of the same level as the territory among the subjects summoned plus 8. Title effect 2, same as before. Title effect 3, when you become the first Cerulean Planet Lord to have an epic tier elementary grade territory, this title will be upgraded to Founder's Glory 8 and unlock more title effects. Title introduction, same as before. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. The number of basic subjects summoned by his gate of summoning would double again every day from tomorrow on. Moreover, the number of professional talents at the same level as the territory will increase to 8. Moreover, there are 8 epic tier and elementary grade talents. Even though I don't lack epic tier talents now, who doesn't like freebies? A smile appeared on his face. Then, he looked at the supreme treasure chest. He first opened it and found a purple pearl the size of a human head. Zhou Zhou looked over curiously. A text message appeared. Treasure name, Gorlo's Potential Blessing Orb. Treasure grade, Diamond tier elementary grade. Treasure effect, after fusing it into the territory stone tablet, it can slowly increase the upper limit of the potential of the life form in the territory until it reaches the epic tier elementary grade. Treasure introduction, Gorlos is a master craftsman of the elves. Born with low potential, his greatest wish is to create a treasure that can eliminate the difference in talent. He believed that the reason why the world was in constant war was because the potential of the life forms was uneven in all aspects, causing the distribution of classes to be uneven. If the life forms were at the same height of potential, the life forms would grow to the same height in the end. That way, there would naturally be no difference between high and low, and there would be no motivation to fight for benefits. Without internal conflicts among the life forms, internal peace would appear, and the war would naturally end. Do you want to fuse? There's such a treasure. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. Regardless of whether Gorloz's opinion was reliable or not, the effect of increasing his potential indeed surprised Zhou Zhou. This could be upgraded to the epic tier elementary grade. Moreover, it was an increase in the entire territory. Based on the number of subjects Zhou Zhou currently had, he could at least be effective against nearly 12 billion Blazing Sun Kingdom subjects. Most importantly, he did not overlap with other items that increased potential. In other words, the effects between them could be stacked. For example, the effect of the Sword of Xuan Yuan's racial divine artifact that increased the potential of a large class, it could cause a large number of subjects with at least legendary tier elementary grade potential to appear in the Blazing Sun Kingdom. What a treasure! Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up as he looked at the purple orb. As expected of a product of the Supreme Treasure Chest. They were all divine items among divine items. Gorloz's potential blessing orb was no longer inferior to a general-purpose race divine artifact like the Lucky Star. The only drawback was that the speed at which it could increase its potential would be a little slow. However, it was already not bad if he could increase his potential. There was no need to be picky. Then, he sighed helplessly. Zhou Zhou solemnly put it away and prepared to fuse it into his kingdom's golden monument in a while. He looked up at the teleportation passageway of the Blessed Land in the air and opened the next requirement for the territory to level up. Then, he sighed helplessly. Construction upgrade, 20 trillion units of wood, 20 trillion units of fine sand, 20 trillion units of metal, 20 trillion units of stone, 10,000 epic tier mist core, 10 million origin crystals, 100 million units of basic elemental gems, 50 million units of thunder element gems, 50 million units of life elemental gems, 50 million units of death elemental gems, 1 epic tier city, 100 epic tier lifestyle professionals, 1000 epic tier military professionals, 20 race heroes, 1 epic tier territory token. Basic materials, mist core, origin crystal, basic element gems, thunder element gems, epic tier lifestyle professionals and combat professionals, epic tier territory tokens and territories, and human heroes. I have all of them. But the life elemental gems are still inferior to the death elemental gems. Zhou Zhou shook his head. After upgrading his territory, he still had more than 10 million life elemental gems and more than 30 million death elemental gems in his hands. He still needed nearly 40 million life elemental gems and nearly 10 million death elemental gems to continue upgrading his territory. Fortunately, we don't need much. Let Bai Yun conquer the Crimson Kingdom more in the next 2 days. I should be able to collect it in a day or two. At that time, I can upgrade my territory again. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou could not help but laugh. With his strength comparable to an empire-level lord, it would be much simpler to collect the resources needed to upgrade the kingdom. The speed at which his territory increased would probably be very fast until he advanced to an empire-level lord faction. Chapter 901, Blessed Land Myriad Formation. The Future of the Perfect Divine Kingdom. Zhou Zhou clicked on the Blessed Land Myriad Formation that he had obtained after upgrading his territory. The information of the array appeared. Array name, Blessed Land Myriad Formation. Array level, Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade. Array effect 1 Blessed Land. Not only can the Blessed Land gather the promotion energy between heaven and earth and greatly increase the density of the promotion energy in the territory, but it can also produce spiritual energy on its own, allowing the territory to satisfy the energy needs of the subjects and energy facilities in the territory even without relying on external spiritual energy. Living in the range of the Blessed Land Myriad Formation's array formation for a long time could improve the physical and soul aptitude of the territory's subjects and greatly increase the cultivation efficiency of the territory's subjects. The Blessed Land Myriad Formation can imperceptibly slowly increase and stabilize the providence of the territory's subjects. Array effect 2 Myriad Convergence. the blessed land myriad formation can make it easier for living beings living in small grotto heavens to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth and reduce the difficulty of becoming immortals. Array Effect 3 Divine Kingdom Foundation. When the formation upgrade requirement, upgrade as the territory upgrades. Territory advances to the low-tier deity level elementary grade, or when the lord of the territory becomes a god, the blessed land can be used as the foundation of the divine kingdom and evolve into a perfect divine kingdom. Formation upgrade requirement, upgrade as the territory upgrades. Array description, a territory array created by the Supreme Will. It has various powerful abilities to assist the growth of the lord and territory. It can even be used as the foundation of the divine kingdom to create a perfect divine kingdom. Perfect divine kingdom, a perfect divine kingdom. Only when a territory advances to the low-tier deity level elementary grade or a lord becomes a god through faith can they obtain the blessing of the Supreme Will. When evolving a divine kingdom, they can obtain the help of the supreme power to evolve a perfect divine kingdom. A god spirit with a perfect divine kingdom would not only have an incomparably stable divine kingdom that would not be easily destroyed by the enemy, but no matter how high its potential was, when it advanced to a higher level, the god spirit would be blessed by the Supreme Will, increasing the chances of successfully advancing by 1%. Moreover, when the advancement failed, the divine kingdom would not be damaged by the failure of the advancement. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened. Oh my God! This blessed land myriad formation actually had so many benefits. Not only was he stronger in terms of gathering and creating promotion energy, increasing the cultivation efficiency of the subjects, and improving the aptitude of the territory's subjects, it could slowly increase and stabilize the providence of the territory's subjects. It could also assist in comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. Most importantly, he had also become the foundation of the divine kingdom. Furthermore, after becoming a god, he could even become a perfect divine kingdom. The various benefits of this perfect divine kingdom. As a legendary tier advance grade superhuman, Zhou Zhou's next step was to face the stage of becoming a god. His heart itched as he watched. He looked at it for a while and gradually calmed down. The foundation of this divine kingdom will be extremely important to me. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Then, he looked at the information on the foundation of the divine kingdom in this blessed land myriad formation. As he read, he suddenly noticed something. Since the foundation of this divine kingdom evolved into a divine kingdom, there were two different conditions. One was that the territory would advance to the low-tier deity level elementary grade and naturally evolve into a divine kingdom. The other was that the Lord would become a god through faith. When the time came, the blessed land would also evolve into a divine kingdom with the Lord. As long as one of the two conditions was met, one could form a perfect divine kingdom. What if both achievements were achieved? Would it create a more perfect divine kingdom? Zhou Zhou did not think too much about it and directly tried to ask the Supreme Will. The Supreme Will still loved this favored child of his, so it quickly gave an answer. Supreme Will Notification 1. Since it is already a perfect divine kingdom, there is no more perfect divine kingdom. Supreme Will Notification 2. When the Lord of all races meet one of the conditions, the other condition doesn't need to be fulfilled. They can also become a perfect divine kingdom. Supreme Will Notification 3. However, a perfect divine kingdom is only the beginning of a divine kingdom. You still need to continue to increase the level of the divine kingdom's foundation to increase the level of the divine kingdom and make your divine kingdom stronger. Zhou Zhou was secretly shocked. Was it his imagination? Why did he feel that the Supreme Will was more concerned about him? Could it be because he had performed well recently? He thought about it and felt that this should be the reason. As a lord of all races who was favored by the Supreme Will, what he did could not be hidden from the Supreme Will. Moreover, seeing how well he had performed, the Supreme Will seemed to be even more concerned about him. It seemed to make sense. Even though that was what he thought, Zhou Zhou still appeared very respectful on the surface. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Supreme Will. The Supreme Will did not reply. Zhou Zhou smacked his lips as he pondered over a question. He wondered what level the will of the Supreme Will was at. His realm was will like light, but when facing the abyss will, he still felt that the other party was unfathomable. He did not even know where the other party's upper limit was. The supreme will that controlled all the wills of the abyss will, the immortal world, the heaven world, and so on would definitely be even more terrifying, right? He thought about it for a moment, then shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He looked at the blessed land teleportation channel in the sky and muttered to himself, I'm getting closer and closer to raising my territory to the low-tier deity level elementary grade. Work harder and strive to raise the territory to the low-tier deity level elementary grade as soon as possible. This way, I can go to the gate of summoning every day and freeload on the 9 god spirits. At that time, that is when the title Glory of the Pioneer will truly come into play. I'll set a small goal first. I'll raise the level of the territory to legendary tier elementary grade and take down the Glory of the Pioneer 8. Then, Zhou Zhou first entered his small blessed land to check what improvements he had obtained. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied with the result. First, the area had increased from more than 3 million square kilometers to more than 30 million square kilometers. This area was already comparable to the 2 bear countries on the cerulean planet. Due to the increase in area, the various construction facilities inside had also been greatly improved and expanded. Whether it was the cultivation room, study room, bedroom, military drill hall, viewing hall, game hall, and other buildings, the area had increased by about 10 times. Moreover, the various facilities inside had also been upgraded. Second, in the small blessed land, in addition to the various buildings mentioned above, there were also various practical and interesting buildings such as the Myriad Ingot Palace, the Lord's Palace, the Administration Hall, the Rare Treasure Palace, the 100 Kingdoms Palace, the Hall of Wonders, and the Myriad Sacred Rune Palace. Finally, the small blessed land that had been upgraded was no longer the original building complex, but more like a complete small world. In the world outside the palace complex, green mountains and clear waters could be seen everywhere. Birds and beasts were thriving, and spiritual flowers and rare treasures were competing with each other. It perfectly possessed all the elements that a small world should have, as expected of the foundation of the Divine Kingdom. Chapter 902, Upgrading the Gate of Summoning. The Crimson Law. It took more than an hour for Zhou Zhou to finish shopping. Then, after integrating Gorlo's potential blessing pearl into the kingdom's golden tablet, he called Aaliyah over and asked her to call Mugu, Zhang Fugui, and Carol Moli over. He took advantage of the free time to go to the gate of summoning. Zhou Zhou looked at the tall gate of summoning in front of him. With a thought, he used 400 billion units of basic materials and 10,000 extraordinary tier mist cores to upgrade the gate of summoning to epic tier elementary grade. A text notification appeared. Congratulations, your gate of summoning has been upgraded to epic tier elementary grade. You can summon 800 subjects every day. You will summon 600 professionals every day. Prompt: under the influence of the unique title of the race Glory of the Pioneer 7, the number of subjects you can summon every day has reached 28,800. You will summon 608 professionals every day. Zhou Zhou's expression did not change after reading it. After the gate of summoning was upgraded to extraordinary tier advance grade, the number of basic summoning subjects had reached a total of 2,800. After being buffed by the Glory of the Pioneer 7, it directly increased by 8 times, becoming 28,800 people. Compared to the gate of summoning of extraordinary tier advance grade, he could summon 10,000 more people. However, even though 28,800 people were already a lot, it was naturally nothing to the current Zhou Zhou. It did not even cause him to feel emotional. He opened the next level up requirement of the gate of summoning. Construction upgrade: 500 billion units of wood, 500 billion units of fine sand, 500 billion units of metal, 500 billion units of stone, 1000 epic tier mist core, territory level upgraded to epic tier intermediate grade. Zhou Zhou noted down the upgrade requirements and retracted his gaze. He turned around and returned to the small blessed land. In the small blessed land. In the meeting hall, Zhou Zhou sat cross-legged on the golden throne, while His Highness was Mugu, Zhang Fugui, and Carol Moli. At this moment, the three of them looked at the dazzling palace around them, their eyes filled with surprise. My palace and this blessed land are not bad, right? Zhou Zhou smiled. Your Majesty, your small blessed land is really magical. From here, I can even sense my perception of the law of life more clearly. Carol Moli spoke first. Your subjects' perception of the Crimson Law has also become a little clearer. Mugu nodded. This subject's perception of the law of commerce has also become a little clearer. Zhang Fugui chuckled. But that's it. Zhou Zhou said indifferently, not minding their flattery. As the master of this small blessed land, he was naturally the clearest about the environment here. It was only a small blessed land with an epic tier elementary grade. Even if it could allow life forms to have a clearer perception of the laws, it was equivalent to making an 800-degree nearsighted person become only 750-degree nearsighted. There was an improvement, but it was better than nothing. In this small blessed land, what Zhou Zhou valued the most was the function of the Divine Kingdom's foundation. Everything else was ordinary to the current Zhou Zhou. Perhaps when the territory level increased to low-tier deity level elementary grade, these functions might be able to shine brightly. From today onwards, you'll move in together. This small blessed land is very large. You can choose a spare room to stay in, or if you like freedom, you can just open a cave abode outside. I will also move the reincarnation sacred palace here and place it in the myriad ingot palace. At that time, if you want to use the time world to comprehend laws or improve your other abilities, go to the myriad ingot palace. When you return, tell this news to the others. Zhou Zhou said. Those who could obtain his recognition and use the time world to comprehend laws to increase their abilities were all talents among the talents of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. He naturally had to make use of this small blessed land to increase their growth speed. Yes, Your Majesty. The three of them said respectfully. Now, let's talk about your respective improvements. Zhou Zhou said calmly. When Mugu heard this, he was the first to stand up. Your Majesty, I am now an epic tier elementary grade rancher. In addition, the number of monster shepherds under me has increased from 50,000 to 100,000. The number of monster ranches in my ranch land plain has also increased from 1,000 to 1,500. Moreover, the maximum capacity of each monster ranch has increased from 1 million to 1.5 million. Moreover, my ranch land plain has also been upgraded. Just the area alone has increased from more than 10 million square kilometers to more than 50 million square kilometers. I dare to guess that when I advance to the legendary tier elementary grade, my ranch land plain should be able to officially advance from a small plain to a standard 1000 crimson world. He said respectfully. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Logically speaking, if extraordinaires wanted to obtain their own small world through advancement, they had to at least advance to the low-tier deity level elementary grade and possess a divine kingdom that was comparable to a small world. Mugu had actually broken this rule. Could he have his own small world at the extraordinary tier elementary grade? Was it because of the Lord talent, or the Crimson Rule? Zhou Zhou pondered silently. The Crimson Rule. That was the nomological path that Lord Crimson Overlord cultivated. In terms of level, it was inferior to the Supreme Law, but in terms of power at the same level it might not necessarily be able to defeat the Crimson Law. This could be seen from the fact that the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord had been fighting for countless years without a victor. He thought about it for a while and stopped thinking about it. No matter how powerful the Crimson Rule was, Mugu was still his loyal subordinate. There was no need for him to let his imagination run wild. And he thought of something else. If that's the case, then wouldn't the number of ranch monsters that the ranch land plain can produce tomorrow reach 2.25 billion? At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. I'll use 400 of the 500 new monster ranches to nurture the yellow talisman Dao soldiers. The 100 new monster ranches will all be used to nurture the violent storm demon spirits. He immediately said. As such, among his 1,500 monster ranches, there were a total of 1,000 monster ranches nurturing yellow talisman Dao soldiers. 300 monster ranches to nurture the violent storm demon spirit. The other 200 monster ranches continued to nurture the mechanical fear falcon, the iron-eating bear, and the withered tree. This way, he would be able to obtain 4.5 billion yellow talisman Dao soldier recruitment books, 4.5 billion yellow talisman Dao soldier class change certificate, 1.35 trillion violent storm spirit recruitment books, and 1.35 trillion violent storm spirit class change certificate. The total number of soldiers under his command could even break through the 20 billion mark given 2 days. Chapter 903, Zhou Zhou becomes a god. 1. At this thought, a smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. Every time the monster ranch improved, it would bring him a huge surprise. Of course, in fact, Monster Ranch's epic tier lord talent was not very abnormal. If a lord only had the lord talent of Monster Ranch, he would at most obtain a safe place to train his troops. The most important reason why Zhou Zhou could unleash its effects to such an abnormal extent was that it had the support of the mythical tier, the only lord talent king of loots. The two complemented each other, allowing the Monster Ranch to unleash such an astonishing talent effect. Yes, Your Majesty. Mu Gu said respectfully after hearing Zhou Zhou's words. Zhou Zhou looked at Zhang Fugui. Seeing this, Zhang Fugui also stepped forward. Your Majesty, the number of mysterious merchants has increased from 200,000 to 500,000. The number of carriages transporting goods has also increased to 500,000. Also, all the mysterious merchants' abilities have been upgraded to the intermediate grade epic tier. The internal space of each mysterious merchant's mysterious ring has also increased from the original 10 million cubic meters to 50 million cubic meters. In addition, our treasure hunting ability has also increased in probability. It's easier to discover hidden treasures in the world during the business process. Not bad. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Then, he looked at Carol Molly. Your Majesty, the shelter of the Goddess of Life now has a total of 100 million clergymen, 100 million priests, 100 million nuns, and 1.5 billion holy knights of life. My strength has also advanced to the high-tier deity level intermediate grade. Carol Molly stepped forward and said with a faint smile. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. As such, the upper limit of resurrection in his territory had been raised to the high-tier deity level intermediate grade. High-tier deity level intermediate grade god spirits and soldiers below could fight without any hesitation. From today onwards, among the god spirits under him, other than Heros, the only high-tier deity level advance grade god spirit, all the other god spirits could fight without fear of death. This was undoubtedly a huge improvement to his territory's combat strength. Then, Zhou Zhou chatted with them for a while before getting them to inform the gods, high-level generals, high-level lifestyle professionals, and the geniuses of the Blazing Sun Kingdom with extremely high potential in the other territories to settle down in the small blessed lands. Then, they would study the laws in the Myriad Ingots Hall together. Myriad Ingot Palace was a special building that could increase life forms' perception of laws. Even though it was not big, it could take down tens of thousands of people. While they were out looking for someone, Zhou Zhou came to Myriad Ingot Palace alone. He found the best ingot palace in the main hall and entered it to begin comprehending the laws. However, less than a minute after he sat down to comprehend the Lord's laws, he opened his eyes in surprise. My law comprehension efficiency has actually increased so much. Compared to the previous time when I comprehended the Lord's laws, the efficiency of my law comprehension this time is at least 5 to 6 times higher. He fell into deep thought, then gradually came back to his senses. He had recently obtained too many treasures that could increase the effects of law comprehension. There was no need to mention the myriad ingot palace. The deep abyss had provided him with a portion of the Lord's Law talent and Lord's Law cultivation experience. It had also greatly increased his efficiency in comprehending Lord's Law. Not to mention the enhancement of the Holy Record, Regal Sage Deo Sword, and other race divine artifacts. In addition, during this period of time, he had increased the level of his Lord talent in large quantities, directly increasing his own Lord talent. With all kinds of abilities, talents, treasures, and divine artifacts on him, he had unknowingly become a fully deserving super genius in the Lord's Law. When he thought of this, he suddenly had a feeling. The opportunity to become a god is tonight. He muttered and took a deep breath. After calming himself down, he first sent a telepathic message to Heros, Qi Xiantian, and the other immortals to protect him. Then, he entered the time world again with a calm mind and began to comprehend the Lord's laws. His Majesty is about to become a god. Upon receiving the news, Heros and the other god spirits were shocked. They immediately contacted the other god spirits, heroes, and high-ranking generals and began to set up defenses to prevent His Majesty's advancement to god spirit from being accidentally interrupted. In less than a moment, everything from the capital of the Blazing Sun Kingdom to the entire Blazing Sun Kingdom was set up like an iron bucket. Even if a true god tier being descended, he would probably be able to stall for a while. How long has His Majesty been in the High Continent? He's actually about to become a god. Even though his strength was average, Ziwu, who was rather aloof, was completely convinced after learning that Zhou Zhou was about to become a god. To be able to advance to become a god spirit in such a short period of time, in the history of the myriad worlds, other than some special circumstances, such as the divine spark heavenly gift, His Majesty could be said to be unique. Moreover, His Majesty is a lord, a peerless lord with unparalleled talent. Qi Suanation's expression was solemn with obvious emotions. If His Majesty wants to become a god and become an immortal, the difficulty is hundreds or thousands of times higher than other life forms. However, His Majesty is actually about to become an immortal in such a short period of time. It's not an exaggeration to say that His Majesty's talent and luck are number one in history. The others nodded silently. Before His Majesty becomes a god spirit, we must seal the news. Nothing must happen. Now, I'll assign you your positions and specific responsibilities. As the First Legion commander of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, Bai Yun began to give orders without hesitation. The other god spirits, heroes, and generals did not object and began to carry out Bai Yun's orders. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the night passed. When dawn arrived, boom! A roar that seemed to come from the depths of his heart and reality sounded. At this moment, all the living beings in the Blazing Sun Kingdom heard this roar. In the night sky, at this moment, countless stars suddenly lit up with extremely dazzling light. These lights were connected to each other and actually formed an incomparably noble and majestic dragon that stretched for thousands of kilometers. It was the regal dragon, Ao Zun. At that moment, he was entrenched in the starry sky. He was like the Lord of the stars and the ruler of the universe, looking down at the small blessed land. It was as if he could see Zhou Zhou, who was sitting cross-legged in the myriad ingots hall, emitting a 9-colored divine light. The 9-colored divine light was divided into 5 colors, green, yellow, red, white, and black, as well as chaos, grey, dark purple, and gold. Among them, green, yellow, red, white, and black represented the Lord's laws. The other 4 colors were controlled by the Lord's laws. Chaos represented the laws of chaos and came from the chaos human bloodline. Grey represented the law of the end, which came from the Lord profession, the Lord of the end. The dark purple represented the abyssal laws and came from the bloodline of the deep abyss. The golden color represented the laws of light and came from his light sacred dragon bloodline. These were also the 4 most important and most powerful nomological laws on Zhou Zhou. Chapter 904, Zhou Zhou becomes a god, too. At this moment, buzz! The sword of Xian Yuan and the regal sage Dao sword at Zhou Zhou's waist suddenly emitted sword hums. At the same time, Zhou Zhou slowly opened his eyes. His eyes actually emitted incomparably dazzling 9-colored divine light. They were like 2 pillars of light that pierced through the sky and shot towards the regal dragon in the starry sky. When the regal dragon saw this, it roared angrily and left the starry sky. From the distant starry sky, it turned into a golden dragon pillar of light and rushed towards Zhou Zhou on the ground. In the blink of an eye, it split into 2 and threw them into Zhou Zhou's body and the regal sage Dao sword at his waist. The 4 of them quickly fused together. After fusing, Zhou Zhou's body had an additional supreme aura. The surface of the regal sage Dao sword also had an incomparably noble aura. Zhou Zhou's body slowly floated up and finally stopped in the sky above the small blessed land. He scanned his surroundings. The entire small blessed land was glowing with golden light, making this space look very sacred. Zhou Zhou came to a realization. This small blessed land sensed that its lord was about to advance to a god spirit and was already prepared to evolve itself into a complete divine kingdom at any time. Zhou Zhou smiled faintly and looked up at the starry sky. From now on, he would also become a member of the stars. And this was only the beginning. A divine light flashed in his eyes. Then, he followed the golden pillar of light left behind by the regal dragon and shot into the starry sky. In the blink of an eye, he fused into the starry sky and disappeared. When the civil and military officials on the ground saw this scene, their eyes were filled with excitement and desire. Only the gods and spirits were a little shocked. Because, back when they became god spirits, there was no such earth-shattering phenomenon. What kind of god was His Majesty going to become? At the same time, the world phenomenon of the regal dragon's descent also shocked the super-experts of the high continent and even the endless heavens. They looked at the regal dragon's body from afar, feeling shocked and puzzled. As the most mysterious dragon, this legendary dragon rarely appeared in front of the world. What had happened in the Blazing Sun Kingdom to actually attract this existence's true body? They did not even think that someone had become a god. Only an extremely ancient existence could tell that the regal dragon was congratulating a certain existence on becoming a god. However, it was precisely because of this that the shock in their hearts was even greater than those existences who did not know the inside story. What kind of life form would attract a legendary tier existence like the regal dragon to congratulate them when they became gods? Even the number 1 race in the world, the original spirit race, or those unique special life forms, or even the legendary dragons who were born to become master god tier gods, had never seen this existence appear. Blazing Sun Kingdom. The Lord of the Blazing Sun. Could it be? A guess that they did not want to believe appeared in their minds. In a special space, Zhou Zhou, who was wearing the Emperor Dragon robe, was looking at this world in a daze. This was a world where it was raining heavily. However, the rain here was not water droplets. Instead, they were specks of light that emitted gorgeous light. Where is this? Zhou Zhou was at a loss. Wasn't he about to use the foundation of the Divine Kingdom to evolve his own Divine Kingdom? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't he enter the deepest part at this moment? He could feel that all his strength was still on him, including the king's treasure box, divine artifacts, race divine of the interlayer of space, and choose a secret place to build his divine kingdom and officially become a god spirit? Why did he come here as soon as he entered the starry sky? But fortunately, at this moment, he could feel that all his strength was still on him, including the king's treasure box, divine artifacts, race divine artifacts, and so on. He looked at the light spot in front of him and hesitated for a moment. Then, he reached out to take it. A pink dot landed on his palm. A sliver of nomological insight suddenly appeared in Zhou Zhou's mind. The name of this law was the law of longevity. This comprehension of the law of longevity allowed he to understand how to extend his lifespan, some spells that could extend the lifespan of other life forms, and an incomplete law skill called the longevity law. Zhou Zhou was stunned. He looked at the light spots that covered the entire world in front of him. Suddenly, an unbelievable guess appeared in his mind. He immediately went to pick up another grey dot. When this speck of grey light landed in his hand, he immediately understood that this speck of light represented the law comprehension of the corrosive laws. Then, as if he had gone crazy, he rushed into the place where the rain was the densest. At that time, a large number of nomological light spots landed on him. Law of light, law of divination, law of overturning, law of grass, law of ink, law of suffering, law of misfortune. All sorts of unbelievable law comprehensions appeared in his mind. The law comprehension contained in every drop of rainwater was enough for a life form to comprehend a path to becoming a god. Zhou Zhou was shocked and confused. What exactly was this place? It could actually give birth to such a magical rain? Could it be that this was the source of the laws? At this moment, a pure white light suddenly appeared in the sky, then slowly condensed into a pure white eye. Zhou Zhou was stunned and immediately reacted. This was the Supreme Eyes phenomenon manifested by the Supreme Will. Hence, he hurriedly said respectfully, "Greetings, Supreme Will. Lord of the Blazing Sunday." A gender-neutral and indifferent voice sounded. "This is not the land of the origin of laws, but my supreme domain. You can understand it as you have come around me." Zhou Zhou's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he listened to the Supreme Will continue. "Even though you came around me, you are not in the same dimension as me, so you can't see me. You don't have to see me for the time being. As you are the first living being among the lords of the myriad races to become a god spirit with the Lord's law, I have specially bestowed you with a divine kingdom in my supreme domain. The endless nomological rain in front of you is only a small ability that my supreme domain shows. However, even so, it can greatly accelerate the growth of your divine kingdom after you establish your Lord's nomological path divine kingdom. Lord of the Blazing Sunday, build your divine kingdom here." The Supreme Will said. "Yes, Your Excellency," Zhou Zhou said respectfully. Then, his expression turned serious. The nine-colored light on his body shone brightly, and he said softly, "I am, the king of all living beings." As soon as he finished speaking, a nine-colored light, surrounded by the phantom of a small blessed land, suddenly appeared from his glabella. Then, it left his body and flew into the rain before floating in midair. It was the seed of the law skill, King. Divine Kingdom, founded. Zhou Zhou raised his right hand and tapped the seed gently. A vast amount of divine power surged out of his body and fused into the law seed. At the same time, the supreme domain seemed to have sensed it too. A vortex sea that emitted countless lights appeared in the sky. Then, like a celestial river pouring down, endless divine power descended and surged into the seed of the law, King. Under the influx of the double divine power, the seed of the law, which was originally only the size of a fist, began to expand at a visible speed. His divine kingdom was born. Chapter 905, Zhou Zhou becomes a god, 2. Rumble. A majestic and glorious golden kingdom filled with a supreme aura expanded rapidly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, its diameter had reached 10,000 kilometers, and it was still rapidly expanding. 30,000 kilometers. 100,000 kilometers, 1 million kilometers. 10 million kilometers. When the Divine Kingdom building reached a diameter of 90 million kilometers, the expansion of the Divine Kingdom finally stopped. Right on the heels of that, a world barrier spread further away with the Divine Kingdom as the center, dividing the inside and outside of the barrier into two worlds. Inside the world barrier was the Divine Kingdom world that had expanded from the Divine Kingdom. This place would undergo natural evolution, or it would listen to the will of the God Spirit to interfere and evolve. It could appear as a continental world, or a celestial universe with planets and stars. It could also derive plane worlds and build a complete multi-plane small Divine Kingdom world. It could also have nothing but a lonely Divine Kingdom. When the true believers, devout believers, fanatic believers, and Holy Spirit tier believers of the God Spirit died, their souls would ascend to the divine kingdom and accompany the God Spirit forever. The believers were not dead as long as the God Spirit was not destroyed. They would be free from the pain of birth, aging, illness, and death. As long as they were not killed, the believers who were promoted to the divine kingdom could basically proclaim eternal life. Outside the world barrier, even though it was not managed by the God Spirits, in order to protect the divine kingdom from being discovered, the God Spirits would usually set up layers of defense outside the divine kingdom world to protect the divine kingdom from being damaged. Even though Zhou Zhou was currently in the supreme domain and the chances of him discovering his divine kingdom were slim, he still decided to add a layer of defense to his divine kingdom. He opened his right hand and saw an illusory heart that seemed to reflect countless dream worlds appearing in his palm. It was the nine-headed nightmare realm demon god's heart, a true god-tier advance-grade divine artifact. It shouldn't be a problem to protect my divine kingdom with this true god-tier advance-grade array, the Nine Realms Demon God Dreamfall Array, right? Zhou Zhou looked at the heart and muttered. With the Nine Worlds Divine Demon Dreamfall Array, let alone a true god-tier, even if 10 true god-tier descended, they might not be able to discover the location of his divine kingdom. Even if they discovered the location of his divine kingdom, if they dared to barge into his array formation, they would still be in danger of dying. In this way, unless a master god-tier descended, his divine kingdom would basically not be in any danger. And if the master god-tier really descended and discovered his divine kingdom and wanted to destroy it, if he really encountered such bad luck, Zhou Zhou would accept it. Perhaps even if a real master god-tier descends, he might not be able to destroy my divine kingdom. This is the territory of the Supreme Will after all. Not to mention master god-tier, even if the Abyss Will descended here, it probably wouldn't dare to attack me casually, right? Moreover, the Supreme Will shouldn't ignore a genius lord like me and be suddenly destroyed by other experts, right? Zhou Zhou muttered in his heart. The Supreme Will was the true guardian of the divine kingdom in his heart. Even though this god of protection might not really attack at that time, the supreme domain had no time. After an unknown period of time, the expansion of the divine kingdom world was finally completed. After the expansion of the divine kingdom ended, a pure white water droplet fell from the sky and landed on Zhou Zhou's divine kingdom. It quickly fused into it. As a divine kingdom, Zhou Zhou could clearly sense that something had changed in his divine kingdom. This change was indescribable, but Zhou Zhou could sense that it was an extremely good change for the future development of his divine kingdom. It was not mixed with any malice. This should be the blessing of the Supreme Will. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Then, he closed his eyes and began to sense the overall situation of the divine kingdom. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes with a look of surprise. The world diameter of my small world is actually 1 billion light-years. According to my inherited memories, this is already comparable to the diameter of some middle worlds, right? Zhou Zhou was shocked. Normally speaking, the small world that had just been born had a standard diameter of about 10 light-years. When it grew to the level of the middle world, its diameter was usually only 100 million light-years. As for his small world, its initial diameter was actually 1 billion light-years. This was already comparable to the size of the Middle Qian Divine Kingdom world of some veteran true God-tier elementary grade God spirits. Is it because I walked the God's path of the Lord's law and the strength of my chaotic sacred power increased again after becoming a God spirit? Or is there another reason? Zhou Zhou thought about why his divine kingdom and the divine kingdom world had become so huge. After figuring this out, he could also focus on improving in the future. He did not have to worry about not having a direction to improve. Firstly, he was a deity who had achieved the Lord's law path. Naturally, it was the most important reason. The Lord's laws governed all laws and controlled everything. It was not surprising that he could create a divine kingdom world with such a shocking diameter. Secondly, the strength of the chaotic sacred power in his body had increased again. The divine power energy in a god spirit's body was very important for building a divine kingdom. It could be said to be the basic material for building a divine kingdom. No matter how powerful his initial divine power was, he could build a divine kingdom of the corresponding height. As for the chaos sacred power that Zhou Zhou possessed, it was originally an all-rounded energy that was similar to divine power but higher than divine power possessed by the bloodline of the low-tier deity-level elementary grade chaos human. As the basic material for constructing the divine kingdom, he was naturally in charge of the chaos holy power. Even though after he became a god spirit, his chaos holy power did not undergo any qualitative changes. But even so, his chaos holy power was thousands of times stronger than before. Before he advanced to become a god spirit, the chaotic sacred power in his body was liquid water. After becoming a god spirit, the chaotic sacred power in his body had been strengthened thousands of times and condensed into incomparably hard solid ice. The two were naturally incomparable. Currently, he could use the low-tier deity-level elementary grade chaotic sacred power, activate the king, and then use the true god-tier divine artifacts at the true god-tier level elementary grade. He could already perfectly unleash the powerful power of the true god-tier divine artifacts, and he could even do it with ease. Which meant he now had a combat strength comparable to a true god. Zhou Zhou was even confident that he could defeat some god spirits who had just advanced to the true god-tier elementary grade without true god-tier divine artifacts, even if they had high-tier deity-level divine artifacts. It did not seem surprising that such a powerful chaotic sacred power could build such a powerful divine kingdom and divine kingdom world. Apart from that, of course, Zhou Zhou's other bloodlines, talents, law skills, law comprehension, professions, skills. All of these added together should have contributed a large portion of his divine power. Zhou Zhou knew what to do. Then, his attention landed on the name of the immortal he had awakened. Even though he had taken the path of becoming a god spirit in the divine kingdom, he had also taken on the top extraordinary tier profession, the Qi practitioner. Therefore, after he had become a god spirit, his Qi practitioner profession had also successfully advanced to the true immortal realm. Naturally, he would have the names of both god and immortal at the same time. However, when he saw the name of his immortal god, his expression immediately changed slightly. Lord name, Lord of the Blazing Sun. God/immortal, common people's regal, low-tier deity level elementary grade/true immortal realm elementary grade. Why is my immortal name so special? What's the name of a regal? The alias of a lord's law is called the regal law. Zhou Zhou muttered. Chapter 906, Common People's Regal Zhou Zhou. Weird. Under normal circumstances, weren't they something god or something immortal usually? However, the name Common People's Regal sounded quite domineering. The common people here referred to all life forms. Naturally, this included the life forms of all races. Regal referred to the supreme and noble emperor. Common people's regal could be understood as the emperor of all life forms. It was quite compatible with the incantation I am the king of all life that he chanted when he used the law skill, king. Just as Zhou Zhou was deep in thought, the supreme will's voice suddenly sounded. Regal. It refers to the unique title of becoming an immortal god with the Lord's law. Only living beings who walk the path of the Lord's law from the beginning and become immortals and gods are qualified to be called regal. As for the common people, it comes from your law skill, king. Thank you, Lord Supreme Will, for clearing my doubts. Zhou Zhou was instantly flattered. He did not expect his soft muttering to be able to attract the attention of the Supreme Will and clear his doubts. If Zhou Zhou did not know his background, he would have thought that he was the Supreme Will's biological son. The Supreme Will did not respond to Zhou Zhou's gratitude. Zhou Zhou didn't dare to pay it any mind. His gaze returned to the nine-headed nightmare realm demon god's heart on his right palm. He had a thought. The chaotic sacred power in his body flowed into the heart of the demon god. The next second, the heart soared into the sky and shot straight into his divine kingdom. It sat in the main hall of the divine kingdom, above Zhou Zhou's statue. Immediately after, Zhou Zhou's statue and the entire divine kingdom began to continuously inject chaotic sacred power into the nine-headed nightmare realm demon god's heart. Under the infusion of the mighty chaotic sacred power, the nine-headed nightmare realm demon god's heart suddenly lit up with a scarlet light. As soon as the scarlet light appeared, it spread rapidly in all directions. Before long, it reached 1 billion light years away and arrived at the border of the Zhou Zhou divine kingdom. At this point, it did not stop. Instead, it continued to expand outwards until it reached about 10 billion light years. At this moment, the divine kingdom world seemed to be enveloped by an incomparably huge scarlet light barrier. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he activated the Nine Worlds Demon God Dreamfall Array. Just as this thought rose in his mind, the scarlet light barrier, which was 10 billion light years in diameter, gradually retracted its scarlet light. After the light completely converged, an incomparably fantastic scene slowly appeared on its surface, as if it was a boundless dream from the myriad worlds. Right on the heels of that, this endless dream, along with the light barrier and the divine kingdom world inside it, slowly disappeared from the supreme domain, as if it had never appeared. Zhou Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. With this Nine Worlds Demon God Fallen Dream Array, his divine kingdom should be safe under most circumstances. Then, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the void and meditated to circulate the Chaos Origin Manual to recover his chaotic sacred power. The Chaos Origin Manual was a supreme cultivation manual created by the legendary Chaos humans. It could be cultivated from the Chi refinement stage to the perfected Saint realm, Master God tier advance grade. Zhou Zhou naturally had no problem cultivating it now. Moreover, Zhou Zhou noticed something else. There seemed to be a huge difference in the flow of time between the Supreme Domain and the High Continent. He would realize that not much time had passed when he returned to the High Continent, no matter how long he stayed in the Supreme Domain. Therefore, when he was meditating to recover the chaotic sacred power, he wasn't worried at all that something unexpected would happen to the Blazing Sun Kingdom without he around. Anyway, it wouldn't be long before he returned. Half a month later, in the Supreme Domain. In the endless reign of laws, Zhou Zhou, who was emitting a nine-colored divine light, closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in the void, like a sleeping baby. At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes, which were actually emitting a supreme golden light. After a long while, the golden light slowly dissipated and returned to its black pupils when he first arrived in the High Continent. However, it was very different from the previous black pupils. At this moment, Zhou Zhou's black pupils looked extremely pure, but they also contained supreme dignity. 1 month. My chaotic sacred power completely recovered on the 9th day. For the rest of the time, I used this nomological reign to comprehend my Lord's nomological laws. This is really a holy land. In just a month, I actually comprehended my nomological skill, King, to the low-tier deity level elementary grade. Zhou Zhou suddenly sighed. As a regal who planned to specialize in the nomological path of a lord, he naturally wouldn't give up on the big and take the small. He would study the endless laws contained in the endless reign of laws. That was what the immortal gods of the Chaos Law did. As the common people's regal who walked the Lord's law. In the past month, he had been working hard to control the nomological reign. He was trying to make the nomological laws that filled the sky be used by he to raise the level of his king's nomological skills as much as possible. It had now been proved that he had made the right choice. This month of slavery had directly raised his extraordinary tier law skill, King, to the low-tier deity level elementary grade. Zhou Zhou gave it a thought and information about the law skill King appeared. Law skill name, King. Law skill quality, low-level deity tier elementary grade. Law skill ability overview, as a low-tier deity level elementary grade Lord law skill, you can mark 1% of your subjects and control everything they have, including but not limited to appearance, bloodline, skills, weapons, law skills, and even their fate. When you control everything that the marked subject has, the subject doesn't have to suffer any negative effects. 1% of subjects. I have 12 billion subjects under my command, so I'll have the full strength of 120 million subjects. Zhou Zhou chuckled. What does the power of 120 million subjects mean? Even if these subjects were all ordinary people, everything that so many ordinary people had added up was enough to cause an ordinary lord to undergo a qualitative change and directly possess an ability comparable to a god spirit. Needless to say, most of the subjects under Zhou Zhou were extraordinary individuals. It was also because there were so many superhumans added together that he had the combat power of a regular true god tier. Moreover, other than the law skill king, what surprised me the most was that I actually used this Lorraine to comprehend a second law skill. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou's smile widened. This was a lord law skill. It was much harder to comprehend than ordinary law skills. It was like the law skill, king. If not for Bodhi Supreme extracting it from the thousands of Lord Talent crystal fragments, Zhou Zhou might not have been able to touch the shadow of the Lord Law skill until now. Following that, he stopped thinking and respectfully said to the sky. My divine kingdom has been established, and my Lord's laws have improved greatly. Thank you, Lord Supreme Will. I don't dare to stay long. I'll take my leave now. How could Zhou Zhou not dare to stay for long? He couldn't wait to stay here for as long as possible. But firstly, he could not stay away from the Blazing Sun Kingdom for too long. Secondly, he had already gained a lot here. Thirdly, and most importantly, he could sense that this place was beginning to reject him. Clearly, he had already stayed for a long time and had to leave. That was why he had taken the initiative to leave. Go! The voice of the Supreme Will rang out. Zhou Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. After bowing respectfully again, he disappeared from this domain along with the repulsive force of the Supreme Domain. After a long time, a voice that was gender-neutral sounded softly with a hint of worry. When will the Lord of all races appear? Chapter 907, Crisis of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. True God Tier Scarlet Attack. High Continent, in the starry sky. An illusory passageway that emitted the brilliance of thousands of laws appeared from space. Then, a dignified figure in the Emperor Dragon robe that emitted 9-colored divine light walked out. It was none other than Zhou Zhou. The psychedelic passageway behind him also disappeared after he walked out. This is the first time I've come to such a high place. Zhou Zhou looked at the night sky and stars around him, and a smile appeared on his face. He remembered that when he had just grasped the ability to fly, he had once relied on it to fly high in the sky. In the end, not long after they flew, they couldn't withstand the dangers at higher altitudes, including air pressure, low temperature, fog monsters, exotic beasts, and many other factors. They were forced to stop flying and return to their territory. He could rush out of the high continent with the chaos sacred body that had advanced to the god spirit level even if he didn't do anything. He could come to the boundless starry sky outside the high continent and ignore most external dangers. It felt like it was only yesterday when he was fantasizing about becoming a god spirit. I've completely grown into a true expert. Even if I can't be said to be a top-notch expert, I can already be considered invincible among the lords of all races. I can also exchange the top civilizations of the myriad races for one. Zhou Zhou smiled. After knowing that he already had the combat power of a regular true god tier, the civilizations of the myriad races that wanted to deal with him, no matter how unwilling they were, would probably have to reconsider their attitude towards him. He swept his gaze across the cosmos before his gaze landed on a star that emitted 9-colored light. The star was incomparably huge, with a diameter of 90 million kilometers. The diameter of Earth was only 12,000 kilometers, and the diameter of the Sun was only 1.4 million kilometers. This 9-colored star had a diameter of 7,500 times that of Earth and 64 times that of the Sun. From this, it could be seen how huge he was. Is this the projection from my divine kingdom star onto the world? It's all right. It's quite bright and obvious. Zhou Zhou touched his chin, feeling very satisfied. From now on, I will be one of the stars in the world. When living beings in the myriad worlds look up at the starry sky, they will also discover the location of my star. Most importantly, the divine kingdom stars are the same as the god spirits. They are eternal. Not only does it not have a lifespan limit, it will also affect the operation of the laws of the heavens. Wherever the divine kingdom star shines, my concept body will even appear in the myriad worlds. It will create all kinds of legendary tier legends in the myriad worlds and spread my mythical tier stories. To gods who don't believe in the path of god spirits, this is only increasing their reputation in the myriad worlds. However, for a god like me, who has become a god with laws and beliefs, this can greatly increase the number of my believers. It can allow me to quickly accumulate chaotic sacred power and speed up the advancement of a higher level of god spirit. It's just that this process requires a lot of time. Therefore, there is also common sense among the god spirits. The more ancient a god spirit is, as long as they can spread their faith normally over a long period of time, they will often be extremely powerful. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. Then, he shook his head and smiled, not minding it. He had the blessing of the war god. Until he reached the master god tier stage, this powerful lord talent would continue to work. Therefore, he didn't need such a slow advancement method at all. Creating the legendary tier of the myriad worlds through concepts and accumulating the faith of the myriad worlds was actually not necessary for him to advance to a god spirit. He closed his eyes and sensed the projected star of the divine kingdom. Soon, he felt as if he had transformed into a huge star that was spinning in the starry sky. At the same time, he was orbiting the two supreme stars, the lunar star and the solar star, in a unique and profound orbit. Its starlight illuminated the myriad worlds. It could even sense the living beings in the myriad worlds who had faith in him. These living beings who believed in him had a thread of faith between his main body and the projected stars. Through this thread of faith, Zhou Zhou could accept their power of faith and increase the upper limit of his divine power to slowly increase his god spirit realm. As a deity who accepted faith, Zhou Zhou could also sense the state of his believers through this thread of faith and use it to bless them. The higher the level of faith a believer had, the more powerful god spirits he would bless them. Believers at the Holy Spirit level could even use the God descend technique to make him descend on the Holy Spirit in the form of a clone or his main body. From there, the Holy Spirit would have the strength of a God spirit. Then, it could perform miracles, create a sect, and even fight with enemy god spirits to stabilize its faith. However, this method was harmful to the Holy Spirit's body, and the Holy Spirit was the main force that provided faith. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, ordinary god spirits who believed in gods were unwilling to use this divine descent technique. Let me see, how many people in my territory believe in me, and how many subjects are qualified to advance to the Holy Spirit. Zhou Zhou was looking forward to it. However, his expression changed slightly not long after he investigated. This was because he discovered that among his believers, there were a large number of faith threads from the Blazing Sun Kingdom's believers who suddenly lost their vitality and looked ordinary. At the same time, souls flew over from the high continent, wanting to follow the direction of the thread of faith to his divine kingdom and become his subjects. This is, my believers are collectively dead. He pondered for a moment and temporarily rejected these believers from going to the divine kingdom. He also ordered them to temporarily guard their bodies and wait for the small resurrection spell to revive. After the souls of the believers went deep into the divine kingdom, they could follow the god spirits and live forever. However, there was also a huge flaw. That was to lose the ability to grow independently. Unless the believers who ascended to the divine kingdom were injected with the divine power of a god spirit and forcefully increased their strength, it was impossible for them to improve further in their entire lives. They could only stay at the strength stage before they died. This was not what Zhou Zhou wanted to see. Therefore, Zhou Zhou would only allow them to ascend to the divine kingdom and continue to follow him as a pilgrim if they really could not be resurrected. Pilgrim, after death, one would ascend to the divine kingdom and obtain eternal life as a believer. He would have the obligation to protect his god and even participate in the battle of gods. Zhou Zhou knew that his subjects could be resurrected, so even though he knew that the Blazing Sun Kingdom was in danger, he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he chose a soul that was preparing to return to the Blazing Sun Kingdom and communicated with it with his divine sense. Zhou Zhou, what happened in the Blazing Sun Kingdom? How long has it been since I left the Blazing Sun Kingdom? Zhou Zhou asked this devout believer named Zhou Zhou. Your Majesty. When Zhao Da's soul heard Zhou Zhou's voice, he immediately became excited. He knelt on the ground and said respectfully and angrily, "You have only left for less than an hour. Not long after you left, 3 scarlet true god-tier god spirits suddenly descended outside our kingdom with more than 100 god spirits. Our soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, the soldiers of the other armies, and the worshipped god spirits immediately counterattacked after discovering these invaders. However, even though the number of enemies is not many, all of them are powerful god spirits. It's difficult for the army's group attack to be effective against them. Moreover, the number of our god spirits is far inferior to theirs. In addition, not all of our god spirits have attacked. This makes it difficult for us to injure them when facing more than 100 scarlet god spirits." At this point, Zhao Da's face was filled with shame. Chapter 908, You're really bold. In addition to more than 10 billion soldiers and nearly 20 god spirits, there was actually no good solution for facing more than 100 enemies. To the soldiers and god spirits of the Blazing Sun Kingdom who had always won battles, this was simply a huge humiliation. Even if the other party was a god spirit, he shouldn't have lost so miserably. Zhou Zhou didn't think much of it. In the previous battle that involved more than 100 hostile god spirits, Zhou Zhou had borrowed nearly 70 immortals from the human race to have the capital to win that war. Now that the reinforcements had already left, only the soldiers and god spirits of the Blazing Sun Kingdom were left. Under such circumstances, it was already very good that they had dragged on until now. As for why not all the immortals on their side were mobilized, it was naturally to protect he and wait for him to return from the supreme domain. At the same time, Zhou Zhou also thought of a problem. In such an incident involving a true god tier leading a team to attack the capital, the former Zenith Heaven Cave Observation Array was already very useless. The Zenith Heaven Cave Observation Array could only detect the fate aura of enemies invading the territory after all. Even though this method was not bad, it could only sense it and not defend against it. If an enemy who was good at spatial teleportation led a large army and directly teleport to the capital city to execute a decapitation operation, then no matter how fast the Zenith Heaven Cave Observation Array was, it would be useless. For example, the current situation. Even though he hadn't caused much damage yet, his army had indeed been caught off guard. He had to add an automatic defense function outside the Zenith Heaven Cave Observation Array. This way, the safety of the kingdom would be guaranteed with the combination of reconnaissance and automatic defense measures. Even if the enemy launched another surprise attack, it would at least give his soldiers and god spirits some room to react. As Zhou Zhou pondered, he asked Zhao Dai, "Are those 3 true god tiers and the 100-odd scarlet god spirits from the Empire-level Scarlet Lords that we defeated?" "That's right. That's what Legion Commander Wu said too. Legion Commander Wu also said that they are here for revenge. As long as we hold on until your Majesty returns, all danger will be resolved." Zhao Da said. "I got it." Zhou Zhou nodded. "You've worked hard. Go back to your body first. Be careful not to miss the resurrection time. I will deal with these scarlet god spirits who are true god tiers but have come to launch a sneak attack." Zhou Zhou said. Since his danger prediction and talent intuition didn't give him any premonition of danger, he would go and deal with these enemies. "Yes, Your Majesty." Zhao Da agreed without hesitation. When he heard His Majesty's voice, he knew that the Blazing Sun Kingdom would definitely win this sudden war. This was the confidence that their Majesty gave them. Seeing Zhao Da follow the thread of faith and return to the Blazing Sun Kingdom, Zhou Zhou didn't hesitate. He directly activated the low-tier deity level elementary grade king and let more than 120 million subjects bless him. In an instant, Zhou Zhou's aura began to increase at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, he was infinitely close to the level of a true god tier. At this stage, she had stopped Zhou Zhou for a long time. But now, with the thought from Zhou Zhou, with the augmentation of everything the billions of subjects possessed, he directly broke through this bottleneck and reached the level of a true god tier elementary grade. Crack! A blade light that seemed to be able to destroy the world flashed across the starry sky. Zhou Zhou pulled out the universe-destroying blade from his waist. This is my first battle since becoming a god. I'll use these 3 scarlet true god tier god spirits to sharpen my blade. Zhou Zhou looked at the saber that appeared like the destruction of the universe and muttered. Then, his divine body instantly disappeared from the spot. After 3 teleportations, Zhou Zhou arrived above the blazing Sun Kingdom. As soon as he arrived, Zhou Zhou witnessed the scene of more than 100 scarlet god spirits wantonly killing the blazing Sun Kingdom soldiers in the chaotic army. About 70 scarlet god spirits were stopped by the 18 scarlet god spirits, 20 Sura swordsman army spirits, and 10 weapon god army spirits. As for the remaining 30-odd scarlet god spirits, they kept attacking the blazing Sun Kingdom. However, under the fearless defense of the soldiers, no matter how many powerful and treacherous methods these scarlet god spirits used and how many soldiers they killed, they were unable to take a step into the blazing Sun Kingdom. These soldiers were using their lives to stop these god spirits. Zhou Zhou was moved. However, his heart had become colder and angrier precisely because of this. He looked around and quickly noticed a small world hidden in the interlayer of space. In that small world, a scarlet palace stood tall. 3 scarlet true god tiers were among them. 2 of the scarlet true god tiers were wearing taboo robes. At a glance, they could put life forms in danger of being contaminated. They were the scarlet true god tiers of the forbidden archmage lineage. The other had the face of a black goat and exuded a depraved aura. It was a devil lord from hell. All 3 of them had the strength of a true god tier elementary grade. They were afraid of the supreme agreement and did not dare to attack in the high continent, so they hid in this small space and watched the battle below to prevent any accidents. Zhou Zhou sneered. There was no need to think too much about it. These fellows must have seen the phenomenon of him becoming a god. They, who had already suffered at his hands, had specially come to cause trouble. They probably wanted to interrupt his process of becoming a god. Boom! He did not hesitate to emit his god spirit aura, maximizing his presence. The 3 scarlet true god tiers had indeed noticed his existence. Their eyes immediately lit up, and then they were shocked and bewildered. Wasn't this kid not even a god spirit previously? How did he become a true god tier god spirit now? They looked at each other and attacked together, shooting 3 beams of forceful light at Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou saw through the 3 forceful guiding lights at a glance and did not resist. Instead, he allowed the other party to pull him into the other party's world. Looks like he only used some forbidden secret technique to temporarily advance to the true god tier level. A taboo Dharma god sneered at Zhou Zhou. You can't even resist the forceful guiding light. To think that we thought you were a great enemy. After killing him, I will bring his corpse to my lord. The other forbidden archmage said calmly. Then I want his soul. The devil lord licked his lips and looked at Zhou Zhou greedily. Just the 3 of you. Zhou Zhou, who was restrained by the forceful guiding light, suddenly spoke. What? The devil lord was stunned. Nothing. Zhou Zhou's divine body shook and dissipated the forceful guiding light on his body. Then, he swung his saber and slashed out 3 saber beams that were tens of millions of kilometers long. He cut the devil lord into several irregular parts and looked at the other 2 forbidden archmages. I just think that you guys are really bold. Chapter 909, Lord's Law Skill Uniting All Techniques, Controlling the Stars. 1. The 2 forbidden archmages, who were wearing taboo cloaks, looked at the Devil Lord that had been cut into several parts with chills all over their bodies. They looked at Zhou Zhou with trembling hearts. How could this human be so terrifying? That was a genuine true God-tier elementary grade expert. In the myriad worlds, one could control the law origin of a middle world and address countless life forms as Dao ancestors. He was actually killed by him with a single slash. The Devil Lord was still wailing. He tried his best to recover his divine body, but he was shocked to discover that there was a strange dark red law power attached to the edge of his cut-open divine body. This dark red law power not only prevented his divine body from connecting and recovering together, but it was also constantly destroying his divine body. It was as if he would not stop until his divine body was completely devoured. This is the law of extermination. The Devil Lord was shocked. Law of extermination, heavenly destruction, and earthly destruction. This was an extremely famous branch of the law of destruction. As a veteran true god tier who had become a god for a long time, he naturally knew the name of this law. However, he never expected that he would become its victim. A true god tier who walked the path of law of extermination. Even among the true god tier, this was an existence that was enough to make one tremble in fear. Could this king of the blazing sun be the reincarnation of some master god tier mighty figure? Otherwise, how could he have reached such a ridiculous level in such a short period of time? Quickly kill him. This king of the blazing sun walks the law of extermination. As long as he doesn't die, the power of destruction won't be extinguished. If I die, you won't be able to escape either. The Devil Lord endured the pain and roared at the two forbidden archmages. At the same time, he used his divine power to resist the corrosion of the law of extermination while enduring his heavy injuries. He formed seals with his hands and cast a mystic technique. Immediately after, his body suddenly turned blood red. Following that, the incomplete body parts were forcefully temporarily connected to his divine body, allowing his body to temporarily recover. Then, this Devil Lord took out a blood-colored flag from his king's treasure vault. From its aura, it was a top-notch high-tier deity-level divine artifact. The two forbidden archmages looked at each other. They knew that their temporary companion could not hold on for long, so without hesitation, they took out a black and beating heart from their chests. Then, they chanted an incantation and saw their hearts rise strangely and fly into the sky. The two forbidden archmages chanted strange incantations below. As for these two hearts, they began to accumulate terrifying forbidden law power and prepare for a fatal strike. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. He wanted to accumulate energy to unleash his ultimate move. Without hesitation, he swung the universe-destroying blade at the two forbidden archmages and slashed out two chaotic blade chi. Battle formation rule, blade rule, flame rule, ice blood rule, winter rule, dragon rule, sharp rule, spatial rule. Under the control of the Lord's laws, thousands of laws were attached to it. Coupled with the enhancement of this true God-tier advanced grade divine artifact's law of extermination. This chaotic blade chi, which was originally created by him, had a terrifying power comparable to an intermediate true God-tier. In an instant, the two chaotic blade chi turned into two colorful streams of light that swept past the bodies of the two forbidden archmages. The powerful chaotic blade chi directly obliterated the divine bodies and souls of the two forbidden archmages, almost killing them. However, Zhou Zhou did not look happy. He looked up at the two black hearts. After the two forbidden archmages died, not only did the two black hearts not stop accumulating strength, but they also seemed to have eaten some great tonic. They suddenly strengthened a lot and began to emit an even more terrifying aura. Zhou Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly. Were these two forbidden archmages planning to sacrifice themselves to these two strange hearts to increase their power? No wonder he did not see them setting up any defense around him. It turned out that they had already planned it. At this moment, the two hearts flew towards him with the terrifying power of the forbidden laws. Just as Zhou Zhou was about to dodge, he saw the Devil Lord not far away roar angrily and wave the blood-colored flag in his hand. Myriad Demon Soul Devourer. In Zhou Zhou's soul consciousness, he emitted a faint white light and was sitting cross-legged in the void of his sea of consciousness with his eyes closed. Crack, crack, crack. Devils with two horns on their foreheads and ferocious expressions, exuding monstrous evil auras, tore through the void from their sea of consciousness and rushed to bite Zhou Zhou. There were more than 10,000 of them. Moreover, there was no lack of lesser gods, mid-tier deity levels, and even high-tier deity level demons. At this critical moment, Zhou Zhou's eyelids twitched. The next second, the entire sea of consciousness shone brightly with willpower. There was no lack of god spirit level devils. They did not even have time to scream before they disappeared into the void of the sea of consciousness. After doing this, Zhou Zhou continued to sit cross-legged in the sea of consciousness with his eyes closed. It was as if nothing had happened. In reality, after the Devil Lord used the myriad demon flag to command thousands of devils to devour Zhou Zhou's soul, he put down his hand confidently. He looked at Zhou Zhou in the distance and a sinister smile appeared on his face. In the myriad demon flag, he had painstakingly spent more than 30,000 years to capture more than 12,000 high-level demons. Among the tens of thousands of demons, from legendary tier demons to high-tier deity-level advanced-grade demons, none of them were weak. Devils were good at toying, controlling, and damaging souls. Coupled with the unique ability of the myriad demon flag, they could directly pass through the enemy's external defense and open a passageway in the enemy's soul sea to attack their weakest soul or soul. The two of them opened the door first before releasing the dog. With a series of smooth and small moves, as long as the other party didn't have a true god-level soul defense divine artifact, he could even kill two true god-tier enemies. This was his greatest trump card. He's just a lord of a myriad race that has temporarily advanced to the true god tier level with an extraordinary secret technique. I don't believe that you even have soul defense true god tier divine artifacts. Even if your luck is heaven-defying and you can guarantee that you won't die under this move of mine, the attacks of the two forbidden archmages will still follow. I want to see how you can dodge them. The Devil Lord thought to himself. When he used the myriad demon soul devourer, he had the intention of killing the other party, but the most important thing was to assist the two forbidden archmages in successfully attacking. This was to prevent the Lord of the Blazing Sun from using any tricks to dodge the attacks of the two forbidden archmages. But in the next second, the Devil Lord's eyes widened as if it had seen something incredible. Right on the heels of that, his eyes, ears, nostrils, and other holes shot out beams of pure white light. The Devil Lord's body stiffened. Then, as if it had lost its strength, it lay in the void, lifeless. Chapter 910, Lord's Law Skill Uniting All Techniques, Controlling the Stars. 2. Zhou Zhou looked at the two black hearts flying towards him. Amidst the majestic taboo laws, he could vaguely see the shadows of the two forbidden archmages. They looked at Zhou Zhou with a sinister smile, as if they had already seen the dawn of victory. I see. First, you'll sacrifice yourselves. Then, after killing me, you'll use the nutrients from my corpse to be reborn. Not only did these two hearts accumulate all the powers of these two forbidden archmages, they also contain the energy of the two chaotic blade chi that I just released. Once they explode, it will be earth-shattering. Zhou Zhou was not afraid of this scene. Instead, he commented calmly. Then, he smiled. Just as well. I'll show you my newly comprehended Lord Law skill in the Supreme Domain's nomological reign. Lord's Law skill uniting all laws, controlling the stars. He thought to himself. Then, he softly chanted the name of this in the next second, the palm phantom he pushed out and quickly expanded to 30 to 40 million kilometers in size. Law skill. He suddenly raised his right hand and struck out with his palm, aiming at the two forbidden archmage hearts that were flying towards him. In the next second, the palm phantom he pushed out and quickly expanded to 30 to 40 million kilometers in size. At this moment, his palm seemed to have transformed into a vast starry sky, with endless stars hanging high in it. Furthermore, those were not ordinary celestial bodies and stars. They were actually divine kingdom stars. Every divine kingdom star represented a nomological law, so this starry sky was shockingly filled with endless laws. If God's spirits saw this scene, they might even recognize this place as the origin of laws. Otherwise, which God's spirit in the world could comprehend all the endless laws on this palm? Speaking of which, after Zhou Zhou released his palm, it quickly collided with the two black hearts that were filled with strange taboo laws. Buzz! There was a buzzing sound, and then the world strangely fell silent. Right on the heels of that, the two sides that collided suddenly split into two, breaking into two completely different scenes. On the left was the vast starry sky filled with divine kingdom stars. On the right was the figure of a forbidden source that was illuminated by the scarlet sun. It was wearing a dark cloak and its face could not be seen clearly. The two sides wrestled with each other, not giving in to each other. However, both sides controlled this power perfectly and did not shatter this temporary small world. But soon, the palm that controlled the stars was quickly devouring the power of the forbidden laws in the two black hearts, causing the power aura of the two black hearts to decrease rapidly. Meanwhile, the strength of his palm was rapidly increasing. Thick spatial power erupted, forming a spatial passageway with endless suction behind it, directly sucking it into the spatial rift. The remaining flesh and blood consciousness of the forbidden archmages and the two pitch-black hearts immediately panicked. They still wanted to use this move of mutual destruction to kill Zhou Zhou and use the nutrients in Zhou Zhou's divine body to be reborn. They might even have a chance to advance further with the world-famous peerless talent body of the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Who would have thought that the two forbidden law attacks that they had jointly created that were comparable to true God-tier intermediate grade attacks were actually unable to do anything to each other? This was a low-tier deity-level elementary grade God spirit that had just become a God spirit. They roared in despair. However, no matter how angry they were, it could not change their ending. When this earth-shattering palm completely absorbed the taboo laws and energy in the two pitch-black hearts, the remaining flesh and blood consciousness of the two forbidden archmage completely disappeared from the high continent. Zhou Zhou retracted his right palm and saw that the 3,000 kilometer tall starry palm had also become transparent before disappearing. He looked at his right palm and revealed a smile. My law skill uniting all techniques, controlling the stars. After absorbing the taboo laws of these two forbidden archmages, it actually strengthened a little. What a pleasant surprise! Zhou Zhou was satisfied. His newly comprehended Lord Law skill did not disappoint he. Be it offense, defense, or absorbing laws to increase one's growth, they were all top-notch. It was not in vain that he had comprehended the Lord's laws for so long in the supreme domain despite the reign of laws. Furthermore, his palm could not only absorb the enemy's nomological attacks to strengthen his body and perfect the divine kingdom star in his palm. Furthermore, as more and more subjects comprehended laws in his territory, his nomological comprehension would naturally fuse into his palm, making his second Lord Law skill stronger and stronger. Its domineeringness and growth were not inferior to his number one Lord's Law skill, King. The King is used to increase my strength. Unify all techniques and control the stars to supplement my combat methods. With an escape-type Lord Law skill, my Lord God Spirit's combat system will be simple to build. In addition, the name uniting all methods and controlling the stars is a little too long. Let's call it the Myriad Methods Star Palm, or the Myriad Countries Shocking Palm. As Zhou Zhou pondered about his future development direction, he waved his right hand. He saw the two black hearts that had lost their laws and energy being collected by him. Then, he waved his hand again, and the corpse of the Devil Lord was also collected by him. Fortunately, I have two hearts. I can barely extract the loots. As for this Devil Lord, even if you want to die, you won't do it this way. Zhou Zhou shook his head and began to extract the corpse. Each of these three true God-tier elementary grade Scarlet God spirits had 3 to 4 high-tier deity-level divine artifacts and more than 10 mid-tier deity-level divine artifacts on their bodies. Other than that, there were also more than 30 high-tier deity-level materials and more than 1,000 mid-tier deity-level and God Spirit materials. Other than high-tier deity-level divine artifacts and materials that could be extracted and turned into true God divine artifacts and true God tier materials that were worth looking at. Zhou Zhou frowned as he looked at the other items. So poor. To think that you guys are true God tier God spirits. After Zhou Zhou extracted them, he directly stored the 33 true God tier divine artifacts and 96 true God tier materials into the king's treasure box. As for the other divine artifacts, Zhou Zhou planned to directly throw them into the military merit exchange system and let the immortals under him earn military merits to exchange for them. Now that he had many immortal god subordinates, he had also prepared something suitable for them to exchange. Then, he took a look at the battered small world and didn't mind. He turned around and left. To the current Zhou Zhou, such a small world could be casually created by him. Furthermore, he could create it quite perfectly. He could even give birth to racial life forms. He was a god spirit formed by the Lord's laws after all. In terms of controlling the endless laws, even if he wasn't as meticulous as the laws of chaos, it wasn't a problem for him to do it. If it really didn't work out, he could nurture a subordinate of a chaotic law god spirit in the future. Then, he could control the other party. That way, he would know what the chaotic law god spirit knew. As for whether he understood it or not, it was not important as long as he knew how to use it. In reality, above the blazing sun kingdom, Zhou Zhou controlled the spatial laws and instantly transmitted to the sky above the blazing sun kingdom. He looked at the scarlet god spirits who were still fighting with the blazing sun kingdom's god spirits and didn't waste any time. He raised his right hand and used his true god tier dharmic powers to activate the Lord's law skill, myriad methods star palm, and control the spatial law skill, spatial sealing the profundity of the word seal. Freeze. As soon as he finished speaking, these hundreds of scarlet god spirits were all sealed in place and did not move. Their eyes were filled with shock, but they could not move at all. How could a group of scarlet god spirits at the highest high-tier deity level resist a true god tier existence on the Lord's law path? No matter how many there were, they were just ants. Capture them all. Those who surrender will stay, and those who don't will be killed. After you're done, come back and see me. Zhou Zhou left a sentence and returned to the blazing sun kingdom alone. Chapter 911, Ranking Overtaken. The mission that Zhou Zhou gave. Zhou Zhou had just returned to the blazing sun kingdom when he sensed a familiar aura. It was not far from the original small blessed land and was currently resting. It was the first generation blood fire arrow elf Nadia. Zhou Zhou was stunned. He subconsciously calculated in his heart and then reacted. It was actually the 11th day of the King of 10,000 Kings event. When he accepted the faction quests of the Elven Empire, Eli's Ariel said that the divine battlefield would take at least 10 days to absorb enough life force and death energy for the entrance to open up. Now, it seemed that Eli's Ariel must have sent Nadia to look for him after the divine battlefield opened. Zhou Zhou smacked his lips. He still remembered that the faction quests of the Elven Empire was to let he lead his troops into the divine battlefield and obtain a fragment of a true god tier intermediate grade divine artifact called Spirit Nurturing Stone Seed. A true god tier intermediate grade divine artifact was just a fragment. To him, who had 77 true god tier artifacts, this was really uninteresting. Thinking of the faction quests, Zhou Zhou habitually opened the Lord faction points ranking. First place, Original Spirit Race True Lord 2,010,000,000 faction points. Second place, Human Lord of the Blazing Sun, 1,899,000,000 faction points. Third place, Shepherd's God Race Heaven Chasing Lord, 1,460,000,000 faction points. Fourth place, Chaos Gods Race Great One Lord 1,360,000,000 faction points. Fifth place, Myriad Spirit Spiritual Venerable Lord 860 million faction points. As expected, they've caught up. Zhou Zhou was not surprised to see that he was overtaken by the true lord. The other party had combined the strength of the entire race and even the people of foreign races to collect faction points after all. As for himself, he was still alone and had yet to accept the help of the human race. The name list of the Eye of the Heavens Anger was still under investigation and had not been officially processed. Under such circumstances, even if he had the combat power of a regular true god tier, he could not create faction points out of thin air. Under such circumstances, it was certain that he would be surpassed. Fortunately, the gap was not big. There were still nearly 20 days left. He should be able to catch up easily. Your Majesty! At this moment, excited voices came from afar. Zhou Zhou turned around and saw at least 100 people flying towards him. Bai Yun, Qi Xiantian, Feng Luo, Luo Sheng, Zhao Chongshao, Zheng Yuankai, Mu Gu, Carol Moli. God spirits, upper echelons of the territory, army generals, heroes. They were all among them. After they arrived in front of Zhou Zhou, they looked at Zhou Zhou, who was emitting endless divine might and looked even more dignified and unfathomable. They immediately knelt on one knee excitedly. Congratulations on becoming a god spirit, Your Majesty! Congratulations on becoming a god spirit, Your Majesty! Congratulations on becoming a god spirit, Your Majesty! The subordinates said respectfully and excitedly. At this moment, Bai Yun, one of her subordinates, said in shame, Your Majesty, during the period when you established the Divine Kingdom, I was at a disadvantage in defending the country. I allowed these scarlet god spirits to invade the territory of the kingdom and kill wantonly in our army. Your Majesty, please punish me. Your Majesty, these scarlet god spirits launched a sneak attack first, and they are powerful and numerous. Even though they caused many casualties to our army, it's not the fault of Legion Commander Bai alone. I have also protected them and suffered disadvantages. I'm willing to accept punishment. Vicky stood up and said. I was unable to discover the traces of the arrival of these scarlet god spirits before they descended. As a result, I only reacted when they barged into the kingdom and began to wreak havoc and slaughter. I'm muddle-headed and incompetent. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Wu Xin was also ashamed. The other god spirits, soldiers, and upper echelons of the territory also voiced their mistakes and asked Zhou Zhou to punish them. After this incident, they realized that their power was actually so laughable in front of powerful external enemies without His Majesty around. The enemy could actually come and go as they pleased. In fact, the immortal god team of the Blazing Sun Kingdom could not be said to be weak. There were already 18 god spirits, and there was no lack of high-tier deity level or immortal gods with combat power comparable to high-tier deity level after all. The reserves of the deities of some weak empire-level lord factions were only so-so. However, in front of enemies at the true god tier level and a large number of enemy god spirits, it was still somewhat insufficient. Only when His Majesty, a powerful lord with true god tier combat power, was around could they truly ensure the safety of their territory and subjects. However, as His Majesty's subjects, they actually needed the protection of their lord. This made them feel rather humiliated and ashamed. Zhou Zhou felt a little helpless when he saw this scene. To be honest, the battle just now was indeed the most thrilling battle in the history of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. If he did not return, the 3 true god tiers and the 100 scarlet god spirits might really cause great trouble for the Blazing Sun Kingdom. However, firstly, the other party was led by a true god tier. With more than 100 scarlet god spirits launching a sneak attack, even if the scarlet true god tier did not attack and only acted as a deterrent, there was still a gap in strength. It was normal that he could not defeat them. Secondly, the Blazing Sun Kingdom had only been established for a short period of time. Although its development was extremely fast, it was precisely because of this that the kingdom had huge flaws that needed to be made up for. It was understandable that he could not discover the other party's attack. Therefore, Zhou Zhou had no intention of blaming everyone. However, he still had to warn them. He thought for a moment and said calmly, "Even though this battle was not won smoothly, I know that it's not your fault. It's just that we developed too quickly, causing some things to not catch up. But it does reveal some problems. The main problem is that even though we have a 10 billion strong army, this 10 billion strong army will only have a numerical advantage against enemies below the legendary tier. However, there's nothing I can do against a god spirit level enemy. The individual strength of a god spirit is far from what a soldier of a god spirit can compare to. To the god spirits, it will be very simple for them to take the head of an enemy general from an army of 10,000. No matter how many ordinary soldiers there are, they can't threaten them. They will cause a little trouble for them at the very most. In the face of such a predicament, we mainly rely on two methods. First, increase the number of god-tier powerhouses we have. However, this kind of thing can only be done slowly. We can't force it. Second, enhance the way ordinary soldiers deal with god spirits, so that ordinary soldiers can also deal with god spirits. As for this method, the most important thing now is to rely on military formations. Bai Yun, Wu Xin, Feng Luo, Zhang Kai, Qian Zioxuan, Zheng Wanjun. Zhou Zhou began to call out names. The generals he called out were all talents who controlled the small god Suram myriad spirit army formation and the weapon god army formation. After they stood up one by one, Zhou Zhou said, "From today onwards, all of you have to do your best to nurture generals who have mastered these two god spirit level military formations. Try to get our Blazing Sun Kingdom to have 100 generals who have mastered god spirit level military formations as soon as possible. This way, if we encounter the situation just now again, we will at least be able to deal with it to a certain extent. And as long as you can nurture such a god spirit level military formation talent, the Blazing Sun Kingdom will also reward you with enough surprises. They won't let your hard work go to waste." "Yes, Your Majesty," the generals said respectfully. They had all gone through this before, so they were not unfamiliar with this process and had some confidence in their hearts. Chapter 912, Holy Spirit by Yun. Abyssal Holy Dragon Nazario. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, with a wave of his right hand, a 9-colored spatial teleportation passageway appeared where the small blessed land was originally. The original small blessed land has already become the foundation of my divine kingdom. If you want to see me in the future, come to the main hall of the divine kingdom through this divine kingdom passageway to see me. This king will mainly cultivate in the divine kingdom in the future. In addition, I will also place the reincarnation sacred palace in my divine kingdom. If you want to continue improving yourself through the time world of the reincarnation sacred palace, you can directly come to my divine kingdom. The laws of my divine kingdom and even higher laws can accommodate all of you. Cultivating in my divine kingdom is beneficial and harmless to you." Zhou Zhou said. Other god spirits would not reveal the location of their divine kingdoms because divine kingdoms were the foundation of a god spirit and also the guarantee of advancing to a higher level in the future. Once the divine kingdom was exposed and the enemy knew about it, once the enemy launched a sneak attack and destroyed the divine kingdom, even if this god spirit did not die, his strength would drop drastically and there would be no hope of breaking through. But Zhou Zhou was different. Firstly, his divine kingdom was a perfect divine kingdom that had been blessed by the supreme will. It was very difficult for external enemies to cause harm to his divine kingdom. Secondly, only his subjects were allowed to enter the divine kingdom to cultivate. Furthermore, the weakest subjects were all dead loyal. No, it should be his fanatic believer. This was because after the lords of the deadly loyal citizens became god spirits, these deadly loyal citizens would naturally become fanatic believers. Zhou Zhou looked at the people in front of him. He could sense it. The people in front of him were all his fanatic believers. This included Heras, Ziwu, and even Yuan Kong, who had just joined the territory recently. Yuan Kong was fine. Because he was his mythical reputation rating talent, he had extremely high basic loyalty. Coupled with the terrifying enhancement of the peaceful times, it was not surprising for him to be promoted to a dead loyal citizen. Haros and Ziwu surprised Zhou Zhou. Even though these two god spirits had joined the Blazing Sun Kingdom for quite some time, Zhou Zhou knew that these two gods were proud and arrogant people. They would not easily offer their allegiance to their lord. He did not expect that he would be completely convinced by the other party. Other than feeling a little surprised, Zhou Zhou did not think too much about it. He looked at the faith threads of these fanatic believers and realized that their faith threads were clearly much thicker and brighter than the faith threads of other low-level believers. This meant that his faith was very large and pure. Furthermore, he could provide Zhou Zhou with a large amount of pure power of faith at all times, strengthening Zhou Zhou's foundation and allowing he to advance to a higher God spirit realm faster. At the same time, such a thick and bright line of faith also meant that Zhou Zhou could bestow blessings on their stronger gods. They could even borrow a portion of the power of their lord's law skill. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. This was the advantage of having a high level of faith. Then, he swept his gaze across the crowd and finally landed on a person. Nadia was stunned. She turned around and saw a valiant female general standing beside her. I didn't expect the first person to become a Holy Spirit tier believer to be Bai Yun. Zhou Zhou sighed inwardly. The Holy Spirit's loyalty has been further sublimated as a fanatic believer. At the same time, it has comprehended the power of believing in the God Spirit and obtained the blessing of the God Spirit. That's why it became a Holy Spirit. Faith, talent, potential, and luck were all indispensable. Zhou Zhou was surprised that Bai Yun could become a Holy Spirit tier believer. Wait! If Bai Yun could become his Holy Spirit tier believer, could it be that he had also stepped into the threshold of the Lord's law? When Zhou Zhou thought of this, he immediately used Bai Yun's thread of faith to enter his divine body and check his nomological path. If the line of faith of a fanatic believer was about the thickness of a hemp rope, then, the Holy Spirit tier line of faith was as thick as a bucket. After Zhou Zhou's will entered it, it was very smooth. He even felt that he could use the God descend technique to descend his entire divine body into Bai Yun's divine body and control his divine body to do what he wanted. He did not carefully ponder over this feeling. Anyway, he had plenty of time in the future, so he first focused his attention on Bai Yun's divine spark. Then, Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows and came to a realization. I see. It's the battle formation rule. I can't believe it can be done like this. The battle formation rule is indeed very similar to my Lord rule. It has the charm of ruling. If Bai Yun comprehends this battle formation rule and becomes a god, she can indeed rely on this similarity to become my Holy Spirit tier believer. Through Bai Yun's incident, Zhou Zhou thought of more things. If one could become a Holy Spirit tier believer of his by relying on the charm of ruling the laws, in that case, many laws actually had the charm of ruling. For example, the law of chaos controlled the origin of all techniques. The laws of water and fire controlled the water and fire of the heavens. The laws of the sword Dao. One sword produced all techniques, and one sword destroyed all techniques. The laws of the dragon surpassed mediocrity. If one pursued the pinnacle of the world, they would become a dragon. Law of life, the mother of all creations. Law of death, the final destination of all living beings. Zhou Zhou had experienced the reign of laws in the supreme domain, so he knew very well that any law in this world, when developed to the extreme, would be related to ruling. In other words, only by completely controlling everything within the nomological laws could one walk this nomological law to the extreme. Zhou Zhou immediately understood. Thousands of laws had the possibility of becoming lords. And the comprehension of thousands of laws could become his Holy Spirit tier believer. This was the Lord's rule. It was inclusive and omnipotent. It was shaped like the law of chaos, but it was higher than the law of chaos. Zhou Zhou instantly thought of many things. He even felt that he had already touched the threshold of becoming a low-tier deity-level intermediate-grade God spirit. Zhou Zhou, who felt that he had gained something, withdrew his consciousness from Bai Yun's divine body. Only Bai Yun, whose face was slightly hot, was left standing rooted to the ground, not knowing what to do. At this moment, roar! A dragon roar that seemed to come from the depths of the abyss sounded. Then, in the sky not far away, two purple dragon pupils the size of stars slowly appeared. Immediately after, there were his dragon eyes, dragon body, dragon claws, dragon tail. After he completely appeared, only then did the gods realize that it was a terrifying dragon that was tens of millions of kilometers tall. He had 9 thick black dragon horns that were arranged in a ring. From afar, it looked like a dragon crown that resembled a black mountain range. A pair of dark purple dragon eyes seemed to be able to see through the heavens. Its entire body was as black as ink, and there was a row of ferocious sharp backstabs on its back. Its entire body was burning with dark purple abyssal holy flames, as if it was burning with the evil of the world. Layers of abyssal phantoms appeared around him, illuminating the endless abyss. It was intimidating. Just as others were feeling bewildered, the terrifying dragon god slowly lowered its head and bowed in Zhou Zhou's direction. A respectful voice resounded throughout the universe. Master, I've already become the juggernaut of the abyss and advanced to the legendary tier dragon race. My new name now is, Abyssal Holy Dragon Nazario. Chapter 913, Juggernaut of the Abyss. Nazario's interface. Imperial Dragon. Nazario, it's actually him. This aura is so terrifying. What kind of good fortune did His Majesty give him? He actually advanced to the legendary tier dragon race. Tisk. That's an existence even more noble than the dragon god. Even if he hasn't grown up, he can be called the supreme elder of the dragon race in advance. After he grows up, he will be a peak expert in the myriad worlds. I remember the old soldiers saying that when His Majesty was still weak, it was Nazario who protected His Majesty through the most dangerous period. Now that Nazario has the current fortune, it can be seen that His Majesty is still nostalgic. Of course His Majesty has a sense of nostalgia. Otherwise, old ministers like you and I would have been eliminated by the newcomers long ago. How could we still be qualified to stand here? Haha. Our Blazing Sun Kingdom has another expert. Congratulations. The current me might not be able to defeat him. Qi Xiantian looked at Nazario, who was tens of millions of kilometers tall and looked like a giant dragon in the sky. His expression was solemn but filled with fighting spirit. His sword Dao should improve by another major stage. This way, he should be able to challenge this newly advanced legendary tier dragon. The original spirit race's Yuan Kong frowned slightly at Nazario. He actually advanced to the legendary tier dragon race. The outcome of the battle between me and him should be around 28%. There's a 20% chance that I can win at the cost of being seriously injured and dying, but most of the time, I shouldn't be able to defeat him. He sighed in his heart thinking of this. Legendary tier dragons were very special. They had even surpassed the concept of bloodline life forms. Instead, they should be called law incarnations and children of the universe. They were unique special life forms in the world that even the original spirit race could not compare to. The original spirit race could at least reproduce and was still within the concept of life forms after all. However, legendary dragons could not reproduce because they could only be born from heaven and earth. It was also because the legendary tier dragon race was unique that the previous legendary tier dragon race died. That was why the next legendary tier dragon race appeared. Therefore, they could not form a race. Otherwise, the number one race in the world would not be the original spirit race, but the legendary tier dragon race. Guoqiao, who was at the side, felt his restless dragon-slaying will and looked at Nazario strangely. Weird. My dragon-slaying will actually feels like I can't use my full strength against this guy. Isn't this guy's bloodline just powerful? He mumbled. Even though he was unwilling to admit it, he felt that he did not have a complete chance of winning against Nazario. At the same time, Zhou Zhou looked at Nazario and seemed to sense something. A smile appeared on his face. Nazario. It's actually my second Holy Spirit tier believer. He felt gratified and opened Nazario's interface. Pet, Nazario. Race, Legendary Dragon, Abyssal Holy Dragon. Divine Name, Juggernaut of the Abyss. Divine Duty, Abyss, Dragon, Evil, Fire, Chaos. Growing Stage, Youth Stage. Strength Level, Low Tier Deity Level Elementary Grade. Skills, Abyssal Dragon Breath, Abyssal Dragon Might, Law God Body, Abyssal, Evil, Fire, Law Skill Abyssal Holy Fire, Law Skill Source of Chaos, Law Skill Source of Evil, Law Skill Abyssal Evil Cannon, Law Skill Ruler Armor, Law Skill Ruler Sacred Crown, Rule Skill. Abyssal Gate, Abyssal Shock, Abyssal Fury, Summon Demon Dragon, Abyssal Plane Creation Law, Draconic Magic Mastery, Abyssal Magic Mastery, Evil Magic Mastery, Fire Magic Mastery, Master God Tier Elemental Immunity, Awakening Level 50%, Master God Tier Physical Immunity, Awakening Level 50%, Master God Tier Soul Immunity, Awakening Level 50%, Abyssal Will Condensation Technique. Potential, Master God Tier Advanced Grade, World Limit. Faith Points, Holy Spirit. Personality, Faith, Loyalty, Calm, Domineering, Indifferent, Cold-Blooded, Combat Fanatic, Playing Evil. Pet Description, a legendary dragon among pure-blooded dragons, the future ruler of the Abyss, a unique existence in the myriad worlds. It holds the ultimate power of the Abyss and the power of evil. It is one of the representatives of the Abyss will in the myriad worlds. After reading it, the smile on Zhou Zhou's face widened. Such a panel was no longer inferior to the light sacred dragon, Injsal. In fact, it was even better. In particular, the will condensation technique was something that even legendary tier dragons yearned for. With this will condensation technique, it would be easy for Nazario to break through to the Master God tier in the future. He might even have a chance of becoming a Supreme God Realm expert. He did not have to endure for countless years like other legendary tier dragons before slowly climbing to the Master God tier with his talent as a legendary tier dragon. He even had to admire the Supreme God Realm. Zhou Zhou flew into the sky and looked at Nazario. Nazario, are you willing to contract with me and live and die with me? He asked loudly. Nazario is willing. Nazario's eyes lit up, and he said without hesitation. Previously, he and Zhou Zhou had only signed an ordinary blood recognition contract. It was an extremely common item and he had also heard of this Imperial Dragon contract. This was a top-notch contract technique specially created for the dragons. After the contract was successful, the two parties could grow together and become each other's growth aid. Nazario was proud even before he became a legendary tier dragon, let alone now. In the entire universe, only His Majesty could make him willingly contract with him. Zhou Zhou nodded and flew directly to Nazario. Then, he formed a spell with his hand and chanted a spell. Then, using his will as ink and his fingertips as a pen, he drew an extremely mysterious and complicated secret formation between Nazario's eyebrows. As the final stroke of the Imperial Dragon contract secret array was successfully drawn, both sides felt that a part of their soul origin had been absorbed and fused into the Imperial Dragon secret array. Zhou Zhou was fine since he had a strong will to begin with. To him, his soul was his skin, and his will was his source. Therefore, he didn't care about this bit of consumption at all. He could quickly recover after eating some true God tier level soul supplements. After a portion of Nazario's soul was extracted, he immediately felt dizzy and sleepy, but at the same time, he realized that there was suddenly an extremely intimate feeling between him and his master. This sense of intimacy even surpassed that of blood relatives. Bloodline relatives were only related by genes after all. However, at this moment, Zhou Zhou and Nazario were already family in the soul. Moreover, there was a secret passageway between the two sides that could transfer each other's power. The power transmitted to the other party was nothing to Zhou Zhou and Nazario. They could recover after cultivating for 15 minutes. However, with the accumulation of time, they could gradually improve their foundation and potential, allowing both sides to reach a higher level. Chapter 914, The Path to Advancement of a Lord Law God Spirit. Open your mouth. At this moment, Zhou Zhou's voice sounded in Nazario's ears. Nazario subconsciously opened his mouth, and then he felt something being thrown into his mouth, emitting the rich fragrance of heavenly treasures. Eat them. Zhou Zhou said. Nazario did as ordered. As these natural treasures were eaten by him and turned into majestic energy to nourish his soul, Nazario immediately perked up. Not only did he feel the fatigue in his soul quickly disappear, but even the level of his soul had been raised by these natural treasures. It even made he feel a strange feeling of fullness in the depths of his soul. I fed you 3 true God-tier elementary grade divine herbs just now. It's specially used to recover and improve the soul level. If not for the fact that you are already a legendary tier dragon and your body and soul have undergone a qualitative change, I wouldn't have dared to feed you like this. Zhou Zhou smiled. Thank you, Master. Nazario said excitedly and respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. He didn't need to say anything or transmit any sound as he telepathy with Nazario. Nazario immediately understood what Zhou Zhou meant. His body rapidly shrunk, and in the blink of an eye, he had become a palm-sized black dragon. He flew to Zhou Zhou's side and followed him like a pet. Then, the man and the dragon flew to the ground of the blazing Sun Kingdom. Disperse. Prepare yourselves. I'm afraid we have a battle to fight after dawn. Zhou Zhou looked at the ministers who had yet to leave and said. Yes, Your Majesty. When the ministers heard this, they immediately said respectfully. Then, they dispersed to make preparations. Zhou Zhou looked in Nadia's direction and transmitted a few words with his divine sense. Then, he turned around and waved his right hand. A new spatial teleportation channel appeared beside the Divine Kingdom's spatial teleportation channel. He and Nazario flew straight into it. Then, in the blink of an eye, they arrived at an extremely empty island. There were white clouds in the sky, a gentle breeze in the sky, and grass and trees filled with vitality were growing on the island. Gopher, ant, seagull, crocodile dragon. All kinds of creatures filled this small world, forming a perfect independent ecological cycle. The island was surrounded by an endless sea, and there were all kinds of marine creatures in the sea. Zhou Zhou looked at the island space and stroked his chin. He muttered to himself. This is also the first world I've created. No, it can't be called a world. At most, it can be called a small island space. In fact, the space volume of this small island space is not even as big as the internal space of the mysterious merchant's mysterious business ring. But Zhou Zhou couldn't help but exclaim, this space is even more complete than the middle world of a true god tier. This should be one of the benefits of the Lord's law. It can create a world closer to the real world. Otherwise, a world created by a god spirit who isn't a lord can't be as real and perfect as my world. Zhou Zhou pondered. Worlds created by non-lord law god spirits all had one characteristic. The world that was created would contain the characteristics of the nomological path that this god spirit walked. For example, the world created by the fire law god spirit was a world filled with flames. For example, the world created by the law of life god spirit would live with all kinds of perfect or flawed strange life forms. For example, the world created by a god spirit with the nomological laws of the sword would not even have land, sea, or life. There would only be all kinds of sword chi filled with the world. Even the gods of the laws of chaos, the world he created at the beginning was a chaotic world filled with chaos chi. In comparison, Zhou Zhou's world seemed extremely normal. It could even be said that there was nothing special about it. This was the most unique feature of the Lord's rule. If I hadn't experienced the reign of laws in the supreme domain, allowing me to control all the laws and collect them in my myriad star palm, I really wouldn't have been able to create such a near-perfect world. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. That reign of laws was indeed a great opportunity for him. It could be said to have laid the most important foundation of laws for his lord's nomological path. From now on, he only needed to continue absorbing all kinds of laws and constantly improve the power of his myriad methods star palm. Then, he would train his subordinates with all his might and let more subordinates enter the stage of comprehending laws. Then, with the Lord's law and the ability to control all laws, his Lord's law comprehension would constantly improve. Then, he would make up for the corresponding promotion energy and continuously increase the level of his Lord power. Then, his God Spirit realm would continuously increase. It sounded simple, but it was actually extremely difficult to do. Especially when it came to the upgrading of the Lord's power. At this moment, Zhou Zhou, who had already become a god, already had a premonition. If he wanted to advance to the mid-tier deity level, other than fulfilling the requirements for nomological comprehension, he also had to upgrade his Lord power to the level of an advanced kingdom. If he wanted to advance to the high-tier deity level, he had to raise his Lord power to the level of a primary empire. As for advancing to a higher level, there were naturally higher requirements. This was the Lord's rule: upgrade the country first, then upgrade the god. In comparison, for Zhou Zhou, nomological comprehension was the simplest. There were many hostile god spirits outside, allowing him to absorb laws through battle to increase the power of the myriad methods star palm and increase the comprehension of this Lord law skill after all. With the blessing of the war god and many treasures that aided in the comprehension of laws, his subordinates could quickly advance to the god spirit realm and help him increase the power of the two Lord law skills, the king and the myriad methods star palm. It wasn't difficult for him to improve the nomological realm of his Lord's laws. Zhou Zhou stopped thinking and waved his right hand again. A dazzling palace appeared on the island. Zhou Zhou had also forgotten which enemy god spirit had seized this palace treasure from. Even though it was only a high-tier deity-level intermediate-grade palace divine artifact, it was not a problem for him to serve as the palace for receiving guests from the outside world and holding the kingdom's court assembly. This palace shall be called the Blazing Sun Palace. A high-tier deity-level intermediate-grade palace divine artifact was naturally qualified to be his palace. At that moment, he suddenly sensed something. He took a step forward and vanished into thin air. The next second, he was already sitting on the throne in the palace. He looked out of the palace. In the distant spatial passageway, a figure appeared and landed on this island. It was Nadia. After he arrived at the island, he, who had excellent eyesight, immediately saw the magnificent palace and Zhou Zhou sitting on the throne. "Nadia, come here." Zhou Zhou's voice sounded. Nadia's expression was complicated, but she still flew over and landed in the hall. She bowed respectfully and said, "Elven Empire 6th Diplomatic Envoy, Blood Fire Sword Spirit Nadia. Greetings, Your Excellency Common People's Regal." God spirits had a well-known ability. Anyone who had witnessed a god spirit would naturally know the god's name in their hearts. Therefore, Nadia addressed Zhou Zhou as Common People's Regal. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly, then looked at Nadia and smiled. "Even though it's been less than half a month, it feels like we haven't seen each other in a long time." Nadia looked at Zhou Zhou in a daze and said with a bitter smile, "It's been a long time indeed. So long that I feel like I'm dreaming when I see Your Excellency now." Zhou Zhou laughed out loud. Chapter 915, Entry Requirement to the Divine Battlefield. Pseudo. True God Tier Divine Artifact Life Form. After Zhou Zhou stopped laughing, he said, "Even though this king has changed a lot, you don't have to be restrained. Let's just chat normally like before." "Yes, Your Excellency," Nadia said respectfully. However, she sighed in her heart. Could they really return to their original state? The disparity between the two of them was huge, be it in terms of strength or status. She shook her head in her heart and eliminated all unnecessary thoughts. Then, she said seriously, "Your Majesty, the divine battlefield has already absorbed enough life and death energy. More than 2 hours ago, the entrance to the world fissure was officially opened. After the Empress learned of this news, she immediately asked me to come and tell Your Excellency about this matter. She would like to ask Your Excellency through me if Your Excellency is still willing to fulfill the original agreement and take out that fragment of the true God-tier divine artifacts for the Elven Empire. When Nadia said this, she still couldn't help but feel shocked. This was the first time she had seen Her Majesty the Empress use such a probing tone to ask for the opinion of another existence. But it made sense thinking about it. The common people's regal in front of him had a shocking reputation of killing pseudo-true god-tier experts as a legendary tier advance grade. Now that he had become a god spirit, he had even killed 3 scarlet true god-tier god spirits. Before long, this news would spread throughout the entire high continent and even the myriad worlds. Such a terrifying battle record that had never been seen before and would rarely be seen again in the future would make this common people's regal truly be regarded by the life forms of the outside world as a super expert with conventional true god-tier combat power. Facing such a super expert, it was normal for Elise Ariel, the Empress of the Elven Empire, to show a respectful attitude. There was only one true god-tier existence protecting them even in the huge Elven Empire after all. However, Nadia still found it hard to imagine. The common people's regal in front of her has an unparalleled reputation now when he was just a new lord who had just entered the high continent not too long ago. He even had a certain relationship with her. At this moment, she really felt like she was dreaming. At the same time, Zhou Zhou did not hesitate while Nadia was in a daze. This king will naturally abide by the original agreement. After dawn, when I'm ready, I'll lead my troops to the divine battlefield. But before that, let's talk about the specific requirements to enter the divine battlefield first. He said. Thank you, Your Excellency. I'll tell you in detail, Your Excellency. Nadia said. That divine battlefield was originally a battlefield where 2 divine systems fought. One of the divine systems is led by the true god tier intermediate grade, the true god of aging and sickness, Vapalius. The other pantheon is the ORL pantheon group led by the true god of fertility and breeding Octaval. About 10,000 years ago, these 2 god systems once fought for the territory of a high-tier deity-level advance grade on a high continent. Even though the true gods of both sides didn't participate, they used their respective true god tier divine artifacts. In the end, the ORL pantheon group won the war, and more than half of the Vapalius pantheon group was killed or injured. They had no choice but to hide and recuperate. However, His Excellency Octaval's true god-tier divine artifacts, the spirit-nurturing stone seed, also lost a piece to the opponent's true god-tier divine artifacts in this battle. The spirit-nurturing stone seed is a divine artifact used by Your Excellency, the true god-tier, to create life. It has the ability to nurture life itself. After a fragment of the true god-tier divine artifact was knocked out, this true god-tier divine artifact fragment directly borrowed the vitality and death aura of the divine battlefield to evolve into a pseudo-true god-tier divine artifact intelligent life form. It also solidified the divine battlefield into his special true god domain. Only life forms below the legendary tier advance grade are allowed to enter. After a fragment of the true god-tier divine artifact was knocked out, this true god-tier divine artifact fragment directly borrowed the vitality and death aura of the divine battlefield to evolve into a pseudo-true god-tier divine artifact intelligent life form. It also solidified the divine battlefield into his special true god domain. Only life forms below the legendary tier advance grade are allowed to enter. But now that I've ascended to godhood, I'm afraid I don't meet the conditions to enter. Nadia pursed her lips. As a legendary tier advance grade who killed a pseudo-true god tier divine artifact life form, in the entire myriad worlds and since ancient times, perhaps only Your Excellency in front of him was qualified to say such words. But at this moment, Zhou Zhou changed the topic and said with a faint smile, did the Elven Empress already think so highly of me back then? He actually thought that I, a lord of a myriad races who had just gained fame, could actually defeat that pseudo-true god-tier divine artifact life form. Since the Empress said that, there must be a reason. Yes, Your Excellency. Nadia came back to her senses and nodded. Normally speaking, a pseudo-true God-tier elementary grade divine artifact God spirit occupying a mystic realm that can only be entered by life forms below the legendary tier advanced grade means that the other party is almost invincible in that mystic realm. This is also why Your Excellency Octaval has not been able to retrieve the fragments of his true God-tier divine artifacts for 10,000 years. However, the true form of the life form of the fake true God-tier divine artifacts was once a part of the true God-tier divine artifacts controlled by Your Excellency Octaval. Therefore, after long-term research by Your Excellency, we've already developed a secret treasure that can reduce the strength of that pseudo-true God-tier divine artifact life form. As long as you use that secret treasure, you can reduce the strength of that pseudo-true God-tier divine artifact life form to the same level as the person who used the secret treasure. At the very least, it can be reduced to the low-tier deity level elementary grade. This way, the difference in strength between the two sides won't be too great. As for the fact that Your Excellency's strength exceeds the upper limit of the divine battlefield. Nadia thought for a moment and asked tentatively, I know a secret technique that can temporarily suppress the strength of life forms. I wonder if Your Excellency needs it. Through this method, one can deceive the entrance mechanism of the divine battlefield and enter it. You can do that. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows and shook his head. I know this secret technique too. You don't have to give it to me. He had passed the King of Lutes and mastered too many skills, talents, hero skills, and law skills. Among these abilities, there was no lack of methods to temporarily suppress or increase one's strength, so Zhou Zhou really did not need Nadia to give it to him. Yes, Your Excellency. Bai Yun nodded. There's one more thing. That divine battlefield can only allow a lord to bring 100,000 soldiers in at most. Anything above 100,000 won't do. Other than that, there are no other requirements to enter the divine battlefield. I understand. Go back and rest first. I still have some things to do. After these small matters are done, I'll bring my troops to the divine battlefield with you. It won't be long. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, Your Excellency. Nadia nodded and was about to leave. Nadia. Zhou Zhou suddenly spoke. Nadia, who was about to leave, looked at Zhou Zhou in surprise. That was a state meeting, it's now time to talk as friends. Nadia, I want to ask you a question. Will you come to my side and help me? He asked. Chapter 916, Divine Artifact Forging Apprentice. Heavenly God. Nadia hesitated when she heard that. Zhou Zhou struck while the iron was hot. As you can see, my current potential and strength are known to all races. It's very likely that I can establish an empire or even a divine kingdom in the future. Furthermore, my territory is extremely helpful to the growth of my subordinates. You can only be an ordinary epic tier hero with the fate level in the Elven Empire. But with me, I can instantly give you the potential of a high tier deity level or even a true god tier. In the future, becoming a god spirit or even becoming an ancestor might not even be a problem. Furthermore, we met when I was still young and weak. I still haven't forgotten the strange encounter we had in the time ruins, Zhou Zhou said sincerely from the bottom of his heart. I hope that this strange encounter can continue. When the myriad worlds are at peace in the future, we can sit down and talk about the past with smiles and emotions. I don't want to suddenly hear that you died in battle elsewhere at some point in the future. And now I have the power to keep you safe. Will you come to me? Zhou Zhou's words were sincere. Hearing this, Nadia was moved and blushed slightly. She pursed her lips. How could she not know that what Zhou Zhou said was true? She was not an outstanding elven hero to begin with. If not for the fact that Her Majesty the Empress valued her past relationship with Zhou Zhou, she would not even be qualified to be a diplomat standing here. On this side, could be a bright future ahead of her. On the other side, there was a high chance that she would die in battle in the future. Just by looking at it, it seemed like everyone knew what to choose. However, Nadia remained silent for a long time before she finally said softly. I was saved from the river of time by Her Majesty. Because of this, I swore in front of the Elven Mother Tree that I would fight for the Elven Empire for the rest of my life, without regrets. You're excel. Zhou Zhou, I can't promise you that. Zhou Zhou nodded as usual. Then, he said in a half-serious and half-joking manner. Looks like I can't obtain everything even if I'm comparable to a true god tier. Then, he casually waved his hand, and a high-tier deity-level hero inheritance secret manual and book of the god spirit appeared out of thin air in front of him. They flew towards Nadia and eventually floated in front of her. Nadia, as a friend, these are 2 small gifts for you. The paths in these 2 books are very suitable for you. Take them. Zhou Zhou said. He could tell that Nadia was still a hero at epic tier. Her strength was only at the epic tier advance grade. Without external help, he might have ended up like this for the rest of his life. It could be said to be quite difficult if she wanted to break through by herself. That was why Zhou Zhou gave these 2 gifts. Nadia looked at the 2 hero inheritance manuals and the book of the god spirit in shock. She could not help but swallow her saliva. As the person involved, she naturally knew the importance of these 2 precious books to her better than Zhou Zhou. If he had these 2 precious books, his future would be bright. It would not be a problem for him to become a high-tier deity level in the future. Unlike now, just breaking through the legendary tier bottleneck could become a problem that troubled her. She looked conflicted and finally said in a low voice. It's too expensive. I can't take it. This is nothing to me. Just accept it. Zhou Zhou shook his head. To the current him, the high-tier deity-level hero inheritance and the book of the god spirit were only so-so in value. True god tier and above hero inheritance secret manual and book of the god spirit were more interesting. Only the master god tier level was considered precious. Therefore, these 2 books were really nothing to Zhou Zhou. Before Nadia could say anything, she heard Zhou Zhou say with a smile. Take these 2 books as my investment in you. How about that? When you become a high-tier deity level, you can think of a way to repay me. Don't be so wishy-washy about this matter as a blood fire arrow elf. Zhou Zhou pretended to despise her. Thank you. Nadia finally accepted the 2 books. Then, she took her leave. After she left, Zhou Zhou sighed softly in the empty hall. Then, he straightened his expression and flew out of the island space, returning to the real world. It was already morning. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he went straight to the Gate of Summoning. After spending 100 epic tier mist cores to accelerate, he summoned all 28,800 new subjects from the Gate of Summoning. When the Gate of Summoning was upgraded to the epic tier elementary grade, even the cost of summoning subjects had increased by 10 times. Fortunately, this bit of mist core was nothing to Zhou Zhou. Greetings, my lord. X28800. The 28,800 new subjects said respectfully in unison. Welcome to the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. Then, he got all the professionals to stand up and realized that he had summoned a total of 700 professionals this time. He summoned 92 more professionals than usual. Among them were an epic tier demon warlock, an epic tier aerial spirit master, an epic tier array master, an epic tier alchemist, an epic tier iron guard, an epic tier chef, an epic tier succubus warlock, and an epic tier divine artifact forging apprentice. Hey! Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the last divine artifact forging apprentice. This divine artifact forging apprentice looked to be about 17 or 18 years old even though his real age was already more than 100 years old. However, he looked very timid. When Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on him, he actually shrank his neck in fear and did not dare to meet. Zhou Zhou asked. Zhou Zhou's gaze. What's your name? Zhou Zhou asked. My name is Jacker, Jacker said fearfully. You're a divine artifact forging apprentice. You should become a divine artifact forgers in the future, right? Why don't I see a single divine artifact blueprint in your ability list? Zhou Zhou glanced at the other party's skill list and asked. My teacher said that he will let me study the divine artifact blueprint only after I become a god spirit. Understanding knowledge that shouldn't be learned at this stage in advance will only be harmful to myself and not be beneficial. It will develop a bad habit of having low standards. Jacker said. Zhou Zhou stroked his chin. That seemed to be the case. Divine artifact forgers needed a god spirit level combat profession to master the abilities of a divine artifact forgers. Otherwise, those who were not at the god spirit level would not be able to inscribe nomological engravings on divine artifacts. Naturally, they would not be able to forge divine artifacts. Your teacher should be a divine artifact forger, right? Can you tell me what level he is? True god tier, Jacker whispered. My teacher is the heavenly god of forging and the sun, Oro-Fa. Zhou Zhou was stunned. A heavenly god? Wasn't that a born god spirit authorized by the heavens? It was equivalent to the connate life forms of the immortal world. They were born with powerful strength and ability. Chapter 917, Vast number of soldier-type books. The population of the entire earth in a day. The heavenly god of forging and sun Oro-Fa. Why does that name sound so familiar? Zhou Zhou pondered as he searched for the inherited memories of his bloodline. A moment later, he remembered. This heavenly god of forging and the sun, Oro-Fa, was a god spirit born from the supreme star, the sun star. Even though he was not the supreme existence who controlled the sun, he was still the subordinate of a famous god spirit. Moreover, the other party was one of the few existences in the myriad worlds that could create true god-tier divine artifacts. Therefore, it was said that many true gods and even master gods would treat this god of forging and sun, Oro-Fa, as an esteemed guest. When Zhou Zhou recalled these things, he couldn't help but look at Jacker strangely. Why are you so cautious with such a powerful background behind you? Zhou Zhou was a little confused. Could it be that Oro-Fa was too strict? Or could it be that this was a 100-year-old, young man who had just left his sect and was seriously inexperienced in society and did not know how powerful his family was? Zhou Zhou did not understand. However, he did not intend to get to the bottom of it. He was part of him since he was there. As long as he was not a heartless piece of trash, who cared about his past and future. Since you're here, there's no need to be reserved. Zhou Zhou patted his shoulder with a smile. Stay in my territory and continue to train your skills. I believe that you can definitely grow quickly with me. Then, you can return to your teacher as soon as possible and learn the divine artifact blueprint. Thank you, Your Majesty. Jacker nodded vigorously when he heard that, his eyes filled with desire and passion. When he first stepped into this land and became a subject of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, he felt several mysterious powers in this land imperceptibly augment him, greatly improving his basic abilities, potential, comprehension ability, and efficiency in learning techniques. Even though he was very surprised by the mysterious powers that suddenly augmented him, he could sense that these powers weren't harmful to him. Instead, they were extremely beneficial to his growth. Hence, Jacker relaxed and obediently accepted these mysterious powers. He believed that with the support of these mysterious powers, he would definitely be able to quickly achieve the goal that his teacher had left for him before he left. He might even be able to surprise his teacher. Towards the end, Jacker revealed a silly smile. Zhou Zhou looked at his silly smile and fell into deep thought. This 100-year-old child was probably a fool. He suddenly understood why Oro-Fa had released him to train. This kid had the potential of a true god-tier elementary grade. After receiving the enhancement of his sword of Xian Yuan Sun Moon Star Sword, his aptitude directly rose to the level of a master god-tier elementary grade. Naturally, he was qualified to be the disciple of the god of forging and Sunday. However, his mentality seemed to be a little too new. He looked like he was ignorant of the world. Becoming a god was also a test of willpower. With such a tender willpower, it was indeed time for him to come out and gain experience. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to become a god in the future. If you feel that your teacher hasn't taught you enough, I also have many divine artifact blueprints for you to learn. Even though they are all blueprints for the forging of low-level divine artifacts. Zhou Zhou didn't think too much about it and said. Through the King of Loot's quality +1, he had indeed obtained many divine artifact blueprints. Even though he had yet to obtain the blueprint for the true god tier artifact, he still had everything from a lesser god to a high tier deity level. It was enough for Jacker to learn for a long time. Thank you for your high regard, Your Majesty. However, I still want to follow teacher's instructions and take it step by step. When my teacher says when I'm qualified to learn the divine artifact blueprints of the outside world, I'll ask His Majesty for the divine artifact blueprints. Faced with the temptation Zhou Zhou mentioned, Jacker was a little tempted at first, but he quickly restrained his desires and said to Zhou Zhou calmly. Zhou Zhou nodded. He did not say much on the surface, but he was amazed in his heart. He somewhat understood this guy's character. What a shy and obedient disciple. Your Majesty, can I join your army and fight alongside it? I can repair some high-level equipment for His Majesty's army. I even know a little about the repair work of some low-level divine artifacts. In addition, I also have a Divine Kingdom combat profession, Heavenly Strongman. I can also kill enemies for His Majesty on the battlefield. I want to increase my strength as soon as possible. This way, I can serve His Majesty better and complete the goal that teacher left for me as soon as possible. I want to advance to a divine artifact forgers as soon as possible. No problem. Zhou Zhou nodded and agreed. Join the Blazing Sun Army later. The Blazing Sun Army is the first legion under me. It will frequently carry out dangerous war missions. With you there, even if you're a Divine Kingdom combat professional, you can still advance to a god spirit in the shortest time possible. In the future, when your loyalty reaches the standard, this king will send someone to bring you to a place so that you can quickly increase your comprehension of the laws. At that time, you won't be far from your goal of becoming a god. In the eyes of the life forms in the outside world, becoming a god is an extremely difficult thing. But to this king, it's far from difficult. Zhou Zhou smiled. The Myriad Ingot Palace was located in his divine kingdom. To be safe, Zhou Zhou would only allow dead loyalists, fanatic believers, and holy spirits to enter his divine kingdom. Right now, Jacker's loyalty had already reached 95 points thanks to his deception and the support of the Lord Talent Peaceful Times. Even though this loyalty was already very high, Zhou Zhou still did not want to break this bottom line. He would bring he to Myriad Ingot Palace when he was dead loyal to him. On the other side, even though Jacker was very curious about the mysterious place that His Majesty had mentioned to him, he did not ask further seeing that His Majesty did not say much. However, he was still shocked. This was because he could hear the incomparably powerful confidence in the other party's words, proving that the other party was most likely not lying. Was this the strongest lord of the myriad races? He was surprised and respectfully said. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Following that, he didn't say anything else. With a wave of his hand, he got the officials who had been waiting around for a long time to bring a portion of the new subjects they had summoned to settle down, split up their houses, and find jobs. Jacker followed a group of military professionals and combat professionals to the Blazing Sun Army's encampment under the lead of a soldier guide. As for Zhou Zhou, he found Bai Yun and led the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom into the ranchland plain. In half an hour, he cleared all 1,500 upgraded monster ranches, totaling 2,250,000,000 monster ranches. Zhou Zhou ignored the other loots. His gaze landed on the 4.5 billion yellow talisman Deo soldier recruitment books, 4.5 billion yellow talisman Deo soldier class change certificate, 1.35 trillion violent storm spirit recruitment books, and 1.35 trillion violent storm spirit class change certificate. Zhou Zhou looked at the two mountains of books and could not help but smile. Nearly 6 billion new troops in a day. The population of the entire Earth in a day. He lamented. Chapter 918 to 15 billion soldiers. True God tier intermediate grade faction quests. Then, he placed the 2 billion yellow talisman Deo soldier class change certificate in a spatial ring and handed it to Bai Yun. Bai Yun. Send it to the Night Temple and tell them that this is today's class change certificate. Zhou Zhou instructed. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun nodded and took the spatial ring. Then, she called over a trusted aide and handed the spatial ring to him, asking him to send it to the Night Temple. After receiving the order, the trusted aide immediately left with the spatial ring. Zhou Zhou looked at the other party's departing figure and pondered. In the past 2 days, he had sent 2 billion yellow talisman Deo soldier class change certificates to the humans every day. He left the remaining 2.5 billion class change certificates for himself. He would transform all the yellow gold tier god attendants in his army into yellow talisman Deo soldiers first. In 2 days, all the close combat soldier types under him would be able to change their professions to yellow talisman Deo soldiers. Moreover, he would still have many yellow talisman Deo soldier class change certificate left. When the time comes, he would give the other party 4 billion yellow talisman Deo soldier class change certificates every day and leave 500 million books for himself. As such, he only needed 6 days to trade all 20 billion yellow talisman Deo soldier class change certificates to the human race and obtain the territory of the 3 empires. He didn't think too much about it. He came to the gate of summoning again and threw the 4.5 billion yellow talisman Deo soldier recruitment books and 1.35 trillion violent storm spirit recruitment books into the gate of summoning. He spent 100 epic tier mist cores to summon them all at once. He also changed the location of the summons to the inner worlds of the 6 galaxy ships. Looking at the 6 virtual screens in front of him, which were densely packed but orderly with more than 5 billion soldiers, the smile on Zhou Zhou's face intensified. With these 5,850 million new recruits, I have a total of 15,535,764,124 new recruits under me. By tomorrow, my soldiers will be able to exceed 20 billion. Zhou Zhou was in high spirits. 20 billion soldiers. Even the Elven Empire, a high-level lord faction, probably didn't have so many troops, right? The only flaw was that more than half of the 15 billion soldiers under his command were new recruits whose strength did not exceed yellow gold tier. These soldiers were fine when facing a low-level battlefield. However, once they faced an elite army that had been through hundreds of battles, such as an empire-level army, even if they were not afraid of death in battle, they would probably not be able to avoid heavy casualties. I have to use the blessing of the war god to quickly increase the strength of these new recruits. I have to at least advance to the white platinum tier or even diamond tier to have the strength to protect myself on the top battlefield I'm facing. Zhou Zhou pondered. Thankfully, from today onwards, he would send troops to protect the human subjects as they retreated to the primordial world. During this process, countless surrounding hostile races would definitely attack and stop humans from retreating to the primordial world. They would wait until the armies of those races arrived before killing the humans. As long as Zhou Zhou's soldiers could survive this battle, they would definitely be able to grow greatly. However, even the current Zhou Zhou could not help but feel solemn when he thought of the army of races that would invade in the future. That was a powerful faction that involved more than 200 races, at least 500 to 600 billion soldiers, and at least 5,000 to 6,000 god spirits. He was far from being a match for these enemies even if he already had 20 billion soldiers. Fortunately, I have the protection of the Supreme Agreement. Most of the humans should have retreated to the primordial world by then. The armies of these races and factions should have made a wasted trip. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. At this moment, a soldier suddenly ran over from afar and came in front of him. It was the soldier who had just delivered the spatial ring to the Night Temple. Your Majesty. The soldier handed a letter to Zhou Zhou. Your Excellency, the silver meteor god of the Night Temple, asked me to pass this to you. He said that the Lord Hall, master of the Night Temple, and a few other speakers of the human race wanted he to pass this to you. In addition, Your Excellency, the silver meteorite god, also said that he had already heard the news that you had successfully ascended to godhood and killed 3 scarlet true god tears after ascending to godhood. He said that he congratulated Your Majesty for stepping into the level of god spirits. However, he is currently shouldering a heavy responsibility and is too busy to leave. In the future, he will personally apologize and congratulate Your Excellency. I understand. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Naturally, he would not doubt Rob Allen's words. At this moment, Rob Allen was probably coordinating the subjects of the Night Empire to migrate to the primordial world. It was normal for him to be busy. Then, he got the soldier to leave. He opened the letter and read its contents. The content of the letter was probably: the Yellow Emperor and the others had also just heard that Zhou Zhou had successfully ascended to godhood and killed 3 scarlet true god tears after ascending. In the letter, they expressed their shock and congratulations. They planned to hold a holy ceremony for him in the primordial world after all the humans retreated to the primordial world. They wanted to celebrate he truly having the combat power of a regular true god tier and becoming the 6th true god tier of the human race. Holy God was the honorific title of the human race's true god tier speaker. Furthermore, the Yellow Emperor and the others also had the intention to use this holy ceremony to make the humans abandon the depressed atmosphere of abandoning their home in the future. The letter also mentioned something else. That was, after he ascended to godhood and killed 3 scarlet true god tears, a large number of people of foreign races would soon contact him and request to become a subsidiary race of his, hoping to obtain his protection. If he felt that he had the ability to control them, he could take them all under his command and increase his strength. If he felt that there might be people with ulterior motives among them, he naturally had to make a careful choice. Finally, this was written by the Yellow Emperor himself. He seemed to have given Zhou Zhou the last human faction quest. Human race's second speaker Yellow Emperor has issued a faction quest to you. Faction quest's name: protect the human race and in their retreat to the primordial world. Mission quality: True God Tier Intermediate Grade, Unique. Mission content: a large number of soldiers and god spirits were leading the attack on the human factions of the High Continent on a large scale. The human factions of the High Continent have no choice but to adopt the racial strategy of retreating to the primordial world to protect themselves. In the next 3 days, please lead your Lord's faction in protecting the retreat of the human factions from the High Continent to the primordial world and repel any enemies who try to stop the implementation of the human strategy. The faction's mission will be considered completed when at least 80% of the human race has successfully entered the primordial world. Mission reward: 1 billion faction points, 1 exclusive race divine artifact of the human race, human reputation reached, reverence, favorability of the upper echelons of the human race would be greatly increased. Chapter 919, High-Level Meeting. A 100% successful method of incite defection. There are even unexpected gains? Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up when he saw the reward roar for the faction quests. He thought that the mission this time would probably only give him 1 billion faction points and no other rewards. He didn't expect that there would actually be a treasure like a human race divine artifact. This exclusive race divine artifact of the human race should have been created by the mission itself to reward me, not because the Yellow Emperor and the others originally planned to reward me. Otherwise, it's impossible for him not to inform me in advance about something as important as giving away a race divine artifact. Zhou Zhou pondered. Speaking of which, he had yet to hear of any divine artifacts of the human race. Well, he could ask when he had time. With his current status, it was too easy for him to understand these things. As for the increase in the reputation of the human race and the favorability of the upper echelons of the human race, it was also an excellent reward for him. After all, the humans were forced to migrate because of him. It was a good opportunity to use the faction rewards to dissipate the resentment of the humans and the higher UPS. Then, he sent someone to gather the high-ranking generals and officials in the territory. Together, they held a meeting of the Blazing Sun Kingdom's high-ranking officials in the meeting hall of the Blazing Sun Palace. In the meeting hall, after everyone had arrived, Zhou Zhou looked at Bai Yun and said directly, "Bai Yun, you will lead all the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom on the galaxy and head to the human territory. For the time being, you will listen to the Yellow Emperor's orders and protect the humans as they retreat to the primordial world. I will go to the divine battlefield that the Elven Empire mentioned alone and retrieve the fragment of the divine battlefield's intermediate grade True God divine artifact. Then, I will return to your place and protect you from True God tier God spirits or treasures." This time, the strength he stopped wasn't the lords of the myriad races, but the various races and civilizations that had existed for countless years. These civilizations and factions that wanted to stop the humans from retreating to the primordial world might not be as powerful as the civilizations and factions that came to destroy the humans, but they had existed for countless years after all. Who knew what trump cards they had? Therefore, Zhou Zhou had to complete the faction quests in the divine battlefield as soon as possible. Then, he would protect his soldiers and god spirits from any accidents. As a low-tier deity-level elementary grade god spirit with conventional true god tier combat power. With a super expert like him around, as long as the other party didn't use methods at the level of a top true god tier or even a master god tier, they shouldn't be able to threaten him and his subordinates. "Yes, Your Majesty." Bai Yun immediately said respectfully, "But Your Majesty, aren't you going with the soldiers? That divine battlefield can only allow one lord to bring 100,000 life forms at most. Moreover, they are only life forms below the legendary tier advance grade. A battlefield of that level is enough for me alone." Zhou Zhou said calmly. Even if he suppressed his strength to the level of legendary tier advance grade and did not use the nomological skill of king to increase his realm, with the chaotic sacred power and the myriad methods star palm, he could unleash combat strength comparable to a mid-tier deity level. Even so, it was enough to sweep through the many legendary tier enemies in the divine battlefield, as well as the pseudo-true god tier divine artifact life form whose strength would be suppressed to the lower level of a low-tier deity level elementary grade. "Your Majesty, since you can bring more people, it's better to bring the soldiers to full capacity," Bai Yun advised. "You might encounter many things in the battlefield of the gods, such as collecting the spoils of war on the battlefield and capturing the fleeing enemies. These soldiers can't be personally done by Your Majesty, so it's better to leave them for the soldiers to do." "That works too. Then bring 100,000 legendary tier soldiers." Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and agreed readily. After he arrived at the divine battlefield, if nothing went wrong, there should be many legendary tier advance grades like him. It was a good opportunity for these 100,000 legendary tier soldiers to do odd jobs for him. "Yes, Your Majesty," Bai Yun said respectfully. "Methods to make them willingly join our Blazing Sun Kingdom?" "No." Yuan Kong, who was not far away, shook his head and said, "By the way, how are the 100 or so Scarlet God spirits? Are any of them willing to surrender?" Zhou Zhou asked. "Reporting to Your Majesty." Bai Yun looked helpless. "I've already used many methods, but none of these Scarlet God spirits are willing to surrender. I even want to use some methods to trick them into joining the Blazing Sun Kingdom, but it won't work. Their faith in the Crimson Overlord is very firm, but I'll try to use more methods to make them willingly join our Blazing Sun Kingdom." "No." Yuan Kong, who was not far away, shook his head and said, "Our original spirit race has been studying the Scarlet God spirit for almost 100,000 years. Through our research, we discovered that these Scarlet God spirits are at least fanatic believers of the Crimson Overlord. Some are even Holy Spirit tier believers of the Crimson Overlord. All of them believe in the Crimson Overlord. In the face of these lunatics of faith, ordinary methods of forcing them to surrender are impossible to make them surrender. We can only use some special methods. For example, our original spirit race has a race's secret technique called the 10-star Divine World's Holy Spirit Technique. It can seal a Holy Spirit tier believer of another race through 10 small world cores in our own bloodline. Through the bloodline secret technique of the 10-star Divine World's Holy Spirit Technique, we can make it abandon its original faith and rely on us from head to toe. It can completely transform into an original holy slave that can be enslaved by our original high potential. We have cheaper alternatives for those below the legendary tier. Spirit race. However, because the price to pay for using this bloodline mystic technique is too high, our original spirit race will usually only use it on low-level to high-tier deity-level god spirits with extremely high potential. We have cheaper alternatives for those below the legendary tier. As for the true god tier god spirits, because their divine soul imprints have already been branded into every portion of divine power, the 10-star Divine World's Holy Spirit Technique is no longer useful. Only the higher level 100 transformations 1000 stars overturning technique can reverse the faith of such Holy Spirit tier believers and make him completely submit to our original spirit race. It's unrealistic to use this method at the moment, so I have to find another way. Yuan Kong stopped talking at this point. His expression was calm, without any hint of arrogance. However, everyone could feel his pride for his race. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. They were not surprised by this. Yuan Kong was stunned when he accidentally saw this scene. According to his original thoughts, after hearing what he had, mystic techniques of the nobles are indeed exquisite. Unfortunately, the price is a little high and not very practical. Said, even if these people didn't directly praise the great heritage of the original spirit race behind him, they should at least praise him on the surface, right? What is with this attitude? I've long heard of the original spirit race's 10-star Divine World Holy Spirit Technique and 100 transformations 1000 stars overturning technique. Bai Yun nodded. The bloodline mystic techniques of the nobles are indeed exquisite. Unfortunately, the price is a little high and not very practical. Yuan Kong looked at Bai Yun in shock. Bai Yun replied calmly. As far as I know, the 9-headed Nightmare Realm demon gods weaving Nightmare Realm technique and the Great Nightmare Dream Realm can change a Holy Spirit tier's faith in a life form. It just takes a longer time. There are new changes in our territory every day. Even though this method is more practical, it's not suitable for us. Yuan Kong frowned slightly. The 9-headed Nightmare Realm demon god isn't a special life form, but it's close to one. Even our original spirit race has very few records of his inheritance. Where did you learn of this? He admitted and asked. He was a little indignant. He had lived for so long, but this was the first time he had encountered someone who dared to compete in the knowledge of their race in front of an original spirit race god spirit. Chapter 920, The Dazed Yuan Kong. The Homeland Defense Army. Bai Yun smiled. You haven't been here long, so you might not know that His Majesty has long established an inheritance application called the Myriad Races Inheritance Tower in our Blazing Sun Kingdom's official app. It records a large number of inheritances of ordinary and high-level bloodline races. A small portion of them were collected by us from the Lord forces we captured, but most of them were personally provided by His Majesty. The inheritance of the 9-headed Nightmare Realm demon god is also inside. It is on the 1062nd story. As long as you have enough authority and spend the military credits needed to unlock it, you can check the bloodline inheritance of this race. You can even spend some military merits to learn some race secret techniques that are not exclusive to your bloodline. Oh yes, the inheritance of the original spirit race is also among them. Bai Yun added. Yuan Kong looked at Zhou Zhou blankly. Zhou Zhou coughed and nodded. When you have time in the future, feel free to take a look. He said. These legacies were recorded and uploaded by him in order to exchange for answers from the Bodhi Supreme. Later on, he tidied them up and added them to the Blazing Sun Kingdom's official app. It became the official app for the Myriad Races Inheritance Tower. The other goal was to increase the knowledge of the Blazing Sun Kingdom's officials. It was to prevent them from being ignorant so that they would not know the immensity of heaven and earth after winning a few battles. Now, it seemed that the effect was not bad. He had yet to see the officials of the Blazing Sun Kingdom show any overly proud emotions or atmosphere. Facing the arrogance of the high-blooded race that Yuan Kong had unintentionally revealed just now, everyone was neither servile nor overbearing. That was good enough. Why not? Yuan Kong was at a loss. He decided to take a look at the so-called myriad races inheritance tower as soon as the meeting ended. In addition, in the future, he would probably have to work hard to accumulate military merits and increase his authority. Zhou Zhou ignored the Yuan Kong's reaction and looked at Bai Yun. Call the members of the Star Alliance, including the Dragon Lady Lord and the kings of the 10 affiliated kingdoms. Then, we'll use incite defection together to instigate all of them to become our subordinates. At this point, he smiled. The incite defection was first used on the army. Then, through a certain percentage, it was determined how many soldiers could be incited. However, if he used it to incite a few units, he could definitely incite at least one of them. If the goal of the incite defection was only one unit, then this incite defection would definitely succeed. This was because the lowest limit of the number of enemies who could instigate incite defection was 1 unit. It could not be lower than 1 unit. This also meant that if it only worked on 1 unit, it could 100% incite defection on 1 unit. Under such circumstances, holy spirits, fanatic believers, and other factors that reduced the probability were useless. This was because the incite defection came from the Lord Talent, and the Lord Talent came from the supreme law of the Lord. He always had the highest priority. Unless another stronger Lord Talent holder fought against the Lord's law, the incite defection could be cracked. There might be such a possibility, but the probability was extremely low. Bai Yun's eyes lit up. Why didn't I think of that? I understand. I'll contact the Lords of the Star Alliance. Bai Yun immediately entered the Kingdom Channel. In the Star Alliance's Lord Chet group, she gathered all the lords and briefly explained the reason. The lords and kings were excited when they heard that. They could also have god spirits. They didn't even waste any time in the group before setting off immediately, using the spatial teleportation array to arrive at the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Zhou Zhou could not help but smile when he saw how busy Bai Yun was. This way, not only could he greatly increase the number of god spirits under his command, he could also allow the lords of the Star Alliance under his command to quickly possess their own god spirit level combat power and become his pillar of strength. He could not be the only pillar. He needed these lords of the Star Alliance to become stronger wings to help him so that he could fly higher. Without thinking further, Zhou Zhou looked at Zheng Yuankai. Prime Minister, how is the development of our Homeland Defense Army? He asked. The Homeland Defense Army was the army that was responsible for protecting the Blazing Sun Kingdom's territory other than Zhou Zhou. This army was specially recruited by Zheng Yuankai from the territory's subjects. Even though they did not have as many opportunities to participate in the war as the 4 armies under Zhou Zhou, it was not a problem for them to increase their strength by cleaning up the fog monsters around their territories and combining them with the blessing of the war god. However, compared to the 4 armies, the speed of improvement was relatively slow. Speaking of which, this was also one of the differences between the Blazing Sun Kingdom and other lord factions. Most of the soldiers from other kingdoms were recruited from their own citizens. They chose men, military professionals, and combat professionals to form their own army of lords. As for the 4 armies under Zhou Zhou's command, almost all of them were recruited by he through his incite defection or through the recruitment books of the soldier types. He had not even given any orders regarding conscription. Only Zheng Yuankai had mentioned in previous meetings that they needed to establish a Homeland Defense Army. When the Lord led the army out to fight, the Homeland Defense Army would protect the territory of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Zhou Zhou felt that it was reasonable, so he agreed directly and handed it over to Zheng Yuankai. But then again, this was because the Blazing Sun Kingdom expanded its territory from the periphery to the outside. So far, other than being ambushed by those god spirits last night, there had never been a war where the territory was invaded. Most of the invading enemies were wiped out by Zhou Zhou and the soldiers of the army from afar. It was also because of this that this Homeland Defense Army rarely had the chance to participate in war. There were both good and bad aspects to this. The bad thing was that the Homeland Defense Army lacked real combat experience and had only received internal combat training similar to war exercises. Once a war broke out, it was very likely that they would be flustered, at a loss, and lose. The good thing was, due to the fact that the Homeland Defense Army's war pressure was low and they had more contact with the subjects, even the subjects in the country rarely felt the pressure of war outside their territory. Coupled with the abundance of material resources, the citizens of the Blazing Sun Kingdom lived extremely blissfully. They did not look like territorial subjects who lived in an environment where all races competed for supremacy. If outsiders came here, they would probably suspect that they were no longer in the high continent and had come to a peaceful world. Zhou Zhou had also heard recently that due to the gradual expansion of the flying business and private aircraft in the various territories of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, there was even a trend of tourism among the citizens of the Blazing Sun Kingdom recently. Many citizens began to take the civilian Black Ghost or the mechanical chocobos they bought, flying versions, to travel to various regions of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. The current Blazing Sun Kingdom's territory covered a radius of 10 would probably not be able to see all of them. Billion kilometers. Such a huge territory had given birth to countless tourist areas. Even if these subjects lived for more than 1,000 years, they would probably not be able to see all of them. Even though Zhou Zhou felt that this phenomenon was a little strange, he felt that it was quite good. The happiness of a subject's life also meant that he was a competent lord. At the same time, it would be easier for the territory to give birth to highly loyal subjects, fanatic believers, and holy spirits. Therefore, Zhou Zhou did not intend to stop such a thing. Instead, he wanted to encourage and reward this cause that could increase the happiness of the subjects. However, the lack of combat strength of the Homeland Defense Army soldiers had to be changed. They were related to the final safety bottom line of the people. Zhou Zhou definitely couldn't ignore it. Currently around 536 million. Zheng Yuankai answered immediately without thinking. It was obvious that he had memorized it. Chapter 921, Hundreds of Millions of Refugees Daily. Building a New Human Civilization Territory. 530 million, not bad. Zhou Zhou nodded. He was not surprised. Now, there were about 2 billion ordinary subjects in his territory, and this number was increasing almost every moment. Furthermore, because the Blazing Sun Kingdom encouraged subjects to become professionals, they often gave the subjects free class change certificates to implement this policy. As a result, almost all the citizens of the Sun Kingdom were professionals. When the Yellow Emperor came previously, he was shocked when he saw this scene. After hearing the reason, they all praised the inconceivability of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Therefore, it was indeed not difficult to draw 530 million subjects from so many professionals and subjects to establish the Homeland Defense Army. In the future, let the soldiers of the Homeland Defense Army and the soldiers of the 4 legions under me rotate frequently. They cannot have less combat experience. At the same time, let those who have contributed to the 4 legions have a chance to rest. Zhou Zhou asked. Yes, Your Majesty. Zheng Yuankai said respectfully. Actually, even if His Majesty didn't say it, he had the same intention. Now that His Majesty had said so, he did not say anything else. How many refugees can our Blazing Sun Kingdom accept every day? Zhou Zhou asked casually. Recently, he hadn't paid much attention to such matters. Reporting to Your Majesty, Zheng Yuankai said respectfully. As the tribulation of the myriad races intensified, more and more refugees are coming to our Blazing Sun Kingdom every day. Other than the human refugees, there are hundreds of other races that have recently come to our Blazing Sun Kingdom and want to become subjects of our Blazing Sun Kingdom, including the Goblin race, the Flower Elves, the Tankard Dwarves, the Dwarf race, the half-human race, the orc race, the goblin race, the half-sheep race, the night dream race. Through Legion Commander Wu Tu's Heavenly Map Army and the Starfire Mercenary Team, I investigated their general origins. According to Your Majesty's request, after confirming that most of their identities were innocent, I eliminated a small number of people with ill intentions and immorality. The rest were all taken into our Blazing Sun Kingdom and became our fellow subjects. Among these races, our human race has accepted about 200 million human refugees today. As for the people of foreign races, we have accepted a total of about 500 million. Over the past few days, this number has been increasing. I guess that this number will continue to increase after the tribulation of 10,000 races event ends. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. To a lord, the tribulation of all races was a challenge, a crisis, and a celebration. However, to those ordinary subjects, this calamity was a complete disaster. It was unknown how many families of the various races' life forms would be displaced or even destroyed because of this war that affected all races. They were clearly not the ones who started the war, but they had to bear the greatest consequences of the war, death and destruction. At this thought, Zhou Zhou shook his head. In fact, he had no right to say anything because he was also a participant in the war. He was just feeling emotional. In this chaotic world where all races fought for supremacy, he could only do his best to ensure that the subjects under his protection could live a safe and happy life. Other than that, it was very difficult for him to save others. Unless he could become the lord of all races one day and personally end this mess. However, that was still a little far for the current him. Zhou Zhou did not want to think so far ahead for the time being. He should work hard to become stronger first. He pondered for a few seconds and said to Zhang Yuankai. After the 3 days are over, there should still be a large number of human subjects in the human territory who can't make it to the primordial world in time and are forced to stay in the human territory. When the time comes, Prime Minister, you can use the free galaxy in your territory to transfer all these humans to the territories of the 3 original human empires under our management and settle them down. I don't want the enemies of the people of foreign races to take advantage of the situation and kill our human race. It's as if our human race doesn't have a true God-tier existence to protect us. Apart from that, after the human subjects retreat to the primordial world, Prime Minister, you must send someone to take over the territory of the original 3 empires. Those self-built buildings that were left behind, try your best to arrange the corresponding blueprints so that these buildings can be restored to blueprint buildings and restore their original functions. By the way, are there enough building blueprints? Zhou Zhou asked. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Since the last few wars, we have had abundant architectural drawings. The purpose of those invading forces should be to expand the territory of the Crimson Kingdom and the Crimson Empire behind them on the High Continent. They might even build a new Crimson Kingdom or even the Crimson Empire. Therefore, his army carried a huge amount of building materials and other construction materials, including a large number of building blueprints. Even if these building blueprints can't restore all the self-built buildings in the human territory, it's not a problem to restore 70% to 80% of them. Zhang Yuankai smiled. Zhou Zhou acknowledged, at ease. As long as there were enough building blueprints, his Blazing Sun Kingdom would be able to restore at least 30% of humanity's productivity at its peak. Each of the 3 human empires has at least 100 billion people. The number of city buildings created by these hundreds of billions of people can be said to be endless. Now that we have the resources to restore the function of the city buildings, how do you plan to solve the problem of the lack of manpower, Prime Minister? Zhou Zhou asked again. I've already discussed this with the other higher UPS of the human race. Zhang Yuankai already had a plan in mind. He said calmly, in the end, we decided to adopt Ms. Wenya's suggestion. By creating a large number of robot manufacturing factories in various human territories and mass-producing city service robots to make up for the missing population, we will help us manage and control the remaining buildings in these cities. In the future, we also plan to transform the 3 human territories into the territory of the human civilization, which is half technological civilization and half extraordinary tier civilization, with His Majesty's ultimate Lord Avatar as the main and Lady Wenya as the support. The future of the human race will be rewritten in our hands. Towards the end, even with Zheng Yuankai's experience and shrewdness, his eyes could not help but light up as his blood boiled. He had never thought about it. He was an old man who had retired a long time ago. One day, he would actually have the chance to come into contact with such a great undertaking. As long as he succeeded in this matter, even if it was just a supporting role, in the future he was destined to have a pivotal position in human history. The descendants of the human race in the future would praise His Majesty and their achievements. At his age, actually, wealth, status, and beauty were not that important anymore. Leaving his name in history was what he was willing to spend his life pursuing. This possibility was already in his hands. How could he not be excited? Chapter 922, Production of the Galaxy Spaceships. Entering the era of mixed virtual reality in advance. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up when he heard Zheng Yuankai's words. Technological civilization, this he was familiar. Be it his hometown or the clone of the Ultimate Lord, they were all related to technological civilization. Putting aside whether technological civilizations were powerful in terms of combat strength, they could definitely be considered top-notch in terms of developing territories and even civilization. If technology could really be combined with extraordinary tier, the human civilization in the high continent would definitely have a promising future. Most importantly, among Zhou Zhou's Lord Talents, there was the legendary tier Lord Talent Super Construction Engineering 9. The super construction buff that increased the construction efficiency by 90,000% was enough for his Blazing Sun Kingdom to transform the human territory from a simple extraordinary tier civilization to a human territory that was half technological and half extraordinary tier civilization in an extremely short period of time. This advantage could not be wasted. That's how it's done. Zhou Zhou affirmed Zheng Yuankai's thoughts, making the Elder One even more excited. Following that, his subordinates and him discussed the future development issues for more than an hour before the meeting ended. After the meeting ended, Zheng Yuankai went to announce and implement the new policy discussed at the meeting. Bai Yun led her troops to the various human territories to protect the clansmen in the human territories and retreat to the primordial world. Zhou Zhou did not leave for the time being. Instead, he summoned Wenya's virtual image. At this moment, Wenya was wearing a black tuxedo. Her skin was fair and she wore glasses. She looked youthful and intellectual as if she was a beautiful young female secretary by the president's side. Zhou Zhou looked at her and couldn't help but think of something. If he had something to do, he could do it with a secret technique. It was fine. Wenya. How many galaxies can our Blazing Sun Kingdom produce in a day? Zhou Zhou coughed lightly and asked. Your Majesty. Currently, Wenya has already laid down more than 1,000 Galaxy Star God spaceship manufacturing factories in the entire Blazing Sun Kingdom. As long as there are enough materials, we can produce 50 Galaxy ships a day. Wenya reported. How's the collection of materials for the galaxy? Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and asked again. The upper echelons of the human race have sent over all the materials needed for the 216 galaxy ships. They are currently working hard to build them. In addition, the Ultimate Lord, Lord Zhou Zhou, is also continuously transporting the materials needed to build galaxy and other technological products from the Machina race's territory to our Blazing Sun Kingdom. All the Galaxy Star God spaceship manufacturing factories are currently in operation. By assembling the galaxy parts of the factories, we can produce 50 standard galaxy or 80 commercial galaxy spaceships a day. Wenya reported. The so-called standard model galaxy was the original galaxy that contained all functions. As for the commercial model, it was a castrated version of galaxy that removed the low-tier deity-level elementary-grade research institute function and the low-tier deity-level elementary-grade Galaxy Star God manufacturing factory. The former could research technology, while the latter could create galaxy itself. Zhou Zhou planned to use these two functions as his own and did not intend to spread them. Wasn't that ruining his own income after all? Let's maintain the number of Galaxy Star God spaceship manufacturing factories for the time being. There's no need to increase it. This amount of daily produce is enough for now. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, Your Majesty. Wenya said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded and could not help but recall. Recently, he had occasionally contacted his Ultimate Lord clone in private. The current Ultimate Lord clone could be said to be doing well in the territory of the Machina race. Because Zhou Zhou had allowed him to use the original galaxy, and this galaxy was a spaceship personally created by the Machine Master God, it represented a friendship with the machinery race. Therefore, under the influence of the Diamond Tier Lord talent, gift of the machinery race, he was treated as a distinguished guest by several machinery empires. He was even personally received by a mechanical true god tier from a Divine Kingdom Lord faction. It could be said to be extremely glorious. If Zhou Zhou was the strongest person in the myriad races Lord battlefield, then, Ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou was the most popular person in the Machina race. Under such circumstances, the Ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou had directly or indirectly come into contact with a lot of the Machina race's civilization knowledge and heritage. At the same time, he had made up for a lot of technological knowledge that he did not understand previously. This made the Ultimate Lord, Zhou Zhou, even more ambitious. In addition, Super Construction Engineering 9 had a heaven-defying construction-type Lord talent. Ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou finally decided. Before Zhou Zhou, the Lord of a high-level mechanical civilization, could transplant all his civilization's achievements to the Blazing Sun Kingdom and create a mixed virtual reality era. He could not wait any longer. He wanted to directly use the technological knowledge he had and the resources he had with the Machina race to pull the Blazing Sun Kingdom into the era of mixed virtual reality. Everyone had their own data panel. Everyone could grow rapidly according to their data panel in the advanced technological civilization era. Zhou Zhou's main body only needed to do one thing: giving money away. He kept sending mist cores and divine crystals to the Ultimate Lord, Zhou Zhou, so that he could continuously buy technology and resources from the Machina race. He could then return the human Zhou Zhou a Blazing Sun Kingdom that had entered the mixed virtual reality era. Zhou Zhou naturally agreed without hesitation. He knew the benefits of that era after all. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as they entered this era, the development speed of the Blazing Sun Kingdom would increase by more than 10 times. He had no reason to refuse. After that, he didn't say anything else. He directly brought 100,000 legendary tier soldiers and boarded a galaxy. Then, through the spatial teleportation array, he quickly arrived at the location of the divine battlefield. When he arrived, he realized that there were already many lords here. There were local lord factions and the factions of the lords of the myriad races. Most of them were lord factions. They looked at the entrance of the divine battlefield in the distance with fear and desire. The moment Zhou Zhou's galaxy appeared, it quickly attracted the attention of all the factions present. When they saw the galaxy-shaped spaceship, not long after, exclamations sounded from the various lord factions. Isn't that the Lord of the Blazing Sun's galaxy? He is also here at the divine battlefield. D****it. Why is he here? It's over. This person is already here. Who can snatch him away? Looks like the great benefits of this divine battlefield mystic realm are about to fall into the hands of the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Isn't this mystic realm of the divine battlefield restricted to only life forms below the legendary tier? Hasn't the Lord of the Blazing Sun already become a god? He shouldn't be able to enter, right? Yes, the Lord of the Blazing Sun is already in the past. Now, please address His Excellency as common people's regal. Fortunately, common people's regal can't enter this divine battlefield mystic realm. Otherwise, we wouldn't have any chance at all. The lords discussed among themselves. Zhou Zhou also heard these people's discussions, but he didn't care. He swept his gaze down and quickly saw the Elven Empire's team. Then, he raised his brows slightly. This was because he saw a familiar tall figure in the team of the Elven Empire. The Elven Empress, Elise Ariel. She actually came personally as the ruler of the Empire. Chapter 923, The Divine Battlefield. Zhou Zhou was not in a hurry to go down and took his time to admire this beautiful and cold Empress. He first sized up the surrounding environment of the divine battlefield. On the huge battlefield, there was a grayish scene that looked like a black and white television. The sky was filled with a thick grey fog filled with death aura and resentment. The fog rolled endlessly, and from time to time, terrifying fog monsters that looked like ghosts would appear. Even though there were not many of them, they were all strange and terrifying. Furthermore, every fog monster had a divine power aura surging from their bodies. Even if they were not comparable to god spirits, they were much stronger than ordinary legendary tier experts. This fog monster was naturally not a scarlet fog monster, but a fog monster born from the death aura and resentment produced after the death of a god spirit. Their expressions were filled with resentment and the will to fight, as if they were filled with resentment towards this world, but they were firmly locked in the fog of this battlefield and could not transcend. Even though these monsters formed by death aura and resentment can be much stronger than ordinary legendary tier experts with their divine power. But it's only equivalent to an empire-level soldier type. The 100,000 violent storm spirits and yellow talisman Deo soldiers I brought should be able to crush these death aura monsters. Zhou Zhou still had the time to make a judgment. Even though his yellow talisman Deo soldier was also an empire-level soldier type, with the help of the military merit exchange system, he had mastered many non-professional skills and even talent abilities. Therefore, even if their combat strength was inferior to the Divine Kingdom soldier type, they were still much stronger than these deathly aura monsters that could control divine power. As for the violent storm spirit, even though 1v1 was indeed no match for these death aura monsters, they were the backline damage professions. Want to kill the violent storm spirit? Sure, they would pass the yellow talisman Deo soldier test first. As long as it couldn't pass, the violent storm spirit would be in no danger. Then, he looked at the lords. He took a look at the lord of all races, but he didn't find any powerful high-level bloodline races. Moreover, among the forces left behind, their strength was very low. Most of them were below the extraordinary tier, and there were only a few above the extraordinary tier. Lords of all races with high bloodlines and those above the extraordinary tier level have probably already entered the divine battlefield to search for fragments of true god tier divine artifacts. From the looks of it, these lord of all races who stayed outside should know that not only will they not be able to obtain the divine artifact fragment after entering, but they might even cause danger for themselves. That's why they stayed outside. Zhou Zhou did not pay much attention to the lords of the myriad races. His gaze landed on the local lords. However, he realized that most of these local lord factions were only at the extraordinary tier level. There were only more than 100 epic tier existences in total. The local lords should have entered too. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he flew down and landed in front of Elise Ariel. Greetings, Your Excellency Common People's Regal. Elise Ariel said respectfully. Zhou Zhou sized up Elise Ariel and smiled. Congratulations on your ascension, Your Majesty. He remembered the last time he met Elise Ariel. At that time, even though Elizariel's strength also gave him an unfathomable feeling, she had indeed not become a god spirit. Unexpectedly, they had both become god spirits when they met again. Recently, I traced my bloodline and discussed techniques with my ancestors in my bloodline. I occasionally had some comprehension and advanced to the level of a god spirit. It can't compare to Your Excellency advancing to the legendary regal rank as a human. Elise Ariel didn't feel proud at all. Instead, she said respectfully to Zhou Zhou with a cold expression. Zhou Zhou looked at him in surprise. There were very few legacies passed down by lords. However, Her Majesty the Empress seemed to have some understanding of the name regal. As expected of the original elves, their foundation was indeed not something ordinary races could compare to. Is there anything worth paying attention to among the lords who came this time? Zhou Zhou smiled and asked. Among the lord factions that came this time, there are 3 that are worth paying attention to, Eli's Ariel said in a deep voice. They are the Mustard Moth Empire, the Blood Venomous Insect Empire, and the Ghost Lizard Empire. These 3 empires are all high-level empires, and the empires behind them all have members of the Vapalias Pantheon group. Among them, the true god tier behind the Mustard Moth Empire is the true god of aging and illness, Vapalias himself. Every time the divine battlefield opens, they will come to stop us from obtaining the fragments of the true god tier divine artifacts. The reason for this is because Vapalias is afraid that if it weren't for these opposing gods, we would have retrieved this divine artifact fragment for your Excellency Octaval. A long time Excellency Octaval will regain the complete true god tier divine artifacts and launch a counterattack against their divine system. If it weren't for these opposing gods, we would have retrieved this divine artifact fragment for your Excellency Octaval a long time ago. Oh, Zhou Zhou replied. It seemed that the Elven Empire and the Vapalias Pantheon group had similar forces. That was why after so many years, the fight for this fragment of the true god tier divine artifacts had never ended. Thus, Eli's Ariel found him, the person who broke the stalemate, to break the stalemate. Your Excellency, are you going to enter the divine battlefield later? Eli's Ariel asked. I naturally have to prepare to enter since I'm here. Zhou Zhou said indifferently. Then, he asked curiously, but why did your Majesty come here personally? Why shouldn't I be, since you're already here? Eli's Ariel smiled bitterly. If one's status was so noble, which god spirit could compare to this common people's regal who had become a regal among gods? Some time ago, the regal dragon was probably born because of this excellency. Eli's Ariel muttered to herself. The appearance of the regal dragon some time ago had indeed attracted the attention of many super experts. At that time, they had many guesses about the birth of the regal dragon and had already suspected that a regal had probably descended into the world. Now that the name of the Lord of the Blazing Sun, common people's regal, had spread, many existences would probably be like him and guess that the regal dragon had been born because of this Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Many thoughts flashed through Elizariel's mind as she said seriously. I came here mainly to protect the gods and legendary tier experts who entered the divine battlefield and returned to the Elven Empire safely. Otherwise, they would have already experienced a series of battles in the battlefield of the gods. With injuries on their bodies, once they are exposed to the enemy, it's very likely that they would be ambushed on their way back to the Empire. If such a thing really happens, even our Elven Empire will suffer a huge loss. Zhou Zhou nodded. That made sense. The Elven Empire had been preparing to advance to the Divine Kingdom. It was best to be as steady as possible at this time. Can I ask why you took such a huge risk and insisted on taking back such a true god tier intermediate grade fragment? Is it just because you want to repair the true god tier divine artifacts? If it's inconvenient for you to say, pretend that this king didn't ask. Zhou Zhou asked. To promote the Elven Empire to a divine kingdom. Eli's Ariel hesitated for a moment before speaking. Zhou Zhou nodded and did not ask further. The lords of the original spirit race, the Chaos Gods race, the Shepherd's God race, and other high-level bloodline races have also sent people over, right? He asked. This was related to the fight for a fragment of a true god tier divine artifact. It was rare even in the entire High Continent. As long as these top bloodline lords knew, they would definitely send people over. As expected, Eli's Ariel immediately nodded in affirmation. Those top-notch lords sent their clansmen not long after the divine battlefield opened. When Zhou Zhou heard that, he grinned. It's been a long time since I've seen these dear enemies. I have to take a good look at how they have improved since the final battlefield. Don't disappoint me. Chapter 924, Quietly Watching the Changes in the Wind and Clouds. After saying that, Zhou Zhou took a deep breath. Immediately after, Eli's Ariel and the other members of the Elven Empire felt Zhou Zhou's aura rapidly decrease. Soon, it fell from the low-tier deity level elementary grade to the legendary tier advanced grade. After doing this, Zhou Zhou flew back to the galaxy and gave an order. Then, the members of the Lord factions watching Zhou Zhou were shocked to see a total of 100,000 legendary tier experts fly out of the galaxy and fly into the grey fog of the battlefield of the gods with Zhou Zhou. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared, as if they had entered another world. After Zhou Zhou and company disappeared, the various Lord factions fell silent for a while. Then, as if they had been awakened, they began to discuss. 100,000 legendary tier experts. It was a force that needed to be taken seriously even for an empire-level Lord faction. I didn't expect Your Excellency, the common people's regal, to have 100,000 legendary tier experts following him. A beautiful female elf wearing a secret starry sky robe walked over from Elizariel's side. It was the astrologer Morton who had failed to monitor Zhou Zhou's movements because of the void mask. Your Excellency has been famous since the Battle of Demon Flame Sacred Mountain, after defeating the Scarlet Alliance army. Later on, Your Excellency killed 3 true god tiers alone and froze 100 Scarlet God spirits with one move after becoming a regal. Your rise has reached an unstoppable stage. With such strength, he naturally has the qualifications to possess these experts. Eli's Ariel said indifferently. Common people's regal shouldn't have appeared on the high continent. He is already comparable to a true god tier. If a powerhouse of this level interferes in the Lord of All Races tournament, who can stop him? He will destroy this Lord of All Races tournament. Doesn't the Supreme Will care? Astrologer Morton said indignantly. Are you questioning the rules of the Supreme Will with your wisdom? Eli's Ariel gave Morton a cold look. I wouldn't dare. Morton quivered and quickly lowered her head to apologize. Eli's Ariel no longer looked at her. She turned around and her gaze landed on the divine battlefield in the distance. Since His Excellency Common People's Regal can stand here, it means that his growth is within the range of the rules set by the Supreme Will. The most terrifying thing is that he is probably one of the few non-true god level powerhouses in the high continent who can reasonably use true god tier combat power without being punished by the Supreme Will. Unless those few appear, there's probably no one in the high continent who can restrain him in terms of individual combat strength. The high continent has become his stage. None of the lords of all races can face him head-on. Even the most mysterious true lord is the same. The only interesting thing now is whether this common people's regal can take the lead in this King of 10,000 Kings event. You might not be good at completing activities just because you're strong after all. This event is not a test of one's strength alone. The strength and influence of the Lord is the key to obtaining a high ranking in this event. I'm looking forward to it. I just don't know if Your Excellency, the common people's regal, will still rise rapidly like today when he walks out of the high continent and participates in the competition of the myriad worlds. Or, as soon as he left the high continent, he was killed by a master god tier existence. After Eli's Ariel finished muttering to herself, she turned around and walked towards the palace not far away. Morton heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this. At this moment, a faint voice sounded beside her ear. Morton, jealousy has ignited in your heart. This evil flame will destroy you in the future and implicate my empire. You are no longer suitable to be the chief astrologer of our elven empire. Hand over your duties to astrologer Silo, you should rest for a while. As soon as she finished speaking, Morton's face instantly turned pale, and she almost lost her balance. Puff! A figure flew out of the thick fog and floated in the sky. It was Zhou Zhou. He looked at the real divine battlefield in front of him with a hint of surprise in his eyes. According to his conjecture, as the divine battlefield, this should be a bloody battlefield filled with ruins and corpses. In the end, he saw a paradise-like scene. The grass was long and the orioles were flying, the forest was lush, and all living things were competing for freedom. All kinds of creatures walked freely on this land filled with vitality. Abundant promotion energy filled this space. If ordinary life forms cultivated here, they would probably absorb enough promotion energy to advance to the next level before long. Even if there was a limit to his potential, with the help of the abundant promotion energy here, he could probably easily break through the bottleneck of his potential and reach the next level. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath and closed his eyes to sense the size of the divine battlefield. Then, he opened his eyes and muttered. A supercontinent with a diameter of 90 million kilometers. That's right. With such a large area and this unbelievably abundant promotion energy, this must be the territory of the high-tier deity-level advanced grade region. It turns out that back then, the two god organizations fought until both sides suffered heavy losses. In the end, they still couldn't take down this territory. Instead, a fragment of intelligent life from the true god-tier divine artifacts benefited from it. I'm afraid that the many corpses of the gods that died back then have also contributed greatly to the ecological evolution here. Really? He chuckled. He could only say that it was interesting. He waved his right hand, and 100,000 legendary tier soldiers were moved out of his inner world. They stood neatly in front of him and floated in the air. Start searching in all directions. Search for the locations of all the Lord factions and the most important pseudo-true god-tier divine artifact intelligent life forms. Send a message to this king through the army interface if you find them. Don't be afraid when you encounter danger that you can't fight against. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, Your Majesty. The 100,000 legendary tier experts said respectfully in unison, their voices shaking the world. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. The next second, the 100,000 legendary tier experts disappeared. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he did not follow suit. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the void and placed his hands on the regal sacred Dao sword. He closed his eyes and meditated quietly. After a while, Zhou Zhou opened his eyes and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Indeed, this so-called divine battlefield can't restrict my lord rules at all. I can still display the normal low-tier deity-level elementary grade strength here. I don't have to worry about being expelled from the mystic realm by the repulsive force of this domain. That makes sense also. How can there be a subject who restricts the emperor's path? Wouldn't that be treason? The corners of Zhou Zhou's lips curled up. At that moment, after he knew that he could use true god-tier level means normally, he immediately felt more confident. However, he did not recover his strength as a low-tier deity-level elementary grade. Instead, he continued to walk in this high-tier deity-level advanced grade area with the superficial strength of a legendary tier advanced grade. He quietly watched the changes in the wind and clouds. Chapter 925, Past Dharmakaya. Meeting the true Lord Adam again. In the divine battlefield, just as Zhou Zhou entered, the original spirit race team led by the True Lord also arrived. The True Lord, who was wearing a silver-grey space-time robe and exuding space-time law fluctuations, was leading 16 members of the original spirit race who were exuding various laws and flying at high speed on this land. Edith, how far are we from the spiritual maiden? The True Lord asked. Not far behind him, even though Edith's strength was only at the epic tier elementary grade, he was already the god of mysteries and divination. Upon hearing this, he immediately gathered tens of thousands of believers in his inner world and set up a large-scale 9-character divination mystery array to begin divination. Soon, he opened his eyes. His voice was crisp and pleasant as he said respectfully, Your Majesty, the spiritual maiden has already escaped into the body of a spiritual jade deer 20 million kilometers away. She is currently grazing. However, if we continue to chase like this, the other party might very well move to another place through the means of the master god tier such as the divine realm like before. Your Majesty, even if you use the space-time path again, the other party will probably be able to escape again. The True Lord frowned slightly. He had immediately divined the location of the intelligent life form, a pseudo-true god-tier divine artifact, through Edith since they arrived at this divine battlefield last night. Then, they immediately went over and quickly met with the pseudo-true God-tier divine artifact intelligent life form called Spiritual Maiden. Even though the true Lord did not have the secret treasure in Zhou Zhou's hands that could reduce the Spiritual Maiden's strength, they were from the original spirit race. They had created a unique treasure that countered the Spiritual Maiden alone. After a series of battles, the Spiritual Maiden fled in defeat while they pursued her. In the end, this Spiritual Maiden was indeed the owner of this divine realm. She could almost teleport to any place in this divine realm. In addition, he had created countless life forms over the past tens of thousands of years to cover him. They were actually helpless against this fellow for the time being. There's no other way. Looks like I have to pay a price and use a nomological secret technique to catch that guy. We have to capture this incomplete true God-tier divine artifact's intelligent life form as soon as possible. This spirit-nurturing stone seed is a true God-tier divine artifact of the law of life. It will play a vital role in the creation and derivation of life in our internal world as long as we can obtain it. In the future, when we become gods, we will also have a large number of strong believers. The true Lord said. Most importantly, he had to subdue this fragment of the true God-tier divine artifacts before that person arrived. Otherwise, once that person arrived, they would have no choice but to give up. Yes, Your Majesty. The other original spirit race members said respectfully. Just as the Lord was about to use his nomological secret technique to hunt down the Spiritual Maiden again, the other original spirit race member, whose name was the God of Space and Sealing, seemed to have received some news. His expression suddenly changed. He immediately said to the true Lord, Your Majesty, I just received news that the Lord of the Blazing Sun has arrived outside the divine battlefield. He has already led 100,000 legendary tier soldiers into the divine battlefield. The expressions of the original spirit race members immediately turned ugly. Your Majesty, we have to hurry. We have to subdue that intelligent life form of the true God-tier divine artifacts before that human finds us. Another original spirit race member said. It's too late. Edith murmured. He looked at the distant horizon. A figure gradually condensed into a handsome human man in the Emperor Dragon robe who was about to hang 4 divine weapons. It was Zhou Zhou. He looked at the original spirit race before his gaze landed on the true Lord. True Lord Adam, long time no see. Zhou Zhou smiled, his voice was deep, dignified, and magnetic. A terrifying aura that seemed to be able to suppress everything and suppress the heavens silently spread throughout this space, causing all the original spirit race members present to feel a huge pressure. Other than the true Lord, all the members of the original spirit clan looked at this man in horror. Originally, they looked down on the other party as a human with an inferior bloodline since they were a member of the original spirit clan born as a world god. Even if the other party later surpassed them and even became a regal, they were very unwilling to believe that it was an achievement that a human could achieve. It must have been obtained through dishonorable methods. However, looking at the regal standing there and giving them supreme pressure, no matter how unwilling they were to believe it, they had to admit that this man from the human race in front of them might have reached a height and achievement that they would never be able to reach in their lives. Compared to the other members of the original spirit race, the true Lord, who was also very surprised by Zhou Zhou's appearance at first, quickly calmed down. Your Excellency Regal, he said respectfully. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. Then, he sized up the original spirit race members and raised his eyebrows slightly. Past Dharmakaya. Your Excellency, you have good eyesight. Adam nodded. I knew that even if we mobilized all of us, we wouldn't be a match for Your Majesty, so I used this space-time law skill and used our original past Dharmakaya to explore this divine battlefield for the current situation. From the looks of it, I didn't master this law skill for nothing. A past Dharmakaya. Zhou Zhou sighed. This is a space-time law skill that can only be grasped at the true God tier level. You're only at the legendary tier elementary grade now, but you've already grasped such a law skill in advance. Coupled with the exile the world you used previously, which reverses time and space, your attainments in the nomological laws of space and time are probably not comparable to some true god tier, right? No wonder I heard from Yuan Kong that you ascended to the position of the original spirit race's supreme holy son from the day you were born. You're indeed talented. If I hadn't appeared out of nowhere, you would probably be the most likely lord to obtain the position of Lord of all races in this Lord of all races competition. Zhou Zhou nodded and praised. When he saw through Adam's space-time law skill, he knew that he couldn't do anything to them. This was because these original spirit race beings in front of them were not the true bodies of the original spirit race at all. They were only their past Dhammakaya. Even though death would also affect their strength to a certain extent, it would not hurt their foundation at all. Adam didn't say anything. They were all lords of the myriad races participating in the battle for supremacy, but this fellow commented on him with a condescending attitude and even praised him for his peerless talent. Usually, only powerful seniors or seniors in the clan had the right to say such words. However, not only did the true lord not feel that something was wrong, he even felt a little happy. This was because the other party was indeed qualified to judge his talent and strength. He was already a common people's regal that was comparable to a true god tier after all. He didn't even have the right to say that he was arrogant. Thank you for your compliment, Your Excellency. The true lord said respectfully. He even had to thank him. Then I'll send you off first. Zhou Zhou smiled and said. Then, he pushed out his right hand. In the next second, he saw a nomological palm that was like the starry sky, containing endless stars, descending from the sky and covering the true lord and the other original spirit race beings. The true lord had a bad premonition upon hearing that. When the myriad method star palm descended from the sky, the true lord's expression suddenly changed. They never expected that this excellency would still attack them even if they were only past Dhammakaya. Isn't it just a matter of a word from you if you want us to leave this place? Why do you have to be so determined? Does he want us to suffer the losses after our past Dharmakaya died? The losses are not something we are willing to bear though. In the blink of an eye, these thoughts flashed through their minds. Then, all kinds of nomological fluctuations erupted from their bodies, emitting all kinds of law skills that bombarded the myriad method star palm. However, what made them feel disbelief and despair was the law skill that they regarded as their ultimate move was actually useless in front of this majestic palm that was like the starry sky. Not only was it unable to break the attack, the power of the laws in their attacks had even fused into the star palm, increasing its power. This is the Lord's law. This was the only thought in the true Lord's mind before he died, before his clansmen and him perished. Chapter 926, There is improvement, but not much. In the sky, Zhou Zhou raised his right hand and looked at his palm that was like a starry sky. The dozen or so Divine Kingdom stars had become much brighter, especially the Divine Kingdom stars that represented the law of time and the law of space. When they became especially bright, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Even though I couldn't take down these original spirit race beings, but since they made my myriad method star palm a little stronger, I can be considered to have gained something. Zhou Zhou put down his palm and looked at where the true lords were previously. His gaze was faint. In fact, even if the true lords' main bodies were here, Zhou Zhou did not intend to take their lives. At most, he would use incite defection to incite one or two original spirit race members to become his subordinates. And even though this outcome did not meet his expectations, Zhou Zhou wasn't too disappointed. If he was weak, one or two primordial spirit clansmen might have made he very excited. But now, he already had countless capable people under him. He could also use his various lord talents, divine artifacts, Book of the God Spirit, Hero Inheritance, and other treasures to create talented people with high potential. Therefore, even if he added a few more subordinates of the original spirit race, he wouldn't be too excited. We can't kill the true lords yet. He is the supreme holy son of the original spirit race. He is the original spirit race's greatest hope in fighting for the Lord of all races. If I kill him, it will be equivalent to wiping out the original spirit race's fantasy of the Lord of all races. At that time, once they go crazy, I won't be able to withstand the attack of this number one race in the endless heavens. I wouldn't be surprised even if this original spirit race invited a master god tier to kill me or even use a supreme god realm technique to kill me after all. Even if it's a punishment from the supreme will, the original spirit race probably has a way to resist it. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. He didn't want to face the pressure of the number one race in the myriad worlds for the time being. Therefore, the true Lord could not die for the time being. At the very least, he couldn't die at his hands. Let's keep he alive first and let the enemy feel that he wasn't that threatening. In any case, the true lords were no longer a threat to him. They would not be able to catch up to him even if he kept them. Zhou Zhou understood that with him becoming a god spirit, his true enemy was no longer the lord of all races. Instead, it was the civilization of the races and even the races behind the lords of all races. Unless he had the confidence to arm wrestle with these guys, otherwise, it would be better for him to develop silently for the time being. Of course, it was not a problem for him to be a king among the lords of all races. Just like just now, the true lords did not even have the intention to fight him. That was enough for now. Then, he didn't stay any longer. He released his divine spark from his glabella. In the blink of an eye, he covered an area of more than 1,000 kilometers. He quickly discovered that some lord factions were within the range of his spiritual force. Among these lord factions, there were lord factions of all races and local lord factions. However, he didn't fancy any of them, so he wasn't interested in looking for them. Zhou Zhou, who had not found his target, was not discouraged. He flew directly southeast. He had 2 insight defections today, so he was prepared to use them on these high-level bloodline races. As for the pseudo-true god-tier divine artifact intelligent life form, which was the spiritual maiden that the true Lord had mentioned, Zhou Zhou wasn't in a hurry to find him. In any case, the divine battlefield was already in his hands. Even if the spiritual maiden was found by other lord factions and that fragment of the true god-tier divine artifacts was taken away, Zhou Zhou was confident that he could take it back. A moment later, Zhou Zhou hid in the sky and looked at the group of life forms more than 300 kilometers away. Their figures were in the form of terrifying black beasts, surrounded by dark chaotic airflow. After the abundant natural energy in the divine realm approached these black beasts, it was actually engulfed and absorbed by the chaotic airflow, making their strength aura steadily stronger. Chaos Beast. No, it should be called the Chaos God's race now. Back then, before the chaos was divided, these wild beasts that the chaos humans hunted as prey actually became the peak race of the endless heavens. As for the chaos humans, they were nearly extinct. Humans have also become a race with lower middle bloodlines. Zhou Zhou sighed. If the chaos humans could be passed down to this day, they would definitely be a top bloodline race comparable to the original spirit race. Even if the current humans who came from the same lineage as the chaos humans could not be as glorious as the chaos humans, they would at least not be in danger of being exterminated at all times like now. Now, they could only retreat to the primordial world when they encountered powerful enemies. Then, he stopped thinking about it and looked at the chaos beasts and realized that they seemed to be searching for traces of the spiritual maiden. However, the clues had been cut off, so they were resting here. Very good. It's not a past Dharmakaya or any other substitute technique. It's her true body. That's convenient. Zhou Zhou smiled. He placed his right hand in the sword of new dimension creation and tapped gently. An invisible spatio-temporal region suddenly spread out and surrounded Zhou Zhou, hiding all traces of his aura. Following that, he condensed a chaos spear in the spatio-temporal region and threw it gently. The chaos spear shot straight at the other party. At the same time, the place where the chaos god's race was resting. A 3-legged golden crow with 3 legs and a pitch-black body that emitted golden light was floating in the chaos god's race with its eyes closed. At the same time, it was releasing its perception to search for the spiritual maiden. It was the Great One Lord of the Chaos God race. At this moment, he was also pondering as he surveyed his surroundings. The subjects outside have already told me that the common people's regal has also come to the divine battlefield. I have to obtain the true God-tier divine artifacts fragment of the spirit-nurturing stone seed before he does. A divine artifact fragment of this level is considered a good resource even for me. At this moment, whoosh! A chaos spear descended from the sky and shot towards his face. After seeing this chaos spear, the Great One Lord's face revealed obvious fear. A fear that seemed to come from the depths of his bloodline suddenly surfaced in his heart. The chaos spear technique. He cried out in horror. He immediately spat out his intrinsic true fire, the true sun fire, in a panic, wanting to burn the chaos spear. In the end, when his true sun fire landed on the chaos spear, not only did it not burn it, but it also made it look sharper on the surface. Its power had clearly increased. When the Great One Lord saw this scene, his heart could not help but turn cold and tremble. That's right. Only the Chaos Spear technique of the chaotic human race from the chaotic era could restrain the intrinsic spells of the Chaos God's race. Almost half of the offensive spells created by the Chaos humans were specially created to kill the Chaos God's race after all. It might not have this effect on other races, but it was a force to be reckoned with against their Chaos God's race. Regardless of whether you are using the Chaos Spear technique cast by the Chaos humans, we're no longer the Chaos beasts of the past. The Great One Lord let out an angry roar, followed by a sharp cry. Thousands of stars appeared around he and slowly revolved around the phantom of the supreme star above his head, the Sun Star. The next second, tens of thousands of stars actually reversed the rhythm of the rotation and began to spin in other chaotic directions. The supreme law of the star's star-defying deflection. The chaos spear that was enveloped in thousands of stars actually became unstable and seemed to fly in other directions. Zhou Zhou, who was in the spatio-temporal region, raised his brows slightly when he saw this. However, he did not do anything and only watched this scene quietly. "Don't underestimate my Chaos Spear technique," he said softly. At the same time, the Great One Lord was delighted when he saw this. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood essence and scattered it in the starry sky. His blood essence contained the powerful power of the star laws. After landing in the starry sky, he immediately increased the power of the law skill, star-defying deflection. However, at this moment, the power of this Chaos Spear technique suddenly increased strangely again. It actually broke through the restraints of the starry sky and shot straight at one of the Great One Lord's blackbird feet, shattering it and disappearing. After the Great One Lord lost a foot, the aura on his body immediately weakened greatly. He looked at his disappearing bird feet in disbelief. He couldn't accept the fact that he hadn't blocked the spear. Could the Chaos God's race be still unable to escape the fate of being hunted down by the Chaos humans after so many years? They were clearly much stronger than before. At this moment, a faint voice sounded in his ears. "As a descendant of the beast of primordial chaos, you have indeed improved compared to your ancestors. It's a pity that the improvement is not so much." When the Great One Lord heard this, his expression immediately froze. In the sky, in the spatio-temporal region, Zhou Zhou looked at the notification in front of him that the insight defection had succeeded. He smiled and turned to leave. These chaos beasts were already powerful. Just like the original spirit race, they could not be moved easily for the time being. He would first plant some spies and learn about the internal intelligence of this group of chaos beasts through them. To the current Zhou Zhou, a living beast of primordial chaos was more valuable than a dead one. Chapter 927, Don't Sleep Too Soundly. Myriad Spirit Race, the Spiritual Venerable Lord. The Great One Lord still looked around in horror, afraid that the mysterious chaos human had not left even after Zhou Zhou left. It was only when the surrounding Chaos God's race members were alarmed and ran over to ask what had happened that he hid the panic in his heart and said with a dark expression, "A powerful enemy attacked me just now. The other party is powerful and is suspected to be a chaos human recorded in our ancestors' bloodline inheritance. Let's not stay here any longer. Let's leave this divine battlefield. In the end, even though the Great One Lord was extremely unwilling, he could only make this decision. The fragments of the true God-tier divine artifacts might be rare, but they were not as important as he himself. He was an existence that was about to become the Lord of all races. He could not die here just because of a fragment of a true God-tier divine artifact. Furthermore, he had a guess in his heart that he didn't dare believe. According to the information he had obtained, the Lord of the Blazing Sun, who was also the common people's regal, was suspected to be the possessor of the Chaos human bloodline. If one were to make a bold guess, the unknown Chaos human who had attacked him might be the Lord of the Blazing Sun himself. If his bold conjecture was true, then he had even more reason to leave. The Chaos human might not necessarily have to kill him even if it existed. However, if it was as he suspected, that the Chaos human was the common people's regal who was also a lord of all races, the possibility of attacking him would undoubtedly increase greatly. The Great One Lord still knew himself well. He knew that he definitely could not deal with the common people's regal, who already had the combat power of a true god tier. Therefore, no matter what, he had to leave this place. Chaos human. When the Chaos Gods race heard that, their expressions changed slightly. Some of the Chaos Gods race members revealed looks of fear, some of them revealed looks of hatred, and some of them were unconvinced and looked like they wanted to fight. It had been too long since the chaotic era. Currently, the Chaos Gods were still afraid of the Chaos humans due to their bloodline inheritance. However, if they did not experience the era of being hunted, they would not realize how terrifying the Chaos humans were. The Great One Lord could tell what he was thinking at a glance. He snorted coldly and pointed at his broken foot that was slowly recovering. He said coldly, "The other party killed me with a single strike of the Chaos Flying Spear. Do you think you're stronger than me? If he can slash my foot with a Chaos Spear, he can shatter your Chaos Divine Spark with a single strike. Hurry up and retreat." Towards the end, there was already some anger in the Great One Lord's voice. He no longer had any reverence for them after being a peak race for so many years. The Great One Lord, who was familiar with the rise and fall of many races, naturally knew that this was the beginning of the decline of the race. As a Great One Lord who was determined to lead the Chaos Gods race to the top of the myriad races, he had to wake them up. Yes. The Chaos Gods race finally did not dare to be negligent, seeing the broken leg of their emperor and feeling his anger. They quickly packed up their base and prepared to leave the divine battlefield as quickly as possible. I have to ask the clan when I get back. Are there any signs of the Chaos humans making a comeback recently? Sigh, how troublesome. Our ancestors should have exterminated these Chaos humans back then. The Great One Lord muttered. Even though there were rumors that the Chaos humans had already gone extinct among the top bloodline races, as an old enemy of the Chaos humans, they actually knew that even though the Chaos humans were almost extinct, there were still some direct descendants who lived in the myriad worlds in another form. They had once tried to exterminate them, but how could the Chaos humans who could survive the changes of the era be so easily found and killed? They tried a few times, but after returning empty-handed, they gradually gave up on this move. In any case, the Chaos humans were already extinct to the point where they could no longer be considered a race. They were no longer a threat to them. At the same time, what the Great One Lord did not notice was, not far away, more than 10 Chaos Gods race beings were pretending to tidy up their base while listening to what he was saying. After hearing the Great One Lord's muttering, their eyes revealed strange expressions. Then, they continued to tidy up the base. In the sky more than 50,000 kilometers away, Zhou Zhou, who was flying, looked at the text notification in front of him. Prompt: you have activated your Lord's exclusive talent, Insight Defection. Insight Defection has taken effect. Lord Talent Notification: a total of 8 Diamond Tier Chaos Gods race members and 4 Extraordinary Tier Chaos Gods race members have betrayed their Lord's faction and become your loyal subordinates. He nodded slightly in his heart. He had in sight defection 12 Chaos Gods race beings at once. Zhou Zhou remembered that there were only about 30 Chaos Gods race beings around the Great One Lord. This wave directly incited half of the chaotic gods to join in sight defection. Great One Lord! Don't sleep too soundly in the future. Zhou Zhou thought maliciously. Just as he was about to search for his next target, he suddenly heard something and raised his brows slightly. The Chaos humans are not extinct? There are still bloodlines left behind. He muttered. Then, a smile appeared on his face. He did not expect the Chaos Gods race to send him such important news after he had just in sight defection. When I have time in the future, I can ask Bodhi Supreme where the Chaos human bloodline is now. With my identity as a Chaos human, I might be able to pull them over to be my helpers. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he continued to search for other high-level bloodline races. A moment later, Zhou Zhou, who was about to continue flying to an area that had not been searched, suddenly froze and turned to look in the east. An emerald green divine light soared into the sky, dyeing the surrounding hundreds of kilometers green. In the green light, there were billions of life forms crying out in unison, as if they were angry about something. This is the aura of true God-tier divine artifacts. Looks like the spirit-nurturing stone seed has been discovered. Without any hesitation, Zhou Zhou changed directions and flew rapidly towards the emerald green light. On a huge grassland, a tall and beautiful jellyfish-like creature with dazzling colors floated in the air. He was the myriad spirit race's lord, the spiritual venerable lord who was currently ranked 5th on the faction points leaderboard, second only to the 3 peak races and Zhou Zhou. Behind him, a group of strange life forms that looked strange but had their own unique charms followed him respectfully. It was the spiritual venerable lord subject of the myriad spirit race. Among them were the spirits of the mountains, the spirits of nature, the spirits of the totems, the spirits of the stars. The spirit race could also be called the myriad spirit race. They were nurtured in the myriad substances of the world, even in illusory concepts. They could only be born after experiencing countless years or various miracles. For example, the mountain that had experienced tens of thousands of years, the spirit of the mountain that was born. For example, the mountain that had experienced tens of thousands of years, the spirit of the mountain that was born. For example, the magnificent clouds that gathered in the distance at dusk, the spirit of the purple mist that was born. For example, on the battlefield of sword principle, it inadvertently absorbed the sword intent of countless sword principle experts and gave birth to the spirit of the sword grass. They had no parents. They were born from the accumulation and precipitation of the spirituality of all things in the world, so they called themselves the spirit race. Many spirit race beings gathered together and became the myriad spirit race. And this spiritual venerable lord was even more extraordinary. If there were other myriad spirit race beings, they would be the representatives of all kinds of spirituality in the world. In that case, a spiritual venerable lord was a spirit born from the concept of spirituality. Their status was comparable to the son of law. Therefore, he had used the name spiritual venerable from the moment he was born. He was even protected and doted on by the various experts of the myriad spirit race. Not long after he was born, he was conferred the title of the young patriarch of the myriad spirit race. After that, he was secretly appointed as the future patriarch of the myriad spirit race. At this moment, the patriarch of the 10,000 spirit race was holding a young girl in an emerald green dress in both hands. She held an emerald green fruit basket in her hand and had an emerald green headscarf tied around her head. It was a pseudo-true god-tier divine artifact intelligent life form, the spiritual maiden. The spiritual maiden had fallen into a deep sleep because of the spiritual venerable lord. Chapter 928, What were you calling just now? Go to sleep. Go to sleep. The spiritual venerable lord stroked the spiritual maiden in his hand with concern and joy. The myriad spirit race was born without parents. There were very few races of the same form as them. Therefore, the myriad spirit race was born destined to be alone. In this big family, every additional member would make them happy for a long time. I didn't expect the search for the spirit of the true God-tier divine artifacts fragment to go so smoothly. I thought I was going to fight the original spirit race. A tall and burly man in a grass dress said in a silly voice. He was the spirit of a mountain. He was called Gao Feng. He came from a mountain that was more than 100,000 meters tall in a small world. This was because this mountain had experienced tens of thousands of years. Not only was it free of calamity, but it had also attracted countless ordinary life forms to climb it. Furthermore, these life forms took it as an honor to climb to the peak. Just like that, with the help of the nurturing of heaven and earth and the faith of life forms, a spirit of the mountains like him was born. We're indeed quite lucky this time. The spiritual venerable Lord smiled as well. Then, he turned serious and said, "Let's not waste any more time here. Let's go now since we've found our clansmen." Hearing this, the other myriad spirit race members looked at this divine realm reluctantly. As a high-tier deity-level territory, they could sense that if they stayed here for a while longer, it was very likely that they could directly absorb the natural energy to advance. However, none of them dared to disobey his words, and they immediately prepared to leave. Myriad Spirit Lord. At this moment, a human male voice sounded in the hearts of the myriad spirit race. The expressions of the myriad spirit race members suddenly changed. Then, they suddenly looked up at the sky. A majestic and peerless figure had already stood between heaven and earth at some point in time, looking down at them. It was Zhou Zhou. The spiritual venerable lord asked. The rainbow light on the spiritual venerable lord's body froze for a second before it returned to normal. He revealed a bitter smile. Previously, they were still rejoicing that they hadn't encountered the abnormal beings from the original spirit race. He did not expect to meet the most abnormal one in the blink of an eye. They might as well encounter the true lords. "Greetings, Your Excellency Common People's Regal." The spiritual venerable lord immediately said respectfully with a good attitude. The other spirits also bowed reluctantly to Zhou Zhou. "Hand the spiritual maiden over to me," Zhou Zhou said. "Your Excellency, please treat the spiritual maiden well." As the son of spiritual laws, the spiritual venerable lord's intuition was superior to all life forms. At this moment, he could clearly sense the terrifying threat coming from this common people's regal. It was as if as long as he slightly disobeyed his wishes, he would definitely welcome the terrifying end of all his members being wiped out. There was not even a trace of hope of survival. Therefore, after he heard Zhou Zhou's words, he handed the spiritual maiden over with both hands without any hesitation. Even if the other members of the myriad spirit race looked at him in disbelief, and his prestige would definitely suffer a huge blow afterward. He didn't explain at all. Zhou Zhou smacked his lips. Up until now, he had not been able to fight with all his might. He had thought that this lord of the myriad spirit race would have some backbone, but he did not expect him to be so decisive. However, he didn't say anything. With a wave of his hand, the palm-sized spiritual lady in the spiritual venerable lord's hand flew over and landed in his hand. Zhou Zhou sized up the spiritual maiden with interest in his eyes. As expected of the spirit of the true God-tier divine artifacts formed from the fragments that fell from the law of life. The life force contained in this little girl's body was simply terrifying. A little one born out of destiny. Zhou Zhou chuckled as the spiritual venerable lord and the myriad spirit race's expressions changed. Then, he reached into the spiritual maiden's body without hesitation. Under her pained expression, he took out an incomplete emerald green gem the size of a fingernail. It was a fragment of the spirit nurturing stone seed. As soon as the fragment of the spirit nurturing stone seed was taken out, the spiritual maiden's life force began to wane rapidly. It looked like she was about to die. No. The spiritual venerable lord's eyes were filled with tears as he watched the spiritual maiden's life force drain away. He never expected that to happen. In his intuition, the common people's regal wasn't born to kill. Instead, it was the common people's regal that received the gratitude of billions of life forms. Why would he do such a cruel thing? If not for his intuition that made he feel that the other party was a benevolent living being, he wouldn't have handed the spiritual maiden over so easily. Could it be that his perception was wrong? A single mistake had actually cost the life of a compatriot of the myriad spirit race. The spiritual venerable lord was filled with regret. What kind of common people's regal was this? At the same time, in the sky, Zhou Zhou also noticed the expressions on the spiritual venerable lord's faces and clicked his tongue in wonder. I didn't expect there to be such a loyal race among the top races. He did not think too much about it. He took out the sword of new dimension creation and grabbed the spiritual maiden's increasingly illusory spirit body before throwing it into the chaotic world source at the center of the sword hilt. After the source of the world absorbed the spiritual maiden's body, it began to rapidly evolve. Soon, it opened up the earth, water, wind, and fire inside, forming the initial chaotic world and the initial chaotic life form. This process was achieved almost in the blink of an eye. Then, a condensed spirit body appeared on the sword. He wore a chaotic colored dress and a chaotic crown. He was nothing but dignified and oppressive. He wore a chaotic colored dress and a chaotic crown. He looked dignified and oppressive. The spiritual maiden bowed respectfully to Zhou Zhou with a solemn expression and said gratefully, "Thank you, Master, for allowing the spiritual maiden to become a world deity and allowing me to become a complete spirit of an intermediate true god-tier divine artifact." "It's fine," Zhou Zhou said. "Coincidentally, the source of the world inside my sword of new dimension creation to split open the sky. I happened to encounter you, the spirit of the true god-tier divine artifacts, so I'll let you be the candidate to split open the sky. In the future, you'll be the Dao Lord of the heavenly Dao in the world of my sword of new dimension creation. Help me create more believers when you have time." "Yes, Master," the spiritual maiden said respectfully. Then, her figure disappeared into the sword of new dimension creation. When Zhou Zhou saw this, his gaze landed on the spiritual venerable lord and the other members of the myriad spirit race. They were looking at him in a daze. When they noticed that Zhou Zhou was looking at them, their expressions immediately turned ashamed and embarrassed. Especially the spiritual venerable lord. How could he have expected such a huge turn of events? Not only did the spiritual maiden survive, she had also obtained a great fortune. She had gotten rid of the restrictions of the spirit-nurturing stone seed and had also become a complete spirit of an intermediate true god-tier divine artifact. She had even become a world god. Who would believe it? What were you guys shouting about? At this moment, Zhou Zhou pretended to be puzzled. They lowered their heads in embarrassment hearing this. Chapter 929, The Shepherd's God Race Fled. Inside Defection, Myriad Spirit Race. Zhou Zhou hung the sword of new dimension creation back on his waist and looked at the spiritual venerable lords. After watching for a while, he couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Even though these spirit race beings were not as noble as the original spirit race in terms of bloodline, they were equivalent to the mountain god, river god, and other god spirits. In the future, at the very least, they would become god spirits. He did not think too much about it and casually asked, "Have you seen the shepherd's god race?" He planned to use his last insight defection attempt today on the shepherd's god race. Such a high-level bloodline race ranked in the top 3 of the heavens also existed under him. The shepherd's god race. The spiritual venerable lord looked at the earth spirit behind him, which was made of fragrant soil. He looked a little old. It was unknown how long he had existed before such a spirit was born. "Lord Earthfall, can you check where the shepherd's god race is now?" "I'll try." Lord Earthfall nodded kindly. Then, he lay down and said a few words in the language of the spirit race to the ground. The gist of it was to ask about the existence of the shepherd's god race. After asking, he pressed his ear to the ground and began to listen. A moment later, he stood up and said to the spiritual venerable lord, "The hazy earth consciousness of this divine domain tells me that the shepherd's god race left not long ago. Their departure coincided with your excellency's arrival at this battlefield. Stunned, the spiritual Venerable Lord looked at Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou looked at Lord Earthfall for a while before slowly nodding. As a regal, he could easily see through the thoughts of non-god spirits. Therefore, he could tell that this Lord Earthfall wasn't lying to him. He actually ran away. That's wise. Zhou Zhou felt a little regretful. It seemed like he would not be able to obtain the Shepherd's God race members this time. His gaze landed on the spiritual Venerable Lord and the myriad spirit race behind he again. Then, he smiled and said, "I'll give you a chance to attack me. Otherwise, you won't be convinced if you hand over the spiritual maiden." They were stunned for a moment before quickly shaking their heads. "We're not unconvinced. We're willing to hand over the spiritual maiden. Moreover, we sincerely feel that the spiritual maiden will have a brighter future by your Excellency's side than by our side." At the end of his speech, apart from the spiritual Venerable Lords, everyone else was envious. That was a complete spirit of the true God-tier divine artifacts. This had already far surpassed them. Even spiritual Venerable Lords were on par with him. "Just do as I say. I don't want to say it a third time," Zhou Zhou said calmly. Their hearts trembled. Even though they did not know what His Excellency's intentions were, they could only follow His Excellency's request. "Pardon me, Your Excellency," the spiritual Venerable Lord said respectfully and then ordered in a deep voice. "Attack His Excellency with all your might. Don't hold back." "Yes," they chorused. Then, all kinds of colorful nomological powers attacked Zhou Zhou. Law skill myriad mountains, law skill heavenly river waterfall, law skill meteor fire, law skill layered waves. The spiritual Venerable Lord watched as dozens of law skills shot towards Zhou Zhou. He calmly raised his right palm and waved it gently. A seven-colored light swept past Zhou Zhou. Law skill lose spirituality. This kind of law skill could make a life form lose its spirituality, causing it to fall into a dead state and be at the mercy of others. Even law skills would lose their spirituality and power. This was a spiritual Venerable Lord's specialty. The spiritual Venerable Lord had done a lot of cross-ranking battles and had even severely injured a god spirit with this law skill. Moreover, the spiritual Venerable Lord back then was only at epic tier advance grade. The spiritual Venerable Lord, who was now at legendary tier elementary grade, was confident that he could temporarily make mid-tier deity levels lose themselves after using this law skill. Not to mention Zhou Zhou, who was only at legendary tier advance grade. Facing the attacks of the myriad spirit race, Zhou Zhou's expression did not change as he quietly watched these attacks shoot towards him. Just as the myriad spirit race members were looking forward to it and feeling nervous. These attacks didn't seem to hit anything. They passed through Zhou Zhou's body without injuring him at all. He was still standing quietly in the sky, as if nothing had happened. How can this be? The myriad spirit race members widened their eyes and looked at this scene in disbelief. After the initial shock, the spiritual Venerable Lord immediately used his spiritual perception to carefully sense Zhou Zhou's surroundings. After a moment, he could barely make out a few details. There seemed to be an invisible space-time barrier around this excellency. It was this space-time barrier that isolated common people's regal from their attacks, making it seem like their attacks did not hit Zhou Zhou. Indeed, it did not hit the target. How could their attacks injure Zhou Zhou when they were in two completely different space-times? Unless he had clansmen who were involved in the law of space or the law of time, they wouldn't be able to affect Zhou Zhou at all. So His Majesty has been invincible for a long time. The spiritual Venerable Lord smiled bitterly. Zhou Zhou's expression was calm and he did not speak. This group of myriad spirit race beings was indeed very weak. They could not even break the most basic ability of his the Sword of New Dimension Creation spatio-temporal region, not to mention injuring him. But then again, his Sword of New Dimension Creation seemed to have improved after absorbing the spiritual maiden as the source of the world and starting to evolve earth, water, wind, and fire to create the chaotic world. When this chaotic world opened up by the Sword of New Dimension Creation evolved into a middle world in the future, it should be able to advance to a true God tier advance grade divine artifact. If it was upgraded to the boundless universe, it even had a chance of upgrading to a master God tier divine artifact. Looking at it this way, the potential of this sort of new dimension creation was actually not inferior to his universe-destroying blade at all. He didn't think too much about this. He looked at the text notification that appeared in front of him. Prompt: you have activated your Lord exclusive talent, Insight Defection. Insight Defection has taken effect. Lord Talent Notification: a total of 12 White Platinum Tier Myriad Spirit Race members, 3 Diamond Tier Myriad Spirit Race members, and 1 Extraordinary Tier Myriad Spirit Race member have betrayed their Overlord faction and become your loyal subordinates. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. He deliberately let this group of Myriad Spirit Race members attack him just for this Insight Defection. 16 members of the Myriad Spirit Race. Not bad at all. He took one last look at them and didn't say a word. He turned around and left. Seeing this, Your Excellency leave, the Myriad Spirit Race members heaved a sigh of relief. Your Excellency, common people's regal is giving us too much pressure. Gao Feng said with lingering fear. He has become a regal after all. He can also kill 3 true god tiers as a lesser god. It's no wonder that such an existence gives us a lot of pressure. Another Myriad Spirit Race member said. Sigh, even the Shepherd's God race has been scared away. It's already not bad that we didn't immediately escape facing this excellency. The other Myriad Spirit Race member comforted himself. The other Myriad Spirit Race members also began to discuss this Lord. Is the position of Lord of all races in this Lord of all races contest going to fall into this person's hands? Lord Earthfall muttered as he watched Zhou Zhou leave. Chapter 930, Surrender and I won't kill you. Those who don't surrender must be killed. This Lord of all races tournament hasn't entered the stage of the Myriad Worlds tournament yet. At present, His Excellency can only dominate the High Continent. Once he leaves the High Continent, he will be in a difficult situation. The spiritual Venerable Lord murmured, there aren't that many rules outside the High Continent. Even a Master God tier can attack at will outside the High Continent. At that time, if Your Excellency, the common people's regal, can still be so carefree and awe-inspiring, then there will really be a chance to compete for the position of Lord of all races. Until then, any judgment is of no value. The Myriad Spirit Race members nodded. Come on, the greatest benefit here has already been taken away by His Excellency. There's no point in staying here any longer. I wonder which pantheon groups will fight for this divine realm in the future. The spiritual Venerable Lord took one last look at the divine battlefield and was about to leave. But at this moment, the world suddenly changed color. The entire divine battlefield seemed to have been isolated by a space-time barrier. Seeing this, the spiritual Venerable Lord's expression changed slightly. He subconsciously thought that the common people's regal had changed his mind and wanted to take them down. He soon discovered that this spatial barrier seemed to be somewhat different from the spatio-temporal region that Zhou Zhou used. He felt that the space-time barrier was weaker than Zhou Zhou's spatio-temporal region. What's going on? The spiritual Venerable Lord said in surprise. The source of this space-time barrier seems to be the direction that common people's regal came from. That common people's regal should have encountered an enemy. Among the Myriad Spirit Race members, a Myriad Spirit Race member who was proficient in spatial perception spoke. In that case, let's not leave for the time being and wait and see. Yes. The Myriad Spirit Race members replied. Not long ago, after Zhou Zhou left the spiritual Venerable Lords, he prepared to leave the divine battlefield. With his current speed, he could reach about 1 billion kilometers per hour even without using the galaxy. If he used the law skill, King, to allow him to enter the true God tier level, he could even use his body to reach 100 times the speed of light. It wouldn't be a problem for him to travel the universe. At this moment, if he used the law skill, King, to allow him to enter the true God tier level, he could even use his body to reach 100 times the speed of light. It wouldn't be a problem for him to travel the universe. Do you know where the area token for this divine battlefield is? He said in surprise. Then, he immediately reacted. Yes, what is so strange about the spiritual maiden knowing since she is originally the regional lord of this divine battlefield? After refining the regional token here, it would not be strange for her to know where the regional token is. He was somewhat excited. If he had this high-tier deity-level regional territory, it would undoubtedly increase the foundation of his territory. He could even move all the territory's subjects into this high-tier deity-level regional territory, allowing him to cultivate and grow here. It guaranteed that him could greatly shorten the time him needed to cultivate and grow. Even newborns born in this high-tier deity-level territory would have their potential increased because of this divine territory. The more Zhou Zhou thought about it, the more excited he became. This piece of land could bring him too many benefits. Moreover, not only would it benefit the current era, it would also benefit the world. I thought it was just an ordinary journey to complete the faction quests. I didn't expect to have such a pleasant harvest. Zhou Zhou muttered. Then, he immediately said to the spiritual maiden. Take me there. Yes, Master. The spiritual maiden nodded before fusing into the sword of new dimension creation. Then, the sword floated in the air before pointing straight in a direction. Zhou Zhou immediately changed directions and flew in the direction that the spiritual maiden had pointed out. However, not long after, Zhou Zhou suddenly stopped. He floated in the sky and didn't look around. He only chuckled and said, after being here for so long, something interesting has finally come. Stop hiding. Come out. The surroundings fell silent for a while. Then, creatures of different races appeared in the air. There were about 20 to 30 of them, and they emitted the aura of low-tier deity level elementary grade, surrounding Zhou Zhou in the center. Right on the heels of that, a deity of the law of time path and a deity of the law of space path each took out a treasure that emitted the aura of a lesser deity. With the help of these two treasures, they used law skills and released an invisible spatial barrier. The space-time barrier expanded rapidly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped an area of 1,000,000 kilometers. After releasing it, they did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, they stood outside the barrier and exerted their divine power to maintain the space-time barrier with all their might. When Zhou Zhou saw this scene, he raised his eyebrows and chuckled. What? You dare to come and find me, but you don't dare to attack. You're the common people's regal, a legendary tier advance grade who can kill pseudo-true god tiers and kill 3 true god tier elementary grade god spirits as soon as you advance to a lesser god spirit. The god spirit in the lead said, even though the divine battlefield has gradually been freed from some restrictions due to the absence of the spiritual maiden, we don't dare to attack you. We just want you to stay here for a while. When the time is up, we will naturally let you leave. Let this king stay here for a while. Zhou Zhou rubbed his chin. You want to attack my soldiers? The expressions of these low-tier deity-level elementary grade god spirits immediately changed upon hearing this. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Looks like I was right. Then which faction are you from? Let this king guess. If I can guess it right, this king will come here to take the fragments of the true god tier divine artifacts. This matter definitely wasn't leaked by this king. It must have been leaked by the Elven Empire. And at this time, the only factions that specialize in inquiring about this information from the Elven Empire are those that are interested in the fragments of the true god tier divine artifacts. Among these factions, the only faction that has the ability to mobilize so many god spirits in such a short period of time should be the true god of aging and illness, Vopalius, right? Zhou Zhou chuckled. Their expressions changed again. So what if you guessed correctly? Another god spirit snorted coldly and said, even if a high-tier deity-level expert is here, he will still be trapped for a day and a night. By the time you can walk out of our array, most of your forces will have been killed by your enemies. When you lose the support of your soldiers and god spirits, let's see how you, the common people's regal, have the face to continue being the Lord of all races and how you can continue to fight for the position of Lord of all races. So that's what you're planning. Zhou Zhou nodded in realization. Then, he immediately used the Law Skill King and raised it to the low-level True God tier elementary grade in the blink of an eye. He looked at the frightened deities and said lightly, "Surrender and I will not kill you. Those who don't surrender must be killed." Chapter 931, Have we become fish in a fish tank? The lesser gods looked at Zhou Zhou in disbelief and horror. They had never expected that this common people's regal could actually break this restriction and raise his strength to the level of a true god tier on this battlefield where the highest level of existence was low-tier deity level elementary grade god spirits. They had long heard that Your Excellency had mastered a secret technique that could greatly increase one's strength. It could even allow a lesser god to directly have the strength of a true god tier. They did not believe it at first, but now that they saw it, they had no choice but to believe it. However, there were still some god spirits who did not believe that Zhou Zhou really had the strength of a true god tier. They were the loyal subordinates of the true god of aging and illness, Vapalias. Seeing that the god spirits of their faction had their auras snatched away by Zhou Zhou, they immediately panicked. How can there be such a ridiculous nomological mystic technique that can increase one's strength in the myriad worlds? This must be a lie from the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Yes, it's a phantom. It's an illusion. This common people's regal must have mastered some kind of nomological technique that can create illusions and confuse our senses. Wake up! A god spirit of the law of wind immediately shouted at the gods, trying to stabilize their morale. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he pulled out the universe-destroying blade without thinking and shot the Law of Extermination Saber Chi at him. With the enhancement of the true God tier chaotic sacred power, this Wind Law God Spirit, who was best at escaping, did not even have the time to escape. His divine spark was easily shattered by his destruction saber energy and he died on the spot. The scene immediately fell silent. All the god spirits were shocked by this slash. Even though they were shocked when they heard the legendary tier legend about the common people's regal, they didn't feel much fear deep down in their bones. They didn't even want to believe that it was the truth. They only felt that it was a rumor. Some things could only be truly believed when one saw it with their own eyes after all. However, everyone immediately realized the true terror of this common people's regal when a god spirit was easily killed by the other party's saber, and the common people's regal even felt that it did not take much effort. They looked at each other and had different thoughts. Come with me and kill him. We might all die here if we don't kill him. Even if we return, we will be punished by Your Excellency Vapalias. A god spirit who walked the path of the law of waves held his low-tier deity level elementary grade divine artifact and transformed into a shocking wave that could turn the world upside down. He was the first to charge at Zhou Zhou. When the other god spirits saw this, some of them immediately used their own methods and rushed over without thinking. Some deities looked hesitant, not knowing if they should go up. Meanwhile, some gods were looking at them with flickering eyes. While showing that they wanted to follow them, they were already planning to escape. This common people's regal had once killed a pseudo-true god tier existence as a legendary tier advance grade after all. The god spirit's corpse was still warm from that move just now. They weren't the god spirits under Vapalias's dead loyal subordinates, so why would they risk their lives for him? This group of idiots who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth provided him with the opportunity to escape. At this moment, facing these gods with different thoughts, Zhou Zhou's expression was calm. I'll show you what the real spatio-temporal region is, he said softly. Then, he patted the sword of new dimension creation at his waist. He heard the chaos-colored treasure at the center of the sword of new dimension creation, the chaos world origin pearl that the spiritual maiden had created, tremble slightly, emitting a terrifying sound that seemed to shake the world. Immediately after, a grey membrane of the spatio-temporal region expanded from the origin pearl of the chaotic world and quickly enveloped the entire divine battlefield. This range was not even the limit of the spatio-temporal region. It was just that Zhou Zhou did not want to waste his strength for nothing. Otherwise, this spatio-temporal region could be expanded to an even more astonishing extent. When the 20 to 30 god spirits under the Vapalias pantheon were included in the spatio-temporal region, they immediately panicked. They fled in all directions, wanting to leave this place. However, they soon realized that it was impossible for them to leave this place in a short period of time with their strength. This was a true god-tier technique after all. They were only low-tier deity-level elementary grade god spirits now. They could not even unleash their original strength. They thought of something and immediately looked at Zhou Zhou, who was surrounded by 7 or 8 god spirits. Zhou Zhou looked at them with a calm expression. Then, he extended his right hand and lowered his palm. Immediately after, he suddenly flipped his palm upward. All the god spirits immediately felt that their sense of direction had become chaotic, and their consciousness was even a little dazed. When they came back to their senses and looked at Zhou Zhou again, their expressions changed drastically. A huge and handsome face that was tens of millions of kilometers away was looking at them with a faint smile outside the spatio-temporal region. At some point in time, beneath their feet had turned into a strong and fair palm that resembled a continent. The palm lines were clearly visible. Have we become fish in a fish tank? Some god spirits saw the terrifying truth here, and their faces instantly turned pale. When the other god spirits heard this, they immediately observed their surroundings. Then, they realized what the other party meant. We're trapped in common people's regal's palm. This is the common people's regal. I should never have come here. It's over. It's over this time. Why did I provoke His Excellency, the common people's regal? Your Excellency, common people's regal, please spare my life. I'm willing to become a member of your pantheon group. The gods and spirits faced the current desperate situation. Some were angry, some were regretful, some were in despair, and some were begging for mercy. All kinds of attitudes were different. Zhou Zhou looked at the grey chaotic bubble floating in his right palm. Through the chaotic bubble, he could see the various expressions of the 32 deities inside. He found it very interesting. After letting the spiritual maiden become the spirit of the divine artifact of the Sword of New Dimension creation, not only did the potential of the divine artifact increase exponentially, but the source of the world was also saved for tens of thousands of years and directly upgraded to a chaotic world. Even the strength of the spatio-temporal region increased. In the past, the spatio-temporal region could not do this. They could easily seal dozens of god spirits. Zhou Zhou sighed, then he looked at these god spirits and said, I don't seem to have any grudges with the true god of aging and illness, Vapalias. Why did he assign you to deal with me? Why didn't he even hesitate to fight for the divine artifact fragment of the spirit-nurturing stone seed? I don't know. Void Polius Crown. That guy only asked us to come and trap you, help those enemies who are hostile to you, and get rid of your wings. We don't know anything else. Please, let us go. These god spirits were really afraid of Zhou Zhou. This guy was a ferocious god who could even casually kill a true god tier. Killing these little fellows who weren't even true god tiers was probably easier than crushing ants. Chapter 932, God of Eternal Time Hephamos. Surrender. Even though we don't know why Vapalias wanted to kill you, Your Excellency, I think it's easy to guess. The Law of Time God Spirit who was previously in charge of activating the 3 layers of the space-time heavenly lock array said carefully, now, all the God Spirits in the outside world know that your dominance in the Lord of all races is too strong. Even the lords of those top bloodline races are far from your match. If this continues, you might really have a chance to defeat them and obtain the position of the Lord of all races. The upper echelons of those top bloodline races will not allow an accident like you to exist. However, the Supreme Agreement created by the Supreme Will does not allow those top bloodline races to casually attack the lords of the myriad races. Under such circumstances, they can only rely on the power of other factions. I think Vapalias should know this, which is why he took the initiative to attack you. After all, as long as you participate in this competition for the true God tier divine artifacts, it's equivalent to participating in the feud between the Vapalias Pantheon group and the Pantheon group. It indirectly gives Vapalias the opportunity and authority to attack you. As long as he can get rid of you, even if it only weakens your influence in the Lord of All Races tournament, he will be able to obtain the appreciation and help of those top bloodline races. It will definitely be very beneficial for he to advance to a higher level in the future. He is very smart. He knows that he is not your match, so he has decided to weaken your lord's power by restricting you. Zhou Zhou was speechless. It turned out that he had been targeted by the Vapalias Pantheon group because he had participated in the feud between these two pantheons. It seemed like he could not borrow this mission casually in the future. If he was not careful, he would easily get into trouble. Even though the Vapalias Pantheon group wasn't considered a scourge to him, and had even sent him more than 30 future subordinates of God spirits. "What's your name? What in God's name?" Zhou Zhou asked this law of time God spirit. He could tell that this God spirit had attained the level of a god by using the law of time skill, and not by switching to the law of time after becoming a god. To be able to become a god spirit with the law of time meant that this god spirit was extremely talented. To be able to become a god spirit with the law of time meant that this god spirit was extremely talented. After hearing Zhou Zhou's words, this law of time god spirit naturally understood what this common people's regal meant. He didn't hesitate and immediately said respectfully, "My name is Hephamas, and my name is God of Eternal Time." Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Eternal Time? Wasn't this the most powerful law skill in the time flow category? It was said that gods who had comprehended this law skill could completely control the flow of time in their area and form a world of eternal time. Only true God tier and above could sense living beings who had comprehended the world of eternal time. At the true God tier level, those who had comprehended an even higher level of the eternal time realm were known to be below the Master God tier. No one could break through the eternal time realm, let alone kill a true God tier who had grasped the eternal time realm. Other than the existences who had mastered the Lord's laws, almost no one else had the confidence to kill such a true God tier. Even a Master God tier might not be able to capture a true God tier who had comprehended the eternal time realm. When a true God tier was at the elementary grade, they could even point at the nose of a top-notch true God tier God spirit and scold him. However, the other party could not do anything to him. This was the horror of the God spirits in eternity. "Are you willing to join my blazing sun kingdom?" Zhou Zhou knew that he had encountered a talent comparable to the mythical reputation rating, so he immediately asked. "I'm willing," Hephamas said immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately felt the surrounding God spirits look at him with a dangerous gaze. Hephamas' expression remained unchanged. "No matter how dangerous it was, could it be more dangerous than your excellency?" Even though he had grasped such a heaven-defying life-saving law skill, it was precisely because of this that he knew very well how terrifying it was to comprehend the Lord's laws and obtain the status of a regal. Joining this Your Excellency might seem dangerous at the moment and could easily arouse the hostility of those top bloodline races. However, as long as His Excellency grew up, even the super experts of the top bloodline races would have to step aside. Consider it an investment. He was betting on His Excellency's future. He was also betting on his future. "Okay." Zhou Zhou chuckled. "From now on, you are my subordinate, one of the subjects and worshipped god spirits of the Blazing Sun Kingdom." As soon as she finished speaking, before Hephamas could react, he suddenly felt a gentle force descend on his heart out of thin air. This power followed the flow of his blood and surged to various parts of his body, quickly transforming and improving his divine body and soul. After the power disappeared, Hephamas still looked a little intoxicated. "What is this power?" he muttered. Then, he was suddenly taken aback. He looked at his divine body and said in disbelief, My potential has advanced to the Master God tier advance grade." He was a true God tier advance grade genius with super potential. Now, under this mysterious power, he had actually reached the limit of the Master God tier advance grade. At the same time, he also felt that his appearance, constitution, and other aspects had been slightly enhanced. Even though his potential didn't increase as much, he was still very surprised. Just as he was feeling pleasantly surprised, Zhou Zhou's voice resounded throughout the spatio-temporal region. "This is the benefit of joining this king's blazing sun kingdom. Thank you, your majesty." Hephaestus immediately knelt in the void in excitement and ecstasy, bowing to Zhou Zhou with the highest etiquette of his race. He never expected that to happen. He had just invested in it, but he had actually received such a pleasant surprise from him. This return came too quickly. If he had known this would happen, he would have long come all the way to seek refuge with this king of the blazing Sunday. Why would he still be with Vapalius? The other god spirits looked at Hephaestus in a daze. As god spirits, they could naturally sense the changes in the other party's body. It was a change that they yearned for and yearned for. And what he did? Just to surrender to this common people's regal and become his worshipped god spirit? Then, the god of violent storm and pirates, Aslan, originally followed your excellency the regal. A blue figure holding a miniature pirate ship with a soul-like body shouted excitedly before bowing to Zhou Zhou. "I'm Rusk, the god of neon color and painting. In fact, I've long heard of your excellency's prestige. I hope that I'll be lucky enough to join His Majesty." A god spirit dressed in various canvases and holding a paintbrush bowed elegantly. He looked gorgeous and messy. "I am the god of strength and combat. I hope to fight for His Majesty. I am the god of hunting and archery. My arrows are at your service." After a while, more than half of these 32 god spirits actually said that they wanted to join the Blazing Sun Kingdom and become worshipped god spirits. Zhou Zhou did not say anything when he saw this. He directly got them to join the Blazing Sun Kingdom on the spot before releasing them to follow him. As for the remaining stubborn god spirits, he didn't even look at them. With a casual slap, he sent the spatio-temporal region and them into the chaotic world of the Sword of New Dimension creation. After he returned, if these god spirits had thought it through and were willing to surrender, they would naturally be released and let him join the Blazing Sun Kingdom to stabilize the other party's loyalty. Those who were unwilling to surrender would continue to be imprisoned. Then, he would have his subordinates who controlled the incite defection incite them one by one until they were all incinerated. In short, he wanted everything. Chapter 933, The Influence of the Yellow Talisman Dao Soldier Class Change Certificate. Yuan Kong and Yu Ling. Zhou Zhou looked at the god spirits who had chosen to surrender to him. There were a total of 19 of them. Among them, there were 3 high-tier deity levels, 5 mid-tier deity levels, and 11 low-tier deity levels. At this moment, they were all suppressed by the divine battlefield here and had only recovered their low-tier deity level elementary grade strength. Zhou Zhou waved his right hand, and an invisible Lord Law gently brushed past them. Then, these god spirits were suddenly pleasantly surprised to discover that the power of the domain that had been suppressing them previously had quickly disappeared like melting snow. Boom 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 boom. A shocking aura erupted from their bodies, and they had already recovered their original strength. "Thank you, Your Majesty," the god spirits said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded, then counted with his fingers and muttered, "I don't think I can make it in time. Then let's try this ability." Zhou Zhou closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in the void. The god spirits did not say anything when they saw this. Even though they did not know what had happened, they still consciously protected their new master god. At the same time, in the territory of the human race Night Empire, the Virtuous Titan City. The Virtuous Titan race was originally the base of the Virtuous Titan race. This was originally a savage human tribe. Later on, when the upper echelons of the human race discovered that the Virtuous Titan race was talented and even had the potential to become Empire-level soldier type, they spent a large amount of resources to forcibly transform this tribe into a huge city ranked amongst the top 10 of the human race. The virtuous Titan race did not let down the human race's investment. The Empire-level soldier-type Army Extermination Knight and the Empire-level soldier-type Fire Dragon Sword Immortal could be said to be the twin walls of the human race and had protected the human race for countless years. Even though they had suffered countless casualties because of this, the races where these two soldier types were from had always been willing to fight for the human race without any regrets. This situation only quickly eased after Zhou Zhou exported 2 billion yellow talisman Dao soldier class change certificates to the human race. The class change certificate could allow an ordinary close combat soldier type to directly become a powerful high-level soldier type after less than a second of use after all. Therefore, after the humans obtained the 2 billion Empire-level soldier type class change certificate, they directly summoned 2 billion human soldiers to use it, making them 2 billion yellow talisman Dao soldiers. Compared to the 100 million Army Extermination Knights and Fire Dragon Sword Immortal, 2 billion yellow talisman Dao soldiers was a number that humans did not even dare to think about in the past. Their participation directly increased the strength of the human race by several times. It even made the upper echelons of the human race, who had originally planned to retreat to the primordial world, a little hot-blooded and want to stay and protect the territory of the human race. It was only when the Yellow Emperor and the others stepped forward to dissuade them, indicating that the enemy was very powerful and not something that 2 billion Imperial-level soldier types could deal with, that they reluctantly agreed to continue retreating into the primordial world's racial strategy. At this moment, the entire virtuous Titan city was in flames of war. 5 different races led more than 5 billion soldiers to besiege this huge city. At this moment, there were only 800 million Blazing Sun Army soldiers led by Heros, 3 Extreme Dragon Race soldiers, Nazario, more than 50 million Fog Monster soldiers, more than 1 million Army Extermination Knights, more than 20 million Virtuous Titan Race soldiers, and more than 50 million ordinary human soldiers in the city. Even though the human side's troops were far inferior to the enemy's soldiers, what made the ordinary human subjects watching the battle feel unbelievable and pleasantly surprised was that their human soldiers were actually suppressing the 5 soldiers of the people of foreign races. In front of the 800 million soldiers of the Blazing Sun Army, the 5 billion soldiers of the people of foreign races did not seem to be able to resist at all. In fact, they were crushing them. This was an absolute direct suppression in terms of the combat strength of the soldier type. As expected of Counselor Blazing Sun's soldier, his combat strength is simply breathtaking. The Yin Ghost clan, the Luosha clan, the Blood Moon clan, the Heaven Hidden clan, and the Shadow clan. These 5 races have always been eyeing us humans covetously. This time, they really took advantage of the human clan's weak period to attack us. Ha 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 ha. Who would have thought that they would encounter our speaker Blazing Sun? Even though there aren't many Empire-level soldiers in the other party's army, which is one of the reasons why the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom have such a huge advantage, the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom seem to be very strong. I can also tell that the Army Extermination Knight of the Virtuous Titan race seems to be far inferior to the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Army, who also have Imperial-level soldier types. That's called the Yellow Talisman Dao soldier. It's already the strongest soldier type of our human race. I heard that Speaker Blazing Sun provided a large number of Yellow Talisman Dao soldier class change certificates for our human race. His Excellency the Yellow Emperor even stipulated that anyone who has contributed to our human race and has the ambition to enter the battlefield to fight for us can exchange for a Yellow Talisman Dao soldier class change certificate for free. I heard that many Virtuous Titan race members have already given up on the path of the Army Extermination Knight in the future and are prepared to walk the path of the Yellow Talisman Dao soldier. My contributions should be enough. I want to exchange for another one too. Me too. Let's go together. It's a pity that my contribution isn't enough. The ordinary subjects in Virtuous Titan City who were watching the battle discussed among themselves after seeing the intense battle on the battlefield. The appearance of a large number of Yellow Talisman Dao soldier class change certificates had too much of an impact on the human race. Zhou Zhou had unknowingly established an extremely terrifying prestige in the human race and had also affected the future development of the human race. At the same time, Yuan Kong was in a fierce battle with a high-tier deity-level advance-grade god which suddenly threw out a black-purple thunder ball. An extremely strong sense of danger suddenly appeared in Yuan Kong's heart. Without thinking, he left the spot at an extremely fast speed. However, before he could run far, the black-purple thunder ball exploded. The range of the explosion covered an area with a diameter of more than 3 million kilometers. The violent explosion sent he flying to the ground. Haha! The high-tier deity-level god spirit from the Yin Ghost clan sneered when he saw this. This Yin Ghost thunder was a supreme secret treasure of their race, and it was extremely difficult to refine. Not only did it require a large number of god-tier materials, it also required a large amount of time and energy from the god spirits to refine one. Unfortunately, it could only be used once. After using it, even if it was used up, it would have to find another Yin Ghost clan god spirit and continue to spend a lot of time and energy to refine it again. However, even though there were many difficulties in refining this Yin Ghost thunder, his might was also extremely astonishing. The explosive power of a Yin Ghost thunder was comparable to the combined attack of 3 top-notch high-tier deity-level advance-grade experts. The Yin Ghost clan had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. With this powerful Yin Ghost lightning, they had killed countless powerful enemies and survived countless genocides. Therefore, when Yuan Kong was struck by the Yin Ghost thunder, this high-tier deity-level god spirit was certain that this powerful Blazing Sun Kingdom god spirit was definitely dead. However, he still felt a lingering fear when he thought of the combat strength he had just displayed. Then, he couldn't help but curse. Are all the god spirits of the Blazing Sun Kingdom so abnormal? A mid-tier deity level battled with an old high-tier deity level like me and actually made me unable to withstand it. I almost died and had no choice but to use the supreme secret treasure of my race. This is my life-saving treasure. His heart ached. There would be one else every time he used one. He only had 2 in total. After this battle, in the next 100 years, he would probably have to spend all his time and energy on refining this Yin Ghost thunder. Just as he wanted to leave this place to deal with the other god spirits of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned his head abruptly. He held onto the huge area that was enveloped by the black-purple lightning. These purple-black lightning bolts were normal for a second. The next second, it was as if they had encountered a vortex as they crazily surged towards the ground. Under the crazy suction of the vortex, not much of the black-purple lightning was left in less than a moment, revealing the 2 figures inside. One of the figures was Yuan Kong. There was an unfathomable pitch-black world fissure in his palm. One could vaguely see a real world inside with billions of life forms. The strange lightning created by the black-purple Yin Ghost thunder was absorbed by this world fissure. And the other living being that survived behind him was Princess Yu Ling, whom Zhou Zhou had not seen for a long time. At this moment, the Princess of the Night Empire looked at the destruction around her with a shocked expression. Chapter 934, The God Descent Spell. Abyssal Sacred Fire Slaughtering Mutant Gods. You have the gratitude of Yu Ling, Princess of the Kingdom of Knights. A life as weak as an ant. Yuan Kong could not be bothered with her and said indifferently, "Don't thank me. I only saved your life because I knew that you knew our Emperor. Hurry up and escape. I won't save you again." With that, he pointed casually at her glabella. Yu Ling felt a large amount of Sword Dao knowledge surge into her brain as if she had been enlightened. At this moment, Yu Ling instantly realized that with the help of this Blazing Sun Kingdom God Spirit expert, her comprehension of the Sword Dao had actually risen to a height infinitely close to the level of a God Spirit. As long as she mastered these Sword Dao comprehensions and comprehended her Sword Dao nomological skill, she would definitely be able to advance to become a Sword Dao God Spirit with an extremely strong foundation. Yu Ling was shocked. What kind of technique was this? What you accept is only the sword technique comprehension of the legendary believers who cultivate the path of the sword Dao and the laws in my world. I gave it to you using a secret technique unique to the original spirit race. You're making a fuss. Don't die on the run. After saying that, Yuan Kong flew into the sky and fought with the shocked Yin Ghost Clan God Spirit again. Okay. Yu Ling nodded and did not say anything stupid like I want to fight alongside you, senior. She turned around and was about to leave quickly. Her self-awareness was clear. The battlefield of this God Spirit Senior was not something a legendary advance grade like her, who had relied on the treasures given by her father to forcefully advance, could step into. However, before she could run far, she heard a bang. A figure descended from the sky and smashed into the ground not far away, creating a huge pit with a diameter of 10,000 meters. It was the Yuan Kong. Yu Ling's expression changed and she hurriedly looked over. Then, her face immediately turned pale. This! Where did so many god spirits come from? Yu Ling cried out. At some point in time, more than 20 god spirits of the people of foreign races had appeared in the sky. They stared at the soldiers and god spirits of the Blazing Sun Kingdom covetously. A portion of the god spirits of the people of foreign races had intense hatred in their eyes, while the other god spirits either looked indifferently or eagerly at the soldiers and god spirits of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Looks like we've been ambushed. Yu Ling wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said coldly. Nazario, Heras, Luo Sheng and a low-level god spirit also flew over from afar. They stood side by side. Only Nazario was floating in the sky, looking at the scarlet god spirit that was also sneering at them in the sky. These god spirits seem to be remnants of the kingdoms that we conquered previously. Some of them escaped before we arrived when we conquered those kingdoms. Some of them were not in the kingdom at all and were traveling outside to search for god-tier resources. Some of them were worshipped by the gods of the fallen kingdoms that we did not capture at that time. I didn't expect them to make a comeback today. Heras said. The other gods didn't say anything. In a kingdom-level battle, it was normal for a few enemy experts to escape. They just did not expect that these god spirits would actually dare to appear in front of them again. Was it because His Majesty was not around that they felt that they could take advantage of the situation? I'll contact His Majesty. Heras immediately wanted to contact Zhou Zhou through his personal terminal. But soon, his expression changed. I can't contact him. According to the feedback from the terminal, His Majesty seems to be in a space-time array at least at the high-tier deity level. My personal terminal version is too low, so I can't send a message to His Majesty. Hurry up and upgrade your personal terminal to the Super Galaxy Personal Terminal version 9090 Ti. Recently, Wenya is going to hold a huge price reduction to promote this new product. Even though the price is a little expensive, I heard that it's made entirely of true god-tier materials. Even if you're trapped in a true god-tier array, you can send news out. It can save your life at critical moments. Nazario sent a message in his mind. Then, the other gods were envious. Just this personal terminal made of true god-tier materials was comparable to a small-scale true god elementary grade divine artifact. You bought it? Luo Sheng asked. His Majesty gave it to me. Nazario said. The others. Everyone said irrelevant words, not worried about His Majesty's safety at all. Existences that could threaten Zhou Zhou's life in the High Continent were probably not even born yet. What they were worried about should be their own safety. Just as Nazario was about to talk more about the benefits of this MDT, he suddenly froze and looked at the starry sky in surprise. An illusory star emitting the light of thousands of laws shot over from the distant starry sky and rushed into Nazario's glabella in the blink of an eye. Nazario actually did not dodge and allowed the illusory star to fuse into his body. The aura on his quietly changed. It was like the arrival of a regal, as if a god emperor was alive and all the gods had submitted to it. The other god spirits saw the change in Nazario's temperament and seemed to realize something. They suddenly knelt down respectfully and excitedly to Nazario. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Nazario slowly opened his dragon eyes. "Stand down," he said. "Yes." The god spirits bowed respectfully and retreated to Nazario's back without hesitation. No, it should be Zhou Zhou who controlled the back of Nazario's dragon body with the divine art. He glanced at his new divine body and nodded slightly. Then, he looked at the god spirits of the people of foreign races in the sky. It was just a glance. The god spirits were terrified. God! God's descent spell! The aura of the thousands of laws from the stars just now, could it be the signature myriad method star palm of the common people's regal? A god spirit from a people of foreign race screamed, mixed with fear and jealousy. How did he become a Holy Spirit tier believer right after becoming a god spirit? How would I know? Hurry! Before he could say the word run, he saw Nazario suddenly use the Law Skill King to raise his aura to the level of true god tier elementary grade. Then, it suddenly opened its dragon mouth, and an incomparably pitch-black and terrifying flame with a rich abyssal aura appeared, as if endless demons were wailing in it. It was Nazario's best and most powerful intrinsic law skill abyssal sacred fire. Before these god spirits could react, they were buried in this abyssal sacred fire. In the blink of an eye, their auras disappeared. After the abyssal sacred fire disappeared, only rich loots were left floating in the air. They were summoned by Nazario with a thought and swallowed into his stomach. The world fell silent. All the living beings looked at Nazario in shock. Nazario, on the other hand, only burped lazily. Chapter 935, Haro's Hope of Becoming a True God Tier. With the King of Loots around, he could definitely drop a god spirit legacy of a higher level after all. As long as these three divine inheritances were given to the legendary tier soldiers under him to use, it wouldn't be long before they could use the ready-made divine path in the book of the god spirit to advance to become gods. Moreover, it was a god spirit with higher potential in the future. Compared to Zhou Zhou using forceful methods to subdue the god spirits of the people of foreign races. Actually, the latter was more valuable to Zhou Zhou. With the legendary tier lord talent blessing of the war god, Zhou Zhou's subordinates would be able to unleash the value of the inheritance of a high-level god spirit in a few days, reaching a level of strength equivalent to being subdued by a god spirit or even higher after all. That would be more beneficial to him. Nazario looked at Haros and the others. "Continue to clean up the enemy here while I continue to support the other soldiers," he said. "Yes, Your Majesty." Even though the gods were a little ashamed that they actually needed His Majesty to risk his life to save the situation, they knew that their strength was not enough to deal with this conspiracy that involved all the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Therefore, they could only listen obediently. However, they had already decided to try their best to kill as many enemies as possible and increase their strength to the extent that they did not need His Majesty's help. Nazario nodded slightly when he saw this. Then, he looked at Yu Ling. "Princess Yu Ling, long time no see." His voice sounded in Yu Ling's heart. "Long time no see, Blazing Sun. Your Excellency, common people's regal." Yu Ling was stunned for a moment before saying with a complicated tone. The two of them had clearly not seen each other for a few days, but there was already a huge gap between their statuses. She felt that she was getting further and further away from this common people's regal. Zhou Zhou chuckled and said, "Let's address each other as before in private." She nodded vigorously. Zhou Zhou nodded when he saw this. Following that, he spread out his true god tier level divine sense and covered a radius of 10 billion kilometers in the blink of an eye. Then, he quickly found the nearest faction of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. With a thought, his massive dragon god body instantly vanished. A few seconds later, he instantly transmitted to an area more than 100 million kilometers away. This was also a city in the Night Empire. Zhou Zhou didn't know what city it was exactly, but he could see Guo Jiao and the other god spirits leading 1 billion soldiers to protect the human subjects in the city while resisting the invading people of foreign races. Moreover, just like what Heraus and the others had encountered, they were also being attacked by nearly 30 god spirits of the people of foreign races. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he directly flew down. With a sweep of the abyssal holy fire, this group of gods, who were at most high-tier deity level, were burned to death by he and turned into loots that he swallowed. That's Lord Nazario. Lord Nazario is actually so powerful? There are so many god spirits, yet none of them can withstand a mouthful of his flames. Wait, that's not right. Lord Nazario's aura is His Majesty's aura. His Majesty is here. Greetings, His Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. The soldiers and god spirits were extremely excited. Continue to protect the humans and retreat. I'll go elsewhere to help. Zhou Zhou scanned the crowd with his dragon eyes and said in a booming voice. Yes, Your Majesty, XN. Everyone said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded and teleported elsewhere. Only the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom and the soldiers of the human territories were left to discuss the legend of the common people's regal. Zhou Zhou was not surprised by this number. Among these god spirits, other than the gods of the fallen nations and the gods they had invited to help, there were also the gods who wanted to stop the humans from retreating to the surrounding people of foreign races and the gods they had invited to help after all. In total, there were already more than 50 racial factions involved in the 4 factions. It was very normal for so many god spirits to appear. But now, these god spirit corpses had benefited Zhou Zhou. He relied on the King of Loots to extract the corpses of these god spirits and directly obtained more than 300 god spirit inheritances of the lowest mid-tier deity level elementary grade god spirits and the highest true god tier advanced grade god spirits. There were more than 300 divine artifacts below the high-tier deity level. And there were as many as 36 true god-tier divine artifacts. Unfortunately, he only had one high-tier deity level advanced grade god spirit subordinate, Heraus. The distance between he and a true god tier was naturally long enough in terms of promotion energy. However, in terms of law comprehension, he was still lacking. Zhou Zhou had already decided to return and give him a true god tier level book of the god spirit. At that time, he would go into seclusion in the time world for 1,000 years and absorb all the nomological comprehension. He would definitely be able to advance to the true god tier level the moment he came out of the time world. When the time comes, a true god tier combat power would appear in his territory. When they encountered danger in the future, there would be no need for him to take action personally. A moment later. Human race. The Saha Empire. Emptiness City. The founder of this city was one of the 10 great disciples of Buddha, Subhuti. Subhuti's achievements in Buddhism were known as the number 1 in emptiness. Therefore, this city was named after emptiness. At this moment, in a Buddhist temple in this city, a few people were sitting inside. Among them were Zhou Zhou's divine power phantom, the Yellow Emperor's divine power projection, Baihe, Patriarch Lu, the heavenly bodhisattva of light Royeager, Mountain Lord Fankin Subhuti, and a furry monkey. No, it should be called the victorious fighting Buddha Sun Wukong. Zhou Zhou did not expect this either. He had actually encountered a great sage during this trip to the Emptiness City. As for why they were gathered here, it was purely an accident. Zhou Zhou was riding on Nazario to clean up the god spirits of the people of foreign races one by one. In the end, he happened to encounter Baihe and Patriarch Lu, who were also supervising the battle in Emptiness City. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he flew down and started chatting with them. At the same time, he also had some questions for him. Master, why don't I leave first? I'll guard the door for you, okay? No matter how bold Sun Wukong was, he still didn't dare to speak loudly in front of these true god-tier existences. He whispered to Subhuti. You little monkey! Before Subhuti could speak, Ancestor Lu laughed and said, back when you wreaked havoc in the primordial world, I've never seen you so timid. Why are you so restrained today? I was young back then, Sun Wukong was a little embarrassed. My hostility back then had already melted into the endless Buddhist scriptures in the past. Now, I'm already a mature and steady victorious fighting Buddha. Previously, when the great sage was fighting the enemy on the battlefield, I didn't see any maturity or stability. Zhou Zhou smiled. I'm the victorious fighting Buddha after all. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, was very pleased with himself. Everyone, let me and my disciple leave first. Subhuti smiled and said, he is indeed not suitable for such a serious scene. Sure. They nodded. Subhuti nodded as well. After bowing to everyone, he left with Sun Wukong. Chapter 936, Song Clan. True God Tier Inheritance. Great Sun God. You killed 3 true God tiers as a low-tier deity level elementary grade God spirit. Patriarch Lu sighed. I've never heard of such a ridiculous thing in my travels. It's not that bad. Zhou Zhou shook his head. I only managed to kill those 3 true God tier elementary grade God spirits by relying on my Lord Law skill to temporarily raise my strength to the low-level true God tier. Otherwise, if I'm only at the low-tier deity level elementary grade, I can at most fight a high-tier deity level. Law skills are part of one's own strength. There's no need to be embarrassed, the Yellow Emperor said with a smile. Besides, you're indeed just a low-tier deity level elementary grade God spirit. Speaking of which, ever since you exposed your true God tier combat strength, more and more races have come to form an alliance with us humans. I've indeed received requests for alliance from many races, but I'll only meet them after verifying their true identities and intentions. How many races from the human race have come to request an alliance? Zhou Zhou asked curiously. So far, there are more than 10,000 races. The Yellow Emperor said, however, most of these races are lower middle-class bloodline races similar to us humans. Some races don't even have God spirits. They just heard of your name and have been oppressed by those high-level bloodline races for a long time. They want to find a hope to escape their current predicament, so they came to join us. According to the information I've received, some medium-grade bloodline races and even some high-grade bloodline races actually have the intention to look for our human alliance. However, most of them only dare to have this thought. As for whether they want to really form an alliance with us humans, they are still watching. A small number of high-level bloodline races sent diplomatic envoys over to talk to us and discuss some matters regarding the alliance, including resisting foreign enemies, borrowing from each other's civilization, trading, and so on. However, the conditions they put forward are also relatively harsh. Some high-level bloodline races even asked you to cooperate with their requests to develop. They even asked you to hand over the secret that you developed so quickly. Dream on. When the Yellow Emperor said this, his face was filled with coldness. The others also looked angry. Even wanted to tell them the secret of how they had become stronger. They were just taking advantage of the situation, it could even be said that he was bullying them. Zhou Zhou narrowed his eyes when he heard this. However, he wasn't surprised. As he gradually became stronger and entered the line of sight of other races, the forces he came into contact with would definitely become varied. There were those who begged for protection and those who lent a helping hand to the alliance. Naturally, there were also such people who took advantage of the situation. What's the name of that race? What level of experts are there in the race? Zhou Zhou asked. The other party's name is the Song clan. They have a race heritage history of more than 6 million years. As a high-level bloodline race, it's very easy for them to give birth to talents with the law of song and the law of time. Moreover, it's said that there's a Master God tier level inheritance in his race. Under this Master God tier level inheritance, there are already more than 20 true God tier existences in his race. Among them, there are even 3 upper-level true gods guarding it. Most importantly, it's said that one of the true God advanced grade singers has already touched the threshold of the Master God tier. Once they advance to the Master God tier level in the future, their singer race will advance to a top-notch bloodline race with a master god tier guarding it. As for the number of god spirits, we haven't investigated clearly yet, but there won't be less than 2,000. The Yellow Emperor said solemnly. After he finished speaking, the atmosphere was a little oppressive. There were more than 2,000 god spirits and even the inheritance of a master god. There were more than 20 true god tier existences in the clan. Among them, there were even 3 upper-level true god experts. Furthermore, one of them was suspected to be an existence that could advance to the master god tier level. This was definitely a crushing strength for the current human race. They could not make enemies with them as of now. Other than Zhou Zhou, everyone else thought so. Zhou Zhou tapped his index finger on the table in front of him and said calmly, "When this king advances to the high-tier deity level, this king will lead my army and personally make a trip to the Song clan." Everyone was shocked. They immediately wanted to dissuade him. For a high-tier deity level to lead an army that had not experienced many wars to barge into the interior of a race that had developed for more than 6 million years sounded like suicide after all. However, they quickly thought of the common people's regal's battle results. Why does it feel like there's a chance of success? I'll go with you then. Bai He was the first to speak. I'll go with you. Patriarch Lu smiled and said, adventuring into a high-level bloodline race and challenging more than 20 true god tiers, more than 2,000 god spirits, and countless Song race armies. From the looks of it, my previous experience of traveling the myriad worlds might not even be as exciting as this. I'm afraid I can't go. The Yellow Emperor shook his head. His main body was sealed in the Xian Yuan tomb. Even his divine power incarnation could not be used because he had previously used it to save Bai He. He definitely wouldn't be able to participate in the battle that Zhou Zhou mentioned for the time being. There's no hurry. Zhou Zhou smiled. His nomological comprehension of the Lord's laws had not advanced to the high-tier deity level so quickly. By the way, I have a question, Zhou Zhou said. Is Regal Pangu also someone who has comprehended the supreme laws? Otherwise, why would he be addressed as Regal? The Yellow Emperor and the others looked at each other and chuckled. Then, Emperor Huang said, "That's not true. Actually, we didn't know the meaning of the title Regal before. We only think that Your Excellency Pangu was the earliest lord of our human race. It was precisely he who overcame all obstacles for our human race and fought for the future of the human race. That's why we wanted to call you Your Excellency Pangu as a regal to express his unique status. It has nothing to do with the supreme law. However, Regal Pangu has indeed admired the supreme laws for a long time. Before he fell asleep, he had been trying to make his law of strength reach the realm of one force resisting all laws. Unfortunately, he has never been able to do it. The supreme law is too difficult to comprehend." The Yellow Emperor shook his head. Even Regal Pangu, who was born with a divine appearance, has always found it difficult to enter the section. Zhou Zhou came to a realization. He thought that Pangu was also a comprehender of the Lord's laws. Then, he thought for a moment and took out a God Spirit Lord book and placed it on the table. This is a Master God tier elementary grade book of the God Spirit. It records the inheritance of a god called the Great Sun God. Whatever their Song clan has, our human race has it too. We don't have to envy them. Zhou Zhou said casually. This book of the God Spirit was obtained by him from the 3 true God tiers he had killed previously. It was a Master God tier level inheritance that followed the law of light and the law of fire. To Zhou Zhou, this was an investment in the human race. He was already the 6th speaker of the human race after all. The stronger a human was, the greater the benefits to him. After he finished speaking, the Yellow Emperor, Patriarch Lu, Bai He, and even the Quangtian Bodhisattva Roiger who had been afraid to speak, looked at the book of the God Spirit that emitted a faint golden light in a daze. Chapter 937, Spreading Faith in the Human Race? The Legacy of Regal Pangu. They were in a daze. Are we dreaming? This was a complete Master God tier inheritance. As long as someone grasped him, it was equivalent to having a path that led straight to the Master God tier. As long as he slowly honed himself and completely absorbed the inheritance recorded in the Book of the God Spirit, coupled with the fact that he did not die midway, there was almost an 80% chance of him becoming a Master God tier. Zhou Zhou was equivalent to sending a future Master God tier to the human race. The heavenly Bodhisattva of light had the same thought. He looked at Zhou Zhou in a daze. A Master God tier legacy was casually taken out by him just like that. Why did he think that he could teach him a lesson when he saw an existence that treated the Master God tier's inheritance as an ordinary treasure? This is too precious. We can't accept it. The Yellow Emperor resisted the temptation in his heart and said, "You can leave it to your Holy Spirit level worshipped God Spirit. In the future, it might be possible for your Pantheon group to have a God level subordinate who is at least a true God tier or even a Master God tier. They will naturally have their own opportunities." Zhou Zhou smiled and did not take back the Book of the God Spirit. The human race really needs another Master God tier. Instead of rejecting this Book of the God Spirit, why don't you think about who to use this book for? The Yellow Emperor and company were silent. In the end, they decided to accept Zhou Zhou's good intentions. Just as Zhou Zhou had said, the human race really needed a Master God tier now. They could even openly protect Zhou Zhou, the strongest lord of all races, without being threatened by other high-level bloodline races. This was because a race with a Master God tier was already qualified to compete for the position of the Lord of all races. The entire human race has to thank you. From today onwards, I will order the craftsmen to erect monuments, temples, or books in various areas of the human race to record and praise your contributions to the human race. From then on, you will establish your faith in the entire human race." The Yellow Emperor said solemnly. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Establish my faith? This was no small matter. It had to be known that only Regal Pangu could do this in the entire human race. But who was Regal Pangu? It was a great existence that had led the human race to overcome all obstacles since the birth of the human race. It had gone from being weak to powerful and established the foundation of the human race. It could be said that without Regal Pangu, the human race might not even be able to withstand the weak stage and would disappear from the history of the myriad races. It was not impossible. After countless years of tempering, countless races were on the verge of extinction as soon as they were born. Some did not even leave their names behind. It was precisely because Pangu had such achievements that he was qualified to be called a regal and establish a belief that belonged to him in the entire human race. Of course, the Yellow Emperor and the others also had faith, and there were quite a few of them. It even spread throughout the myriad worlds with the legend of Regal Pangu. However, their faith was spontaneously established by human factions from all walks of life. They were grateful for their various contributions to the human race. It was not like Regal Pangu, who was determined by the higher UPS of the entire human race and led by the officials. They requested that the faith of Regal Pangu must be widely spread among the human factions of the various worlds by erecting monuments, temples, or books. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. Zhou Zhou knew that he had done many things to the human race. However, it was not to the level of Regal Pangu, right? But it had to be said that the human race had a huge population in the high continent. It was estimated to be at least 1 trillion. The faith brought by so many people would be extremely shocking. As a god of lords, Zhou Zhou had to meet at least 4 criteria in order to advance to a higher level. First, naturally, it was the Lord's Law comprehension. In order to raise his Lord Law skill to a higher level, he needed to comprehend more Lord Law skills. Second, promotion energy. This was not difficult, the blessing of the war god. Third, the territory level had to be raised to the level of a god spirit. Fourth, faith. The Lord's Law itself was a God's path that cultivated both the law path and the faith path. Law comprehension and faith quantity were indispensable. Even though the subjects under Zhou Zhou could temporarily provide him with the amount of faith to advance to a higher level of God Spirit. When he needed to become a true God tier or even a master God tier in the future, the amount of faith he needed would be enormous. Therefore, it was naturally best if he could obtain the faith of humans. This would satisfy his need for faith when the time came. However, he could not just satisfy the quantity. The higher the quality of faith, the better. Such a combination of quantity and quality could allow humans to provide him with an extremely large and pure faith, allowing him to go further. Therefore, after pondering for a long time, Zhou Zhou said, "There's no need for that for now." In the end, this great strategy of retreating to the primordial world was started by me. Although the people in the clan saw my high potential, I'm afraid there will only be more people who are dissatisfied with me. After all, I indirectly caused them to give up their homes and be displaced. If I forcefully spread my faith at this time, I'm afraid it won't end well. How about this? It's not too late to spread my faith when I can lead the humans out of the primordial world and not fear the attacks of high-level bloodline races. Zhou Zhou asked. Just as well. The Yellow Emperor looked at Zhou Zhou in surprise. He didn't expect he to deal with the faith of the entire human race so calmly. He nodded and said, "This is indeed not the best time to spread your faith. But I have to tell you something. You will create your divine kingdom star in the starry sky with your successful ascension. Your myths and legends have already spread throughout the high continent and even the myriad worlds. For example, defeating a pseudo-true god tier people of foreign races, killing 3 true gods, ascending to the top of the last strongest lord of all races, and spreading the yellow talisman Deo soldier inheritance among the humans to increase the strength of the human race. You even have a legend of the yellow talisman Deo Lord in the myriad worlds. We haven't been officially sent your order to spread your faith. But in fact, your faith has already begun to spread among the humans. In the future, as long as you create more myths and legends, you will naturally conquer more humans and even people of foreign races and become your admirer or even believers." Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. The things he had done were not in vain. And now, his strength was comparable to a true god tier. It wouldn't be difficult to create some more true god tier myths and legends. In the future, as long as he did not provoke stronger experts, he would just cause more trouble. By the way, I can give this to you now that we are meeting. After the Yellow Emperor finished speaking, he took out a dark purple jade slip and handed it to Zhou Zhou. "What's this?" Zhou Zhou asked as he took it. "You can see for yourself." The Yellow Emperor and company smiled. Zhou Zhou was even more curious. He looked at the jade slip in his hand and entered it with his divine consciousness. Then, his eyes widened slightly. "This is the Regal Pangu's inheritance," he said in surprise. Chapter 938, 4 Master God Tier Nomological Secret Skills. The most important inheritance is undoubtedly Pangu's heaven-splitting inheritance. It recorded in detail how God spirits below the true God tier used the nomological laws they comprehended to construct their small worlds, allowing their small world divine kingdoms to advance to the middle world and become true God tier. Moreover, Regal Pangu has also discussed in detail how a true God tier elementary grade God spirit to a true God tier advanced grade God spirit builds their own middle thousand divine kingdom world. Apart from that, this jade slip also lists the 36 true God tier nomological secret techniques created by Regal Pangu and the 4 master God tier nomological secret techniques. You can take your time to read the true God tier nomological secret technique. As for the 4 master God level nomological secret techniques, they include the Nirvana nomological secret technique, Green Lotus birth technique, Power master nomological secret technique, Creation of heaven and earth technique, Deo Enlightenment nomological secret technique, Body integration technique, Master God level array formation, Primitive infinite heaven shrouding array. Among these 4 Master God tier nomological secret techniques, 1 is a recovery type nomological secret technique, 2 is an offensive type nomological secret technique, 3 is a master type nomological comprehension secret technique, and it takes into account the recovery of origin-type nomological secret techniques. The fourth is a protective Master God Tier array formation that protects the primordial universe. These four Master God Tier nomological secret techniques can actually be considered the foundation of our human race's Master God Tier. Actually, it can't be considered a true Master God Tier foundation. This is only a Master God Tier technique comprehended by Regal Pangu when he was a true God Tier. It's not an inheritance left behind by a true Master God Tier after all. There's still a certain gap between the two. But even so, it's enough for us humans to benefit greatly. Many of our human experts like to cultivate in the primordial world. Even true God Tiers like us are no exception. That's because the primordial world has a certain auxiliary effect on us true God Tier when it comes to comprehending laws. Another example is the Master God Tier array, the primordial infinite heaven shrouding array. Didn't you wonder why we were so confident previously? As long as we humans retreat to the primordial world collectively, those ferocious foreign races will definitely not be able to find us. It's because of this Master God Tier array, primordial infinite heaven shrouding array. With this primordial infinite heaven shrouding array protecting our primordial world, as long as the Supreme God realm doesn't personally take action, few existences at the Master God Tier level can find the exact location of the primordial world. Actually, the few of us aren't too old. The oldest Buddha, including the time when he underwent nirvana, has only reached 100,000 years old. However, we became true God Tier. Buddha Lord and I even became true God Tier intermediate grade. D*MN. It's the inheritance that Regal Pangu left for us. The Yellow Emperor and the others said solemnly. Regal Pangu. He's really born with a divine appearance. He's admirable. Zhou Zhou said sincerely. This existence had no longer appeared in the human race for tens of thousands of years, but the human race was still protected by the legacy he had left behind. This existence had no longer appeared in the human race for tens of thousands of years, but the human race was still protected by the legacy he had left behind. Exactly. This was the true blessing of the future. Then, Zhou Zhou naturally accepted the jade slip without hesitation. This Pangu inheritance would be extremely beneficial to his future development. He naturally wouldn't reject it. Then, they started chatting again. As they chatted, they talked about the heavenly bodhisattva of light, Roy Yeager. After all, among the 5 people present, he was the only host who was a junior. When elders spoke, if there were juniors beside them, they would definitely talk about them. During the process of gathering the Saha Empire and retreating to the primordial world, did you discover the reincarnation of the Buddha Lord? The Yellow Emperor asked. Not yet. Roy Yeager lowered his head and said respectfully. Strange. The Yellow Emperor stroked his beard. Could it be that the Buddha Lord has reincarnated to another realm? But with his strength that was infinitely close to a true God Tier advance grade when he was alive, even if he reincarnated, there should be a high chance that he would be attracted to this continent and undergo reincarnation. Not necessarily. However, Patriarch Lu raised a different opinion. The Buddha mainly cultivates the law of karma and the law of time. That's true. The Yellow Emperor shook his head and said regretfully, among us, the Buddha Lord is definitely the best candidate for the Master God Tier inheritance that common people's regal gave us. Unfortunately, he isn't here at the moment. Zhou Zhou's heart skipped a beat. I can try to find the Buddha Lord, he said. You have an idea? The eyes of the Yellow Emperor and the others lit up, even a little excited. If it was someone else who said this, they might not believe it. However, this person was Zhou Zhou, the common people's regal who was enough to attract the attention of the experts of the myriad worlds. He was the lord of the myriad races who could create miracles. Everyone was willing to believe what he said. I'll try, but it shouldn't be a problem, Zhou Zhou said. Then, he generously took out the Bodhi Supreme. With his current strength, he already had the ability and confidence to control a treasure like Bodhi Supreme. Therefore, he was not worried about being leaked. Common people's regal, why did you let me out? Yo, there are quite a few people today. Bodhi Supreme said in a lazy voice with a teasing tone. Then, he discovered the people around him and could not help but click his tongue in wonder. Bodhi Supreme, I want to ask where the Buddha Lord of our human race is. The Buddha Lord the Bodhi Supreme said, I need an official explanation. So expensive. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. That's the reincarnation of a true God-tier existence, Bodhi Supreme explained lazily, it will take me a lot of effort to find such an existence. All right, I'll use it. Zhou Zhou said without even frowning. During this period of time, as long as he was free, he would instill the Bodhi Supreme with an inheritance. Up until now, he had already officially answered 5 questions. As for the number of ordinary answers, it was a total of 12. Therefore, he wasn't stingy with this official explanation. Look. After Bodhi Supreme received Zhou Zhou's words, he did not waste any time and directly used his ability. An illusory mirror image appeared between everyone. In the illusory scene, a scene of a forest filled with vitality appeared. On a grass-covered mountainside, were 5 people. One of them was a beautiful monk with a face as warm as jade. He was holding a 3-meter-long rod and pointing it at the 3 ferocious-looking slayers who were tied up in front of him. Behind this beautiful monk stood a tall middle-aged monk with a dull and compassionate face. After seeing this tall middle-aged monk, the heavenly bodhisattva of light, Roy Yeager, immediately said happily, "It's senior brother Kajiapa." When they saw this handsome young monk, the Yellow Emperor and company immediately stood up. "It's the Buddha Lord," they said in unison. Chapter 939, The Fallen Buddha Lord. Reincarnation. Everyone understood his agitation. He had been traveling the myriad worlds in the past after all. Other than leaving a backup true God-tier combat power for the human race, his main mission was to find the Buddha Lord who had undergone nirvana. However, after countless years, he still couldn't find it despite spending countless efforts. Now that he had finally seen traces of the Buddha Lord, how could he not be happy? The Yellow Emperor and company were also extremely excited. Now that he had found the reincarnation of the Buddha Lord, as long as he awakened the reincarnation memories in the depths of his soul and awakened the power hidden deep in his body, this Buddha Lord would immediately recover his former absolute strength. At that time, with Zhou Zhou's true God-tier combat strength, the human race would immediately recover to the stage where they had 4 true God-level experts. Even though it was still not as good as its peak. However, to the current predicament of the human race, it was already a very good stimulant. At this moment, Roy Yeager raised his doubts in his excitement. "Weird, since Senior Kajiapa has found teacher, why didn't you bring teacher Buddha Lord back?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone realized that something was wrong. As the most valued disciple of the Buddha Lord and the current ruler of the Saha Empire, Kajiapa should know how important the return of the Buddha Lord was to the human race. Why didn't he bring the Buddha Lord back immediately? Looking at Kajiapa's travel-worn appearance, he must have just found the Buddha Lord, right? He looked at the 2 people in the illusory scene and voiced his guess. This young monk has a deep Buddhist charm. The golden wheel of merit is hidden deep in the void behind his head and illuminates the myriad worlds. He must be the Buddha Lord. The Yellow Emperor said. Everyone was even more puzzled when they heard this. That's not right. As a deity of the Lord's nomological path, Zhou Zhou was extremely sensitive to the myriad laws. He immediately sensed that something was amiss. He frowned and said, "Why are the karmic lines on this young monk so pure and rare?" As a deity of the nomological path of karma, the Buddha Lord should be surrounded by the nomological laws of karma even if he's a reincarnation. The Nirvana reincarnation body was a classic law skill of the law of karma. It could allow the user to carry their own strength and memories to reincarnate. After reincarnation, they would not lose their memories. It was equivalent to extending their lifespan, not a new life. He needed to use some method to awaken his wisdom after he grew up in order to regain his memories from his previous life. But even so, the reincarnated body would actually think that he was not a reincarnated person, but a new life that belonged exclusively to this life. In their eyes, the so-called awakened memories of their past lives were just some wonderful experiences in their lives. Moreover, their thoughts would be very firm and would not be easily swayed by the outside world. After all, once he admitted that he was himself in his previous life, it would be equivalent to abandoning his current self, and it would be equivalent to losing his current self. This kind of thing that would cause confusion was an extremely terrifying thing for any life form. Even God's spirits were no exception. Upon hearing Zhou Zhou's words, the Yellow Emperor and company's expressions changed drastically. They immediately sensed the beautiful monk's situation through this illusory mirror image. A moment later, the Yellow Emperor's face suddenly turned pale. It's really an ordinary reincarnation. The Buddha Lord was actually fallen. When the others heard this, their faces turned pale. They sped up their perception and quickly obtained the same result as the Yellow Emperor. The Buddha Lord. Roy Eager trembled and knelt on the ground, crying uncontrollably. The others were also silent. After a long while, the Yellow Emperor said, "The Buddha Lord should have died in the Nirvana tribulation. Rebirth is an extremely dangerous thing to begin with. Every single time a person undergoes rebirth, the person who undergoes rebirth has to grow up from a weak state. Once they encounter danger that they're unable to resist, they'll even be unable to awaken the strength they possessed before their reincarnation, and they can only watch helplessly as they face calamity and perish. Rebirth is an extremely dangerous thing to begin with. Every single time a person undergoes rebirth, the person who undergoes rebirth has to grow up from a weak state. Once they encounter danger that they're unable to resist, they'll even be unable to awaken the strength they possessed before their reincarnation, and they can only watch helplessly as they face calamity and perish. The Buddha Lord, he, should be the same. I don't believe it." Roy Eager suddenly said angrily with reddened eyes. "There must be a god spirit from the people of foreign races. Seeing that my teacher didn't completely die, they tried to find his reincarnation and secretly harmed my teacher. My teacher founded Buddhism and had the protection of infinite merit. He also had the believers of the infinite Buddhist sect constantly thinking of him. How could he have died so silently?" The Yellow Emperor and company did not speak. They knew that Roy was just too sad and had lost control of his emotions. They had no intention of blaming him. Besides, ever since the Buddha Lord underwent nirvana and Kasyapa left, the huge Saha Empire had been supported by Roy Eager alone. He had always thought that Kasyapa would find the Buddha Lord and be his obedient disciple again. Now that he had suddenly heard such grievous news, his 10,000 years of wish had turned to dust. Who could accept this? Roy Eager quickly calmed down and apologized to everyone with red eyes. Roy Eager has made a mistake. Holy gods, please punish him. Roy Eager's voice was filled with tears again. In the past, it was always the Buddha Lord who personally punished him. However, his teacher was no longer around. It's fine. The gods all forgave Roy Eager. Then, Roy Eager looked at Zhou Zhou. He knelt down and implored. "Your Excellency Regal, can you use your divine power again and let me know how my teacher died? As long as your Excellency is willing to agree to my request, I'm willing to serve your Majesty for the rest of my life." Everyone could hear the indignation in Roy Eager's heart. "Roy Eager, you're already obsessed. Be careful not to become a fallen Buddha overnight." Patriarch Lu shouted. Roy Eager did not speak. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he felt relieved about his grudge with Roy Eager. He even found him quite pleasing to the eye. He looked at Bodhi Supreme and asked, "Bodhi Supreme, how did the Buddha Lord die? Let me check." Bodhi Supreme said. After a while, Bodhi Supreme said, "There's a middle world called the New Yang world. When the Buddha Lord reincarnated into this world happened to be invaded by the mist source. The entire world would become a scarlet world. The Buddha Lord forcefully awakened his own power. He used his great magic power, great merit, great ambitions, and great faith to sacrifice everything. He used the Buddhist Dharma to dissolve the mist source in this world. Then, he passed away. Now, that world has been renamed the Nirvana Buddha realm. It has become a Buddhist world where Buddhism prospers. The living beings in that world are also grateful for the Buddha Lord's sacrifice. Moreover, under the Buddha Lord's enlightenment, everyone has the roots of Buddhism. If you want to go, I can give you the specific coordinates of the world. Bodhi Supreme said. We want to go. Thank you, Bodhi Supreme. The Yellow Emperor and the others hurriedly said. Tell us the world coordinates. Zhou Zhou added. When Bodhi Supreme heard this, he told them the coordinates of the world. The Yellow Emperor and the others immediately memorized them. Patriarch Lu sighed. The Buddha Lord has used his great magic power, great merit, great ambitions, and great faith to enlighten this Nirvana Buddhist world. There will definitely be many Buddhist seeds in the future. We humans cannot give up on this place. He nodded before sighing. It's just that Buddha Lord at the very least, his death isn't without value. I believe that even if the Buddha Lord were to make the same choice again, he would do the same. The Yellow Emperor said in a deep voice. They nodded. Only Roy Eager sat in place in a daze. From the looks of it, he still couldn't let it go. At this moment, the 5 people in the illusory mirror image spoke. Little monk Tathagata, why did you bring us here? The leader of the ferocious bandits said fiercely. There used to be a village here called Qingtang Village. The villagers lived in harmony. Even though their lives were poor, they could live in peace and smile from time to time. However, your Black Wind Mountain bandit gang has been pursued by the soldiers to this place. Even though the villagers don't know your background, they are still willing to accept you and give you a full meal to help you tide over your difficulties. You don't know how to repay kindness with ingratitude. Instead, you repay kindness with ingratitude. In order to gather enough food for the journey, you slaughtered all the villagers of Qingtang village at night. You didn't even let the old, children, and women off. You did all kinds of evil for the sake of greed. The evil spirits of the human world are nothing more than this. Towards the end, the young and beautiful monk's originally calm expression suddenly became incomparably cold. Chapter 940 I'm the only one in the heavens and earth. Dharma name, Tathagata. The bandit leader laughed loudly, looking unrepentant. You don't deserve to stay in this world. Go to hell and experience hell. The Tathagata path. Unexpectedly, after he finished speaking, not only was the ferocious bandit leader not afraid, he even laughed even more arrogantly. Ha ha ha, brothers, did you hear that? This little monk with tender skin actually said that he wants to send me to hell. Look at how tender his hands are. Let alone sending me to hell, I'm afraid you haven't even killed a chicken. Don't think that you can kill just because you're good at martial arts. Killing people and beating people up are two different things. Kajyapa opened his eyes. He looked at the new reincarnation of the Buddha Lord. Buddha Lord, do you want to kill him? Buddhism also had the saying that the Vajra was enraged, so he did not reject this point. Needless to say, the number of enemies and scarlet monsters that the Buddha Lord had killed on the high continent could be counted in trillions. Therefore, he wasn't affected at all when he heard that the Buddha Lord had killed someone. He also felt that this person deserved to be killed. Killing you would be too easy for you. I'll send you to hell my way. The beautiful monk said to Kajyapa's surprise. Something that made the other criminal's hair stand on end happened. Tathagata looked at the evil soul in his hand and said. Primordial world ox head and horse face, please open the gate of hell. As soon as he finished speaking, a hazy black-grey ghost fog quietly appeared. Then, in the ghost fog, a huge black-grey divine door carved with countless evil ghosts slowly appeared from the endless ghost fog. The door slowly opened, and a human reaper with a cow-like head and a human reaper with a horse-like head slowly walked out. Sirs, this is the soul of a guilty person. Please bring him along and let him experience the punishment of the 18 levels of hell until the sinful aura on him is wiped out. Then, you can send him back to his body. Tathagata said. All right, Saint Monk Tathagata. The two reapers hurriedly said respectfully. They did not dare to offend this young monk. This young monk was personally requested by Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva to be specially taken care of after all. If he had any requests, they should try their best to agree without any mishaps. Saint Monk Tathagata, is there anything else I can do for you? Oxhead and Horseface said carefully. Please wait here for a moment. Even though he did not know why the two ghost gods in front of him and the big monk behind him were so respectful to him, he did not have the habit of asking about their privacy and let them be. Then, his gaze fell on the other two criminals. At this moment, the two bandits no longer looked as ferocious as before. They looked at Tathagata as if they were looking at some super terrifying existence. Tathagata's gaze fell on the tall and thin bandit on his right. You're the famous executioner among the Black Wind Mountain bandits. You killed 1/10 of the villagers in Qingtang village. You should go to hell too. With that, without waiting for the other party to say anything, he used the same method to extract the other party's soul and handed it to Oxhead and Horseface, who were waiting respectfully at the side. Please spare my life. Please spare my life. I'm willing to turn over a new leaf. Please give me a chance. I'm willing to join the Buddhist sect and pray to Buddha from now on to atone for the sins of those who died. Even though I killed people from Qingtang village, I only killed 6 of them. It's far less than them. Please don't kill me, please, please. Saint Monk Tathagata, isn't Buddhism particular about putting down the butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha on the spot? Give me a chance to become a Buddha. The last bandit knelt on the ground in fear and begged for mercy. Are you worthy of becoming a Buddha? Don't taint the Buddha in my heart. Tathagata spat and said coldly, besides, what nonsense are you explaining? The butcher that puts down the butcher's knife doesn't refer to the butcher's knife that really kills people. Instead, it refers to the delusions, persistence, inversion, confusion, and all kinds of evil words, evil deeds, malice, and other evil deeds of life forms. It means that as long as we can completely let go of these evil habits, these troubles and habits will reveal our Buddhist nature and cultivate them. You did kill 6 people, but you killed 6 babies. They are so innocent. They have just descended to the world and are already experiencing such pain. Even though you killed less than the other criminals, in my eyes, you're even more cruel than the other criminals. You have sinned deeply. There's no chance of becoming a Buddha in this life. Go to hell and think about becoming a Buddha in your next life. The bandit's face paled. Tathagata was too lazy to say anything else and directly threw his soul to Oxhead and Horseface. Then, the two of them chatted and laughed before Oxhead and Horseface left. Buddha Lord, you are very different from before. Kasyapa suddenly said. I'm not the Buddha Lord. As Tathagata spoke, he arranged the bodies of the 3 of them into a classic scripture and faced the direction of the ruins of Qingtang village. Then, he cast a small spell and made them chant the reincarnation scripture in a low voice. After doing all this, a smile appeared on his face. Then, he looked in the direction of Qingtang village and said softly, let them redeem themselves for the sins they have committed. Then, he looked at Kasyapa. He chuckled and said, my Dharma name is Tathagata. Buddha, your methods are a little cruel. Kasyapa was silent for 2 seconds before he said, send the souls of those 3 to hell. With their sins, they won't come back from hell for 100 years. After 100 years, their bodies will have long rotted into shattered bones. Even if they send their souls back, they won't be able to survive. Even though you didn't kill them, you ended their lives in a very cruel way. What you're doing is wrong. Kasyapa advised. That's their salvation. It's also my understanding of Buddhism. Tathagata said calmly. Which evil Buddha taught you Buddhism like this? Kasyapa said angrily. The Dharma in my heart taught me to do this. You said that I was cruel to them. What did the villagers of Qingtang village do wrong? Why should they suffer such a calamity? These criminals are going to pay for this. They killed the villagers of Qingtang village. It was the cause they planted. Then they met me and were sent to hell by me, who knew about this. This is the effect. Not only do I want to send their souls to hell, but I also want their corpses to read the rebirth scripture here. As for the other criminals who escaped, I will capture them one by one and let them redeem themselves in the same way. Amitabha. Kasyapa put his hands together. Tathagata, your dharma has gone astray. If you continue, you'll be in danger of becoming a demon. Dangerous. I'm the only one in the world. Tathagata put his hands together and looked at Kasyapa calmly. If I have Buddha in my heart, I am Buddha. The path I take is the path of Buddha. I don't think it's deviated, so it's the right way. You said that what I did was too cruel, but you also have the intention to kill them. You had this thought in your heart, but you deceived yourself and criticized me for doing wrong. Big guy, you've broken the rules. Kasyapa was lost for words. Chapter 941, Kasyapa returns. An existence like you should have long understood where your path is. Why did you stop by my side? Kasyapa looked at the Buddha Lord and raised his hand. Because you were my most respected teacher in my previous life. I left my hometown and specially traveled across the myriad worlds to bring my teacher back because my Buddhist followers need my teacher. The human race needs my teacher. I'm not the Buddha Lord. Tathagata said again. Kasyapa was silent. Yes, you're not my teacher. My teacher should have died. You're just an ordinary reincarnation of him. The current you can't help Buddha or the human race. He said after a while. No wonder. Tathagata nodded and said with a smile, I was wondering why those high and mighty figures were so respectful when they saw me. It turns out that my predecessor was so powerful. Buddha Lord. That's the Buddhist leader that I've been yearning for a long time. I didn't expect him to die. Even though Tathagata said that, there was no pity on his face. He looked at Kasyapa and said, in that case, you shouldn't stay by my side. You should do what you need to do. Now that the human race is in trouble, although I'm not in the center of the disaster, I know that the human race is in danger. Now that the human race is in trouble, although I'm not in the center of the disaster, I know that the human race is in danger. I think that an existence like you would not want to see this scene and want to do something, right? If teacher is still around, he will definitely have the power to save the human race. I will definitely go back with teacher. But teacher is no longer around. I'm alone and weak. I won't be of much use when I go back. Why don't I stay here and see how teacher acts? Kasyapa looked at Tathagata. Why bother? Tathagata sighed. He turned around and looked at the rising sun not far away. He said without looking back. Teacher was born a Buddhist saint. When he grew up, he even founded the human Buddhist sect and saved the endless suffering of the Saha. Later on, he even became the leader of the human race and guarded the human race for tens of millions of years, protecting billions of humans. There was no one like teacher in the first 100,000 years, let alone in the next 100,000 years. You are Buddha, Buddha is you. Teacher, without you, Buddhism is destined to decline in the future. How can I not value teacher? Kasyapa looked at Tathagata's back and cried to the Buddha Lord. Why not? Tathagata looked at the morning sun and smiled. Silly boy, the Buddha is the Buddha Lord, the morning sun, the breeze, the flowers, the ants, the swans, it's me. Tathagata turned to Kasyapa and pressed his palms together. And you too. Kasyapa was shocked. There's no need to worry that the later generations won't have someone like the Buddha Lord. Those who cultivate the Buddhist Dharma advance on the same path. Therefore, in the future, not only will there be someone comparable to the Buddha Lord, there might even be someone who surpasses him. For example, the famous geniuses of the human race and Your Excellency, the common people's regal. After Tathagata finished speaking, he picked up a flower to show Kasyapa. Kasyapa seemed to have seen the Buddha Lord, who smiled without saying anything at the Spirit Mountain meeting. Kasyapa put on a relieved smile. He put his hands together and said respectfully, Kasyapa, I understand. I'll return to the human race soon. However, old Tathagata, you were born with knowledge and inherited the Buddha Lord's Dharma inheritance. This is a huge karma. Have you thought about what to do in the future? I already have an idea. Kasyapa didn't say anything else. He bowed respectfully to Tathagata and gradually disappeared into the air. Tathagata turned around and bowed in a certain direction. Please give me one day. After I avenge the villagers of Qingtang village, I will personally visit the human leaders. With that, Tathagata went down the mountain. Zhou Zhou and company looked at Tathagata's figure descending the mountain in the illusory mirror image in front of them. The Yellow Emperor could not help but smile. As expected of the reincarnation of the Buddha Lord. Even though he no longer has the power he once had, his perception is still so sharp. He can actually sense our observation. The law of karma is best at such methods. I'm not surprised. Patriarch Lu also smiled. Even though the Buddha Lord has died, our human race has also gained a true God-tier existence like the common people's regal. Coupled with the primordial world left behind by regal Pangu, we don't have to worry about the safety of the human race for the time being. There's no time to lose, the Yellow Emperor said. First of all, we have to go to the Nirvana Buddha realm to welcome the Buddha Lord's corporeal body relic. In addition, we have to bring the Nirvana Buddha realm back. With the Buddha Lord's life and grace, this world will be the supreme holy land for our human Buddhist disciples to cultivate in the future. Secondly, we have to bring back this reincarnation of Tathagata. He is the reincarnation of Tathagata. His aptitude is naturally extremely high. After we awaken his wisdom, the path after the God Spirit will not be too difficult for him. He will definitely grow at a rapid pace. When he fully matures, he might take over the position of Buddha Lord in the future. When the Yellow Emperor said this, he fell silent for a few seconds before looking at Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou, how about temporarily bringing Tathagata into your territory? I know that your territory can allow life forms to grow rapidly. With your territory assisting him in his growth, it will definitely allow him to grow as fast as possible to take over the position of Buddha Lord. When the time comes, let him leave your territory and take over the position of Buddha Lord. As the future Buddhist leader of the human race, Tathagata naturally couldn't be the subject of other lords. Otherwise, what would the other Buddhist disciples and humans think? There was a leader above a leader? One had to know that regal Pangu only held the real power of the first speaker. Compared to the second speaker to the sixth speaker, his status was not much higher. Everyone was equal. Unless one day, a master god-tier existence suddenly appeared among the 6 speakers. Then, they could separate the highest leadership position. No problem. Zhou Zhou agreed readily. It was just the identity of a subject. Wasn't this as much as he wanted? At this moment, Roy Yeager seemed to have received some news, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He immediately said to Yellow Emperor and company, Senior Kasyapa just returned. When the Yellow Emperor and the others heard this, smiles appeared on their faces again. This true god-tier seed is finally back. The Yellow Emperor smiled. Another top-notch high-tier deity-level combat power has returned to our human race. Bai he also smiled. Everyone chatted for a while longer. Zhou Zhou said that this portion of his divine power could not last much longer. Then, his divine power phantom collapsed into countless starlight spots before disappearing. Chapter 942, Faction Mission completed. Returning to number 1 on the ranking. The next time we meet, he might become even stronger. I hope so. The Yellow Emperor and Patriarch Lu were also looking forward to it. Zhou Zhou opened his eyes in the divine battlefield. He looked around and realized that the 19 deities who had surrendered were protecting him. When he discovered that he had woken up, he immediately flew in front of he. I've already finished my business. Zhou Zhou looked at them. Next, this king is going somewhere. You can follow this king or leave the divine battlefield and wait for me outside the battlefield. The gods didn't hesitate at all. We follow your majesty. Zhou Zhou nodded and didn't say anything else. He followed the spiritual maiden's instructions and flew in the direction of the regional token. Seeing that these subordinate god spirits could not keep up with his speed, Zhou Zhou waved his right hand and brought them. Seeing that these subordinate god spirits could not keep up with his speed, Zhou Zhou waved his right hand and brought them along. A moment later, Zhou Zhou arrived at a wasteland. This wasteland was one of the few places in the entire divine battlefield that did not have many plants and creatures. However, because the divine battlefield was very vast, this place was not too conspicuous. Zhou Zhou flew down with a group of god spirits and landed on a patch of sand. He looked at a clump of grass under his feet. The other god spirits looked at the grass. No matter how they looked at it, they could not see anything special about it. However, Zhou Zhou only took a glance before his gaze landed on one of the ordinary and even slightly wilted grass. It was a high-tier deity-level regional token. Words appeared. Treasure name, regional token. Region name, Sprite Cultivator God Domain, changeable. Area grade, high-tier deity level. Area, approximately 6,358.5 billion square kilometers. Treasure introduction, a region token of the Sprite Cultivator Divine Domain. A lord who possesses the region token and integrates it into the territory stone tablet / kingdom golden tablet / kingdom jade tablet / divine kingdom divine tablet will become the region lord of the Sprite Cultivator Divine Domain and obtain an exclusive region treasure chest. Zhou Zhou looked at the information on the regional token and a faint smile appeared on his lips. He also did not expect that he had not even obtained a regional territory at the lower god level. Now that he had obtained it, it was a regional territory at the high-tier deity level. This is the benefit of having strength that surpasses the version. You can obtain items that surpass the version. Zhou Zhou thought. True god tier strength. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely be a top-notch combatant in the later stages of the Lord of all Races competition. Right now, they couldn't even gather a single worshipped god spirit. The Lord of all Races wasn't even in the middle stage, and he already had the combat power of the late stage. Under such circumstances, although it was a little ridiculous to obtain a territory of this level, it was normal. When we return to the territory, we'll fuse it. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Then, he turned to look at the god spirits. Let's go. Leave this divine battlefield with me, he said. Yes, Your Majesty. The god spirits said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, with a thought, he teleported with these god spirits and left the battlefield together. The ones who were waiting the most anxiously were naturally the Elven Empire and the Vapalias Pantheon. The final ownership of the true god-tier divine artifacts fragment of the spirit-nurturing stone seed would not only determine whether the Elven Empire could advance to the Elven Divine Kingdom, but it would also directly affect the rise and fall of the two true god-tier pantheon groups. Who wouldn't care? Who wouldn't care? At this moment, above the thick fog formed by the surging death aura, an invisible spatial fluctuation appeared. Then, he saw the 19 god spirits led by Zhou Zhou appear almost at the same time. Thick spatial power erupted, forming a spatial passageway with endless suction behind it, directly sucking it into the spatial rift. All the forces present were stunned. Weren't the god spirits behind the common people's regal the god spirits of the Vapalias god system? Why were they following behind the common people's regal and acting like respectful lackeys? The living beings of the Vapalias pantheon had a bad feeling. In contrast, when Eli's Ariel and the others saw Zhou Zhou appear together with the gods of the Vapalias god system, she immediately had an extremely bold guess. Moreover, when they flew towards him, he was already extremely certain that he had guessed correctly. Your Excellency Eli's Ariel. Zhou Zhou came in front of he and said with a smile. Greetings, Your Excellency Regal. Eli's Ariel suppressed her excitement and looked at Zhou Zhou with sparkling eyes. May I ask about the true god tier divine artifacts fragment of the spirit nurturing stone seed? It's already in my hands. Zhou Zhou didn't wait for he to finish speaking. He stretched out his right hand, and an incomplete emerald green gem appeared in his palm. It was the true god tier divine artifacts fragment of the spirit nurturing stone seed. There you go. He directly threw it to Eli's Ariel. Eli's Ariel was shocked and hurriedly reached out to take it. Only then did she receive this fragment of the true god tier divine artifacts. Then, she couldn't help but grumble, Your Excellency, this is a fragment of the true god tier divine artifacts. It can be considered a precious treasure in the myriad worlds. Please be careful. Zhou Zhou nodded nonchalantly. Could he say that he had already obtained dozens of true god tier divine artifacts with the help of this divine battlefield? It was just a fragment of a true god tier divine artifact. He really didn't care. Then, he looked at the text notification that had just appeared in front of him. Hint. Elven Empire Faction Quests, Missing True God Tier Divine Artifacts Fragment, Legendary Tier Advance Grade, Unique, Completed. 300 million faction points. A high-tier deity level advance grade nature child elf bloodline, the loyalty of 10,000 nature elves, and 10,000 legendary tier mist cores have been distributed. Your diplomatic relations with the Elven Empire have been raised to the level of worship. You have obtained the friendship of the original Elven Empress, Eli's Ariel. At the same time, Eli's Ariel will help you increase your ranking in the King of 10,000 Kings event. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he opened the faction points rankings. First place, Human Lord of the Blazing Sun 2,199,000,000 faction points. Second place, Original Spirit Race True Lord 2,150,000,000 faction points. Third place, Shepherd's God Race Heaven Chasing Lord. 1,835,000,000 faction points. Fourth place, Chaos Gods Race Great One Lord 1,612,000,000 faction points. Fifth place, Myriad Spirit Race Spiritual Venerable Lord. 1,350,000,000 faction points. Zhou Zhou smiled. He had finally taken first place again. However, the gap between him and the second place wasn't big. He still had to earn more faction points to widen the gap. Chapter 943, Trip to the Dark Universe. 80 seconds. Sure. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. He had already sensed that there was some malice and greed hidden in the surroundings, targeting Empress Eli's Ariel and the spirit-nurturing stone seed fragment in his hands. The reason why he didn't make a move at this moment was probably because of his existence as a true god-tier combatant. Once he left, this group of malicious and greedy fellows would probably tear off their disguises and attack. How about this? I'll send you back. With my galaxy, I'll send you back very quickly. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and said. Really? Eli's Ariel was overjoyed. If they could have this common people's regal by their side, their safety would definitely not be a problem. Even if Vapalias came personally, he might not be able to obtain this fragment of the true god-tier divine artifacts from him. Really? Zhou Zhou acknowledged. When he accepted the faction quests and handed the spirit-nurturing stone seed to Eli's Ariel, he had already become enemies with the Vapalias Pantheon group. Not to mention that the other party wanted to trap him and destroy the soldiers he had painstakingly nurtured. This was something that Zhou Zhou could not tolerate. In the current situation, it was no longer a matter of whether Vapalias wanted to form a grudge with Zhou Zhou. It was a matter of whether Zhou Zhou was willing to let him off. The answer was definitely no. He had already blatantly dealt with him, so how could Zhou Zhou be kind enough to let him off? He wasn't that broad-minded. When I advance to the mid-tier deity level in the future, I'll go and chat with Vapalius. Then, he didn't say anything else. He directly took out a galaxy from his inner world and boarded it with the gods before letting Eli's Ariel and his ministers board it. Galaxy's main cabin. Zhou Zhou stood in front of the control panel and said to Wenye. Wenye, the target is Alanos, the capital of the Elven Empire. Yes, Your Majesty. Wenye said respectfully. Galaxy number 1 is setting sail. The destination for this journey is, the capital of the Elven Empire, Alanos. Distance, about 6.4 light days. Time required for normal voyage, about 3 hours and 18 minutes. Time required to travel after entering the Dark Universe, about 80 seconds. Dark Universe engine has been activated. Entering the Dark Universe. Galaxy number 1 has officially entered the Dark Universe. Your Majesty and guests, please wait patiently. Gentlemen, wait 80 seconds. In 80 seconds, we'll be at Alanos. After hearing this, Zhou Zhou looked at the elves and chuckled. All the elves were shocked when they heard this. It only took 80 seconds to cross a distance of 6.4 light days? When they came here, even with the convenience of the teleportation array, it took them more than 3 hours. Wasn't this common people's regal the lord of the myriad races who had just risen? Why did it feel like he was not inferior to those powerful races? Eli's Ariel, on the other hand, was experienced and knowledgeable. Upon hearing this, she sighed with emotion and asked curiously. Every time I see the technological civilization of the Machina race, I find it very unbelievable. This galaxy spaceship must have been created by the top spaceship manufacturing group of the Machina race, right? This was already comparable to the speed of a true god tier. The Galaxy spaceship is a series of spaceships personally built for our Blazing Sun Kingdom by the Master God tier, Your Excellency. Therefore, its performance is slightly better than ordinary low-tier deity-level elementary-grade spaceships. Zhou Zhou asked. The Galaxy spaceship flew around every day, so it was not something that could be hidden. Hence, Zhou Zhou was not afraid to tell anyone about this. He could use the Machina race and the Master God tier to make the other races wary of him. Eli's Ariel was indeed very shocked when she heard this. It was personally created by the Master God tier? They looked out at the Dark Universe. The Dark Universe was incomparably dark, like a bottomless abyss, making people feel fear just by looking at it. Everyone only took a glance and did not dare to look anymore. Those enemies who tried to rob us on the way probably didn't expect us to leave so quickly, right? Eli's Ariel smiled. Unless a true god tier pursues them personally, there won't be any enemies chasing after them. Zhou Zhou nodded and asked. Oh yes. Why isn't Your Excellency Octaval here? After all, this was a fragment of his true god tier divine artifacts. Why did he send a junior over? Wasn't he afraid that it would be snatched away by other factions? Your Excellency Octaval went to explore the mystic realm with another true god tier a few days ago. She won't be back for the time being. Eli's Ariel said. Zhou Zhou frowned. True god tier also needed resources. Moreover, at their level, the resources required might not even be able to be gathered by an entire world. Therefore, most true god tiers spent most of their time traveling the myriad worlds, trying their luck to find a world or high-level mystic realm that could produce the resources they needed. If Octaval had gone to the mystic realm with other true god tiers to search for treasures, there was indeed nothing they could do. However, if that was really the case, it meant that the other party didn't think so from the beginning. This time, he was able to take out his true god tier divine artifacts fragment from the mystic realm, even with the help of the common people's regal. Therefore, he wasn't even interested in staying behind to wait for news. He smiled inwardly and didn't mind. Then, he threw a leaf to Eli's Ariel. This leaf was called the Leaf of Fertility. It contained a divine power spell that Octavel had specially customized for the spiritual maiden. Originally, he had asked Eli's Ariel to give it to Zhou Zhou because he wanted Zhou Zhou to use this leaf of fertility to suppress the spiritual maiden's strength and increase the probability of recovering the true god-tier divine artifacts fragment. Unexpectedly, Zhou Zhou did not use it at all. Zhou Zhou had no intention of keeping the leaf. It was just a leaf treasure that carried the divine power of an intermediate true god tier. To Zhou Zhou, his chaos holy power was not much weaker than this thing. Eli's Ariel couldn't help but feel a little surprised when she saw the intact and undamaged leaf of fertility. She didn't expect it to be useless. However, when he thought of this person's past achievements, he immediately felt that it was very normal. Hence, after sincerely flattering Zhou Zhou, she accepted it without asking. Soon, 79 seconds passed. Everyone felt the spaceship under their feet tremble slightly. Then, the scenery outside the virtual exterior mode suddenly changed. The incomparably huge Divine Kingdom star and the elven mother tree that was like a heavenly canopy were immediately reflected in everyone's eyes. "We are at Alanos." A reassuring smile appeared on Elizariel's face. Only when he arrived at his territory did he feel truly safe. At this moment, the spirit-nurturing stone seed true god-tier divine artifacts fragment in Elizariel's hand suddenly lit up with a resplendent emerald green light. The next second, this fragment of the true god-tier divine artifacts actually flew out of his hand, directly passing through the cabin wall of the galaxy and flying to the outside world. Finally, it landed in the hands of a woman with long, smooth emerald green hair, a fair face, and exquisite and graceful facial features. She was wearing a gorgeous and huge green gown with white edges. Chapter 944, Octavel's Request. Rejected. Octavel did not speak. Instead, she looked behind him. Zhou Zhou slowly walked over and stood in front of Octavel. "Greetings, Your Excellency Octavel," Zhou Zhou said politely. "Your Excellency, common people's regal." Octavel smiled and said, "I've heard of your name a long time ago. Today is our official meeting." "Officially? Your Excellency, have we met before?" Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows and asked. "When you first came to Alanos to accept the faction quests, I was in the Divine Kingdom. I saw you then, but I was busy with other things at that time, so I didn't come to see you, the strongest lord of all races." Octavel felt a little emotional. Back then, the strongest lord of all races was just a reward title given to you by the Supreme Will in the previous event. Now, I'm afraid that you, the strongest lord of all races, have already become a reality. Even if it's the truth, it won't change anything. Zhou Zhou shook his head. The enemy has never weakened. Instead, they have become stronger. Of course, Octavel knew that the other party was referring to the civilizations behind the lords of the myriad races, especially those with top bloodlines. However, he still smiled and said, "At least among the lords of the myriad races, you can already obtain benefits almost unscrupulously." "That's true." Zhou Zhou smiled. "Is Your Excellency Regal interested in going to the Divine Kingdom Star with me?" Octavel suddenly said. Zhou Zhou naturally knew that the other party was referring to the projection of the Divine Kingdom Star in the cosmos, which was the Divine Kingdom Star above his head. He didn't sense any evil intentions from the other party. Even if he had evil intentions, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything to him with his current strength and means. Therefore, he thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Octavel smiled. He looked at Eli's Ariel and said, "Your Majesty, come with us." Eli's Ariel said respectfully. "Your Excellency must have something to say for me to come here, right?" Zhou Zhou did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "There is indeed a small matter that I would like to ask Your Majesty for help with," Octavel said and looked at Eli's Ariel. "Your Excellency Regal, you also know that Eli's Ariel wants to upgrade this elven empire to the first elven divine kingdom. And I had a good personal relationship with an elder of the elves, so I became one of the true god-tier worshippers of their elven empire. Even though the other two true god-tier cultivators weren't found in the beginning, the other two true gods were already found when the fragment of the spirit-nurturing stone seed was recovered. When Zhou Zhou heard this, a look of surprise appeared on his face. This small fragment of the true god-tier divine artifacts was actually related to whether the Elven Empire could find the other two true god-tier offerings. Since this fragment of the true god-tier divine artifacts is so important, you still dare to go out at this time. Wait. Zhou Zhou finally understood, no wonder she returned so early. It seems that Your Excellency Regal already knows. Octavel smiled. Even though on the surface, I make the other god spirits think that I'm going to explore a mystic realm with my good friend. But in fact, this is just an operation of mine to deceive others. The goal is to let those hostile god spirits in the outside world think that I don't value this fragment of the true god-tier divine artifacts too much. This world is just so strange. When the owner of the treasure doesn't value this treasure, then even if the other god spirits know that this fragment of the true god-tier divine artifacts is also a treasure, they won't pay too much attention to this matter. However, if I pay too much attention to this fragment of the true god-tier divine artifacts, then even if it's a master god tier, they will probably take a few more glances at this fragment of the true god tier divine artifacts. I was the one who covered it up previously. Actually, I've been secretly paying attention to the whereabouts of this fragment of the true god tier divine artifacts. Now that this fragment of the true god tier divine artifact has returned, I naturally appeared immediately. Zhou Zhou nodded and did not ask further. Instead, he returned to the original topic. Then, what exactly is the small matter that Your Excellency mentioned previously? The conditions for advancing to the Divine Kingdom have basically been gathered by the Elven Empire. Next is the most difficult stage. Octavel said solemnly, take down a Divine Kingdom and obtain even help the Regal obtain the position of the Lord of all races. Octavel encouraged with all her might. Eli's Ariel also looked at Zhou Zhou expectantly. Octavel and Eli's Ariel were stunned. How could he reject them so easily? Your Excellency Regal, think about it again. As long as we take down the behemoth Divine Kingdom, we can obtain the treasures of the entire Divine Kingdom. Moreover, I heard that Your Excellency is very fond of bloodline items and collecting corpses. As long as you are willing to help us, I can make the decision to give you the corpses of true god-tier worshippers after we kill the true gods of the behemoth Divine Kingdom. I can give you as many behemoth corpses as you want. In addition, we can also... Your Excellency! Zhou Zhou suddenly stood up and interrupted him. The human race is being besieged by people of foreign races. As one of the leaders of the human race, it's really difficult for me to have a leisurely chat with Your Excellency here. Please forgive me for being rude. I have to return to human territory first. With that, Zhou Zhou teleported and disappeared from the Divine Kingdom's star. Octavel hurriedly searched for Zhou Zhou's aura, but she could not find him. He had a look of pity and helplessness. I originally thought that this common people's Regal would be open to an invitation to become our powerful helper since he became famous at a young age and has absolute strength. I didn't expect he to be so cautious. What a pity. With one less true god-tier combat power, there will their Divine Kingdom token. Our plan is to start a war with the Divine Kingdom Lord faction of the Beast Race Behemoth Divine Kingdom. When the time comes, Your Excellency Regal, please appear on the battlefield and help us. As long as Your Excellency is willing to help, after our Elven Divine Kingdom is established, we will definitely be the first to establish friendly diplomatic relations with your Blazing Sun Kingdom. In the future, we can also advance and retreat together. We can probably be many more risks in this Divine Kingdom advancement war. Eli's Ariel also sighed with emotion from the bottom of her heart. He is indeed cautious. It's said that when he first came to the Supreme Continent, he almost never took action. He relied on his subordinates to fight. Later on, after he had the strength of a god spirit, he began to dare to show his talents. After that, he shone uncontrollably, making all the races in the world pay attention to him and even fear him. Octavel nodded. Looks like I have to find other true god tiers to help. Even though the behemoth divine kingdom is a new divine kingdom, it's not easy to deal with. Eli's Ariel nodded in agreement. On the other side, in the galaxy, which was flying in the dark universe, Zhou Zhou sat on the main seat in the captain's room and looked at the heart that was floating in midair. It looked full of vitality and was surrounded by dense natural elements. It was the nature child bloodline of a high-tier deity level advanced grade. Zhou Zhou took a few glances and chose to absorb it. Chapter 945, Mid-tier deity level elementary grade chaos. He opened his eyes and looked at the text notification in front of him. You have absorbed one child of nature bloodline, high-tier deity level advanced grade. Your chaos human bloodline has unearthed more potential and advanced to the low-tier deity level elementary grade. Your six senses powers have been greatly enhanced. You have awakened the mid-tier deity level elementary grade. Chaos human talent chaos law talent. You have awakened the high-tier deity level advanced grade child of nature talent. Nature language. You have awakened the high-tier deity level advanced grade child of nature talent. Nature coordination. You have awakened the high-tier deity level advanced grade child of nature talent. Nature elemental control. You have awakened the high-tier deity advanced grade child of nature talent all things affinity. You have awakened the high-tier deity advanced grade child of nature talent. Summon the god of oak. You have awakened the high-tier deity advanced grade child of nature talent. Creation elf. You have mastered the common knowledge of the elves. You have grasped the secret inheritance of the elves. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows in surprise. One had to know that the first demon's bloodline, as the top bloodline of a master god tier advanced grade, could only elevate his chaotic human bloodline from low-tier deity level elementary grade to low-tier deity level advanced grade. This was strange. Out of curiosity, he carefully recalled the feeling of his bloodline advancement. After a long while, he finally realized something. So after I absorbed the first demon deep abyss bloodline last time, my chaos human bloodline has already reached the critical point of advancement. This high-tier deity level advanced grades child of nature bloodline is only the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Then, he opened it to check the specific information of these bloodline awakening abilities. The first was naturally the Chaos Law talent awakened from the Chaos Human bloodline. Race talent name, Chaos Law talent. Talent level, mid-tier deity level elementary grade enhanceable. Talent description, the Chaos Humans are the strongest race that cultivates the Chaos Laws. Even Chaos Beasts can't compare to them. When Chaos Humans began to comprehend laws, it was easier for them to comprehend the Chaos Laws. After mastering the Chaos Laws, the Chaos Humans would cultivate the Chaos Laws faster than other life forms. When using the Chaos Law skill, the power of the Chaos Human race's Chaos Law skill would be even stronger. When the Chaos Humans advance to a higher level of God Spirit through the Chaos Laws, there will be a higher chance of success. Chaos Law talent is useless to me. Zhou Zhou looked at this talent and shook his head indifferently. If anyone else obtained this talent, they would definitely be overjoyed. This was because the strength of the chaotic laws could be considered one of the best even among the endless laws. However, he walked the supreme laws that transcended the laws of chaos. Cultivate the laws of chaos? Wouldn't it be better for he to find a subject who cultivated the laws of chaos and use the Lord's law skill to control the other party's nomological comprehension and law skill? He didn't mind and looked at the other child of nature Aaron's racial talents. Talent level, high-tier deity level advanced grade. Talent description, the possessor of the child of nature's bloodline is born with the magical language to communicate with all things in nature. Moreover, most natural creatures are willing to communicate with the child of nature. Racial talent name, nature coordination. Talent level, high-tier deity level advanced grade. Talent description, the possessor of the child of nature bloodline is born with the ability to coordinate the various energies in the body with the outside world and allow them to coexist harmoniously without conflict. Race talent name, nature elemental control. Talent level, high tier deity level advanced grade. Talent description, the possessor of the child of nature bloodline can control any form of natural energy, including but not limited to earth, water, wind, fire, lightning, light, dark, and other natural energy. When controlling these natural energies, the child of nature can control them more meticulously than ordinary life forms. From there, he can perfectly use the natural energies under his control. Race talent name, all things affinity. Talent level, high tier deity level advanced grade. Talent description, as the favored child of the laws of nature, the child of nature is born with a natural affinity for all things in nature. It is easier to obtain the various opportunities hidden in nature. Sometimes, he can even obtain the help of the will of nature. Race talent name, summon the god of oak. Talent level, high tier deity level advanced grade. Talent description, as the favored child of nature's will, the child of nature is born to receive the protection of nature's will. When the child of nature is in danger, he can summon a high-tier deity level advanced grade god of oak to protect himself. When he is out of danger, the god of oak will return to his own will and continue to serve the nature will until he is summoned by the child of nature again. Race talent name, creation elf. Talent level, high-tier deity level advanced grade. Talent description, child of nature is both a favored child of nature's will and a top-notch elven bloodline life form. It could use its child of nature sacred blood to create wood element sprites that were loyal to it. The more child of nature sacred blood used, the more precious it would be, and the stronger the wood element sprite created would be, and the higher its potential would be. After Zhou Zhou saw child of nature's talent, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. This ability awakened from the child of nature bloodline was really not bad. Just summoning the god of oak made the child of nature's bloodline very strong. As for the other faction quests rewards, 300 million faction points and 10,000 legendary tier mist cores were needless to say. Zhou Zhou glanced at the attributes of the 10,000 nature elves. However, to Zhou Zhou's satisfaction, the 10,000 nature elves rewarded by the faction mission were indeed the high elves of the elves. The worst of them were actually legendary tier, and the highest was even a nature elf with potential at the high tier deity level. Zhou Zhou immediately decided to incorporate most of them into the Blazing Sun army, while a small portion would be incorporated into the Heavenly Map army. Zhou Zhou currently had 4 main battle troops and 1 homeland defense army under his command. The Homeland Defense Army was in charge of the domestic territory and did not have many combat opportunities. It was not suitable for them to quickly increase their strength. These nature elves who urgently needed to convert their potential into strength naturally could not be arranged there. As for the Dragon God Army and the Monster Army, they only accepted dragons and monsters, which was not suitable for the nature elves. Under such circumstances, the Blazing Sun Army and the Heavenly Map Army were naturally the best choices. In particular, the bloodline ability of the nature elves was very suitable to be a scout. That was why Zhou Zhou had given a portion of the Heavenly Map Army to Wu Tu. As for the final reward of raising diplomatic relations with the Elven Empire to the level of worship and obtaining the friendship of the original Elven Empress, Elise Ariel, at the same time, Elise Ariel would help him raise his ranking in the King of 10,000 Kings event. These non-material rewards were also very beneficial to the future development of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. However, he had to wait for the benefits to come out. After checking all the rewards, Zhou Zhou recalled what Octavel had said to him previously. He shook his head. Zhou Zhou did not want to get involved in a Divine Kingdom level war just yet. Who knew how many true God-tier existences would be involved in a Divine Kingdom? Furthermore, as a Divine Kingdom level Lord faction, his influence was not as simple as being worshipped by a true God tier. Even if he was just a newly established Divine Kingdom Lord faction, it was possible for he to use methods at the top of the true God tier or even at the Master God tier level. Even though Zhou Zhou looked extremely glorious now, and even the super experts outside said that he was the strongest God spirit that was comparable to a true God tier. But so what? It was not as if he had reached the peak of true God tier. Zhou Zhou was very clear-headed. Therefore, he didn't agree to Octavel's request. Instead, he said cowardly that he wanted to return to the human race. What true God tier corpses, true God tier bloodlines? Nothing is more important than my life. When I increase my strength step by step and reach the true God tier or even the Master God tier level, can't I just get whatever he says? Zhou Zhou muttered in his heart. He wouldn't be so stupid as to be a suicide squad for others. Chapter 946, High-Tier Deity Territory Fusion Certificate. At this moment, other than the Homeland Defense Army, the soldiers and generals of the other armies were not here. Zhou Zhou did not find anyone else. He directly used the spatial passageway in the center of the capital and arrived at the Divine Kingdom. He found the kingdom's golden tablet and took out the regional token of the spirit-nurturing divine domain. He looked at it for a while before placing it on the kingdom's golden tablet in front of him. The next second, a suction force suddenly came from the kingdom's golden tablet and directly sucked this regional token into the golden tablet. A text notification appeared. Congratulations on obtaining a high-tier deity-level regional token, Spirit Nurturing Divine Domain. You have officially become the regional lord of this region. You have obtained a regional treasure chest. Exclusive to the Sprite Cultivator God Realm. An emerald green treasure chest that was more than a meter long appeared out of thin air in front of Zhou Zhou. The treasure chest was carved with a map of the Spirit Nurturing Divine Domain. When Zhou Zhou looked at it carefully, he realized that he could enlarge the map's perspective, allowing him to see everything in the entire Spirit Nurturing Divine Domain. When he discovered this, he could not help but be surprised. A God Spirit level regional treasure chest is indeed extraordinary. With this high-tier deity-level territory fusion certificate, he would be able to fuse the spirit-nurturing divine domain with the blazing Sun King, thus increasing that even the treasure chest itself has become a treasure. Zhou Zhou marveled. Then, he directly opened the treasure chest. Then, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. This was because this high-tier deity-level treasure chest actually contained not one treasure, but two treasures. One of the treasures was none other than a high-tier deity-level territory fusion certificate. With this high-tier deity-level territory fusion certificate, he would be able to fuse the spirit-nurturing divine domain with the Blazing Sun King, thus increasing the level of the Blazing Sun King's territory. Good timing. Zhou Zhou looked at this high-tier deity-level territory fusion certificate and a smile appeared on his face. He had previously obtained 3 of these items through his activities, but he had never had the chance to use them. Unexpectedly, it still didn't work. I don't know if it's a coincidence to open this thing, or if it's a God Spirit level regional treasure chest. There will always be a corresponding territorial fusion certificate attached. Zhou Zhou pondered. He had a faint intuition that it was most likely the latter. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to obtain a God Spirit level territory fusion certificate. He had conquered many Empire-level armies so far. He had not even seen many legendary tier territory fusion certificates, let alone God-tier territory fusion certificates. If a God-tier regional treasure chest could produce a God-tier territory fusion certificate, it would solve the problem of many lords having high-quality regional tokens but being unable to fuse them. Zhou Zhou did not think too much about it. He would know about this when he conquered another God-tier region in the future. He looked at another treasure. In the end, he discovered that it was a high-tier deity-level advance-grade pet egg with potential called Spirit Cicada. Zhou Zhou glanced at it and expressionlessly threw it into the military merit exchange system. He already had Nazario, a Master God-tier advance-grade divine pet with the highest potential. Naturally, there was no need to nurture a pet with the potential of a high-tier deity level. Leave it for his soldiers. But then again, judging from the value of the treasures, in the process of conquering other countries' territories, he had opened countless regional treasure chests. In the end, not only was there only one item inside, but most of it was mist core, equipment of the same level and quality in the same area, soldier-type buildings that could recruit a small number of people of foreign races, low-grade territory fusion certificates, mineral resources, and so on. It had been a long time since he had seen such a good treasure chest. Therefore, he was rather satisfied. Then, he didn't waste any time. He directly used the newly opened high-tier deity-level territory fusion certificate and chose to fuse the spirit-nurturing divine domain with the Blazing Sun King. The next second, an illusory map appeared in front of him. It was the map of the entire Blazing Sun Kingdom. The largest was naturally the Blazing Sun Kingdom's mainland territory, while the smaller Blazing Sun Kingdom's territory was the spirit-nurturing divine domain. A text notification appeared. Please choose the regional territory you want to fuse from the following map. I wonder if I can fuse my territory like this. Zhou Zhou clicked on the spirit-nurturing divine domain and started to feel uneasy. One had to know that the prerequisite for using the territory fusion certificate was to fuse two territories, which had to be connected territories. If they were not connected, they could only be fused by constantly connecting the intermediate regions until they were connected. The Blazing Sun Kingdom and the spirit-nurturing divine domain were billions of kilometers apart. Could this be connected? Zhou Zhou was a little uncertain. Honestly, if he hadn't learned through the spiritual maiden that the spirit-nurturing divine domain wasn't a fixed domain on the ground, but a mystic realm constructed from the divine power of a god spirit who had died in battle, it was possible for it to fuse with an unconnected domain. He probably wouldn't even have the thought of giving it a try. But soon, the nervousness on his face vanished as his expression turned into one of pleasant surprise. This was because he was pleasantly surprised to see that on the map, the spirit-nurturing divine domain, which was an unknown distance away from King of the Blazing Sun, had suddenly disappeared. Then, in the next second, it appeared directly above the Blazing Sun King. Zhou Zhou looked forward and saw the outside world through the spatial passageway. A spatial passageway emitting emerald green light had already appeared in the air not far from the spatial passageway of the Divine Kingdom. He could sense it. Through this spatial tunnel, one could enter the spirit-nurturing divine domain. At the same time, rows of new text notifications appear one by one. You have chosen the spirit-nurturing divine domain, high-tier deity-level regional territory, as the target for your royal capital's territory fusion. Fusion in progress. Fusion successful. Congratulations, your territory, the Blazing Sun King City, epic tier regional territory, has successfully fused with the spirit-nurturing divine domain, high-tier deity-level regional territory. Your Blazing Sun King, epic tier, regional territory's level has increased greatly. You have advanced to a high-tier deity-level regional territory. Your territory of the Blazing Sun King, high-tier deity level, has been slightly increased. Your Blazing Sun Desert, white platinum tier, territory has perfectly inherited all the territory resources of the original territory and the fusion territory. The terrain of your royal capital's territory, the Blazing Sun Royal Capital, high-tier deity level, has been greatly improved. A large amount of high-quality vegetation and a large number of high-potential creatures have been added. There is a high chance that God-tier divine quality vegetation and high-potential creatures with the potential of God spirits will appear. Your energy density and energy level of the Blazing Sun King, high-tier deity level, has now reached the standard of a high-tier deity level regional territory. Please continue to fuse regional territories and increase the level of your regional territories. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction after reading it. He wouldn't have to worry about the lack of regional territories for a long time to come. Chapter 947, Commodity. Divine Artifact Forging Apprentices Special Show. He looked down at the majestic Blazing Sun King. He closed his eyes and sensed for a while before opening his eyes. A look of pleasant surprise appeared in his eyes. The energy density and energy level of the Blazing Sun Kingdom has indeed increased greatly. It's already comparable to the energy density and energy level of the spirit nurturing divine domain. At this level of energy density and energy level, even if my subjects have low potential, they can rely on the rich natural energy to be reborn and forcefully change the upper limit of their potential. This is especially true for babies born later. They can receive the nourishment of the rich natural energy in their mother's body. From the very beginning, they will change their body and soul potential. That way, once they are born, they will have outstanding potential. After such a long time, it can even benefit the subjects under my command for thousands of years. Furthermore, after the spirit nurturing divine domain fuses with the royal capital, its rich and outstanding energy environment will gradually affect the surrounding environment, causing the energy density and energy level of the surrounding environment to slowly increase. In the end, it might even increase the level of the territory in the surrounding area. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied. This spirit nurturing divine domain would have a profound impact on his territory. Then, he flew down from the sky above the capital and landed in front of the lord's shop. He took a look inside. What surprised he was that Zhou Zhenmin wasn't playing a virtual game. Instead, he was reading a book seriously. Zhou Zhou was greatly comforted. The old man had finally let go of his game. At this moment, Zhou Zhenmin also noticed Zhou Zhou coming over. His Majesty is here. Zhou Zhenmin placed the book on the table. A dazzlingly colorful book that was sandwiched in it fell down, revealing the title of the book. The Nightmare Realm is divided into secret manuals. I'll teach you to reach the mythical tier rank in 3 days and become a gaming big shot. Zhou Zhou. He should not have had any hope for this old fellow. Are there any goods today? Zhou Zhou asked. Of course there are. And it's not just some new stuff. Zhou Zhenmin had dark circles under his eyes, but he acted as if nothing had happened. He quickly took out 3 red boxes from under the counter and placed them on the table. He opened them one by one. Zhou Zhou looked at it. The first red box contained a golden red sun-shaped pendant. Treasure name, Oro Fa's Blessing Pendant. Treasure grade, True God Tier Elementary Grade, no usage requirements. Treasure effect, after wearing this treasure, when forging equipment below God Tier quality, there is a 50% chance of quality +1. Treasure effect, after wearing this treasure, when forging equipment below God Tier quality, there is a 50% chance of quality +1, when forging equipment from the low-tier deity level elementary grade to the high-tier deity level advanced grade, it could increase the success rate of forging by 20%, and there was a 1% chance of quality +1. Treasure introduction, the God of Sun and forging accessory that Oro Fa personally created for his beloved disciple, Jacker. He wanted to use it to increase Jacker's confidence in forging equipment. Jacker had always kept it seriously, but when it came to forging equipment, he, who was extremely proud, rarely used this true God tier divine artifacts. Good boy, this is a true God tier divine artifact. Zhou Zhou sighed. This was the first time he had obtained true God tier divine artifacts from the Lord's shop. Speaking of which, Oro Fa, the god of sun and forging, was indeed a natural god spirit from the sun star. He was very generous. Treasures at the true god tier divine artifacts level were actually given to a disciple who had yet to become a god spirit as if they were toys. If news of this got out, who knew how many people would be envious? He looked at the second item and raised his brows. Then, he looked at the third item and realized that these 2 items were actually Jacker's skill books on divine artifact forging. Good God! Today is Jacker's special performance as a divine artifact forging apprentice. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. He came back to his senses and carefully looked at the skill information of the 2 skill books. Skill name, Sun Sacred Fire Technique. Skill quality, True God Tier Advanced Grade. Skill description, a true God Tier fire control technique created by the heavenly god of forging and the sun Oro Fa. It allows life forms to control the power of the sun sacred fire by absorbing the supreme sun sacred fire scattered in the myriad worlds. The sun sacred flame's killing power was unparalleled. Moreover, it had an extremely high efficiency in refining raw materials and forging fusion equipment. It was extremely suitable for creating God-tier divine artifacts. Skill name: Supreme Sacred Fire Forging Technique. Skill quality: True God-tier Advanced Grade. Skill description: a top-notch true God-tier crafting technique created by Oro-Fa. It can perfectly forge all kinds of raw materials and equipment at the true God tier and below through the refinement of the Supreme Fire Sun Sacred Fire. Even raw materials and equipment above the true God tier could be tempered and forged to a certain extent. The only flaw was that the Supreme Sacred Flame forging technique could only enhance the refinement and forging effect of raw materials and equipment with Yang attributes. There was also a small chance of attaching a trace of the power of the sacred sun flame to the materials and equipment. For materials and equipment of the Yin attribute, if the Supreme Sacred Flame forging technique was forcefully used to forge, there was a higher chance that the material and equipment would be destroyed, and a lower chance that the material and equipment would be turned into Yang attribute materials and equipment. All three of them belong to Jacker, and they're all related to forging. Zhou Zhou smacked his lips. What a pity! If only it could be used by others, then there would immediately be a second divine artifact forging apprentice in his territory. In the future, there might be 2 divine artifact forging apprentices in his territory. Even though Zhou Zhou did not lack divine artifacts, it was naturally best to have such talents, and the more the better. How much mist core would these 3 goods cost? Zhou Zhou asked. True God tier elementary grade treasure Oro-Fa's blessing pendant. It's worth 50,000 legendary level mist cores. True God tier advanced grade sun sacred fire technique, worth 10,000 legendary tier mist cores. True God tier advanced grade supreme sacred fire forging technique, worth 15,000 legendary tier mist cores. Zhou Zhenmin chuckled. The corners of Zhou Zhou's mouth twitched. It was so expensive. However, with his current wealth, he could indeed easily afford it. Zhou Zhou did not waste any time. He handed 75,000 legendary tier mist cores to the other party and successfully obtained the 3 items. Zhou Zhou placed Oro-Fa's blessing pendant in the king's treasure box. In the future, he might even attempt to forge a divine artifact. At that time, this treasure would be of use. As for the last 2 skill books, because they could not be used by others, Zhou Zhou directly learned them. This made some knowledge about how to condense the sun's holy fire and forge divine artifacts appear in his mind. After he roughly went through all the legacies, Zhou Zhou fell into deep thought. Looks like I can first condense some of the sun's sacred flame. Then, I can use the supreme sacred flame forging technique to refine my divine artifacts. This way, even if I can't raise the grade of my divine artifacts, I can still make their bodies stronger. Moreover, when they attack, they can also carry a trace of the power of the sun's sacred flame. It can be considered as a small strengthening of my true God tier divine artifacts. He would do it if he wanted to. At this moment, Bai Yun and the rest had yet to return, so Zhou Zhou simply returned to the divine kingdom and began to condense the sun's sacred fire. Chapter 948, War Gathering. 5 New God Spirits. As the supreme star, the sun star, shone on the myriad worlds, it spread throughout the myriad worlds. It could be said to be everywhere. However, in the myriad worlds, there were very few life forms who controlled the sun's sacred flame. The key was that it was extremely difficult to extract the sun's sacred flame from the light of the sun star. However, Jacker's sun sacred fire technique had given him an exclusive technique for refining. The sun sacred fire technique was created by the heavenly god Oro-Fa. As a god born from the sun, his method of refining and condensing the sun's holy fire was naturally extremely authoritative. Zhou Zhou only operated it for a while before condensing a fist-sized sun sacred flame. Even though it's only so big, I'm only tempering it, not forging a new divine artifact. It's enough. He looked at the sacred fire of the sun and was rather satisfied. Then, he took out his universe-destroying blade and began to temper it with the sun's sacred fire. This true God-tier advanced grade divine artifact could be said to be the number one offensive divine artifact among the many true God-tier divine artifacts in his hands after all. He would probably use this divine artifact frequently in the future. After tempering this true God-tier divine artifacts, Zhou Zhou planned on tempering the heaven and earth concentric armor, world-stepping boots, sword of new dimension creation. After tempering this true God-tier divine artifacts, Zhou Zhou planned on tempering the heaven and earth concentric armor, world-stepping boots, sword of new dimension creation. Time passed slowly. The sky gradually darkened. Zhou Zhou, who was refining the universe-destroying blade, suddenly opened his eyes and looked out of the Divine Kingdom. Outside the Divine Kingdom, in the Blazing Sun Kingdom, Bai Yun had already led 20 galaxy-victorious squadrons. Soon, the other party brought a large number of generals into the Divine Kingdom and came in front of Zhou Zhou. Then, he knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, we have successfully returned. Currently, there are already more than 100 trillion human clansmen in the territory of the three human empires who have successfully retreated to the primordial world. According to a legion commander of the Holy Sword Empire, a third of the human race has retreated to the primordial world. I estimate that within 3 days, the entire human race should be able to enter the primordial world. This is the summary of our battle against the enemies of the people of foreign races today. Please take a look, Your Majesty." After Bai Yun finished speaking, she opened her personal terminal and projected the war into the air in front of Zhou Zhou. Today, in order to protect the human race and retreat to the primordial world, Bai Yun and the other soldiers and god spirits had fought a total of 22 billion people of foreign races. These enemies were enhanced by the titles of the King of Lutes and the Strongest Lord. They obtained a total of 360 million legendary tier mist cores, 2,511,000,000 epic tier mist cores, more than 32,056,000,000 extraordinary tier mist cores, more than 52,360,000,000 diamond tier mist cores, more than 65,032,000,000 white platinum tier mist cores, more than 99,088,000,000 yellow gold tier mist cores, more than 246,032,000,000 white silver tier mist cores, and more than 542,090,000,000 green bronze tier mist cores. 3.106 trillion skill books and 3.108 equipment, 90,000 trillion units of basic materials, more than 3,080,000,000 units of basic elemental gemstones, more than 10 million units of thunder element gems, more than 120 million units of life elemental gems, more than 150 million units of death elemental gems, 3,090,000,000 origin crystals, 40,209,602 green bronze tier lord talent crystal fragments, 58,816 holy spirit tier scarlet divine crystals, more than 110 million units of low tier deity level divine crystals, more than 6 million low-tier deity-level divine artifacts and also more than 15 million divine spark fragments, god-tier medicinal herbs, god-tier ingredients, god-tier ores, god-tier blueprints, and other treasures. Then, he looked at the Insight Defection list and the Military Strength list. After today, even though Zhou Zhou had used his Insight Defection on the Chaos Gods race and the Myriad Spirit race, he had not obtained any additional troops. However, the Lords of the Star Alliance gave him many surprises. Previously, after he had become a god spirit, the 100-odd scarlet god spirits that had been immobilized had been tried to instigate Insight Defection by the Lords of the Star Alliance after being detained. The result was very gratifying. Of the 116 scarlet god spirits, 40 had been Insight Defection by the 32 Lords of the Star Alliance. Currently, there were still 76 scarlet god spirits that had not been Insight Defection. There was no need to be anxious about the remaining 76 scarlet god spirits. After the cooldown of the Insight Defection ended tomorrow, he would carry out the Insight Defection until all the Insight Defections were successful. Not bad, not bad. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied with this result. Before today, he had 18 god spirits under his command. coupled with the 32 god spirits of the Vapalias pantheon group that he had taken down in the divine battlefield, and the 40 scarlet god spirits that the Star Alliance masters had incite defection on. He now had a total of 90 god spirits under his command. By the time he incite defectioned the remaining scarlet god spirits in the future, the total number of god spirits under his command would directly exceed 100, reaching a total of 162 god spirits. Even though this number was far inferior to the factions of the race alliance that wanted to destroy the human race. However, it could not be underestimated. Apart from that, another group of lords of the Star Alliance who did not obtain the quota for the incite defection had also given Zhou Zhou 421.6 million people of foreign race soldiers after following the army to participate in the war with the foreign races today. The total number of soldiers under Zhou Zhou's command was 15,957,371,102. Including the Star Alliance's current total military strength of 3.417 billion, Zhou Zhou's total military strength had already reached an astonishing 19.3 billion. Among the troops under his command, excluding the Star Alliance, there were 1,824,059,965 black iron rank soldiers, 2,015,819,633 green bronze tier soldiers, 3,380,574,412 white silver tier soldiers, 3,240,900,967 yellow gold tier soldiers, 256,796,880 white platinum tier soldiers, 1,615,421,698 diamond tier soldiers, 1,065,282,526 extraordinary tier soldiers, 159,236,529 epic tier soldiers and 1,205,920 legendary tier soldiers. As for the god spirits under him, after today's battle, their strength had also increased astonishingly. Among them, Ziwu had advanced to a mid-tier deity level advance grade. Guo Jiao, Qi Xiantian, and Yuan Kong had advanced to the mid-tier deity level intermediate grade. Vicky, Bai Yun, Wu Xian, Feng Luo, Suan, and Luo Sheng had all advanced to low-tier deity level advance grade. The strength of the other god spirits had also increased to a certain extent. And what surprised Zhou Zhou was, after today's war, 5 new low-tier deity-level elementary grade god spirits had appeared in the Blazing Sun army under his command. These 5 newly advanced low-tier deity-level elementary grade deities had all advanced to the deity realm by purchasing the Book of the God Spirit in the military merit exchange system. The Book of the God Spirit that I obtained is finally starting to work. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. With the first wave of new god spirits, there would be a second wave of new god spirits. There would be more and more god spirits under him in the future. Chapter 949, Preparing to hire an outside world god spirit. Where are the 5 new god spirits? Let me take a look. Zhou Zhou swept his gaze across the generals in front of him and quickly landed on the 5 humans. The 5 newly advanced human god spirits immediately stood up following his words. Greetings, Your Majesty. They knelt on the ground excitedly and bowed respectfully. Yang Zhen, Zhao Dehai, Long Qi, Zhang Feng, and Xi Chui Yun. As expected, it's the 5 of you. Previously, when I saw you practicing law skills in the time world, I felt that you had almost mastered your respective law skills and should have reached the threshold of advancement. As expected, I've successfully ascended to godhood. Congratulations! Prime Minister, after the meeting ends, we'll hold a national god ascension banquet with them. We'll do it live and let all living beings in and outside the country know that 5 new godly ascension cultivators have appeared in our human race. Zhou Zhou first congratulated the 5 of them, then said to Zheng Yuankai. It was a joyous occasion for a life form in their country to become a god spirit, be it kingdoms, empires, or divine kingdoms. They all had to celebrate, and their Blazing Sun Kingdom was naturally no exception. A nationwide event like the God Ascension Banquet could greatly increase the confidence and cohesion of the country after all. It could also show the strength of the country to the outside world. Not only could it attract foreign geniuses to join, but it could also prevent some thieves from having ill intentions. In short, there were many benefits. It would be a waste of such an opportunity if he did not organize it properly. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhang Yuankai smiled and nodded. In fact, he had the same intention, but since His Majesty had spoken first, there was no need for he to open his mouth again. Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty. The 5 newly advanced god spirits were flattered. They were even more grateful to Zhou Zhou and this country that was filled with vitality. They knew what they were doing. The reason why they could advance to god spirits so quickly and have combat power comparable to veteran god spirits. Firstly, with the help of the Book of the God Spirit, it saved them the long process of comprehending the laws. Secondly, with the help of the legendary Tier Lord Talent Blessing of the War God, they could avoid the long process of accumulating promotion energy. Secondly, with the help of the legendary Tier Lord Talent Blessing of the War God, they could avoid the long process of accumulating promotion energy. Coupled with the other territories and lords, they had the guts to fight a mid-tier deity level god spirit when they had just advanced to low-tier deity level elementary grade. If they were given a full set of divine artifacts, they were confident that they could defeat even a top mid-tier deity level expert. This was extremely unbelievable for other newly advanced god spirits. This was because these 5 new god spirits who came from the human race had battle prowess comparable to those new god spirits who came from high-level bloodline races. They were only inferior to the new god spirits from top bloodline races like the original spirit race, the chaos gods race, the shepherd's god race, and the myriad spirit race. Therefore, they felt that they had advanced to become god spirits because of His Majesty. It actually had nothing to do with them. They even felt that they had been forcefully piled up into a powerful god spirit by His Majesty with various resources. Coupled with the powerful god spirits around them, they did not even have a promotion ceremony. Why should they have an additional promotion ceremony as soon as they arrived? Therefore, at this moment, they were even a little terrified. Zhou Zhou's will like light could tell at a glance what the 5 new god spirits were thinking. He thought for a moment and looked at Zhang Yuankai. How about this? After escorting the humans back to the primordial world, we will hold 100 gods meeting in the entire Blazing Sun Kingdom. Take it as a ceremony for all the gods of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. We welcome them to become the worshipped god spirits of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. When the time comes, we'll hold a god ascension banquet for all the gods who have advanced in the Blazing Sun Kingdom. At the same time, we'll have a meeting in the middle. Zhou Zhou looked at Heros and the others and teased, if you want to participate, we have enough resources for you to hold a god ascension banquet. After all, our Blazing Sun Kingdom doesn't lack such resources. His words were magnanimous, and the gods smiled when they heard them. However, Heros was the first to shake his head. My god ascension banquet has been held tens of thousands of years ago. I can't do this again. I'm not interested either. Yuan Kong said calmly. Then can you throw me a banquet for my ascension? Vicky asked expectantly. He was a god spirit from the Ice Demon clan. However, not long after he became a god spirit, he realized that his kingdom had already been conquered by Zhou Zhou. Then, he was recruited by Zhou Zhou as a subordinate. Following that, he continuously joined the continuous war. The God Ascension Banquet? To Vicky, this only existed in legends, so he was looking forward to it. Of course not. Zhou Zhou said without hesitation. Vicky had been fighting diligently for he, so he naturally couldn't mistreat her. Wasn't it just the God Ascension Banquet? It wouldn't be a problem even if he held it 10 times for him, what more once? Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and said. At that time, all the divine spirits who participate in the 100 deities meet will be able to obtain a set of divine artifacts at the composite strength level for free. As soon as he said this, many god spirits were stunned. I already have a set of divine artifacts. Luo Sheng whispered. Me too. Feng Luo chimed in. Your Majesty, please save it for the new god spirits in the future. A god spirit said. A mere set of divine artifacts is nothing. You may have your own set of divine artifacts, but do you know you can keep the second set of divine artifacts or use them interchangeably? You don't have to worry about the new god spirits in the future, we are not lacking in divine artifacts for them. Zhou Zhou waved his hand and said nonchalantly. What a joke! If it weren't for the fact that legendary tier soldiers couldn't use chaotic sacred power to control divine artifacts in advance like him, he would have wanted his legendary tier soldiers to each have a divine artifact. Now, he looked at the more than 10,000 divine artifacts and nearly 100 true god tier divine artifacts in his king's treasure box. He felt a headache coming on. How should he use so many divine artifacts? Lend it to the human race? There were only over 100 god spirits in the human world. After Zhou Zhou had lent out each god spirit one divine artifact of the 10,000 pieces he had, there were still more than 9,000 divine artifacts left. How could he lend them out? Should he forcefully stuff them all to these god spirits? I have to find an opportunity to use these divine artifacts, otherwise, it would be a waste of resources. Zhou Zhou's heart skipped a beat and he quickly had an idea. Zhou Zhou turned towards Zhang Yuankai. Prime Minister, send out an announcement later on to the entire High Continent, inviting the god spirits of the High Continent and even from the myriad worlds to come to our Blazing Sun Kingdom and become our specially hired god spirit. As long as they are willing to sign an employment contract and be hired by us, and are willing to fight for us, we can rent them a divine artifact and promise them that as long as they are willing to work for us for 10 years, this divine artifact will completely belong to them. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. His Majesty was really generous. Chapter 950, Upgrading the Territory. 1. After experiencing the initial shock, Zhang Yuankai quickly calmed down. His Majesty is too famous and is feared by all races. They want to get rid of him as soon as possible. There are already people of foreign races coveting the human race now. Under such circumstances, I'm afraid there won't be many god spirits who dare to accept our invitation. He said. However, he smiled and continued. No matter how great the threat of the people of foreign races is, it's not as important as the future of the god spirits. There will always be deities like desperados who will come to us to fight for the future and power. The conditions given by His Majesty should be enough to attract them. I'll send someone to do it tonight. Zhang Yuankai said solemnly. Remember to make sure that the contents of the contract are good. These god spirits who can apply for the job will probably not join our Blazing Sun Kingdom easily. They will only be hired by us like mercenaries. Don't leave any loopholes in the contract for them. Zhou Zhou reminded. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhang Yuankai said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded and looked at Bai Yun. Take the soldiers back to get some rest. The next 2 days of war will only get harder. Today was only the first day that the humans retreated to the primordial world. Many people of foreign races had probably not reacted yet, so they only brought so few soldiers over at the last minute. By the time they reacted and decided to stop the humans from retreating, that would be when the humans would face true danger. It would also be the most dangerous and tiring thing for his soldiers. Yes, Your Majesty, Bai Yun said respectfully. Then, he hesitated for a moment and asked. Your Majesty, should we do the hunting mission for the Eye of the Heavens anger at the same time? Zhou Zhou shook his head and said. First, protect the human race and retreat to the primordial world. We'll talk about the hunting mission of the Eye of the Heavens anger's target after the human race retreats to the primordial world. We'll accept the territories and subjects left behind by the 3 human empires. It was only the 11th day of the King of 10,000 Kings event, and it was not the time to decide the final victor. So what if he stalled for a few days and let the other party lead for a period of time? With the eye of the heavens' anger, Zhou Zhou was confident that he could surpass them all in a short period of time and take back first place. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun said respectfully. After that, everyone discussed the development of the future for a while before the temporary war wrap-up meeting ended. After everyone left, Zhou Zhou formed the heaven's anger seal and his consciousness entered an extremely calm state. He began to search for the eye of the heaven's anger's hunting target. Even though he had decided to protect the human race to the primordial world before starting the hunt for the eye of the heaven's anger, he could not waste the remaining 2 days. He had to take the time to collect more eye of the heaven's anger targets to prepare for the counter-surpassing operation with faction points in the future. Just as Zhou Zhou entered a state of deep emotion and began to observe the supreme continent, he immediately sensed that his current state was abnormal. I feel that the consumption of energy when I use the eye of the heaven's anger has decreased even more. Furthermore, the duration of my use of the eye of the heaven's anger has also become longer, and my observation range has also increased by at least 100 times. Zhou Zhou was shocked. He carefully sensed the changes before gradually realizing the source of the changes. It's because I've become a god spirit and my soul has become a divine soul, so the strength of the eye of the heaven's anger has increased. In addition, my will like light realm. No, it should be mainly because my will has entered the will like light realm. That's why the effect of the eye of the heaven's anger has improved by leaps and bounds. In comparison, the effect of advancing to the god spirit realm on my eye of the heaven's anger is average. Zhou Zhou pondered. He could feel it. The higher the level of a powerhouse, the more they valued willpower. For example, abyss will, heaven will, immortal world will, nature will. They no longer called themselves gods, but simply called themselves so and so wills. There was even less of a need to talk about the supreme will. The leader of all wills. It ruled the supreme universe and the 3,000 heavenly worlds. The eye of heaven's annihilation. I'm afraid it's a will-type secret technique. That's why it has such a powerful effect on the advancement of my will realm. Zhou Zhou thought. He clicked his tongue in wonder. He did not expect that the seemingly ordinary ability to find enemies he had obtained from the Bodhi Supreme back then was actually a will-level secret technique. As expected of the strongest event reward from the Supreme Will event back then. His attacks were extraordinary. He didn't think too much about it. He calmed his mind and began to search for a target to hunt. 4 hours later, Zhou Zhou opened his eyes. 112 Eye of the Heavens anger request to kill the target. He took a deep breath and was a little excited. It's almost 20 times more than before. The effect is too terrifying. Zhou Zhou looked excited. If he had relied on the Eye of the Heavens anger to regain first place on the rankings, he would have been 60% confident. However, he was 80% confident now. The effect of the Eye of the Heavens anger had increased so much that he did not even need to rely on faction quests to obtain a large number of faction points by killing a large number of targets. If not for the fact that he was wary of the lords of the top bloodline races and might use some tricks to increase his faction points in the future, Zhou Zhou even had the confidence to say that he was 100% confident of obtaining first place. Including these 112 hunting targets and the 26 targets I already have, I have a total of 138 targets. Even if these goals are only worth 10 million faction points, they can easily obtain 1.3 billion to nearly 1.4 billion points. This is only the first day. In the future, as I use the Eye of the Heavens anger again and again, this number will only increase. Getting first again isn't a dream. Then, he didn't say anything else. He walked out of the Divine Kingdom and went outside, preparing to upgrade his territory. The Life Elemental Gems and Death Elemental Gems he had obtained today could already meet the new requirements for upgrading his territory. Naturally, he had to start upgrading without stopping. Soon. Even though the originally small blessed land here had already become the foundation of the Divine Kingdom, it was not a problem to upgrade his territory. A large number of upgrade materials disappeared in no time. A text notification appeared. Congratulations, your Epic Tier Elementary Grade Lord's Paradise has been upgraded to an Epic Tier Intermediate Grade building. Your territory has been upgraded to an Epic Tier Intermediate Grade territory. Your Epic Tier Elementary Grade Blessed Land Myriad Formation has been upgraded to the Intermediate Epic Tier Blessed Land Myriad Formation. Durability of Territory Stone Tablet increased to 50 billion/50 billion. Your territory has expanded to 1.2 million km times 1.2 million km times 100,000 km. All fog monsters within the territory of the new territory have been expelled. Scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward, Basic Building Blueprint Treasure Chest, Epic Tier Intermediate Grade. Lord Talent Notification, the upper limit of the enemy Lord's power that you can use Insight Defection to increase to True God Tier Advance Grade. Lord Talent Hint, your monster ranches can be upgraded. Lord Talent Hint, your mysterious caravan faction has increased. Lord Talent Hint, the strength of the clergy in your Goddess of Life's shelter has increased.